Chapter 1 Magical Crossing. Yeliangchen is a coder at a company called Xianhuan Network. The National Day is coming. Today, the boss announced a week of paid leave, and the employees of the entire company jumped up excitedly. At this moment, he was rushing home. When he thought of having 7 days of paid leave, he felt very happy. He rode a motorcycle and drove happily on the street. Ding ding. Crack. Suddenly, there were horns and brakes coming from the front. A large number of cars blocked the whole street. There seemed to be a car accident ahead. Seeing that the road was blocked, Yeliangchen had to turn around and take the alley to rush home. Traffic jams don't exist for motorcycles. I will never get stuck in traffic jams when I ride my beloved little motorcycle. Yeliangchen thought of the cars stuck in the street and felt happy. He hummed a little tune along the way and rushed home leisurely. Dong dong chiang dong dong chiang. As soon as Yeliangchen entered the corner of the alley, a piece of music suddenly sounded in front of him. Then, he saw 7 mourners in black suits, black hats and sunglasses, dancing with a coffin, walking towards Yeliangchen with a smile on their faces, showing their big white teeth, and they were all acquaintances. Fuck. Isn't this my boss? I didn't expect my boss to take this kind of job now. Seeing the sexy dance steps and the intoxicating music, Yeliangchen felt very funny. Boss, I'll go right, you go left. Yeliangchen shouted to the other party, and the 7 people nodded at him, indicating that they understood. Understood, come here quickly. The boss waved to Yeliangchen. Boom. Yeliangchen stepped on the motorcycle throttle and drove to the right. But he never thought that the other party was facing him, carrying the coffin to the left, and just collided with Yeliangchen. Bang. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Yeliangchen's head hit the coffin heavily, and he suddenly saw stars and was dizzy. Because he didn't wear a helmet, he fell to the ground and died. I'll warm you up. Before losing consciousness, Yeliangchen complained, which really fits the saying, when He smiles, life and death are unpredictable. Such an outrageous way of death actually happened to him. The leader, Huang Daxian, took off his sunglasses and twisted his mouth. Xiao Chen is gone, we have to hold a grand ceremony for him. Boss, I understand. The other 6 people quickly packed up Yeliangchen and put him in the coffin. After an unknown amount of time, Yeliangchen was awakened by the sound of suana and gongs and drums, and found that he had turned into a transparent soul body, trapped in a circular space, and the scene in front of him was his own funeral. Yeliangchen was sure that he was dead, but now it was too bizarre. Could it be that his soul had left his body? Fuck. Isn't that my boss and his best friends? These guys are actually attending my funeral. It's really a one-stop service. Yeliangchen was immediately at a loss for words. This was the first time that his boss and his men attended his funeral. Yeliangchen's boss's surname was Huang, and he was called Huang Daxian. He liked to combine science with metaphysics. He found several like-minded metaphysics researchers and established an internet company called Xianhuan. He usually developed various games, metaverses, and the like. He also wanted to build a time shuttle to send people into the dimensional world one day. This guy usually did the work of a Taoist priest when he was interested. He had a professional team under him who could specialize in attending funerals. At Yeliangchen's funeral, relatives and friends were happily eating. When they saw Huang Daxian and his men dancing brilliantly, they took out their mobile phones to take pictures and laughed. Boss Huang Daxian shook his head helplessly and started to sing with his men beating gongs and drums. Tick 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 tick. Dong dong clang dong dong clang. I scrolled like a fool in the middle of the night, and I felt anxious when I put down my phone. I didn't scroll through the positive energy of the Taoist priest, but only scrolled through the poisonous chicken soup that harms people. The poisonous chicken soup is really amazing, it harms the world and the young. I lit a cigarette on the left, and plugged a power bank on the right. I scrolled through the jokes and held back my laughter, and read the comments and sighed. I was drowsy all night, and the roosters crowed before dawn. I scrolled through my phone until 5:30, and the king of hell came to kill me. I held a handful of rootless grass in my hand to teach the people on the internet. The poor children of thousands of households, don't suffer on the internet. Dong dong clang dong dong clang. The gongs and drums were loud, and the firecrackers were blasting. Oh my god. This is sobering. Yeliangchen felt that Huang Daxian and his friends sang this rhyming tune much better than the one sung by Mahu Yuniao. Huang Daxian looked around at the many young men and women at the funeral and felt that everyone was not serious, so he started to sing seriously again. The scorching sun is like fire, and the women on the street wear little. Slinging a soul bag on her shoulder, revealing half of her slender waist. They are so attractive with their heavy makeup, and they are looking for rich men to set traps. They walk through the streets in groups of 3 or 5, making many male compatriots jealous. Dong dong kyong dong dong kyong. There are 2 generals in front of the South Heaven Gate, and they are so anxious to see this. I have come to the Ling Xiao Palace to report what I have seen. The Lord of Heaven came to the South Heaven Gate, holding the railing and looking down. Why is there such a scene in the mortal world, with no clothes to cover the body and no food to eat? The Lord of Fire said, Your Majesty, please be patient. The weather is too hot, so you have to wear less. You can only look slim if you are hungry. We immortals don't care, but the male compatriots in the lower world are pitiful. After speaking, he wiped his nose blood, shake the purple gold robe on her body. Dong dong clang dong dong clang. The Queen Mother went to the front hall to comfort the ministers and comfort them not to panic. Called the tea-serving people on the left and right, and quickly invited the old Dragon King. Old Dragon King, I order you to quickly bring down the rain. Thunder God and Lightning Mother come to help you, and there will be a flash of sparks and lightning. Don't give up until you achieve your goal, and let the ministers have a good time. Save the men in the mortal world and water the exhibitionists below. Dong dong clang dong dong clang. A thunderbolt in the clear sky, and dark clouds come to cover the sky. The world needs a rain to cleanse people's hearts. Dong dong clang dong dong clang. Tais Hang Lejun, hurry up as ordered. Congratulations to Xiao Chen for ascending to heaven. Huang Daxian shouted. After Huang Daxian and his friends sang like this, the relatives and friends at the funeral became serious and shouted in unison, Congratulations to Xiao Chen for ascending to heaven. Among all kinds of musical instruments, Suana is the king. It is either ascending to heaven or worshipping in the hall. When the erhu is played, the Suana sounds, and the life is determined. When the music sounds, the cloth is covered, and the whole village, young and old, wait for the food to be served. Some people cry, some people carry, and there is a white behind. When the coffin is covered and buried, he will never come back to this world again. Tick 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 dong dong clang dong dong clang. When the Suana sounds, the gongs and drums are loud, and Ye Liangchen's soul is slowly taken to heaven by the ball and escapes into the unknown world. I'll warm you up. Now he really ascended to heaven, Ye Liangchen complained helplessly, and finally looked at his family. His parents had passed away early, and now he only has a brother and sister-in-law, and a sister. For Ye Liangchen, there is no more concern in the world, and it is not bad to get out of the sea of suffering in the mortal world as soon as possible. A few years later, in a fantasy world called Douluo continent, in the woods deep in Tianshui College in Tianshui city of Tiandu Empire, a little boy with a delicate appearance was lying on the lawn, thinking about something. The little boy was about 4 years old, very cute, with big eyes that twinkled like little stars. His cute little face made people want to rub it after seeing it. This person was Ye Liangchen, who was sent away by his boss and traveled to Douluo continent and reincarnated. I didn't expect that after I died, I actually came to Douluo world, and I was in the same era as another traveler Tang San. It's interesting. Ye Liangchen muttered to himself in his heart. At this moment, he seriously suspected that there was something strange about the coffin he bumped into in his previous life. Could it be a time shuttle they built? It's really outrageous. His mother opened the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous to the extreme. Where's my cheat? Why hasn't it come yet? Ye Liangchen was thinking that it would be hard to survive as a time traveler without a cheat. Although in the world of Douluo continent, one can grab opportunities by foresight, it is a bit dangerous. If there is a cheat, it would be very cool. Ding! At this moment, a ding sound rang in Ye Liangchen's mind, and then a panel appeared in his mind, similar to the one in the game, with a line of words on it, Welcome to Douluo continent, I wish you a happy time. Fuck! Isn't this the Wanzhizhengtou game newly developed by Xianhuan Company in the previous life? At that time, I also fixed many bugs in the game. How did this game come to my mind? Ye Liangchen felt like he had traveled through time in a game, which was a bit unreal and too outrageous. Hey! Since you are here, make the best of it. You have traveled through time, which is outrageous in itself. Since that's the case, then let's take a good look at this world. Ye Liangchen used his mind to sense the game character in his mind. It showed that the current world had 2 martial souls, but they were sealed. At present, there were only Hu Nuanju and Wuxing Shen Chuan. The others were sealed. As for the treasure equipment, there was a bottle of foundation building pill, and the others were also sealed. It was really similar to the games played in the previous life. It was so interesting. This plugin also had no sound. The line of words on the panel disappeared after 10 minutes. It felt like there was an extra space treasure in his body. Twin martial souls? What could it be? But with this plugin, in the Douluo world, it won't beat everything. Tang San can reach the God realm with Xian Tiangong and some hidden weapons, so my Hu Nuanju is a cultivation method. I guess it can break through the God realm. He. Now there's something to play. They are all time travelers, so Ye Liangchen naturally cannot let Tang San grow up. There cannot be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless they are one male and one female. Thinking of this, Ye Liangchen sat up all of a sudden and prepared to try to practice the Hu Nuanju. No, I am only 4 years old now, and I have started practicing. Others will think it is abnormal. I should wait until I awaken my martial soul in the future, and then use the soul power to cover it up. Thinking of this, Yangchen lay down again. After downloading, with the plugin, you can roam freely in this low-level fantasy world. Yangchen was born in Tianshui City. His father is Ye Feng, who has nothing to do with the 9-star begonia Ye family. His mother is Lu Ruyan, who is a cousin of Shui Binger's mother. When Yangchen was only 3 months old, his parents died unexpectedly. Since then, Yangchen has been raised by Lan Ziadi as a son. As for how his parents died, Yangchen doesn't know. Lan Ziadi also has a younger sister named Lan Xiaoling. The two sisters are the proud daughters of the Shui family in Tianshui City. They married the same person named Yun Hangxing. They were married into the Shui family, so their daughters took their mother's surname. Yangchen had only heard of Yun Hangxing, and had never seen him, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Lan Ziadi's sister used to have the surname Shui, but she didn't know why she changed her name. Yangchen was also confused when he heard these rumors accidentally. Is there any hidden story in it? Lan Ziadi and Lan Xiaoling are teachers and managers of Tianshui College. They are usually very busy with work, so they brought Yangchen to Tianshui College. Anyway, Yangchen is only a 4-year-old child now, and no one cares about him. In his spare time, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer can also accompany the little guy so that he will not be lonely. Parents offering sacrifices to the heavens and having boundless magical powers are necessary conditions for time travelers, so Yangchen is not surprised. Xiao Chen, why are you here? Come with us to have lunch. At this time, 2 blue-haired little girls about 6 years old ran to Yangchen, pulled him up, and dragged him to the college cafeteria. The 2 little girls are Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. They are half-sisters. The 2 little girls have awakened their martial spirits before and are now studying in the junior class of the college. Shui Binger's martial soul is the top-grade martial soul Ice Phoenix, with an innate soul power of a little over level 9. Now she has already obtained the first soul ring and is a level 12 soul master, while Shui Yuer's martial soul is a cute Yingya dolphin, with an innate soul power of a little over level 7. Now her soul power is only level 9 and she has not yet obtained the first soul ring. 2 sisters, I can walk by myself. Yangchen wanted to pull his little hand away, but he was only 4 years old and couldn't get away at all. In his last life, he was single and had no time to talk about his girlfriend before he ascended to heaven. In this life, he became a baby and was pulled by 2 little girls. Yangchen felt very uncomfortable. You are so young, why are you shy? Shui Binger stretched out her hand and rubbed the little guy's head, smiling sweetly. Haha. Sister, Xiao Chen is afraid of being seen by other sisters. I'm sorry. Shui Yuer said mischievously. Tianshui College is very big, and the lawn is at least 2 kilometers away from the college cafeteria. Yangchen's short legs were numb from being pulled by the 2 sisters. Are you tired? I'll carry you. Shui Binger felt very sorry for this little guy who lost his parents since childhood. Moreover, she learned from her mother that the little guy's parents died to save her mother, which made her feel guilty. I can walk by myself. Yangchen refused immediately. How could he let a 7-year-old girl carry him? Although he is just a child now, he was an adult in his previous life. Sister. Xiao Chen is shy. He has been sleeping in a separate bed from us since he was 3 years old. Shui Yuer said with a smile. Why are you shy with your sister? Shui Binger squatted down, carried Yangchen on her back, and walked quickly towards the college cafeteria. Hey! If you can't resist, just accept your fate. Yangchen is only 4 years old now, so he can only try his best to play the role of a child. He cannot act too mature, otherwise he will be regarded as a monster. It is quite interesting to be reborn as a child. It feels like starting over again. Moreover, he has come to such a fantasy world full of beauties. No matter what, he must live more exciting than his previous life. Douluo Fanfiction, everyone is welcome to try the poison. All the beauties you want are available in this world. Chapter 2 Tianshui Academy full of beauties. 70% of the soul masters in Tianshui City have water attributes in their martial souls, and soul masters with other attributes are in the minority. Tianshui City is located in Biwen province of Tiandu Empire, in the northwest of the empire, about 1,000 kilometers away from Tiandu Imperial City. It is a big city with a population of about 5 million and is very prosperous. Several large rivers run through the city, and there are countless lakes. The entire city is built around rivers and lakes, which is very beautiful. The architectural style of the entire city is mainly water blue, which looks very comfortable. The buildings in Tianshui College are naturally water blue, and so are the clothes of the teachers and students of the college. In addition, the college has a strange rule that the students must be beautiful women, and their martial souls must be water attributes. Along with Thunder College, Blazing Fire College, Elephant Armor College, and Divine Wind College. They are known as the 5 elemental colleges. These colleges all follow the extreme teaching system. Liang Chen feels that this extreme teaching system can maximize personal abilities, but it also has disadvantages. If you encounter a soul master with conflicting attributes, it will be very troublesome. Tianshui College has a total of thousands of people, all of whom are women. It feels that the mosquitoes in the college may all be female. Liang Chen thinks that this is too yin, which will cause imbalance between yin and yang. If it continues, it will not be good. Liang Chen feels that after his martial soul awakens, he can't stay in Tianshui College. I have to go out and take a look. I have a cheat, and it is child's play to cultivate to the title of Douluo, or even to become a god. However, if my twin martial souls appear in the world, Lan Xiadi will definitely not hand me over to other colleges when she sees them. In this way, I have to continue to cultivate in the college, which is too terrible. Forget it. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain, and the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. Take one step and see one step. In Tianshui College, there are beauties in groups of 3 or 2 everywhere, as if they are a group of beautiful butterflies dancing, which is very pleasing to the eye. Binger, you are here. Wow! Little brother Xiao Chen, so cute. At this time, 5 little beauties ran over happily in front, and when they saw Liang Chen, they rubbed his face directly, and couldn't let go. They were also very familiar with and liked this little guy. But they didn't know Liang Chen's true identity. They only knew that he was the adopted son of Dean Lan Xiadi. There were only a few teachers with more experience in the whole college who knew Liang Chen's true identity. The 5 girls are Swu, Yu Hero, Shen Liuyu, Chu Ruo Shui, and Gu Qingbo. Swu is the oldest, about 9 years old, and her strength has almost reached the level of a great soul master. Although Tianshui College is an aristocratic college, it is the only aristocratic college open to civilians, and it is also a comprehensive college that integrates primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. After Swu, Chu Ruo Shui, and others awakened their martial spirits, they entered Tianshui College to practice. Now these 7 are still studying in the primary class. Liang Chen looked at these 8 or 9-year-old girls, all of whom were the kind of girls next door who had just grown up. They had already established their size, especially Swu, who was almost the same as the 16-year-old girls on the Blue Star in his previous life. Hiss! Is this fucking 8 or 9 years old? It is said that people in the Douluo world develop early, and Liang Chen has seen it. A girl around 8 or 9 years old has grown up like this. No wonder Swu was called the king of balls in the Tianshui women's team in the later period. It seems that the reputation is well deserved. Don't pinch my face. Liang Chen was very depressed by these little girls pinching his face, so he stretched out his little hand and pushed away the salty pig hands. He is just a child now. When he grows up, if these beauties dare to pinch his face again, he must let them taste the pain of whipping. It's fun. Little brother Xiao Chen, let your sister raw again. Several little beauties ignored Liang Chen's resistance and continued to rub his face. They were getting more and more excited. They could only blame this guy for being cute and adorable, which aroused the overflowing hearts of these little girls. Appearance is justice. Good-looking skin can always be favored by beauties, not to mention that he is just a little boy now, full of charm. Don't bully my brother. That's right, my brother is still young, how can you bear to do that? Shui Binger turned her head and looked at the little guy's face that looked like he was leaning on her shoulder. She was so cute that she felt very funny, so she stretched out her hands to pull apart the hands of several little sisters. Shui Yu also pulled apart the other little sisters, thinking, Xiao Chen is my brother, and I should play by myself. You 2 sisters know how to protect food at such a young age. Are you planning to marry Xiao Chen when you grow up? Swu teased on the side. My brother is only 4 years old, Swu. Binger blushed slightly and glared at Swu unhappily. Haha. Binger, we sisters support you. Xiao Chen has been so cute since he was a child. He will definitely be a super handsome guy when he grows up. Yu Hero and Chu Ruo Shui teased on the side. Our Xiao Chen is good looking. You don't need to say anything. Shui Yu has seen Liang Chen's parents, both of them are handsome men and beautiful women. This girl's eyes are sparkling with a quirky look. She has been a fangirl since she was a child. You don't need to tell her that she will marry Xiaokin's brother when she grows up. She will throw herself at him. It's terrible. Who are these people? How can they be little girls? They are just a bunch of female hooligans. Liang Chen is looking forward to turning 6 soon. After awakening his martial spirit, he will leave this wolf's den immediately. Even if he can't leave the academy, he must stay away from these beauties so that he can practice with peace of mind, otherwise his Tao heart will be unstable. Liang Chen came to the academy cafeteria with a few little girls. Looking around, there were beauties of all sizes, including teachers of the academy, and there are students who are about to graduate. They are all soul masters of more than 30 levels. They are all tall and mature beauties. They wear water blue tight dresses and water blue stockings on their legs, showing their curvy and delicate bodies perfectly. They are so pleasing to the eyes. This is simply a country of women, a paradise for men, but ordinary men cannot enter the academy. The beautiful teachers in the academy are all high-level soul masters. The Dean Lan Xiadi and the previous dean are both soul Douluo masters. The other teachers are soul saints, soul emperors, and soul kings. No one dares to barge in. Ye Chen was also a child who lost his parents when he was young, and he had a close relationship with Shui Binger and others, so he could be in the academy. Aunt Kaihuya, help us get 3 meals, and put more meat in the one for my brother. Shui Binger and her sister put Ye Chen on a stool, and went to get food quickly with other sisters. Binger, bring your brother to eat, Auntie has prepared it for you a long time ago. The dozen or so beautiful women in charge of the cafeteria are all food-related soul masters. One of them, Chuye, is a level 48 food-related soul master. When she saw the Shui Binger sisters, she quickly took out 3 exquisite lunch boxes were handed over to the 2 sisters. Thank you, Aunt Kaihuya. Sister Shui Binger said sweetly, and came to Ye Chen with other sisters. Little brother, eat quickly. Shui Binger opened the lunch box and handed the spoon to Ye Chen. Thank you, sister. There is too much rice, I can't finish it. Ye Chen looked at the big bowl of rice, which was estimated to be about 2 kilograms. He was overwhelmed, and he was not a pig. Then we will help you share some. Shui Binger also felt that it was too much, so she shared some of Ye Chen's rice with several sisters. Everyone was a soul master, so they ate more. Little brother, here. Ye Chen took the spoon handed over by Shui Binger, and then quietly became a dry eater. The food in the other world had no technology and hard work, and the taste was very good. Little brother Chen, do you want me to feed you? Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, Yu Hairo and others asked with a smile, like 100 flowers blooming. No, I can eat by myself. Ye Chen is now 4 years old and 1 meter tall. He has been able to take care of himself for a long time. Besides, he is just a reincarnation, not a child in the true sense. That little guy is very cute. Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan are a pair of golden boys and girls. Their children must be outstanding. When they were 40 years old, they were already 89 level soul Douluo. If there had not been an accident in the past few years, they would have become title Douluo. With their strength and the martial soul fusion skills, there are only a handful of people in the world who can kill them. Who could it be? I accidentally heard the dean say that the enemy is a man in black robes, a powerful title Douluo, and a 100,000 year soul ring. Who is the mysterious black-robed man who killed the little guy's parents? It's so abominable. Binger and Yuer's father also died in that accident. I heard that when the couple died, the little guy was only 3 months old. It's so pitiful. Isn't it? This is an unsolved case. The Empire and the Spirit Hall didn't find any results later. The other party must be a super-titled Douluo to kill them. Several senior female teachers who were eating also knew a little about the murder of Ye Chen's parents. Looking at the little guy eating quietly, these beautiful teachers were also very distressed. Hiss. I didn't expect that Xiao Chen was actually the child of the hero Ye Feng. He and Lu Ruyan are our idols. Many senior students were whispering, feeling sorry for the death of the couple. Who gave you such courage? Talking about these things in front of the children. At this time, a white-haired grandmother came out from the back kitchen of the canteen and sternly warned everyone. Xiao Chen is still so young, don't provoke him with his parents. Also, no one in the academy can mention the names of the little guy's parents casually in the future, which will bring him danger. Everyone must remember that if you dare to say this again, you will face the wrath of the old dean and the dean. The white-haired grandmother issued a stern warning to these teachers and students. She and the old dean are both veterans of the academy and are also aware of some secrets. Grandma Li, we are wrong. We will definitely keep our mouths shut. The female teachers and many students apologized. It's better to do so. Grandma Li in the cafeteria is a food-related soul emperor. Now she is over 70 years old and is one of the most experienced people in the academy. Her prestige is second only to the previous dean. The food and drink of the entire academy are managed by Grandma Li. Once she speaks, other teachers dare not say anything. Damn it! What parents did the time and space administration arrange for me? Ye Chen was shocked when he heard the conversation between these teachers. He didn't expect that his parents were already close to the level of titled Douluo at the age of 40. They were super geniuses. Because of his arrival, the butterfly effect caused by his arrival also made Shui Binger's father ascend to heaven. Ye Chen had no impression of his cheap parents in this world. He was only 3 months old at that time. The instinct of a baby made him have no memory. In the dimness, he only knew that his parents were very beautiful and very loving. However, when he heard these teachers talking about the death of his parents, Ye Chen was stunned. Who was the black-robed man who killed his parents? And there was a 100,000-year soul ring. There are only a few people who have a 100,000-year soul ring now. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er listened to others talking about these things, looked at the lonely figure of the little guy next to them, and their hearts were broken. Tears as big as beans flowed down one by one. Their father also died in that disaster, and now they are in the same boat. While eating, Ye Yangchen thought about the black-robed man who killed his parents. Who could it be? The next moment, he thought of someone. Tang Dachui always wore a black robe. Could it be Tang Dachui who killed his parents? If so, he would have to torture Tang Dachui and his people in the future. After traveling to Douluo continent and having cheats, if he didn't torture Tang San's faction, would it be a wasted trip? Alas! In order to prevent the people of Douluo continent from falling into a life of misery, Tang San can only suffer. Sisters, I'm going to take a nap. After finishing his meal, Ye Yangchen said goodbye to Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu, and the others, walked out of the cafeteria quietly, and walked towards his residence to prepare for a nap. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er chased after him from behind, thinking that Ye Yangchen had run outside to cry secretly, so they hugged him in their arms and comforted him. Little brother Chen, don't be sad, you still have us. We will be together forever and be your relatives. Oh my god! She is worthy of being a girl in the Douluo world. She matures early and can comfort people at the age of 6. Two sisters, go back to class quickly, otherwise the teacher will scold you again. Ye Yangchen struggled out of the arms of the two girls uncomfortably and ran towards his room in the distance. Run slowly, wait until we are done with get out of class, and then come to play with you. Shui Bing'er and her sister looked at the little guy's staggering steps, fearing that he would fall. Ye Yangchen's room was where the Dean Lan Ziadi lived. After Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan died, she brought the little guy with her. Back in his room, Ye Yangchen thought about his enemies, thinking that the Dean and Lan Ziadi must know who killed his parents. It is also possible that the enemy is too powerful, and they do not reveal the enemy's identity in order to protect themselves. Now they are taking a group of senior students out to hunt soul beasts. After returning, Ye Yangchen will inquire about the cause of his parents' death. But the next moment he remembered that he was only 4 years old now. It was too abrupt to inquire about these things. It would be better to wait until he grows up. Chapter 3 Start Practicing. Ye Yangchen was lying on the bed, deducing the cause of his parents' death. Based on his understanding of the plot of Douluo continent, Ye Yangchen made the following assumptions. My parents should have hunted soul beasts with Lan Ziadi and her husband to obtain soul rings and prepare to advance to the titled Douluo. At that time, Tang Hao was probably hunted by the spirit hall and could only hide everywhere on the mainland. He happened to meet his parents in the Star Forest. In order to ensure that his secrets would not be revealed, Tang Hao killed people to silence them. Then his parents and Yun Hangxing died in battle. Lan Ziadi escaped under the protection of the three. There are not many good people among the many titled Douluo on the Douluo continent. Their hands are stained with blood. For their own interests, they have no morals at all. Tang Hao can even calculate the soul ring of his soul beast wife, and he also broke through the slaughter city. He is decisive and can kill a few irrelevant people. It stands to reason that his parents have martial soul fusion skills, and their combat power is not inferior to Tang Dachui at that time. Although Tang Dachui was a titled Douluo at that time, he was still injured. It should be difficult to kill his parents. Could it be that a god came to protect Tang San? Or did the space-time administration arrange for his parents to sacrifice to the heavens, so that he has a background of boundless magic power? Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er's mother changed their names to protect themselves. It seems that the situation is a bit complicated. However, these are just Ye Yangchen's speculations. There is no evidence, and he is not sure. If he wants to find the truth, he has to wait until he becomes stronger. Now Tang Dachui is a 95-level titled Douluo, with a 100,000-year soul ring and the secret technique of ring explosion. There are not many people in the whole continent who can beat him. Before he can crush the opponent's strength, he must stay alive and develop in a wretched way. Since I have come to this world and am now in Tianshui College, in order to prevent these young ladies from being involved in future wars, I will have the final say in this world of Douluo continent. I want 99 in the whole world. Ye Yangchen set a small goal for himself, but to realize this dream, he must have strength. So he took out the Hunyuan Ju and the foundation building pill from the game backpack with his mind, and prepared to start practicing. Only by polishing his body well, he will be able to absorb soul rings of higher levels and beat those geniuses in the future. The early bird catches the worm. In the practice world, the earlier you practice, the better. Tang San from the Holy Soul village next door has been practicing various techniques in the Tang sect Xiantian Bailu since he could walk. Ye Yangchen, who is also a time traveler, naturally cannot fall behind. In this cruel world where the strong are respected, only the strength that crushes everything can wake up to take power in the world and sleep in the lap of a beauty. Buzz. Ye Liangchen's mind moved, and 3 ancient scriptures and a small jade bottle appeared in Ye Liangchen's hand. He opened the bottle cap and saw that there were 20 golden pills in it, exuding an intoxicating pill fragrance, which made people feel refreshed. It's really worthy of being a foundation-building pill. Look at the cool words on the bottle, swallow a golden pill to restore, my life is my own. Nima. Isn't this bragging? Ye Liangchen carefully looked at the small words below, at best, it is to build the strongest foundation and physique for soul masters. For the Douluo world, this kind of treasure is enough. Ye Liangchen took out a foundation-building pill and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into pure energy, nourishing every part of his body. He felt warm and comfortable, and felt much stronger. Not bad, I have to find a way to give the foundation-building pill to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to improve their qualifications. But how can I do it? Don't let it get away. I got it. Ye Liangchen remembered the candy bean snacks that Aunt Lan usually bought for him, so he took out 2 foundation-building pills and put them in the candy bean snack box, and then he could give them to them. I am so talented. Hey! This Hunyuan Ju is actually divided into 3 books, very impressive. Sure enough. The awesome skills are divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. Yet. Liang Chen looked at the scripture on Hunyuan Ju and felt that there was something to it. Hunyuan Ju is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle and lower. Each part has 9 realms, and the 3rd part can reach the final supreme realm, marked with, not something that ordinary people can practice. Well. So, only I, as a cheater, can practice to the supreme realm. Interesting. Ye Liangchen didn't know what realm the supreme realm was in this world. It should be higher than the realm of the god of creation. It is much more advanced than the Xian Tiangong of the 3rd classmate next door. Hunyuan is one of the 5 elements, tangible and intangible, with the creation mechanism of yin and yang in it, opening and closing, gathering and dispersing, giving birth to all things. Hunyuan Qi, the divine power penetrates, gathering into a line, dispersing into wind. Hunyuan Qi, the divine power penetrates, gathering into a line, dispersing into Qi. Hunyuan Qi is no shadow when it is dispersed. Hunyuan Qi is no trace when it is dispersed. Upper Hunyuan, lower Hunyuan, outer Hunyuan, inner Hunyuan, middle Hunyuan, 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 and Hunyuan. Clear, spiritual, Bing Ding under the heart, look at the 7 stars on the left, and look at the southern dipper on the right. Hunyuan is all-encompassing, and has everything. It is so big that it has no outside, and so small that it has no inside. Hunyuan is all things in the world, and the Hunyuan Qi is also the energy of the meridians of all organs in the human body. Ye Liangchen sat cross-legged on the ground, followed the formula and movements to start practicing the first chapter. Sitting cross-legged calms the mind, relaxes and calms naturally. Lips and teeth close lightly, breathing slowly, hands clenched, eyes looking straight ahead, gather divine light, reach the heart of heaven. Enter the Nuan, descend to the Qi point, it is continuous and does not need to be used frequently. Danshan Qi is sufficient, Du and Ren run in parallel, guard against danger and worry about danger, run along the meridians, circulate around the body, and flow smoothly into the body. Qi returns to Danshan, and the practice is completed and the method is clear. Ye Liangchen followed the formula in the scripture, combined with the movements and breathing methods in the picture, and clearly felt that there was airflow running in the meridians in the body, which was very magical. The reason why there were no practitioners on Blue Star in the previous life was mainly because the spiritual veins were cut by the ancients, and there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which led to no practitioners. The soul power of Douluo continent is equivalent to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It should not be a problem to use it to practice this method. After practicing for an hour, Ye Liangchen saw a layer of grey impurities on his skin, with an unpleasant smell. Oh my! This is to remove impurities from the body. This technique can actually cleanse the marrow and remove hair. It is simply a super beauty effect. In one word, cool. Seeing this, Ye Liangchen was very excited. He immediately got up and rushed into the bathroom, took off his clothes, and took a refreshing shower to wash away the impurities on his body. It is worthy of being a super technique. I have achieved such a good effect in the first practice. I feel refreshed and my physical strength has become much stronger. Ye Liangchen put the Hunyuan Ju and the foundation building pill into the game backpack, and took out the 5 elements divine fist, intending to observe and try to practice it. Hey! This is not the 5 elements fist, but it is like this. The 5 elements divine fist is a fist type created by the 5 animal forms of dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, and crane. The dragon form practices the spirit, the tiger form practices the bone, the leopard form practices the strength, the snake form practices the qi, and the crane form practices the essence. The 5 forms are practiced alternately, including the practice of mind and footwork. It is a top-level martial art that cultivates both inside and outside. Each form of the 5 elements fist has 6 major forms and 36 minor forms. Tiger fist, black tiger tests claws, tiger palms climbing the wind, hungry tiger looking for sheep, black tiger sitting in the cave, fierce tiger stretching waist, white tiger pushing the mountain. Leopard fist, leopard fixes golden body, tearing the basin, leopard crossing the cliff, leopard playing with ball, golden leopard facing the sky, golden leopard straight punch. Snake fist, 8 diagram snake form, white snake spits out its mouth, poisonous snake crossing the road, 2 snakes separate the roads, white snake coils around a mouse, poisonous snake guards the cave. Crane fist, white crane spreads its wings, wild crane looking for food, male crane prints feathers, long nigh stands alone, crane claws print sand, ice crane guards plum. Dragon fist, double dragon drops its tail, golden dragon offers its claws, white dragon looks back, dragon chi crosses the river, coiling dragon probes its claws, and wandering dragon retreats. Yelyanchen carefully memorized the movements in the boxing manual, and then combined with the mental method, began to perform. Huff. Too tired. An hour later, Yelyanchen collapsed on the ground, his whole body soaked. He was still young and couldn't keep up with the physical strength. In addition, it was his first time practicing, so his movements were not smooth. Take your time. There will be time later. Yelyanchen got up, took a rest, and then went into the shower room. After taking a nice warm bath, he prepared for a nap. Most of the soul masters on Douluo continent rely on hunting soul beasts to obtain soul skills. There are very few people who can create their own soul skills. Feng Xiaotian created a move called 36 consecutive slashes of the wind wolf, which shocked everyone at the soul master competition. However, this is also due to the limitations of this world. The older the soul master is, the slower the soul power increases. Therefore, many soul masters practice their soul power while they are young and have no time and energy to create their own soul power. With this set of magic fists, when you practice it to perfection in the future, you can use your soul power to transform into 5 forms of dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, and crane. I believe that the combat power is similar to those soul skills. At that time, others will think that it is a self-created soul skill. Yelyanchen imagined that when he fought with his opponent in the future, he would use his soul power to transform into dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, and crane. That scene should be very cool. Tang-san, are you ready? Hehehe. Yelyanchen's mouth was crooked. It was his first time to practice, and he was exhausted. Lying on the soft bed, Yelyanchen soon fell asleep in a daze. At the same time, in the back mountain of Shengun village, Nodding City, Fasno province, little Tang-san, who was practicing Xian Tiangong, felt his scalp tingling, as if someone was staring at him. Who? Little Tang-san immediately stopped practicing, holding a small stone, his gloomy eyes glowing purple, and looked around, but he didn't find anyone, so he started practicing again. Anyone who threatens me, no matter who it is, will die. Little Tang-san thought fiercely in his heart. In the distant forest, a black-robed man looked at little Tang-san's strange way of cultivation and his purple eyes, and muttered to himself, "Is this really my son? Could it be the reincarnation of some old monster?" The black-robed man was Tang Hao. Seeing that his son's lifestyle was different from that of a normal child, especially his eyes, which were too mature. At this moment, Tang Hao felt like he had eaten a fly, and he felt very uncomfortable. Could it be that the child born with a soul beast is like this? Forget it, after all, it is Ayin's flesh and blood. I will observe for a while. If it is really some old monster who has taken over the body, don't blame me. After a while, little Tang-san finished his cultivation, got up quickly, and ran down the mountain. This kid is not simple. Tang Hao was very shocked when he saw little Tang-san's brisk steps. He sighed and had to quietly leave the woods and quickly return to the hut to sleep in. Little Tang-san didn't notice all this. After this practice, Yelyanchen slept very deeply. He didn't know how many hours had passed. In his daze, it seemed as if someone was pinching his face, and his nostrils were a little itchy. Hatshu! Yelyanchen sneezed and woke up directly. He found Shui Yu'er lying on his face, scratching his nostrils with her hair. Ha ha ha! Little brother, get up and eat. It's almost dark. Shui Yu'er's soft and cute voice sounded in Yelyanchen's ears. The girl saw Yelyanchen sneeze and laughed. "Two sisters, you are off." Yelyanchen found that it was late, and Shui Binger and her sister had already served their meals, so he had to get up helplessly. "You slept until dark. Get up and wash your hands and eat." Shui Binger put the 3 lunch boxes in her hand on the table in the hall outside and called Yelyanchen to get up and eat. "Thank you, sisters." Yelyanchen got up quickly, washed up, and then went to the hall to have dinner with the 2 little beauties. "When will Aunt Lan come back?" Lan Ziadi and the others took a dozen senior students to hunt soul beasts. It has been 20 days. Yelyanchen is also very worried. After all, they are his only relatives left in this world. "Don't worry, my mother and grandmother are here. They are all soul Douluo cultivators, and my aunt is also a soul saint cultivator. There are also 3 soul emperor teachers. They will be fine and will be back soon. Shui Bing'er comforted beside him. I am 4 years old now. In 2 years, I will be able to awaken my martial soul. Then I can practice. Xiao Chen will definitely awaken a powerful martial soul and become a titled Douluo in the future. Xiao Chen, I will follow you. Let's go. While eating, the Shui Bing'er sisters told Yeliang Chen some knowledge about soul master cultivation. Yeliang Chen listened carefully. Although he also knew the soul master cultivation method from novels in his previous life, he still had to learn about the details. Now he is just a 4-year-old child, and he must try his best to play the role of a child. When he cultivates to the level of soul master, he will give the Hunyuan Ju to his relatives around him, and then lie that it is a self-created method, so that he will not be exposed. After eating, Yeliang Chen thought of the foundation building pill, so he directly picked up the box of sugar bean snacks on the table next to him and pretended to eat it, preparing to let the 2 little girls eat the foundation building pill inadvertently. 2 sisters, open your mouth and eat the candy beans. Yeliang Chen picked up the 2 foundation building pills, mixed them with the 2 candy beans, and put them into Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer's mouths respectively, letting them eat them. These candy beans are delicious. Shui Bing'er and her sister chewed the candy beans and felt warm all over. They were very comfortable, but they did not doubt it. They just felt that their brother was very good to them, which touched them and made them feel warm in their hearts. In this way, they were allowed to eat the foundation building pills. I am so talented. Yeliang Chen praised himself in his heart. With the blessing of the foundation building pills, the 2 little girls will have a much easier path to practice in the future. Later, they will go to get the fairy grass of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes to let their martial spirits evolve. That kind of opportunity cannot be left to Tang San. 2 hours later, it was dark. Yeliang Chen returned to the room and prepared to observe the 5 elements divine fist again. There were many moves and steps that he was not familiar with. Shui Bing'er and her sister stayed in the room next to their mother. After all, the adults were not here, and they were worried about leaving the little guy alone here. Cultivators, cultivating souls, cultivators are all superior to others. After watching the 5 elements divine fist and practicing for a while, 3 hours had passed. It was almost dawn. Yeliang Chen took a bath and fell asleep. Chapter 4 Beautiful Teacher Solin. The next morning, after Shui Bing'er and her sister got up, they went to the canteen of the college to get breakfast and came back to find that Yeliang Chen was still sleeping. Little brother Chen can sleep well. He slept until dark yesterday afternoon and fell asleep again shortly after dinner in the evening. He hasn't woken up yet. Shui Yuer shook her head. He is only 4 years old. Of course he sleeps a lot. Shui Bing'er smiled. Sister, it seems that we are only 6 years old. This little guy usually gets up at the same time as us, but it's a little different today, let's go and have a look. The 2 sisters didn't know that Yeliang Chen practiced the 5 elements fist last night, and went to bed almost at dawn. He is sleeping soundly now. Opening the door of Yeliang Chen's room, the 2 sisters tiptoed to the bedside, looking at the little guy sleeping quietly, looking at his cute little face. The 2 sisters stretched out their hands, pinched his face, and couldn't let go. Sleepyhead, get up and have breakfast. Shui Yuer pinched Yeliang Chen's nose and shouted in his ear. 2 sisters, is it dawn? Yeliang Chen, who was sleeping soundly, was tossed by the 2 sisters and could only wake up helplessly. It's already dawn, get up and have breakfast, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Shui Bing'er pulled the little guy up and pushed him to wash up. I didn't sleep much last night, and was pulled up by the 2 girls. I was too sleepy. Yeliang Chen yawned while eating breakfast, which was very funny. Little brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer saw that the little guy's eyelids were fighting when he was eating breakfast. They were worried that he was sick, so they reached out and touched the little guy's forehead and found that it was not hot. Sisters, I'm fine. Eat quickly. Class is about to start, otherwise you will be late. Yeliang Chen couldn't tell the other party that he almost didn't sleep all night last night to practice boxing, so he had to force himself to cheer up and quickly finish the food in the lunchbox. Sisters, I'm going out to play first. A few minutes later, Yeliang Chen finished his breakfast, said goodbye to the 2 sisters, and walked out of the house to a lake in the distance to enjoy the morning sunshine. Brother Xiao Chen, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell us. Shui Bing'er and her sister shouted behind him. Got it, you guys go to class quickly. Yeliang Chen waved at them, and while walking, he looked at the beauties of different sizes on the college square. Not to mention, after looking at the beauties, he felt much better. Sure enough. Looking at beauties can make people feel happy. Brother Xiao Chen. Along the way, many beauties greeted Yeliang Chen, and even some beauties in the advanced class kissed him on the face. For this kind of thing, Liang Chen could not resist and could only let them do what they wanted. Good morning, sisters. While greeting these beauties, Liang Chen walked towards Zizuyuan deep in the academy. Zizuyuan is where the previous dean lived. She is also Shui Binger's grandmother, named Shui Lingfeng, who is over 70 years old and has reached the 83rd level Soul Douluo. The rule that Tianshui Academy only accepts beauties was made by her. She is an old woman with a very strange temper. However, the old dean loves Liang Chen very much and treats him like his own grandson. Liang Chen often goes to Zizuyuan to play and chat with the old man to relieve his boredom. It happened that she was out recently, helping the students in the advanced class to hunt soul beasts with Lan Ziadi and others. Liang Chen planned to go to Zizuyuan to practice for a while so that no one could discover his secret. Just as Liang Chen was running forward quickly, he suddenly seemed to hit something very elastic at a corner and was bounced away 3 meters away. He fell to the ground. Ouch! Liang Chen felt that he was about to fall apart. He climbed up from the ground with difficulty and rubbed his buttocks. He fell hard. His hands and feet were bruised and his skin was broken a little, but there was no heavy bleeding, so it was not a big problem. Fortunately, he had taken the foundation building pill and practiced the Hunyuan Ju before, which made his body much stronger. Otherwise, he would not be able to get up after this fall. Xiao Chen, I'm your sister, sang Jun. Let me see if you are injured anywhere. Oh my god! You fell like this. It's all the teacher's fault. The teacher will take you to the infirmary immediately. At this moment, a long-legged beauty in a tight blue skirt hurried to Liang Chen, hugged him in her arms, touched him all over, and gently massaged the bruises on the little guy's body with soul power, preparing to take him to treat his injuries. At this moment, the beauty thought, this little guy is the weak spot of Dean Lan Ziadi. If she gets hurt by him, the dean will definitely kill her. Teacher Solin, why is it you? Liang Chen saw that the beauty who was healing him was actually Solin, Shui Binger's class teacher. Solin is a 38-year-old beauty, a level 69 strong attacking soul emperor, and her martial soul is a white pig. She is beautiful, with fair skin, willow-shaped eyebrows, cherry mouth, melon seed face, and seductive red lips, revealing a charming atmosphere. A pair of beautiful eyes with blue light make people feel bright at first sight. At this moment, she is wearing a tight blue skirt, and aqua blue stockings are put on her slender legs, showing her curvy and delicate body to the fullest. Ahem. Do not look at it if it is indecent. Do not look at it if it is indecent. Where are you going, little guy, in such a hurry? You didn't even look at the road and bumped into me. You must be hurt. Teacher will take you to treat your injuries first. Solin hugged the little guy's soft and cute body tightly, feeling extremely distressed. She continued to massage the bruises on the little guy's body with soul power. Fortunately, the little guy didn't hurt his bones, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Teacher Solin, there's no need to go to the medical room. I'm fine. Liang Chen refused to go to the medical room. This little the injury was not worth mentioning, so he wanted to break free from Solin's arms, but the other party was a high-level soul emperor and could not break free from her arms at all. Xiao Chen is already 4 years old. He will be able to awaken his martial soul in 2 years. When the time comes, I will teach you to practice in person. Solin thought to herself, this little guy is the child of Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan. The couple is so talented, their child must be good. It must be very fulfilling to train this little guy into a talent. Ye Feng, Ye Feng. I lost to Lu Ruyan back then, and I lost convincingly. Now your son is in my hands, I will definitely train him well, maybe something unexpected will happen in the future. Solin thought crookedly in her heart, but she could only think about it. If she really dared to do this, Lan Ziadi and her sister would definitely kill her. Teacher Solin, I am a man. After awakening my martial soul, the academy should not let me practice here. Liang Chen thought to himself that Lan Ziadi should not break the academy rules for himself. Xiao Chen, you think too much. You are the sweetheart of the dean. She will never send you to a soul master academy outside. Besides, your dean grandma loves you so much, she will not let you go. Solin pinched the cute little face of the little guy and smiled charmingly. She also knew that Lan Ziadi and Lu Ruyan had an agreement, and the purpose was self-evident. Teacher Solin, please go to class. I'm going to play over there. After Solin treated the wound on Liang Chen's body for a while, it didn't hurt much, so he quickly persuaded Solin to go to class. Although it was very comfortable to be held by a beautiful woman, he was only a 4-year-old child and could not do anything. Boo. Okay then. Xiao Chen, you have to be careful. Teacher will come to see you when I'm free tonight. Seeing that Liang Chen was fine, Solin kissed him on the face affectionately, then stepped out with her long legs, stepped on the mysterious steps, and swayed towards the primary teaching area in the distance. Hiss. I wonder if you can stand it. Anyway, I can't stand it. Being kissed by these beauties early in the morning, especially a mature and top-notch beauty like Solin, who was full of lethality, made Yangchen helpless. I'm just a 4-year-old child. Why do you want me to suffer such a great crime? Yangchen shook his head helplessly, wiped the lip prints on his face, and quickly walked towards the Zizua courtyard deep in the woods. The Zizua courtyard is located on a small hill in the deepest part of the college, about 3 kilometers away from the teaching area. It is full of purple bamboos, which were planted by the old dean himself. It is very quiet and no one comes to disturb it. It is very suitable for quiet cultivation. Tianshui College is built by the mountains and rivers, covering a large area. In addition to teaching buildings, canteens, dance halls, office buildings, dormitory areas, squares, there are also several lakes, small forests, gardens, simulated training areas, etc. The entire Tianshui College covers an area of at least 10 square kilometers. It is more like a small city than a college. It took Yangchen about an hour to finally run to this small courtyard, open the bamboo door of the small courtyard, walk into the bamboo house in the courtyard, lie on a rocking chair, feel the tranquility in the small courtyard, and feel very comfortable. No one will disturb me now, and I can finally practice with peace of mind. Yangchen sat cross-legged on the bamboo floor and began to practice Hunyuanju, striving to achieve the minimum requirement of full innate soul power when awakening the martial soul. Sitting cross-legged calms the mind, relaxes and calms naturally. Lips and teeth close lightly, breathing slowly. As the spiritual energy slowly flows into the body and continues to run in the meridians, Yangchen suddenly feels refreshed and no longer sleepy. 2 hours later, Yangchen finished his training, rested for a quarter of an hour, and then began to practice the 5 elements divine fist again. Shua Shua. As he gradually became familiar with it, he got used to the movements. After a set of movements, he fought vigorously. Yangchen felt that he was similar to those little monks practicing in the movies. At the same time, in the primary teaching area in the distance, the beautiful teacher Solin was on the playground, guiding Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu and others to practice fighting spirits. Buzz at this time, Shui Yu'er burst out with a breath, and her soul power broke through to level 10, causing the girls to exclaim. Yu'er's soul power has broken through to level 10, which is great. Solin came to Shui Yu'er and used her soul power to check Shui Yu'er's body. She found that the girl's soul power was extremely strong and her foundation was solid, which surprised her. Yu'er, very good. As a teacher, Solin was very pleased to see her student's strength improve. It's all thanks to the teacher. Shui Yu'er smiled modestly. Shui Bing'er's soul power also broke through to level 13 at this time, which surprised the girls even more. Oh my god! You two sisters gave me such a big surprise today. Solin excitedly hugged Shui Bing'er and her sister in her arms, kissed them hard on the face, and was very happy. Bing'er, Yu'er, congratulations! Shui Wu, Yu Hero and others cheered around Shui Bing'er and her sister. They were also very happy to see that their sister's strength had improved. Thank you. Shui Bing'er and her sister smiled sweetly at everyone. The two girls were also confused. According to their own estimates, it would take at least 2 months to break through. They didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Since Yu'er has broken through to level 10, I have to find a soul ring for her. Solin touched Shui Yu'er's little head and thought to herself, but it's better to wait until the dean and the others come back. After all, this little girl the head is also the daughter of Lan Xiaoling, the vice president of the college. Time soon came to lunchtime. Shui Bing'er and her sister came to the woods where Yangchen often slept and found that the little guy was not there. Where did Xiao Chen go? The two sisters looked around but could not find him. They returned to their mother's residence but still could not find him. This made them very anxious. Have you seen Xiao Chen? The sisters anxiously asked other students about Yangchen's whereabouts. We seem to see him running to the Zizua courtyard of the dean's grandmother this morning. He should be there. At this time, several students in the advanced class told Shui Bing'er about the situation. How did this little guy run to his grandmother? That place is 3 kilometers away from the teaching area. Shui Bing'er was immediately at a loss for words, so she took out 3 boxes of lunch from the cafeteria and ran to Zizua courtyard with Shui Yu'er. The two are now soul masters, and their physical fitness is very good. After a while, the two sisters ran to Zizuyuan in a dusty manner. When they opened the bamboo door, they saw Yangchen sitting cross-legged on the ground, thinking hard, and practicing in a serious manner. Little brother Chen, why are you here? Shui Yu'er stepped forward and pulled Yangchen up. I'm learning to practice. I usually see you practice, and I think it's quite fun. I want to try it too. Yangchen saw Shui Bing'er carrying 3 lunch boxes and suddenly remembered that it was noon. Little fool, you haven't awakened your martial soul yet, how can you practice? You can only practice after you awaken your martial soul. Shui Bing'er rubbed Yangchen's little head and popularized some soul master knowledge to him. Can't you practice without awakening your martial soul? Yangchen blinked his beautiful big eyes and pretended to be very curious. He was not practicing martial soul, but just practicing Hunyuanju. Shui Yuer smiled sweetly, sister. I think Xiao Chen likes quietness. There are only girls in the academy, so he is embarrassed and runs here to hide. Two sisters, please teach me to practice. Maybe I will awaken the innate full soul power in 2 years. In order not to arouse suspicion, Ye Yangchen deliberately asked the two girls to teach him meditation practice. Innate full soul power, how can it be so easy? Eat first. We will teach you later. Shui Binger smiled sweetly, put the food on the table, and took Ye Yangchen to wash his hands. When she saw the scars on the little guy's hands, she was shocked. Xiao Chen, how did you get hurt? Sister. Look, Xiaoken's feet are also scratched. Shui Yuer was sharp-eyed and saw a scar on Ye Yangchen's ankle, which was very painful. Sisters, I'm fine. Ye Yangchen shook his head. This minor injury was not worth mentioning to him. It had been several hours and the wound had already scarred. If they had come a little later, the wound might have healed. Tell me quickly, what's wrong with your injury? Shui Binger asked worriedly. It's really nothing. I just fell down accidentally. Let's eat quickly. Ye Yangchen waved his fist to indicate that he was fine, but he couldn't say that he was injured by the beautiful teacher, so he could only use eating to change the topic. Seeing Ye Yangchen eating voraciously, Shui Binger and her sister were relieved and started eating. Brother Xiao Chen, I have good news for you. My soul power has broken through to level 10, and my sister has also broken through to level 13. Shui Yuer shared the good news with Ye Yangchen while eating. Wow! So amazing! Congratulations to the two sisters. Ye Yangchen said excitedly. It seems that the effect of the foundation building pill is quite good. Overnight, the two little girls broke through the bottleneck. When they get the fairy grass of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in the future, their martial spirits will evolve and soar into the sky. Brother Xiao Chen, this is the meditation practice method, remember it. Remember to go home in the afternoon. After finishing lunch, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer taught Ye Yangchen the meditation practice method, and then prepared to go back to school. They still had classes in the afternoon, and before leaving, they reminded Ye Yangchen to remember to go home. Got it, two sisters, you should go to class quickly. Ye Yangchen waved to the two girls, and then took a walk in Zizuyuan. He had just finished his meal and needed to digest it. In the evening, the beautiful teacher Solin came to the dean's office building. Seeing the three little cuties eating dinner quietly, Solin's heart was immediately melted. Teacher Solin, why are you here? Shui Binger and her sister asked in surprise. Binger, Yuer, the teacher apologizes to you. This morning the teacher bumped into Xiao Chen, causing him to fall and get injured. After Solin finished speaking, she walked to Ye Yangchen with a mysterious step, hugged him in her arms, and checked his injuries. Xiao Chen, does it still hurt? Teacher Solin, I'm really fine, it doesn't hurt. Ye Yangchen was also helpless. Being hugged by a beautiful woman like this all the time was really killing him. Little brother Xiao Chen, you told us at noon that you fell down by yourself. Shui Binger and her sister blamed the little guy for not telling them the truth. Sisters, I just fell down, it's normal. When I just learned to walk, I often fell down. It's okay. Ye Yangchen was helpless. Waving his hands, he felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. Xiao Chen, the teacher is moved by you. This little guy is only 4 years old, but he has taken the responsibility on himself, which makes Solin, a 38-year-old leftover woman, so moved that she kissed him on the face several times. Come, the teacher will feed you. Solin took the lunch box on the table in her hand, and then fed the little guy one spoonful at a time. Teacher Solin, I can eat by myself. Although it is very pleasant to be fed by a beautiful woman, as a man who has gotten rid of vulgar tastes, Ye Yangchen feels very uncomfortable. Be good. Be obedient. Solin's maternal love overflowed, and she would not let Ye Yangchen leave her arms at all. This little guy lost his parents when he was 3 months old, which is very pitiful. I will care for him more in the future and let him feel the love of a mother. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. Ye Yangchen thought, this time and space administration is really sensible, arranging him in Tianshui College, which is full of beauties. The third classmate next door doesn't have such a good treatment. While he is enjoying the beauty feeding him, he can only drink porridge and eat pickles with the unreliable Tang Dachui. Chapter 5 Tianshui Secrets. Time passed slowly, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Yangchen still practiced Hunyuanju and Wuxing Shenchuan in Zizuyuan every day to lay a foundation for his body. After 10 days of practice, his strength is very strong, and now he can lift his own weight. When he was an ordinary person before, it took a long time to run 3 kilometers, and he was exhausted, but now it doesn't take long to finish, and it's very easy, even without breathing. Hunyuanju is indeed a peerless magic skill. I have just started learning it, and it has such an effect. If I practice the last 2 chapters in the future, it will be great. The strengthening of cultivation has also doubled Ye Liangchen's appetite. Every time he eats voraciously, which surprises Shui Bing'er and her sister. However, they all think that it is normal for the little guy to run several kilometers every day and eat more. One day, Ye Liangchen and Shui Bing'er were having dinner. The 3 of them were happily chatting while eating. Kaka. At this time, the door was opened from outside. 2 extremely beautiful women who looked about 30 years old and an old woman in her 50s walked in. Seeing the 3 little guys eating dinner happily, the scene was very warm. The 3 women showed a gratified smile on their faces, with a strong doting look in their eyes. These 3 people are Lan Ziadi, Lan Xiaoling, and their mother Shui Lingfeng. They left the academy for a month and obtained the 4th soul ring for more than a dozen level 40 students. Now they are finally back. Dean Grandma, Aunt Lan, you are back. Ye Liangchen exclaimed. Seeing the elders, he naturally had to say hello. Lan Ziadi, 46 years old, Spirit of Ice Phoenix, 82nd level Soul Douluo, to be able to cultivate to Soul Douluo at this age, her innate spirit power is at least around level 9, Shui Bing'er is her spirit. Lan Xiaoling is a little bit worse, Spirit of Yingya Dolphin, 75th level Soul Saint, 2 years younger than her sister. Although both of them are over 40 years old, they look like they are only in their 30s, and they are stunningly beautiful, both are top beauties, second only to Bibi Dong and Lan Yinhuang, who are top mother level beauties. Shui Lingfeng is over 70 years old, Spirit of Ice Phoenix, 83rd level Soul Douluo, looks like she is only 50 years old, not old at all, kind-faced, very beautiful. Shui Lingfeng was also a great beauty when she was young, and her perfect genes were also passed on to Lan Ziadi and her sister, and the sister's genes were passed on to Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er. Anyway, this family is full of beauties. Mom, Grandma, we miss you so much. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er cheered in surprise and immediately ran to their relatives to act like spoiled brats. Now they are only 6 or 7-year-old girls. After being separated from their elders for a month, they naturally miss them very much. We miss you too. Shui Lingfeng stretched out his hand and hugged his 2 granddaughters, feeling very relieved. During the month when we were away from home, the 2 of us were very happy. Shui Lingfeng smiled sweetly. Mom, we are almost 7 years old now. Taking care of brother Xiaochen is a piece of cake. The 2 sisters Shui Bing'er waved their hands, indicating that they have grown up. In this month, they took good care of Ye Liangchen. Lan Ziadi came over and hugged Ye Liangchen, who was eating, in her arms. She looked left and right and found that the little guy had changed a lot. Oh. It's only been a month since we last saw each other, and our little baby has grown a lot taller. Hee. Not only that, the little guy's body has become much stronger. Shui Fengling stretched out her hand and pinched Ye Liangchen's body. She was very surprised to feel the powerful strength of the little guy's body. Bing'er, Yu'er, what did you feed your brother? How come he has grown so strong after not seeing him for a month? The Lan Ziadi sisters were also surprised by the little guy's physical fitness. It felt stronger than Shui Bing'er's. You know, Shui Bing'er has already been a 12th level soul master. Little brother Xiaochen saw us practicing, and he also wanted to learn, so we taught him the meditation practice method, and then he ran to Grandma's purple bamboo courtyard every morning to practice, and said that he might reach the innate full soul power in the future. Little brother Xiaochen is very good at eating now, and his appetite has doubled compared to before. Shui Bing'er and her sister introduced the changes in Ye Liangchen in recent days. To be honest, they were also amazed at the changes in this little guy. Ye Liangchen also smiled innocently. As a time traveler, he has become a child again. He naturally has to play the role of a child in front of his elders. Our little Chen is great. He knows how to practice now. He will definitely become the strongest soul master in the future. Lan Ziadi kissed Ye Liangchen's little face hard and kept praising him. This little guy is so lovable. At the same time, she was thinking, Ye Feng, Lu Ruyan, if you have spirits in heaven, you can rest in peace. Full innate soul power is really possible in Xiaochen. Shui Lingfeng and her 2 daughters looked at each other. They knew that Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan were both full innate soul power. At the age of 40, they were already 89 level soul Douluo strength. The talent of their children must not be bad. The female pope of the spirit hall had a very good relationship with Ye Feng and his wife. She favored the couple and invited them to join the spirit hall. However, Ye Feng and his wife liked to be free and unrestrained and were unwilling to join any forces. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on them. When Ye Feng and his wife were about to be promoted to title Douluo, they met the god of killing and died one after another. They did not expect that such a famous and upright person would be a murderous and inhumane hypocrite. Lan Ziadi would never forget the hatred for the hypocrite. Her husband also died in that battle. In the end, Ye Feng and his wife blocked the opponent's attack by self-destructing to save themselves. But Ye Liangchen is still young now. She doesn't want the little guy to be involved now. In addition, the enemy is a title Douluo. If she wants to take revenge, she must prepare in advance. Auntie Lan, Sister Yuer's soul power has reached level 10, and Sister Binger's soul power has also risen to level 13. Liang Chen changed the subject to give them a surprise, then returned to the stool and ate quietly to prevent the three women from noticing the changes in his body. Hee. I'm awesome, right? Shui Yuer turned around in front of the three elders, showing off her achievements, very happy, like a little angel. Shui Binger was more reserved, probably because her martial soul was the Ice Phoenix. My dear daughter, is this the surprise you gave me? I'm so happy. Lan Ziadi and Lan Xiaoling were very happy to see that the spirit power level of the two little girls had increased. They hugged their daughters in their arms and kissed them non-stop. Shui Fengling used her spirit power to sense the bodies of the two granddaughters and found that their foundations were more solid, their spirit power was extremely strong, and they felt that their talents had improved a lot, especially Shui Yuer's changes, which really surprised her. Good. My two good granddaughters may become titled Douluo in the future. Mother, since our sect fell into decline, there has been no titled Douluo for hundreds of years. It is too difficult to reach that level. What we can't do may happen to Binger and Yuer. If the two girls can really reach that level, we will rebuild the sect. I hope I can live to see that day. The royal family of the Tiandu Empire is now corrupt, especially that prince. He relies on the royal power and covets the beauty of you sisters. It's disgusting. One day we will be independent and no longer rely on any force. Mother, don't worry, we can protect ourselves. Shui Lingfeng and her two daughters are imagining the future. Tianshui sect was originally a big sect, and there were also titled Douluo strong men. But it declined hundreds of years ago. Later, the Tiandu Empire extended an olive branch to the sect, and the sect became dependent on the empire. Later, the sect was directly built into Tianshui College and passed down in this way. But now facing the evil thoughts of those in power in the royal family, Lan Ziadi also feels a lot of pressure. Liang Chen listened to all this quietly, thinking, there are still people coveting the beauty of Lan Ziadi and her sister, it should be the LSP of Prince Swexing. That old guy is really not a good thing, greedy for money, lustful, selling slaves, and doing all kinds of bad things. When I become stronger in the future, I will find a chance to kill him. He dares to think about his relatives, which is simply lighting a lamp in the toilet. With my help, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer can become titled Douluo, which is simply child's play. But I have to find a way to help Lan Ziadi and the others improve their strength. After all, they are also my relatives in this world. If I can make them become titled Douluo, it will be a great thing for the entire Tianshui Academy and myself. I don't know if the foundation building pill still has any effect on them now. But I have to try it. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. After all, the foundation building pill is brought in the game and is a good treasure. Shui Yu trademark trademark S soul power has been raised to level 10, and it trademark S time to get a soul ring. After breakfast the next day, Lan Ziadi and Lan Xiaoling took the two little girls to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts for Shui Yu trademark and get the first soul ring. Shui Lingfeng did not go out with them, but stayed to take care of Liang Chen trademark S life. Now this guy is only 4 years old, and they can trademark T-Bear to leave him alone in the academy. Liang Chen followed Shui Lingfeng back to Zizuyuan. He also asked many questions about the history of Tianshui Academy, and the old man also patiently answered Liang Chen. Liang Chen also learned that Tianshui sect was once a super sect. The Ice Phoenix is the inherited martial spirit of Tianshui sect. In order to ensure the inheritance, the direct lineage women in Tianshui sect are married by recruiting sons-in-law, and the children born also take the mother trademark S surname. The direct lineage women of Tianshui sect generally choose husbands who are water attribute soul masters, but they are weaker than the women. The children born can ensure the inheritance of martial spirits, but they are not as good as the outsiders. When two clans marry, their martial souls will always change. For example, Shui Yuer and her mother Lan Xiaoling inherited the martial soul from the man. Now other soul masters of Tianshui sect live in Tianshui city. Some of them are officials. Even the city lord is an elder of Tianshui sect, a 65-level soul emperor. Dean Grandma, why does Tianshui college only accept beautiful soul masters? Liang Chen asked curiously. After all, this rule was set by Shui Lingfeng when she was managing the college. Stinky boy, why are you asking these questions at such a young age? Shui Lingfeng smiled unhappily. She couldn't tell this little guy about her troubles in the past. Dean Grandma, can you tell me about it? Liang Chen had a guess in his heart that it must be Shui Binger's grandfather who hurt this woman's heart, so he played the curious nature of a child and begged the old man. Humph. No man in the world is a good thing. Shui Lingfeng snorted coldly. Ah. Dean Grandma, what's going on? After hearing Shui Lingfeng's words, Liang Chen confirmed his guess, so he pretended to be confused and wanted the old lady to say it herself. No. How could I say such a thing? I was led into the ditch by this little guy. Stinky boy, who did you learn this from? You can set traps, you deserve to be beaten. Shui Lingfeng held Ye Yangchen in her arms with one hand and slapped his little butt twice. Papa! The crisp applause sounded, making Ye Yangchen feel what the elder's care is. Dean Grandma, if you don't want to say it, why do you want to hit me? Ye Yangchen rubbed his butt that was beaten so painful, thinking that this old woman's temper was really weird. If I don't beat you, you will learn bad things in the future. Shui Fengling laughed. But since Xiao Chen wants to know, Grandma will tell you today. Our Shui family. Yu Shuolingfeng told the little guy some secrets, and Ye Yangchen moved a small stool and sat beside him to listen quietly. From Shuolingfeng's narration, Ye Yangchen learned that Tianshui sect is now based on the academy, and women have always been the masters of the family. Shuolingfeng's husband is Luo Wuji, who is also a son-in-law. When the two got married, they were fine in the first few years. Because the woman is more powerful, the man can't stand it after a long time, but he dare not do anything, so he sneaked to the brothel to eat, drink, whore and gamble. Later, he was caught by Shui Fengling, who divorced him directly with a divorce letter. Since then, there has been no news from him. It is said that he was buried in the mouth of a soul beast. There were male teachers and male students in Tianshui College at that time. Since then, Shuolingfeng believed that there was no good man in the world, so she dismissed all the male teachers and male students in the academy. The rule that Tianshui College only accepts women was established from that time. Female soul masters in Douluo continent are not as well off as male soul masters. This rule of Tianshui College has greatly protected these female soul masters. However, over time, the female teachers of Tianshui College have developed a kind of pride, so they made a rule to accept only beautiful women, thinking that ordinary-looking women will lower the grade of Tianshui College. They are also worried about the lack of students, so they have to open it to civilians to ensure the source of students, but the prerequisite is that they must be water-attributed soul masters. This rule of Tianshui College has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it protects many female soul masters, and the disadvantage is that it has caused many female bachelors in Tianshui College. Xiao Chen. Do you think Grandma did the right thing? Shui Lingfeng also felt a little guilty about the fact that many older female bachelors were born in Tianshui College, and some female soul masters did not even plan to marry for life. Grandma. I was still young, how could I know this? Of course Ye Yangchen knew that this was feminism, wasn't it? But in order to play the role of a child well, he could only pretend not to understand. If Tianshui College continues like this, it will definitely disappear from the world. I hope that one day I can change all this. Shui Lingfeng sighed and shook her head helplessly. Shui Lingfeng has already placed her hopes on this little guy in her heart. A woman's intuition tells her that the little guy in front of her will definitely stand on the top of the world in the future. Ye Feng also said at the beginning that the teaching method of Tianshui College was too extreme and would decline sooner or later. Now Shui Lingfeng thinks of those words and feels that they make sense. Dean Grandma, I still have 2 years to awaken my martial soul. Should I go to the Soul Master Academy outside to practice? Ye Yangchen deliberately tried to see if what teacher Solin said was true. Silly child, you are the child of Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan, and you are our little baby. How can Grandma send you outside? Hearing what Ye Yangchen said, Shui Lingfeng remembered that when Ye Feng and his wife died, this little guy was only 3 months old. She was immediately heartbroken and quickly hugged Ye Yangchen in her arms. Grandma Dean, why don't Aunt Lan and the others have the surname Shui? Ye Yangchen was very curious about why the mother of Shui Binger and her sister didn't have the surname Shui. Binger and Yuer's mother were originally named Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu. After an incident, when your parents and Binger's father were in trouble, they changed their names to hide their identities and better protect you. Grandma only hopes that you can live in peace and not live in hatred. Shui Lingfeng didn't say the name of the enemy, but Ye Yangchen knew that holding a sledgehammer blood was all over his body. Wasn't it Tang Dachui's killing god domain and Haoshan hammer? Tang Dachui, you are finished. Ye Yangchen has now proved his conjecture. He can beat Tang Dachui in the future. Anyway, this world respects the strong. Whoever is strong is right. Don't worry, Dean Grandma. One day, I will avenge my parents. Ye Yangchen came down from Shui Lingfeng's arms, then sat cross-legged on a flat stone in the yard and began to practice Hunyuanju. Now that the identity of the enemy has been determined, he has to work hard. Looking at the little guy who was practicing in the yard, Shui Lingfeng felt very painful. It was too cruel to let him bear hatred at such a young age. Shui Lingfeng remembered that some college teachers had talked about Ye Feng and his wife before, so she quietly rushed to the teaching area. She wanted to give all teachers and students a gag order not to reveal Ye Yangchen's identity. Chapter 6, The Awakening of the Martial Soul shocked the world. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Yangchen is 6 years old and has grown a lot taller, about 1.2 meters tall. After practicing the 5 elements divine fist for 2 years, his body has become stronger. Now he can lift several times his own weight with one hand. After 2 years of practice, Ye Chen has reached the entry level of the first part of the Hunyuanju. This magical skill has no level restrictions on the level of soul masters. According to Ye Chen's own speculation, from soul masters to soul kings, there is a small success level, and from soul kings to titled Douluo, there is a great success level. As for perfection, it should be a level 99 extreme Douluo, extraordinary is a 100 level god, mysterious realm corresponds to the level between the 3rd and 1st level gods, divine corresponds to the god king, supreme is the creator god, or even higher. Each major realm is gradual, and the specific situation will have to wait for me to verify it one by one later. Ye Chen also practiced the 5 elements divine fist to the entry level, but he couldn't transform his soul into a shape. When practicing this fist, Ye Chen usually practiced in the small forest farthest from the academy to prevent others from seeing him. During the past 2 years, Ye Chen racked his brains and finally gave the foundation building pill to Shui Lingfeng, Lan Ziadi and Lan Xiaoling at different times. During this process, Ye Chen mixed the foundation building pill with sugar beans and let them eat it himself. For example, when Lan Xiaoling and her sister were handling daily documents at the academy, Ye Chen poured them a cup of hot tea and took out snacks and sugar beans for them to eat. The 3 girls were moved by the little guy's filial piety. When their bodies were nourished by the energy in the foundation building pill, they felt warm all over. They all thought it was due to happiness and did not doubt that it was a panacea. In order to let them take the foundation building pill without finding any abnormalities, Ye Chen took great pains, and the foundation building pill did not disappoint him. The soul power of Lan Ziadi and her sister increased by 1 level in the past 2 years, and so did the old Dean Shui Lingfeng. On this day, Ye Chen's martial soul awakening ceremony officially began. The senior leaders of the academy gathered in the academy's martial soul awakening hall to witness this moment. After all, Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan both had innate full soul power. Ye Feng's martial soul was a mysterious sword, and Lu Ruyan's martial soul was a mysterious humanoid martial soul. The couple's martial souls were both mysterious and powerful, and everyone wanted to see if the little guy would have twin martial souls. Sisters Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu, Yu Haro and other little girls also looked curiously. Xiao Chen. Grandma will awaken your martial soul for you. Shui Lingfeng pulled Ye Chen and walked to the martial soul awakening instrument. Xiao Chen. Come on, sister believes that you will definitely awaken a powerful martial soul. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu and other girls stood by and waved to Ye Chen to cheer him up. The martial soul awakening instrument is a magic array made of 6 blue gems as big as fists and some jade. The 6 gems form a hexagram array with lines carved on it. There is a jade pillar at the bottom and a blue crystal ball on the top, which is specially used to test the level of soul power. This crystal ball can test the level 30 soul power. This instrument is not very expensive. Every year, many deacons of the Spirit Hall bring the awakening instrument to awaken martial souls for civilians on the mainland. However, the materials of this set of instruments in Tianshui College seem to be very precious, and it is estimated that it will cost hundreds of gold soul coins. Soul masters are the most advanced profession in this world. The best resources of the entire continent are controlled by the Spirit Hall, major sects, and empires. It is very difficult for low-level civilians to become soul masters. This is why the Spirit Hall has established branch Spirit Halls everywhere to awaken martial souls for civilians for free. Secondly, this method can be used to find talents. After all, everyone in this world has a martial soul, and among a large number of civilians, some good seedlings can always be found. Dean Grandma, what should I do? Looking at the magical instrument in front of him, Ye Chen was also curious about what his 2 martial souls were. Xiao Chen. Stand in the center of that hexagonal magic circle, relax your mind, and don't be nervous. Chirp. Shui Lingfeng told Ye Chen to stand well, and then summoned her Ice Phoenix martial soul. As soon as the martial soul came out, it made a phoenix cry, and the temperature of the entire hall dropped instantly. Buzz. Yellow, purple, black, 8 soul rings slowly rose from Shui Lingfeng, forming a big circle, covering her in the center. Dean Grandma, your martial soul is so powerful. Seeing this martial soul and the 8 soul rings in person, Ye Chen was still a little shocked, which was much more shocking than watching anime in his previous life. Xiao Chen. This is Grandma's martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix. Now Grandma is going to input the spirit power into the magic circle and transfer it to your body, so that you can feel it. Awaken the martial soul, don't be nervous. Shui Lingfeng also warned the little guy, fearing that he would be nervous. I understand. Ye Chen closed his eyes, relaxed, and stood quietly in the center of the magic circle. After all, in his previous life, he had seen the blind Douluo doge awaken the martial soul for countless travelers in the novel, and he was already familiar with these routines. Buzz. Shui Lingfeng stretched her hand into a groove in the magic circle and injected soul power into it continuously. Shua shua. In an instant, the magic circle was activated, and the 6 gems emitted light. The continuous soul power was transmitted into Ye Liangchen's body through the magic circle, making him feel extremely comfortable. Ye Liangchen also felt with his mind that the martial soul of the game character in his body had been unsealed, and there was a line of words prompting, use it or not. Use it. With a thought, the 2 martial souls immediately merged into his body, but the information displayed surprised Ye Liangchen. The 2 martial souls turned out to be the goddess of life and Chunjun, one of the 10 famous swords in ancient times. Yes. The goddess of life is one of the 5 great gods. It turned out to be his martial soul. In this case, will the god of destruction kill him? However, when Ye Liangchen thought about it, since this martial soul was brought to him by the game plugin, it should not be a big problem. But shouldn't the martial soul of the goddess of life have a divine outfit? Could it be that it has not been fully awakened yet? Forget it, let's take a step forward and see. Buzz. Shuiling Feng has been inputting soul power into Ye Liangchen's body, but the little guy's martial soul has not awakened yet. She feels that the little guy's body is like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing her soul power. Come and help quickly, I feel that the martial soul in Xiaogen's body is very powerful. Shuiling Feng shouted to everyone. Oh my god! What kind of martial soul is this little guy? Grandma Li, Solin, Mu Qingxiu, and Qi, Li Xian and other senior executives were all extremely shocked. I told you that Xiaogen's martial spirit must be very powerful. Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, Shui Wu and other girls cheered and celebrated in the distance. It's incredible. Hearing their mother's words, Lan Xiadi and Lan Xiaoling were overjoyed and rushed over, summoning their martial souls and inputting soul power into the grooves of the formation. Pop. With the input of the 3 people's strong soul power, Ye Liangchen seemed to feel something breaking out of his body. Buzz. A green light shot up from Ye Liangchen's body, and the rich breath of life spread throughout the air, and the people in the whole hall felt extremely comfortable. Infant. Solin and Mu Qingxiu were nourished by the life force, and they couldn't help but moan comfortably. A beautiful woman floated out from Ye Liangchen's left hand and attached to his back. This woman has a stunning face, a tall figure, a pair of exquisite jade feet, wrapped with green ribbons, like the most beautiful works of art. She wears a green dress, and even her hair is green. The ethereal breath is like a fairy in the sky. Then, a simple long sword appeared in Ye Liangchen's right hand, standing on the right side behind him. The sword is 3 feet and 3 meters long, with the sword body covered with simple patterns, a black and yellow hilt, and 6 purple gems inlaid. It is very exquisite and is a noble and unparalleled sword. When the Chunjun sword came out, the sharp breath brought by the sword seemed to be able to split the sky. This is a beautiful and dangerous sword, with the sharp breath hidden under the gorgeous appearance. Oh my god! It's a twin martial soul. Xiaogen's human martial soul is so beautiful. Everyone in the hall was stunned, and their mouths opened into an O shape. Xiao Chen inherited his parents' martial soul, but it seems to have mutated again. This mutation should be a benign mutation. Shuiling Feng and Lan Xiadi knew that Ye Feng's martial soul was called Longjian sword, and Lu Ruyan's martial soul was her own appearance, but her hair was white. Ye Liangchen looked at his hair and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it did not turn green because of the possession of the goddess of life martial soul. If the goddess of life martial soul possessed and turned his hair green, then it would really be, if you want to live a decent life, you must have a green head. Just as Ye Liangchen's martial soul awakened, Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu, who were in the Pope's palace and the worship palace in the distant Wuhan city, opened their eyes at the same time. Is this kind of power the breath of God? But what is the other mysterious and sharp breath? Bibi Dong had participated in the Rakshasa God assessment and had the Rakshasa divine mind on her body. Qian Daoliu was also the guardian of the angel temple, so he could naturally feel the breath of divine power. The breath of God actually appeared in the continent. Who could it be? Tang Chen, Tang Chen. Are you still alive? Far away on the distant sea god island, sea god Douluo Poseidon sighed. He. Interesting. As long as it doesn't interfere with me, it's up to you. In the city of slaughter, a strong man with 2 horns on his head, red magic patterns on his face, and a red glow on his body, drank a glass of Bloody Mary and showed an evil smile. Under the lake of life in the center of the star forest, in a hall, a sleeping silver dragon suddenly opened his eyes. This is the breath of life power, and it actually appeared on a human child. The silver dragon felt it carefully and was extremely shocked. The silver dragon is the king of Douluo continent, the ancestor of soul beasts, the silver dragon king, a divine beast, but it is now seriously injured and has only the strength of a 3rd-level god. It is naturally indifferent to divine power. Is very familiar. In the Dragon God War, Azura God cut the Dragon God with a sword, and then split into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King was captured by the God Realm. The Silver Dragon King fled the God Realm with a seriously injured body and came to Douluo continent, hiding under the Lake of Life to recover. The divine power of life appeared in a child. Is the goddess of life planning something? She never likes fighting. Why is she so abnormal? The Silver Dragon King said to himself. Among the several god kings in the god realm, only the goddess of life left a better impression on her. The Silver Dragon King hated the other several god kings very much, especially Azura god. He was cut by Azura sword that year, and the Azura divine power has been attached to the wound, and it has not healed yet. Emperor Tian. The Silver Dragon King woke up the sleeping Black Dragon King Emperor Tian, wanting him to find out the situation. My lord. Why are you awake? Emperor Tian turned into a man in black and came to the temple at the bottom of the lake. The divine power of the goddess of life has appeared on a human child. You should pay attention to his movements in the future. Goddess of life? Lord, is the god realm going to kill us? When Emperor Tian heard the Silver Dragon King mention the goddess of life, he was shocked. Where there is the goddess of life, there must be the god of destruction. That guy is not something they can deal with. I don't know what the goddess of life is going to do. My intuition tells me that this matter may be beneficial to us. We wait and see, but don't hurt the child, otherwise the god of destruction will get angry and we will all be finished. After the Silver Dragon King finished speaking, he fell asleep again. Lord, don't worry. Emperor Tian respectfully accepted the order and left the temple. He did whatever his master told him to do. Emperor Tian. What happened? At this time, a green-haired woman in a dark green dress came to Emperor Tian and asked curiously. The Lord said that the divine power of life appeared in a human child, which may bring a turning point to our soul beast clan. Then what should we do? Capture that human child? No. We have to think about this matter in the long run. We can't judge the future trend now, so let's wait and see. Emperor Tian interrupted the proposal of the green-clothed woman, thinking, who dares to touch the goddess of life, isn't that looking for death? Who can withstand the wrath of the god of destruction? At the same time, in the god realm far above the Douluo world, the goddess of life sat bored in the central hall of the god realm. So boring. So boring. When can I go outside the god realm to take a look? Some time ago, the god of Shura interfered in the affairs of the Douluo continent and was discovered by the god of destruction. This kind of blatant violation of the rules was unbearable for the god of destruction. So he quarreled with the god of Shura and almost fought. In the end, under pressure, the god of Shura temporarily handed over the law enforcement power of the god realm central to be managed by the god of life. The goddess of life used the monitoring artifact to check the situation of the 108 life planets below, and suddenly felt a strong breath of life in Douluo continent, which was exactly the same as her own divine power. Hey! What's going on? The goddess of life carefully looked at the world of Douluo continent through the monitor. In an instant, she saw a human child awakening the goddess of life's martial spirit. This little guy is really against this guy. I didn't give him a martial spirit. How could this happen? And he also has a mysterious long sword martial spirit. Even I can't feel what level it is. It's so interesting. No matter what, the little guy and I are destined to be together. I might as well pass the throne to him. Well. That long sword is of a high level and should be able to withstand Xiaozi's destructive divine power. Let him test it later. The goddess of life is kind by nature. Even if she saw a human child with the same martial spirit as herself, she couldn't bear to hurt him. Instead, she thought it was an opportunity. She and the god of destruction are husband and wife. Because the power of the god of destruction counteracts her life force, they have been unable to give birth to children. Faced with this boring and tedious life, the goddess of life has long been tired of it and wants to leave the cage of the god realm and see the outside world. Now the little human boy in Douluo continent has awakened the goddess of life's martial spirit, so she plans to pass on her position as a god and bring her husband along. The goddess of life uses her authority to control the center of the god realm to observe Ye Liangchen's life martial spirit, and then plans in her mind how to pass on her position to this boy. Well. Got it, isn't she healing in Douluo continent? Just let her help this little guy. The future double god king will surely bring different changes to the god realm. Since the goddess of life did not leave a dojo in Douluo continent, she planned to use other methods to help Ye Liangchen grow up. Ye Liangchen was being targeted by these big guys before he knew he had awakened his martial soul. At this moment, several high-level officials of Tianshui College looked at Ye Liangchen's martial soul curiously. A human-shaped martial soul and a sword were really amazing. Xiao Chen, what is your martial soul called? Lan Ziadi asked beside him. Auntie Lan. My martial soul is called the Goddess of Life and the Chunjun Sword. The high-level officials of Tianshui College didn't know this kind of strange martial soul at all. Chunjun Sword? Goddess of Life? Is it a god? Tianshui sect was also a big sect thousands of years ago. As the direct descendants, Shui Lingfeng and Lan Ziadi also know something about the legend of gods. It's not a god, just a martial spirit. Ye Liangchen explained to everyone that he had just awakened the martial spirit of the Goddess of Life, and he didn't know if he would be targeted by the big guys in the world of gods. But he still didn't want to be targeted. It would be uncomfortable to be stared at by others every day. Let's test the innate soul power first. It stands to reason that Xiaoqin's martial spirit is so powerful, and the innate soul power level should not be low. Xiao Chen, put your hand on the crystal ball and inject soul power. Shui Lingfeng handed the water soul power ball to Ye Chen and asked him to test it. Buzz. When Ye Chen injected soul power into the soul power crystal ball, the crystal ball immediately burst into a dazzling light and displayed the level. Full innate soul power. Shui Lingfeng, Lan Ziadi, Solin, and others exclaimed. As they had guessed, it was the innate full soul power. The little guy is really amazing. Solin, Mu Qingxiu, and others praised Ye Liangchen's amazing ability. He was indeed the child of Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan. Could it be that a dragon gives birth to a dragon and a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix? Ye Liangchen felt very strange at this moment. It stands to reason that a god king level martial soul like the goddess of life should be at least innate level 20, but he is only innate level 10. Could it be that all the soul power was absorbed by his body? Or is this martial soul just given by the game and has nothing to do with the goddess of life? This should be the reason, and his goddess of life martial soul is slightly different from the goddess of life in the god realm, and it seems to have attack capabilities. Forget it, a level 10 soul power start is not bad. Anyway, I have a plug-in, so I don't have to worry about upgrading. Everyone must keep Xiaoqin's awakening of the twin martial souls a secret. There is no need for him to register at the spirit hall. As for the spirit master subsidy, it is totally unnecessary. Lan Ziadi looked at her mother, and then told the senior members of the academy to keep it secret. Ye Liangchen's talent is too outstanding. Once it is spread out, it will definitely be remembered by those who are interested. Don't worry, Dean. We will know the limits. These teachers are all our own people, and they know the importance of the little guy. Now little brother Xiao Chen can study with us. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Shui Wu and other girls gathered around and cheered excitedly. Can I not go to school? I can just study and practice with the dean's grandmother in Zizuyuan. Ye Liangchen asked Lan Ziadi for advice. There is nothing to learn about the knowledge of Douluo continent. In his previous life, he was already very familiar with it from novels and animations. To be honest, Ye Liangchen really didn't want to go to class with a bunch of little girls. Being surrounded by these girls all day long made his Tao heart unstable and awkward. No. You must go through the primary Soul Master learning stage. In addition to learning Soul Master knowledge, you also have to learn other knowledge. Lan Ziadi rejected Ye Liangchen's request and directly let him go to school with Shui Binger and others. Build a house specifically for Xiao Chen. Now he is 6 years old, let him take care of himself in school. If the young eagle wants to fly higher, it must go through the training. Although Shui Lingfeng and Lan Ziadi wanted to take the little guy with them, now that he has awakened his martial spirit, he must learn to be independent in order to go further. Lan Ziadi is very strict in teaching Ye Liangchen. This little guy always hides from the little girls in the academy. She thinks that the little guy has no parents, so he must go to school with children of the same age and experience a happy childhood. Alas! It's over, I can't hide. Now I am only a 6-year-old child and can't refute the arrangement of adults. It seems that I have to go to school with these little girls. But fortunately, Lan Ziadi and the others are going to build a house for me. This is good. After class, I can practice Hunyuanju and Muxing Shenchuan with peace of mind. Xiao Chen. Why are you afraid of being shy? Isn't it good to study with so many young ladies? Solin walked to Ye Liangchen, squatted down, touched the little guy's head, and felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart. I can finally train this little guy now. Everyone, let's go first. Tomorrow we will take the little guy to get the first soul ring. Teacher Solin, you will also set off with us tomorrow morning. Lan Ziadi waved her hand and let everyone go. Yes, Dean. As Ye Liangchen's junior mentor, Solin must participate in the little guy's acquisition of the first soul ring. Lan Ziadi took Ye Liangchen back to her office building to make plans for the little guy's future. This little guy is the key to whether they can rebuild the sect in the future. Chapter 7 Enemy. After returning to the office building, Shui Lingfeng and Lan Ziadi discussed Ye Liangchen's martial soul cultivation. Xiao Chen. Which martial soul do you plan to cultivate first? As teachers in the senior college, they also know the benefits of twin martial souls, that is, to cultivate one martial soul first, and when the first martial soul reaches level 90, the second martial soul does not need to be cultivated, and spirit rings can be added directly, and they can all be 10,000-year spirit rings, which is very powerful. I choose to cultivate the goddess of life martial soul first. After Ye Liangchen finished speaking, he summoned the goddess of life martial soul. After the martial soul awakened, Ye Liangchen felt that his physical fitness was several times stronger than before the martial soul awakened. Now he can lift at least several times more weight with one hand. And his goddess of life martial soul has two abilities, auxiliary and attack. The soul skills in the martial soul have been as if they were already arranged. This change surprised Ye Chen. It seems that the skills given by the game in his body should be too monotonous for this martial soul to simply heal, so he directly gave it several attack skills. My goddess of life martial soul has two abilities, auxiliary and attack. I feel that the first skill of this martial soul is an attack skill, and the second is an auxiliary skill, a combination of the two. My Chunjun sword martial soul doesn't seem to have its own soul skills. Ye Chen introduced the magic of his martial soul to the three women, which opened their eyes. The goddess of life martial soul actually has two functions. And it also has its own soul skills? This is too incredible. This is the first time that Lan Xiadi and the others have seen such a martial soul. Before, they thought that the goddess of life martial soul was an auxiliary system, but they didn't expect it to be dual attribute, and it also has its own soul skills. It's really amazing. It seems that we will have to ask the Pope of the Spirit Hall about the coexistence of twin spirits in the future. After all, she is the only genius in history who can cultivate twin spirits to level 90. Xiao Chen, take back the spirit. Lan Xiadi pondered for a while. If she could guide Ye Chen to cultivate only one spirit, there would be no problem. However, they had no experience in cultivating twin spirits. They had to find a way to ask the Queen of the Spirit Hall for advice. They didn't know if that woman would agree. Ye Chen was not worried about the cultivation of twin spirits. As long as there were soul bones and divine power, there would be no problem. Besides, he had a plug-in. Maybe he could cultivate to the title of Douluo without soul bones and divine power. Now that Ye Chen knew about the spirit skills of the goddess of life, he could be sure that he was noticed by the goddess of life. Could that woman want to pass the life god king to him? If so, it would be great. With the life god king, the destruction god king might also follow. After all, that guy always listened to his wife. Sister, Xiaogan's second martial soul is a sword. Can we let him learn from Jian Douluo? Lan Xiaoling thought of Jian Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. His martial soul was the seven killing swords. In terms of swordsmanship, there should be few people in Douluo continent who can compare with him. No, since Xiaogan's parents were killed, I no longer believe in people from famous and upright sects. Even the people from the so-called number one sect in the world are all that kind of stuff. How much better can other sects be? Although Ning Fengzi appears to be a modest gentleman, he is a master of political conspiracy. When Xiaogan's parents were chivalrous, they taught many people a lesson. Some arrogant and domineering people from major sects were beaten by Ye Feng, including the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Once the little guy's identity is exposed outside, he will be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Now he is still young, we have to protect him until he can protect himself, otherwise how can we have the face to see Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan in the underworld? As soon as Lan Xiaoling proposed it, Shui Lingfeng and Lan Xiadi immediately opposed it. Which sect in Douluo continent does not put interests first? The imperial royal family, major sects, and Wuhan Hall are all the same. No one is any better. There are no real good people. Sister, Bibi Dong had a good relationship with Xiaogan's parents back then, and she even gave them a token. I have to ask her about the method of cultivating Xiaogan's twin martial spirits. Lan Xiaoling thought about it and this was the only way. Lan Xiadi nodded, it's like this. 6 years ago, when Pope Kyungsunji died, that woman took the throne of Pope. Xiaogan's parents and I went to attend her coronation ceremony, but I feel that her personality has changed a lot. I will visit her when I have the chance to see the situation. More than 20 years ago, Lan Xiadi, Ye Feng, and Lu Ruyan also met Bibi Dong in Wuhan City. At that time, Bibi Dong was just a simple woman who was in love with Yu Xiaogang. At that time, Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan were not optimistic about their relationship, thinking that they would have no result. A waste and a genius saint girl fell in love, which was not suitable for each other. Lu Ruyan also secretly reminded Bibi Dong at that time, asking her to open her eyes and be careful not to be deceived. But Bibi Dong was just a simple girl at that time, her mind was overwhelmed, how could she listen? Until later, Kyungsunji broke them up and expelled Yu Xiaogang from the spirit hall. Bibi Dong wanted to elope with Yu Xiaogang. Kyungsunji was angry and confined Bibi Dong. No one knew what happened to Bibi Dong afterwards. The incident at that time was a sensation. Lan Xiadi, Ye Feng, and Lu Ruyan had not seen Bibi Dong for many years. It was not until 6 years ago that Kyungsunji died and Bibi Dong ascended the throne. At that time, Lan Xiadi and Ye Feng and his wife met Bibi Dong at the Pope's coronation meeting. At that time, Bibi Dong also invited Ye Feng and his wife to join the spirit hall, but Ye Feng did not agree. Bibi Dong did not force it, but sent a Pope's order. Bibi Dong has been teaching at the spirit hall for 6 years now. She is fierce and decisive in killing people. She has also reformed the spirit hall. The subsidy for soul masters to soul master was promoted by her. On the one hand, it can tap soul masters from civilians to serve the spirit hall. Another purpose may be to ensure that Yu Xiaogang can always have money. Under her leadership, the spirit hall has become more and more powerful, and Bibi Dong is also known as the Iron-Blooded Pope, with the demeanor of a generation of empress. Since meeting Bibi Dong that time, Lan Ziadi has felt a strong ambition and a looming evil force from Bibi Dong. Lan Ziadi guessed that something must have happened to her, causing Bibi Dong's temperament to change drastically. If Bibi Dong still had the simple character she had before, she could let Ye Yangchen worship her as her teacher, but now she didn't dare to let Ye Yangchen take risks. It was safer to keep the little guy by her side. Take it one step at a time. We'll talk about the future later. Shui Lingfeng pondered for a moment, and looked at her two daughters, and they understood each other. Ye Yangchen listened to these things quietly, and was very shocked. He didn't expect that his parents had a relationship with Pope Bibi Dong. It really surprised him. In Ye Yangchen's eyes, Bibi Dong was just a naive woman. She played a good hand badly and killed herself. To put it bluntly, she was an ungrateful woman who betrayed her. The spirit hall worked hard to cultivate her, but she rebelled and fell in love with an outsider, and a waste. Where did you let the spirit hall put its face? It was also her fault that she was naive and ignorant when she was young, and she met Yu Xiaogang who was full of nonsense, which led to her being deceived. In fact, in Ye Yangchen's opinion, Bibi Dong is the kind of person who is used to eating big fish and meat, and when he sees green vegetables, he finds it very fresh and wants to try it. If we talk about the person that Ye Yangchen hates the most in this world, the first one must be Yu Xiaogang. He is just like those experts with fake academic qualifications on Blue Star in the previous life, and he can only talk nonsense. Yu Xiaogang used the authority of Saint Bibi Dong to copy some basic knowledge of soul masters from the spirit hall, sorted it out, and said it was his own theory, claiming to be an invincible theory master, and published it, saying that there are 10 core theories of spirits. That guy put his hands behind his back, pretending to be noble everywhere, and often said that his 10 core theories of spirits are unmatched. Bah! Shameless! The second person that Ye Yangchen hates is Tang Dachui. This guy is a sect slave who is obsessed with face, and he is also a sinister and vicious hypocrite and a murderer. The third one is Prince Swexing. That guy is greedy for money and lust, sells slaves, etc., and treats the lower class civilians as grass. Anyway, he is not a good bird. As for Tang San, he was born in the Tang sect and spent all day studying how to kill people with poison and hidden weapons. He was not a good person. But the most annoying thing was in Douluo too. When I saw Tang San tearing his daughter's soul into pieces and making a stitched monster, and torturing Huo Yuhao to death, it was unbelievable and too cruel. But now that I am here, these guys will not have a good end. Just when Ye Yangchen was thinking about the problem, Lan Ziadi took out a soul guide like a jade pendant, put it on his neck, and introduced him how to use the soul guide. Xiao Chen. This is the soul guide your parents left for me. It looks like a jade pendant on the surface, but it is actually a soul guide. There is a space inside the jade pendant that can be used for storage. Ye Yangchen took the soul guide and asked Lan Ziadi about his parents. Aunt Lan. How did my parents die? The dean told me before that the enemy was a black-robed man with a hammer. Who was that man? Ye Yangchen blinked his big eyes and looked at Lan Ziadi. Although he had guessed that the enemy was Tang Dachui, he wanted to know the details of the situation at that time. How did Xiao Chen know these things? Lan Ziadi and her sister looked at each other and felt bad. When Xiao Chen was 4 years old, he heard several teachers talking about his parents in the cafeteria. Later, in Zizuyuan, he asked me about this, and I had to tell him some things. Don't worry. I have given a gag order to all teachers and students in the academy. They won't talk nonsense. Shui Lingfeng gave Lan Ziadi a reassuring look. Lan Ziadi looked at Ye Yangchen's pitiful expression and felt distressed. She immediately hugged him in her arms and burst into tears. Woo-woo. Child. It's my fault that I dragged your parents down. They could have escaped, but they died to save me. 3 months after you were born, your parents' soul power reached level 90, and I also reached level 80, and your uncle reached level 70. The 4 of us went to the Stardo forest to hunt soul beasts, and I was the first to obtain the 8th soul ring. As we continued to explore the depths of the Stardo forest, we suddenly met a titled Douluo in a black robe. His name was Tang Hao. Your parents and my husband died in his hands. In order to verify his speculation, Ye Yangchen asked curiously, but my parents are not Tang Hao's enemies, why did he kill them? Child. You can know a person's face but not his heart. Few people knew that Tang Hao was in love with the 100,000-year soul beast Blue Silver Emperor, but your parents knew about it. When Tang Hao took his soul beast wife to various major cities, your parents also said, Tang Hao's brain the water must have entered his body. Sure enough, later, the Spirit Hall Pope Kyungsunji discovered that Tang Hao's wife was the 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor. Faced with such a temptation, no title Douluo would not be tempted, so the Spirit Hall began to hunt down the Blue Silver Emperor. We don't know the specific situation afterwards. We only know that the Spirit Hall later reported the death of Pope Kyungsunji, and Tang Hao was promoted to title Douluo at that time. I think they had a battle. After Kyungsunji died, the Spirit Hall Saint Bibi Dong appointed the position of Pope and directly pinned the crime on Tang Hao, and led the Spirit Hall to fight against the Haoshan sect. In that battle, the Spirit Hall worked together to beat the Haoshan sect so hard that it was forced to retreat and expelled Tang Hao from the sect. The Spirit Hall would naturally not let Tang Hao go, so it issued a mainland wanted list for Tang Hao, and he hid everywhere on the mainland. Until later when he met us in the Star Do forest, he was still holding a child, about 7 or 8 months old. At that time, we saw that the child was Tang Hao killed us because your father said, "Brother Tang Hao, you are too careless. Blue Silver Emperor is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and you took her to Wuhan City." Although a 100,000-year-old soul beast can't be seen through by ordinary title Douluo after it transforms and recultivates to maturity. But Blue Silver Emperor was pregnant at the time and couldn't hide it at all. The super title Douluo of Wuhan Hall could easily see through her soul beast identity. You are simply harming her. Because of this sentence, Tang Hao was furious on the spot, like crazy, his eyes glowed red, his whole body glowed blood red, and he killed us with murderous intent. My husband was a little weaker and didn't have time to react, so he was killed by Tang Hao on the spot. Your parents used the Wuhan fusion technique to fight Tang Hao, and they didn't lose the upper hand, and they could even suppress the opponent. At that time, Tang Hao was injured and was about to collapse, but suddenly, a more powerful red light burst out from Tang Hao. Your parents immediately felt that the power was not possessed by mortals, so they immediately sent me away, threw me this soul guide jade pendant, and then both exploded to buy time for me to escape. Now that I think about it, it should be your father who saw through Tang Hao's series of conspiracies and told him in front of him, making him lose face. In order to protect his reputation, he killed us. Lan Ziadi tearfully recounted the tragedy of that year, and she was already sobbing. Humph. People from the world's #1 sect are this kind of stuff? Dare to do but not to take responsibility, worse than a villain. So, he deliberately designed to kill the 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor for the purpose of the 100,000-year soul ring. Wandering around the major cities on the mainland with his soul beast wife, and even going to Wuhan City with his soul beast wife, isn't this deliberately exposing the identity of Blue Silver Emperor? When Kyungsunji and others came to kill him, Blue Silver Emperor was desperate and had to sacrifice himself to Tang Hao for the sake of his children. It is said that when Tang Hao wandered around with Blue Silver Emperor, his soul power had reached level 89, but he refused to obtain soul rings to advance to titled Douluo. Now it seems so insidious. Step by step, he finally obtained a 100,000-year soul ring by sacrificing his soul beast wife. What a good plan. Is this the so-called Haoshan Douluo? Based on these things, Shui Lingfeng deduced that everything Tang Hao did was for a 100,000-year soul ring, which would bring honor to the family. It was a pity that Kyungsunji died unexpectedly, which broke Tang Hao's plan, causing the Haoshan sect to retreat, and he could only hide everywhere. Liang Chen was not surprised that Tang Dachui plotted against his soul beast wife. After all, he knew it from countless fan fictions in his previous life. On the contrary, after listening to Lan Ziadi's story about her parents fighting Tang Dachui, a stronger red light burst out from her body. That should be the realm of the ring explosion and the killing god. Of course, it is also possible that Shura God is playing tricks. At this time, Tang San was still not in Shura God's eyes, unless, as many people on the internet said, Tang San was pulled from another world by Shura God. But these are just speculations of netizens. Original drama in the story, the old bachelor Shura God said that the gods should not interfere in the affairs of the lower world, but he was still as ugly and shameless as the sea god to resurrect Tang San. It was really outrageous. My father was really a fool back then. He saw that Tang Dachui deliberately calculated the Blue Silver Emperor. You said it in front of him. Where can he put his face? The dignified Haoshan Douluo turned out to be a hypocrite who calculated the soul beast's wife. If this spread out, Tang Dachui and the Haoshan sect would lose face. In order to protect his own and the sect's reputation, he must kill him. This is a typical act of daring to do but not to take responsibility, a complete villain's behavior, but he just pretended to be a righteous hero and spread all his hatred on the Spirit Hall, which was really disgusting. Liang Chen gently wiped the tears from Lan Ziadi's face with his hand and comforted her, "Aunt Lan. Don't cry. I will definitely kill that hypocrite and avenge my parents and uncle. Child. I'm sorry for letting you know the cruel truth at such a young age. Auntie just hopes you can forget this hatred for the time being and live happily." Looking at Liang Chen wiping away tears for her like a little adult, Lan Ziadi felt very distressed. She hugged his small body tightly, and blamed herself in her heart, he is only a 6-year-old child. What if the little guy lives in hatred in the future? Shui Lingfeng and Lan Ziadi also cried silently. Yun Hangxing also died in that incident, causing Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to lose their father since childhood. Liang Chen was also brought into a sad mood by this sad scene. Besides, he is just a child now. He can't just not shed tears after hearing about the death of his cheap parents in this world. That would be too unreasonable. Chapter 8 Rich Liang Chen. Liang Chen is about to get his first soul ring, which is a big deal. Sister Lan Ziadi and Shui Lingfeng found the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Although the little guy's magical martial soul has its own soul skills, they still try to find soul beasts with similar attributes. Liang Chen used his mind to check his game backpack to see if there were any changes. Hey! 5 elements mysterious steps, this is a super body movement. Dan Dian records the methods of alchemy, the properties and uses of various rare and precious herbs in the world, and even medical knowledge. This is good. I can get the fairy grass of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in the future. The spirit refining art cultivates the soul and mental power. When you reach a certain level, you can see through all illusions, launch soul attacks, and even use the soul to transform, which is countless times more powerful than the purple magic pupil of little Tang San. Really good. There are also 2 swordsmanship books, namely Wanmei Yingfeng and Tianhui Fixian. Fuck. Isn't this Wanmei Yingfeng swordsmanship the swordsmanship of the sword god Ximenchuixu in the game Wanshi in my previous life? And Yekuken's Tianhui Fixian peerless swordsmanship? Send. Send. Hey. There is also a bottle of tempering pill, which is just right for body training, not bad. Liang Chen cheered in his heart, feeling that this game gave a little too much. If you learn these, you can't sweep everything. These skills and treasures cannot be taken out in front of everyone. After Liang Chen withdrew his mind, he picked up the jade pendant-like soul guide left to him by his parents to see what was inside. Hey! Since this soul guide was left by my parents, and Lan Ziadi didn't seem to have read it, I can put the first 2 chapters of Hunyuan Ju and the 5 Elements Divine Fist in it, and then I can lie that it was left by my parents, and then I can pass it on to Lan Ziadi and the others openly. As for other skills, I will talk about it later. They are so good to me and always think of me. As a 3 good youth who grew up under the red flag, Liang Chen also understands the principle of repaying kindness. Besides, they are my protectors. The stronger they are, the safer I will be. Thinking of this, Liang Chen pretended to walk into the bathroom in his room, closed the door, and then took out the first 2 chapters of Hunyuan Ju and Wuxing Shenchuan from the game backpack space with his mind and put them into the Jade Pendant Soul Guide. As for the 2 peerless swordsmanship, they were also taken out. Anyway, they would think that they were the swordsmanship left by their father, and they would not suspect anything. Whoever likes to practice can practice. Liang Chen only left the first 2 chapters of Hunyuan Ju, and the first 2 chapters should be enough for them to practice to the peerless Douluo. As for what realm they really reached, they would know after practicing. As for the supreme chapter, they did not start those who are dead cannot cultivate. Liang Chen was not sure what realm Lan Ziadi and the others could reach after practicing Hunyuan Ju. After all, they were already in their 40s. However, since they had taken the foundation building pill before, it should not be a problem for them to cultivate to the level of titled Douluo. Even the dean's grandmother could possibly reach the level of titled Douluo. When Liang Chen used his soul power to probe into the space of the jade pendant, he found that the space inside was about 50 square meters. There was a pile of gold soul coins, which were estimated to be several million gold soul coins, and an exquisite and simple wooden box, which was about 1 meter long and wide. Oh my god! I can't imagine my parents left me so much money. Millions of gold soul coins, in Douluo continent, that is a huge sum of money. Now I have become a rich 2nd generation. Hey! I don't like money. I am not interested in money. Liang Chen remembered Xiao Ma's pretentious words, shook his head, took out the wooden box, and wanted to see what was inside. As soon as he opened the box, he found a palm-sized token in it. There was a golden sword in the middle of the token, and there were 6 symbols such as hammer, dragon, sword, etc. on the left and right sides. It seems that this token is the Pope's order. There are 2 small boxes in the box. Liang Chen opened them all and took a look. Among them, there were 4 soul bones in a box, one of which was different from the others, as if it was an external soul bone. Another box contained a soul master's cultivation experience and a sword technique left by his father Ye Feng. Liang Chen flipped through it and thought it was okay. Really good. These things left by his parents are all high-end goods. Liang Chen quickly put the 2 Hunyuan Ju, 5 Elements Divine Fist and 3 sword techniques into the box, put them into the soul guide, then picked up the Pope's order, walked out of the room directly, and shouted to Lan Ziadi and the others. Auntie Lan, Dean Grandma, look, what is this? Lan Ziadi and the others, who were planning the cultivation path for Liang Chen, were shocked when they saw the Pope's order in the little guy's hand. This is the Pope's order. Xiao Chen, did you open the soul guide? Lan Ziadi asked in surprise. Yes, Auntie Lan. I found a lot of money in the jade pendant soul guide, as well as this sign and a wooden box. Liang Chen pretended to be shocked, and then put the jade pendant ring guide and the Pope's order in Lan Xiaodi's hand. It seems that Xiaoqin's parents left the Pope's order in the soul guide. Xiao Chen. This is what your parents left for you, you can spend it slowly in the future. Lan Xiaodi took the Pope's order in her hand, looked at it, and then stuffed the Pope's order and the soul guide into Liang Chen's hand. She felt that it was not appropriate to check the property left by Ye Feng and his wife. Auntie Lan. I'm only 6 years old. What if I lose so much money? It's safer for you to help me manage it. Liang Chen knew Lan Xiaodi and the others. The reason for doing this was to let them open the box and let them learn super skills. Otherwise, wouldn't he be busy in vain? Okay. Then Auntie will help you manage the money. When you need money, Auntie will give it to you. At that time, you can spend it as you want. As Liang Chen's guardian, Lan Xiaodi also felt that this little guy was only 6 years old, carrying a huge amount of money on him, like a child walking on the street with gold. It was unsafe. So she used her soul power to check the inside of the jade pendant to see how much money Ye Feng and his wife left. The next moment, Lan Xiaodi was shocked by the mountain of gold soul coins in the soul guide. Oh my god! So many gold soul coins, at least several million. Ye Feng and Lu Ruin are really amazing, leaving so much money, enough for the little guy to spend a lifetime. Gold soul coins are the universal currency of Douluo continent. 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins and 100 bronze soul coins, and the annual expenditure of ordinary civilians is only 3 or 4 gold soul coins. It seems that Ye Feng and Lu Ruin have already left a way out for Xiao Chen. Shuiling Feng and Lan Xiaodi looked at each other, thinking that with this money, they could also ensure that the little guy would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Lan Xiaodi took out the wooden box and looked at this quaint box, which seemed a bit old, so she opened it and took a look. There are actually 2 more boxes. Buzz. After the first box was opened, several rays of light emanated, emitting powerful soul power. Oh my god! There are actually 4 soul bones. And they are soul bones of a high age. They look at least tens of thousands of years old. Hey! This soul bone is different. Could it be an external soul bone? Yes. It is an external soul bone, and it is a 10,000-year-old external soul bone. This is a super treasure. The treasure left to Xiao Chen by his parents is really not simple. The Lan Xiaodi sisters and Shuiling Feng looked at the 4 soul bones and were extremely excited, but they had no idea. These all belonged to Liang Chen. The aura of the external soul bone is at least 10,000 years old. Now Xiao Chen can absorb it. This kind of soul bone can accompany the growth of the little guy, and the age of the soul bone will also increase. This kind of treasure is hard to come by, second only to the 100,000-year soul ring. Shuiling Feng suggested that Liang Chen was born with full soul power and twin martial souls, so he must be cultivated with the best resources. Buzz. Lan Xiaodi pinched Liang Chen's body with her hands, and used her soul power to feel the physical strength of the little guy. After Xiao Chen awakened his martial soul, his physical strength was several times stronger than before. Now his physical strength is amazing, and he should be able to absorb this external soul bone. Liang Chen thought that these soul bones were nothing. Tens of thousands of years were a bit low, and 100,000 years was about right. Besides, he had an external cheat, so soul bones were not very important to him. Xiao Chen. Come. Use your soul power to absorb and fuse this external soul bone. Lan Xiaodi handed the external soul bone to Liang Chen, and then taught him how to absorb soul bones. Aunt Lan. Dean's grandmother. What about you? You have so many soul bones, you can absorb them too. Silly child, this is the treasure your parents left you, how can we use it? Hurry up and absorb the external soul bones according to the method I taught you. Sister Lan Xiaodi and Shuiling Feng refused to absorb the soul bones, which were left to Liang Chen by his parents. As guardians, they did not have those crooked thoughts. However, seeing that the little guy was so sensible, they were very moved, so they urged him to absorb the soul bones quickly. Okay then. Liang Chen used his soul power to attach the external soul bones to his back, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and used his soul power to pull it to merge. Buzz. With the pull of Liang Chen's soul power, the external soul bones turned into a ball of light and merged into his back, making him feel a little itchy and a little painful, just like an ant bite. Chirp. A picture also appeared in Liang Chen's soul sea, a 5-meter-long thunder eagle rushed towards him. How dare a mere bird to act rashly? Break it for me. Liang Chen has lived 2 lives as a human being, and his soul is very powerful. He is not afraid of the residual soul consciousness in this soul bone at all. He snorted in the soul sea, and with a dragon-shaped fist, he broke the residual soul consciousness of the thunder eagle in a few strokes. After the residual soul consciousness of the thunder eagle dissipated, the external soul bone successfully merged with Liang Chen, and it was very perfect. Swish. ZZ. A pair of golden wings surrounded by lightning stretched out from behind Yeliyangchen, each wing was 1.5 meters long, and the golden wings flapped slowly, taking Yeliyangchen up from the ground, extremely gorgeous. The golden feathers on the wings are very hard and can be used as weapons to kill enemies. It's really good. I can actually fly. Yeliyangchen felt like he had turned into a birdman. Seeing that he was about to hit the roof, he immediately controlled the flapping speed of the wings and slowly descended. Xiao Chen. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable? What are the soul bone skills? Lan Ziadi grabbed Yeliyangchen's hand and asked worriedly. No discomfort, I feel very good. Aunt Lan. This is the external soul bone of a 15,000-year-old thunder eagle. In addition to the ability to fly, the soul bone can also be used as a weapon. Yeliyangchen moved his body and felt very comfortable. He felt that his physical strength had increased by about half. Lan Ziadi and the others saw that Yeliyangchen had successfully merged, and their hearts were finally put down. They touched the golden feathers on the wings with their hands, and they felt like blades. Good. That's great. When we meet the enemy, we can use a pair of wings as weapons by waving them. Xiao Chen. Now use your mind to take back the external soul bone. Lan Ziadi touched Yeliyangchen's little head, feeling very relieved. Child. Before you become strong, don't show your external soul bone outside casually. Although your external soul bone has been completely merged, there are too many bad people outside. Once they are discovered by bad people, they will be jealous. Shui Lingfeng warned Yeliyangchen that wealth should not be exposed. There are too many bad people in this world, so he should remember it. Don't worry. Dean, I will remember it. Yeliyangchen nodded. When he was not strong enough, he had to hide first. What's in this last box? Lan Xiaoling opened the remaining boxes and saw several books of martial arts in front of everyone. Hunyuan Ju, 5 Elements Divine Fist, and the 3 books left by Yefeng Sword Techniques and Cultivation Experience. Oh my god! These are not the techniques of Douluo continent. It should be what Yefeng and Lu Ruyan found when they explored a miracle 7 or 8 years ago. Could it be from the God realm? If they practiced these techniques at that time, they would have become titled Douluo long ago. Lan Ziadi and the others were very shocked. This kind of technique was beyond their cognition. Yeliyangchen was also surprised to hear that his parents had explored miracles. However, Lan Ziadi and the others thought that Hunyuan Ju and Wuxing Shenchuan came from the God realm. Now it's good, and he doesn't need to explain. Before, Yeliyangchen put the techniques into the box, and was afraid of revealing any clues. Unexpectedly, his parents had explored miracles. Lan Ziadi and the others just happened to fill in the blanks and thought that these techniques were brought out by his parents from miracles. Too perfect. Yeliyangchen nodded in his heart. These 3 peerless sword techniques are just right for Xiao Chen to practice. Now Zioken's sword martial soul training problem doesn't need to be worried. These techniques are all Zioken's, extremely precious, so I'd better help him collect them first. Although Shui Lingfeng and Lan Ziadi were very excited, they didn't think much when they thought that these were all exchanged for the lives of Yefeng and Lu Ruyan. Dean Grandma, Aunt Lan, you should practice too. Yeliyangchen took out these skills for them to practice, otherwise it would be in vain. Child. You are really Auntie's lucky star. Seeing that Yeliyangchen was so sensible, Lan Ziadi excitedly picked up the little guy and kissed him on the face affectionately. In that case, let's practice. Only by becoming stronger can we protect Xiao Chen and the 2 little girls' growth. Maybe we can rely on this magic skill to become a titled Douluo. In this world where the strong are respected, only with strong enough strength can we gain a firm foothold. Shui Lingfeng and Lan Xiaoling looked at each other. With the help of this magical skill, they will definitely be able to rebuild the sect in the future. Lan Ziadi carefully observed the Hunyuan Ju. This skill is thousands of times stronger than the simple meditation practice of the Soul Master, and it also opened their cognition. After that, Lan Ziadi took out several million gold soul coins and the remaining 3 soul bones and put them in the academy vault to keep them for the little guy. Then the 3 women spent nearly a day copying down the Hunyuan Ju and the 5 Elements Divine Fist and put them away. Lan Ziadi put another 1,000 gold soul coins, the Hunyuan Ju, the 5 Elements Divine Fist and several swordsmanship into the jade pendant, put the jade pendant on Yeliyangchen's neck, and told him to keep it well and practice well in daily life. The little guy is now in the initial stage of soul master practice. If he practices this kind of magical skill, his future achievements will be limitless. These magical skills are extremely precious. It can be said that they completely break the existing cognition of the soul master world. Once they are spread out, they will definitely set off a bloody storm. We must keep it secret. Except for our own people, no one else can tell it easily. As for the people in the academy, we will discuss this matter after we get Zioken's first soul ring. After dinner, Lan Ziadi and her sister discussed their future plans with their mother. They were particularly careful about this kind of magic skill. Once this skill is exposed, the entire Douluo continent will surely go crazy, and all forces will attack Tianshui Academy. Chapter 9 Customs and Customs of the Other World. The next morning, after breakfast, Lan Ziadi and Lan Xiaoling changed into black clothes, put on black veils to cover their beautiful faces, and took Yeliang Chen out. This time, to get the first soul ring for the little guy, they have to go to the distant Xingde forest. The two sisters set out together to ensure that everything is safe. Mother, please arrange for Xiao Chen to build a small building. Before leaving, Lan Ziadi and her sister told their mother to invite craftsmen to build a building for Yeliang Chen. Don't worry. I will arrange this. Xingde Forest is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Tianshui City. It will take you at least a month to go back and forth. When you come back, maybe we have already built a building for Xiao Chen. You must be careful on this trip, protect the child, and don't let him get hurt. Shui Lingfeng waved her hand and told her two daughters to be careful. Goodbye, Dean Grandma. Yeliang Chen waved goodbye to the old woman. Children. Grandma will wait for you at home. Watching the little guy and her daughter walking towards the entrance of the college, Shui Lingfeng prayed in her heart, I hope they will be safe all the way. When Yeliang Chen and the other two passed by the playground in front of the teaching building, Shui Binger and Shui Yu ran over. Mom. Let's go and help Xiao Chen find the soul beast together, okay? The two little girls begged their mother to go together. No. This time we are going to the Xingde forest in the south, which is thousands of kilometers away from Tianshui City. I don't know how long it will take. If you go, it will delay your study time. You two sisters stay in school, study hard, and wait for us to come back. Lan Ziadi knew at a glance that the two little girls wanted to go out and play, so how could she agree to them? Okay then. Mom, you have to go early and come back early. Xiao Chen brother goodbye, brother. Seeing their mother's objection, Shui Binger and Shui Yu could only return to school and prepare for class. Yeliang Chen and the other two came to the gate of the academy and found that teacher Solin had also changed into a light black suit and a luxurious carriage was waiting for them. Because of the murder of Yeliang Chen's parents, Lan Ziadi now dared not wear the iconic water blue dress of Tianshui College when she went out. The teachers in the academy also followed suit. Generally, when they went out, everyone also changed into other clothes. Yeliang Chen wore a white suit and leather boots on his feet, which looked very fitting. Now Yeliang Chen is 1.2 meters tall, with smooth black hair, sword eyebrows and star eyes, and his delicate little face, which looks very perfect. Although he is only 6 years old now, he has already revealed a handsome outline. He will definitely be a super handsome guy when he grows up. Dean, you are here. Solin greeted Lan Ziadi. Solin. Sorry to bother you. Dean, it's not a bother. This is my job. Sister Lan Zilan exchanged a few words with Solin, then pulled Yeliang Chen into the carriage. Solin also put on a veil to cover her stunning face, sat in front of the carriage, and did the work of a coachman, waving the whip, driving the carriage, and drove south along the official road. Go. The carriage moved forward slowly, and Sister Lan Ziadi introduced 10 soul beasts to Yeliang Chen, all of which could be used as the first soul ring. Among them, a soul beast of azure ivy caught Yeliang Chen's attention. Auntie Lan. For the first soul ring, I choose azure ivy. Yeliang Chen decided to choose a plant soul beast like Tiankington first because there is an attack skill in the martial soul of the goddess of life. Using a plant soul beast like Tiankington as the first soul ring just corresponds to it. Originally, the martial soul of the goddess of life did not have this skill. After the game and her body was transformed, she had this attack skill. Okay, then we will find a plant soul beast Tiankington with a limit of more than 400 years. Lan Ziadi smiled. The intelligence of this little guy exceeded her imagination. Aunt Lan, I have read the Soul Master Manual. The standard combination of soul rings is 423 years for the first soul ring and 700 years for the second ring. Has no one broken this record? Yeliang Chen pretended to be very curious. No, soul masters who absorb soul rings beyond their level will be in danger of their lives. These years are the experience summed up by our ancestors. Aunt Lan. I absorbed a 15,000-year-old external soul bone before, and my physical fitness is half as strong as before. I think the age of the first soul ring should be more than 423 years. Xiao Chen, no, the first soul ring is 423 years, that is the experience summarized by the Soul Master World, no one has ever broken it, and forcibly absorbing a soul ring that has exceeded the age limit will explode and die. Aunt Lan, that's just an ordinary person. My life goddess martial soul is very powerful, and there is no problem with absorbing it beyond the level. But the three of them argued about the age of the first soul ring. Yeliang Chen felt that using more than 400 years as his first soul ring was too rubbish. He had laid such a strong foundation for his body in these 2 times. If he took a little risk, he felt that there would be no problem absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. The first ring was only more than 400 years, which was really not good enough. Sister, Xiaoqin's physical fitness is very strong, maybe he can really break the record. Buzz Lan Xiaoling reached out her hand and pinched Ye Liangchen's muscles and bones, and used her soul power to sense his physical strength. Sister, this little guy's physical fitness feels stronger than some two-ring great soul masters, and our worries are a bit redundant. I feel that the physical fitness of Binger and other one-ring soul masters is not even half as strong as Xiaoqin's. Maybe he can really break the record. Okay. Maybe our thinking is too conservative. In the past, we always focused on soul power training and ignored physical training. Now it seems that the stronger the physical body, the higher the age of absorbing soul rings. Xiao Chen could easily absorb 15,000 years of external soul bones before, and it is indeed impossible to add soul rings to him according to the standard combination of soul rings. Lan Xiadi also used her soul power to test Ye Liangchen's physical strength, and felt that the little guy's physical body was indeed stronger than before absorbing the soul bones. Aunt Lan, I have twin martial souls, and the so-called records will be broken by me. Ye Liangchen has been practicing hard for the past 2 years and has already laid a good physical foundation in advance. If he doesn't break the record, wouldn't it be a waste? Auntie believes you can do it. Sister Lan Xiadi is very pleased. This little guy is strong and learns quickly. He can understand all this knowledge at once. He can even draw inferences from one example. In time, this little guy will definitely shock the entire Soul Master world. The first soul ring has been thought of. Ye Liangchen decided to go outside the carriage to get some fresh air and see the customs of this alien world. Auntie Lan, I'll go to the front of the carriage to see the scenery. Okay. Be careful, don't fall. Lan Xiadi also knew that she protected the little guy too well. She has been in Tianshui College for the past 6 years and has not taken the little guy to Tianshui City for a stroll. It's really a bit sorry for him. Teacher Solin. Ye Liangchen got out of the carriage, said hello to Teacher Solin, and then sat next to her to look at the scenery outside. Seeing the beautiful Teacher Solin dressed in black, she looked like a queen of flowers, very pleasing to the eye. Xiao Chen, why don't you sit in the carriage? Solin smiled sweetly, then held the little guy in her arms. The road was too bumpy, and she was afraid that he would be thrown out. This is my first time out of the academy, I want to see the outside scenery. Ye Liangchen was hugged by the beautiful teacher, and he was speechless and could not resist. He could only sit quietly. It has been 6 years since he came to this world. Ye Liangchen has never seen the world outside the academy. This trip is thousands of kilometers. He can't stand sitting in the car all the time. He has to take a good look at the scenery outside. You are still young now, and you can go around in the future. The teacher will introduce you to the situation of Douluo continent today. There are 2 major empires in Douluo continent, namely Tiandu Empire and Xingluo Empire. Solin introduced Ye Liangchen in detail about the 2 empires, Wuhan Hall and major sects. The Tiandu Empire has a total of 16 provinces. In addition to the Tiandu Empire, it also includes 4 kingdoms and a principality, namely Barak Kingdom, Silves Kingdom, Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, Morik Kingdom and the easternmost Norin Principality, etc. Of course, there are class confrontations between nobles and civilians, comparisons of living standards, etc. While listening to Solin's introduction, Ye Liangchen looked at the scenery on both sides of the official road, the green trees and wells, the rice fields are arranged in an orderly manner. Now it is the golden autumn season. The large golden rice fields in the distance are swaying with the breeze, showing the richness of this land. There is no car exhaust, no industrial waste gas, no pollution in the air, and a breath of it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Douluo world is a fantasy world that combines Western fantasy with Eastern fantasy. The architectural styles here are varied. Although it is a feudal system, the people in this world dress in a variety of styles. Some like to dress in ancient style, and some like fashion. Xiao Chen, this is the center of our Tianshui city. Isn't it beautiful? At this moment, the carriage drove into the center of Tianshui city, and Solin said to Ye Liangchen with a smile. I heard Sister Binger say that Tianshui city is very beautiful before. Today, I saw it and it is indeed well deserved. Ye Liangchen looked around and saw all kinds of buildings on both sides of the street, all in aqua blue. There were many young beauties on the street, wearing short skirts and walking with long legs, walking in 2s and 3s on the street, full of youthfulness and very pleasing to the eye. It is really beautiful. Tianshui city covers an area of about 500 square kilometers. It is a huge city, second only to Tiandu Imperial City. There are many cars and people in the city. There are all kinds of shops, restaurants, etc. on both sides of the street, which is extremely prosperous. Several people bought a lot of daily necessities in the city, and drove the carriage for half a day before passing through Tianshui city. In the evening, several people came to another important city in Biwen province, Nikto city. Dean, let's stay at the Rose Hotel tonight. Solin suggested to Lan Xiadi and her sister. Okay. The Rose Hotel is a chain hotel that provides food and accommodation. It has branches in major cities in Douluo continent and is also the best hotel in the continent. Yes. In terms of luxury, even the Kaibao Hotel of the Kaibao glazed sect can't compare. Solin and Lan Xiadi, sisters, also went through the martial arts world when they were young and stayed at the Rose Hotel, so they naturally knew about it. Liang Chen admired the power behind the Rose Hotel very much. They actually opened hotels all over Douluo continent. Could it be the Spirit Hall? The Imperial family? Or some big family? It's not easy to do business all over the continent. Tap tap tap. When the luxury carriage stopped at the door of a huge Rose Hotel, a hotel waiter came to greet him immediately. This was a rich man, and the waiter was very discerning. Liang Chen felt it was very interesting that the waiters in this other world would also serve dishes according to the person, but it made sense when he thought about it. No matter which world they were in, the status of the rich was always superior. Dear lady, is there anything I can help you with? The two young men and women respectfully asked Solin, who was driving the carriage. Of course, we're staying at the hotel. Please keep the carriage for us and feed the horses. Sister Lan Xiadi pulled Liang Chen out of the carriage, told the waiter, and threw him a few gold soul coins as a tip. Madam. Don't worry, I promise to feed the horse with the best grass. The male waiter happily took the gold soul coins, led the horse to the backyard, and settled it like a master. The waitress led Liang Chen and others into the hotel lobby. Help us get the most luxurious room, the kind with suites, and also help us prepare the most expensive dinner, the kind with private rooms. Solin took out a small bag of gold soul coins and threw it to the lobby manager. Dear ladies, please follow me. Seeing the god of wealth coming, the lobby manager's face was full of smiles, and he quickly took Lan Xiadi and others to the top floor of the Tianzi No. 1 room. Manager, notify us when dinner is ready. Okay. Madam. Lan Xiadi told the manager and then asked a few people to enter room number 1. The lobby manager looked at the three veiled beauties staying in the hotel with a little boy of about 6 years old, and wondered, the three women are so powerful, which faction are they from? The lobby manager is also a soul master at the soul sect level. He couldn't feel the soul power level of Lan Xiadi and the others, so he thought the three women must be high-level soul masters. As soon as he entered the room, Liang Chen felt like the presidential suite of Lan Xing in his previous life, very luxurious. A luxurious hall, 3 bedrooms, each room has a bathroom and toilet, there is also a small balcony outside the hall, and there are several pots of flowers on the table, always the area is estimated to be 120 square meters. If it were placed in a first-tier city on Blue Star in the previous life, it would be worth at least tens of millions. Xiao Chen. Go take a shower, and then we'll go to dinner. Lan Xiadi pulled Liang Chen into the bathroom and prepared hot water for him. This little guy had been outside the car with Solin for a whole day, and there was some dust on his hair and clothes, which was very funny. Lan Xiadi carefully took off the little guy's clothes, washed them, and used soul power to steam the water before putting them on the little guy's bed. At dinner time, Liang Chen and his friends, led by the manager, came to a private room in the hotel's luxurious restaurant for dinner. The dishes were very rich, including stir-fried blue silver grass, spicy rabbit head, braised fish and shrimp, braised chicken legs, steamed sea bass and more than a dozen delicious dishes. With so many delicacies in front of him, Liang Chen was not polite and ate happily, his mouth full of oil. After a day's journey, he only ate some dry food in the car, and his stomach was already empty. Auntie Lan, Teacher Solin, you guys eat too. Liang Chen said with a smile as he watched the three girls continuously put food into his bowl. When he was at Tianshui College, although there were more than a dozen dishes there, it was still a little bit worse than the luxurious banquets at the Rose Hotel. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Lan Xiadi took out a silk scarf and wiped the oil off Liang Chen's face. It was very funny to see the little guy wolfing down the food. Xiao Chen is growing up now, so he needs to eat more. Solin and Lan Xiaoling said with a smile, continuously putting food into Liang Chen's bowl. After dinner, several people returned to room number 1 to rest. Liang Chen asked curiously, Teacher Solin, you spent a lot this time. Solin smiled sweetly, Xiao Chen. What are you worried about? Our soul masters belong to the highest level of profession, and the income is also the highest. Teacher, I am not short of money. Solin, what are your tens of thousands of gold soul coins? Do you know how much money Xiao Chen's parents left for him? How much? The couple left millions of gold soul coins. The little guy will never lack money for his whole life. Oh my god. I didn't expect the little guy to be a rich second generation. Is this the reason why you, the dean, didn't let him register at the Spirit Hall? No, even if Xiao Chen's parents didn't leave that huge sum of money, I wouldn't let him register at the Spirit Hall. Solin talked about some past events with Lan Xiadi and her sister. Solin was also shocked that Liang Chen was a rich second generation. She didn't expect Ye Feng and his wife to make so much money. Dean. What soul beast does Xiao Chen intend to hunt with his first soul ring? Solin also asked some questions about Ye Liangchen's martial soul. She had not learned about the goddess of life martial soul. Tiankington. Solin, Xiaoqin's goddess of life martial soul is a dual attribute martial soul of support and attack. Oh my god! So magical, could it be the legendary god level martial soul? Legend has it that the angel martial soul of the Qian family of the Wuhan Hall is related to gods. So, Xiaoqin's martial soul is likely to be related to gods. Solin was extremely shocked when she heard Lan Xiadi talking about the magic of Ye Liangchen's martial soul. Xiao Chen. What is your goddess of life's first soul skill? Lan Xiadi asked Ye Liangchen, who was observing the swordsmanship next to him. Aunt Lan, I don't know what the first soul skill attack skill is yet, so I chose a plant soul beast like Tiankington. The soul skills in my martial soul cannot be activated now, and I need to obtain soul rings before I can use them. I will slowly study the remaining skills later. Anyway, it is a combination of attack and auxiliary skills. Ye Liangchen closed his eyes, summoned the martial soul of the goddess of life, carefully looked at and felt the soul skills in it, and then found an excuse to perfunctorily deal with the three women. The fact that he has a game panel in his body is an absolute secret and cannot be known to anyone. Ye Liangchen has now determined that the attack ability in the life martial soul must be transformed by the game in his body, and when he awakened the martial soul, it seems that there is still a strong person spying on him. Could it be that the goddess of life in the god realm is paying attention to him? If this is the case, the position of the God King is stable. Chapter 10 Soul Hunting Town. Solin and Lan Xiadi looked at the beautiful goddess martial soul and understood the order of all the soul skills in the little guy's martial soul. They were very shocked. It seems that it will be much easier to find soul beasts for Xiao Chen in the future. Solin smiled. The little guy's magical martial spirit simply opened her cognition. What is the little guy practicing? 10,000 plums greeting the wind? This is actually a sword technique. Could it be left by Ye Feng? Solin came to Ye Liangchen, picked up the 10,000 plums greeting the wind sword technique and took a look. She was very shocked. Solin. This is indeed left by Xiaoqin's parents. You also know that his father's martial spirit is called Longjian sword. In terms of swordsmanship, even sword Douluo can't compare to Ye Feng back then. Lan Xiadi explained to Solin. Great. With this advanced sword technique, Xiaoqin's sword spirit martial arts training problem doesn't need to be worried. Solin smiled. She didn't expect Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan to leave a way out for their son. Solin. Ye Feng also left behind a magical skill that is hundreds of times more powerful than meditation. You are one of us, so you should practice with us from now on. Lan Xiadi used her soul power to seal the entire room, then took out the Hunyuan Ju and the 5 elements divine fist and asked Solin to observe. Hiss. Dean, this is too magical. With this magical skill, it feels like we can practice to the level of titled Douluo without any problem. Yes. That's true, but you have to keep it secret. Once it's leaked, our entire academy will be finished. Now we can just call Hunyuan Ju the advanced meditation method, so as not to accidentally let it slip and arouse other people's suspicion. Don't worry, Dean. I swear on my martial spirit that I will keep the secret to the death. Solin is also one of the senior executives of Tianshui, and a student of the previous Dean Shui Ling Feng. Naturally, she will also protect the interests of Tianshui College. Ye Liangchen also knows that the civilization of the Douluo world has always been suppressed by the God realm, including the Soul Master training system. Now Soul Masters need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings in order to upgrade. This is the rule set by the God realm. The purpose is to use human Soul Masters to restrain soul beasts. The ultimate goal is to prevent the Silver Dragon King and prevent the Soul Beast clan from becoming powerful. As a result, over time, human Soul Masters have also lost their ability to innovate and become dependent. Few people can create their own soul skills can only be obtained by hunting soul beasts. The various top martial arts secrets in martial arts novels are self-created soul skills for the low-level fantasy world of Douluo continent, and can even be said to be divine skills. Ye Liangchen observed the various exquisite sword techniques in Wanmi Yingfeng and evolved various sword moves in his mind. If he was not in the Rose Hotel at this moment, he would have summoned the Chunjun sword to practice. Now in a different world, in order to improve his strength, Ye Liangchen has also become a practice maniac. Whenever he practices, he reaches a state of selflessness. Xiao Chen. Wake up, practice is not a matter of one day or one night, you have to take it slowly. Lan Xiadi saw that it was late at night, and quickly interrupted Ye Liangchen's practice and asked him to go to bed. This little guy is only 6 years old now, and he must have enough sleep, otherwise it will affect his development. Okay. Aunt Lan. Ye Liangchen put Wanmi Yingfeng into his game backpack and went to sleep in his room. He had to be an obedient child in front of the elders of this world. After Lan Ziadi, Solin, and Lan Xiaoling came into contact with the magic of Hunyuanju, they used cultivation instead of sleeping, hoping to improve their strength as soon as possible. 20 days later, Ye Yangchen and his party passed through the Kingdom of Sylphs and the Kingdom of Barak, and finally arrived at a small town on the edge of the Stardo forest. Although it was just a small town, there were at least hundreds of thousands of residents living here. Along the way, Ye Yangchen was outside the carriage, admiring the scenery of the other world, and saw the hardships of the lives of ordinary people, which formed a sharp contrast with the luxurious life of the nobles. This small town outside the Stardo Great Forest is called the Soul Hunter Town. In fact, it is also a city, but there is no city wall and the area is very large, at least 100 square kilometers. This place is hundreds of miles away from the Stardo Forest. The Stardo Forest is the largest and most dangerous soul beast forest. People living here dare not get too close. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. The people in this town live on the Star Forest. They make a living by selling all kinds of weapons, armor, poisons, recovery potions, etc., which are all necessary items for soul masters to enter the soul beast forest. There are also a large number of shops for trading soul beasts in this town. Many soul beast meat, skins, teeth, etc. are very valuable. Some professional soul beast hunting teams often enter the forest to hunt various soul beasts and exchange them for gold soul coins. These teams are all free soul masters with strong strength. They are not high, and can only hunt some low-level souls. There are even professional teams that specialize in hunting soul beasts for others. As long as you can afford it, they can hunt soul beasts for you. However, the strength of these hunting teams is only some soul masters at the level of soul venerable and soul sect, and their strength is not very strong. They can also only hunt some low-level soul beasts. And these hunting teams are greedy by nature. Sometimes they will kill their employers and rob them of all their money. They often do such things of stealing money and killing people. Let's stay here today. Buy some insect and snake repellent powder, and enter the Star Forest early tomorrow morning. Lan Ziadi suggested resting in this town. After 20 days of intermittent travel, everyone was very tired, and even the horses pulling the cart were changed 5 times. Are the 3 ladies going to hunt soul beasts for this little friend? Our Thunder team can help, and it only takes 50 gold soul coins. At this time, a soul beast hunting team came over, and a leader, a soul sect expert, introduced his team's business to Lan Ziadi and the other 2 girls. There were a total of 6 people in this team, all of whom were tough-looking men, one of whom was a soul sect expert, and the remaining 5 were soul masters. They saw Lan Ziadi and her group riding in a luxurious carriage, and they must be rich people. Although the 3 girls were masked, their beautiful bodies under their black tights deeply attracted the passion in the hearts of the members of the Thunder team. So they just the purpose of offering a reward of 50 gold soul coins is to lure the 3 women into the trap. Buzz. Solin pressed the Thunder team with her powerful soul power, and immediately pushed them back 5 or 6 meters. Lan Ziadi and Lan Xiaoling protected Ye Yangchen in the middle. Being in this place where all kinds of people gathered, they secretly sent a message to Solin, telling her not to expose her martial soul. Once Lan Ziadi's Ice Phoenix martial soul was exposed, some knowledgeable soul masters could guess her identity. Being in this place where all kinds of people gathered, you have to be extra cautious. Get out. Don't bother us. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Solin said coldly, pressing the other party with a powerful soul power. She knew clearly what these soul beast hunting teams were thinking. I'm sorry. Dear sir, we shouldn't have offended you. We'll get out now. Get out now. The Thunder team was shocked and immediately rushed Torin away, not daring to stop for a moment. I wanted to lure the big fish to catch and make a big profit, but I didn't expect that these 3 women were all high-level soul masters, one more terrifying than the other. Just the soul power aura made them powerless to resist. This was not something that these small shrimps could afford to provoke. Other soul hunting teams in the distance saw the Thunder team being blown away, and they all hid far away. This is a world where the strong are respected. If you are strong, you are the rule maker, especially those powerful titled Douluo. Even the imperial family sees them and treats them as guests of honor and dares not offend them. Buzz. At this time, the soul power aura on Solin's body suddenly soared, and the powerful aura spread everywhere, and the soul power directly broke through the 70 level mark. Dean, I broke through level 70. Solin exclaimed, finally stepping into the soul saint. Before, she broke through to level 69 at the age of 36. It took a full 2 years to break through the soul saint to this level. It was not easy. Hush. Don't make a sound. There seems to be a titled Douluo nearby. Let's stay in the hotel first. Lan Ziadi stopped Solin's excitement and pulled Ye Yangchen towards the Yuela Inn in the distance. Sister. Is your perception correct? Lan Xiaoling asked curiously. Yes. Just now, 2 auras locked onto us. One of them is several times stronger than me. It should be a titled Douluo. The other is a high-level soul saint. Lan Xiaoling was also guessing the identity of the other party. Who is it? Solin patted his chest. Dean. Fortunately, we didn't expose our martial spirits, otherwise our identities might be exposed. At the same time, in another hotel called Lefu in the distance, in a large room, a white-haired old man in a light blue robe and a middle-aged man stood by the window, quietly observing the situation in the distance. There was also a petite, cute, and quirky little girl beside them. The little girl was about 6 years old, like a porcelain doll, very beautiful. I didn't expect that there would be 3 high-level female soul masters, 2 soul saints, and 1 soul Douluo here. The white-haired old man exclaimed. Female soul Douluo? Uncle Jian. As far as I know, there are only a handful of female soul Douluo in the entire continent. Who could it be? They are all masked and have not released their martial spirits. I can't guess their identities. They also brought a little boy with them. I think they should be hunting soul beasts for that little guy. The 2 people are Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Both of them are experienced. They keep calculating the identities of the 3 women in their hearts. Grandpa Jian. Dad, what are you looking at? Ning Rongrong jumped to Jian Douluo's side, opened her big eyes, and asked curiously. Nothing? Rongrong, go to bed. Tomorrow, Grandpa Jian will take you to get the first soul ring. Jian Douluo touched Ning Rongrong's little head, his eyes full of doting. Ning Rongrong, the youngest daughter of Ning Fengzi, awakened the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul a few months ago. Her innate soul power reached level 9. She is the most talented genius in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. After several months of training, the little girl's soul power has now reached level 10. This time, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo came to the Star Forest to obtain the first soul ring for the little girl. They are looking forward to Ning Rongrong's future achievements. On the other side, in the Yuela Inn Hotel, Lan Xiadi and the other 2 girls were very nervous. They didn't expect to find a titled Douluo in the town outside the Star Forest. Solin. Go buy some things. We will enter the Star Forest early tomorrow morning. Lan Xiadi told Solin. Yes. Dean. Solin quietly left the room and went to the shops outside to buy things to enter the Soul Beast Forest, such as insect repellent powder, poison, and the like. Yeliang Chen was also guessing the identity of the titled Douluo at this moment. He had heard Lan Xiadi say that the other party also had a high-level soul saint. Such strength is very powerful. A quarter of an hour later, Solin returned to the inn and brought a piece of news. Dean. I heard from the vendor that the 2 strong men were Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and they brought a little girl with them. Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi? With a little girl. It is rumored that half a year ago, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect produced a little genius of level 9 and 8, who should be Ning Fengzi's little daughter. It seems that they are trying to get the first soul ring for that little girl this time. Hearing that Solin said that the other party was from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the Lan Xiadi sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi were good people. Jian Douluo? Ning Fengzi? Ning Rongrong? Yeliang Chen was also shocked when he heard the news. He had been in this world for 6 years, and he was finally going to meet Ning Rongrong from the Shrek 7 Devils. However, Yeliang Chen now knows that Ning Rongrong is a little princess who is loved by everyone. She has a willful and capricious personality. Once someone provokes her, she will ask Grandpa Jian to kill people. Yeliang Chen doesn't want to have any intersection with her. Solin. You have broken through level 70. This time, I will also obtain your 7th ring soul. Lan Xiadi suggested. Yes. Dean. Solin was very excited. After so many years, she finally entered the soul saint level. This technique is really magical. It feels like 10 years of hard work. In the next few days, I may be able to enter level 90. Lan Xiadi was very excited. Lan Xiadi and the others finally saw the magic of Hunyuanju. Solin's soul power had been stuck at level 69 before. Unexpectedly, she had broken through the bottleneck after practicing Hunyuanju for only 20 days. It was really unexpected. Xiao Chen. Thank you, teacher. Solin picked up Yeliang Chen next to her and kissed him on the face. She learned from Lan Xiadi and her sister that Hunyuanju was practiced by Yeliang Chen. This little guy is simply everyone's lucky star. Teacher Solin. You're welcome. Yeliang Chen shook his head. This woman is always so enthusiastic. He can't stand it. When I grow up, if this woman dares to treat me like this again, I will definitely give her a traitorous disciple. Solin. Let Xiao Chen go to bed. Tomorrow morning, we have to set off for Xingde Forest. Looking at the little guy in Solin's arms, his face was slightly red and he looked very uncomfortable. The little guy knew he was shy, and Lan Ziadi felt very funny. Solin, this woman, had pursued Ye Feng in the past, but with Lu Ruyan around, she had no chance. Now she would not transfer that love to someone else's son, would she? Dean. Soul Hunter Town is not safe. I sleep with the little guy so that I can protect him closely. After Solin finished speaking, she directly carried Ye Yangchen into the next room to sleep. This woman treated the little guy as a human-shaped pillow, and this operation made Lan Ziadi and her sister laugh and cry. Sister. This woman is not going to hit Xiao Chen, right? Lan Xiaoling teased with a smile. Sister. You think too much. Lan Ziadi laughed, thinking that the little guy was the future of her daughter. Even if Solin had 100 courage, she would not dare. Teacher Solin. Ye Yangchen felt like he was about to be suffocated. How could he sleep when a mature beauty used him as a human pillow? SHH. Xiao Chen, don't talk. Go to sleep and get enough rest so that you can travel tomorrow. Hunting Soul Town is a place where all kinds of people gather. It is very dangerous. The teacher has to protect you closely. Solin looked at the little guy in her arms and smiled in her heart, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. I lost to you and couldn't get Ye Feng back then, but now your son is in my arms. Being hugged by a top-notch beauty, Ye Yangchen couldn't sleep. He remembered the Taoist Bingzhenju he had read before, so he began to recite in his heart. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not fall. The changes are still calm, the spirit is happy and the breath is calm. Forget yourself and keep oneness, the 6 roots are stable. Abstain from nourishing qi, selfless and inaction. Looking at each other, the expressions are dependent on each other. Preparing for the mysterious gate, subduing thoughts. There is nothing inside and outside, the heart is calm and the gods are bright. The heart is as clear as water, the heart is the heart. The breeze is not rising, the waves are not shocked. Sitting alone in the bamboo forest, whistling and playing the zither. The Zen is in a state of concentration, the poisonous dragon escapes. My heart is open, God rewards hard work. My intention is awe-inspiring, ghosts and demons are all shocked. Water flows without alarming the heart, clouds are slow to move. One heart does not add anything, ancient and modern are free. Ice is cold for thousands of years, and all things are especially quiet. The heart should be calm, forgetting oneself and being alone. The heart and mind are united, and the breath should follow each other. If they are intermingled, they will not be alarmed by changes. No delusion, no anger, no desire, no seeking. No giving up, no abandoning, no action, no self. After Ye Yangchen silently recited the Bingzhenju 3 times in his heart, he immediately became like an old monk in meditation. His heart was as calm as water, his heart was not volatile, and his mood was very calm. Fuck. This Bingzhenju is a super magic skill. So Ye Yangchen continued to recite the Bingzhenju in his heart, and then gradually fell into a deep sleep, breathing evenly, as if he was in the embrace of nature. Solin looked at the little guy sleeping quietly, pecked him on the forehead, smiled sweetly, and thought, this little guy is so cute. Chapter 11, Star Forest. No one spoke that night. The next morning, Lan Ziadi asked the waiter at the inn to bring breakfast. Everyone started to eat. After they were full, they prepared to set off towards the Star Forest. Shua shua. At this time, a strong soul power came from a distance. Ye Yangchen ran to the window and saw a long sword appeared in the sky, carrying 3 people and flying quickly towards the Star Forest. In front of the long sword stood a white-haired old man in a light blue robe. He was very handsome. He should be Douluo. Behind him was an elegant middle-aged man, holding a little Lolita like a porcelain doll in his arms, who should be Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong. Ye Yangchen looked at Douluo who was going away, and thought that the flying sword was very cool. When he cultivates the sword martial soul in the future, he must also develop the skill of flying sword. Douluo is also a super handsome guy in Douluo continent, and his appearance is at the same level as Daoliu. Not to mention, most of the soul masters who play swords are handsome guys. It's worthy of being Douluo. Flying with 2 people. Solin looked at Douluo's flying skills and couldn't stop praising. Xiao Chen also has a sword martial soul, and he can also fly with a sword in the future. Lan Ziadi and her sister touched Ye Yangchen's little head. They are very much looking forward to the future achievements of this little guy. Let's eat. We will set off after that. Lan Ziadi asked everyone to eat quickly. The Soul Hunter town was still hundreds of miles away from the Star Forest. The last part of the road was very rugged and the carriage could not move forward. In order to reach the destination as soon as possible, Lan Ziadi directly hugged Ye Yangchen in her arms and took him to the Star Forest. Solin and Lan Xiaoling followed on both sides. Shua shua. High-level soul master, the speed was very fast. An hour later, several people had reached the edge of the Xingda Great Forest. The Xingda Forest is the largest soul beast forest in Douluo continent, half the size of the entire Barak Kingdom. The entire forest lies in the center of the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. 40% of the area is in the Tiandu Empire, and the remaining 60% is in the Xingluo Empire. The Wuhan Hall is located at the junction of the two empires, only about 600 kilometers away from the Xingde Forest. With the resources of the entire Xingde Great Forest behind it, it can be said to be blessed by nature. The Xingde Great Forest is also the forest with the most soul beast species. The soul beasts that ordinary soul masters need can be found here. But the Xingde Great Forest is also the most dangerous soul beast forest in the entire Douluo continent. It is rumored that there are 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the center of the forest. This is only the situation known to people on Douluo continent. As a time traveler, Yangchen knows that the Silver Dragon King and a group of fierce beasts over 200,000 years old are hiding in the depths of the Lake of Life in the Xingde Forest. That is the most dangerous place in the entire Douluo continent. Yangchen was very shocked when he looked at this magical star forest. There were towering trees, exotic flowers and plants, and of course the blue-silver grass was the most abundant plant. Squeak. Rustle. Awoo. At this moment, as soon as everyone stepped into the outer edge of the forest, they saw some birds and beasts under 100 years old, shuttling through the forest, making various sounds from time to time. Xiaochen, the star forest is the forest with the most soul beasts in the entire continent. Along the way, Lan Ziadi introduced Yangchen to the star forest and the survival knowledge of entering the soul beast forest. She, Solin and Lan Xiaoling formed a triangle shape, surrounded the little guy in the center, and set off into the depths of the star forest. At this moment, Yangchen looked around and listened to all directions, guarding against the attacks of those soul beasts. Although there were 3 masters to protect him, he had to learn to protect himself when entering such a forest. Xiaochen. Auntie has a sword here, you can use it for self-defense. Lan Ziadi took out an exquisite 3-foot-long sword from the soul guide and gave it to Yangchen for self-defense. Okay. Auntie Lan. Taking the long sword handed over by Lan Ziadi, Yangchen suddenly had an idea and wanted to practice swordsmanship, so he waved the sword and started playing. Auntie Lan. This sword is very beautiful, can you give it to me? Yangchen asked with a smile. Silly child. Auntie took out this sword and gave it to you. Lan Ziadi smiled sweetly. This sword was given to her by Lu Ruyan. At that time, she and her sister had not married Yun Hangxing yet. They traveled around the continent with Ye Feng and were very free and easy. Now when she thinks back, it is full of memories. Thank you, Auntie Lan. The exquisite sword moves in Wanmi I Ying Feng swordsmanship have long been remembered by Yangchen. Following the sword moves in his mind, Yangchen began to dance. Shua shua shua. Stab, chop, slash, stab in a whirlwind, slash. The long sword in Yangchen's hand was like a swimming dragon, very flexible, and the sword flowers exuded a sharp breath, extremely gorgeous. The soul power was attached to the sword blade, and the lethality was very huge. Several trees as big as small bowls 3 meters away were cut off by the sword blade, making Yangchen feel that he had the world in his hand. It was worthy of being the peerless swordsmanship of the sword god Ximen Chugzhu. For the soul masters in the Douluo world, it was simply a magical skill. Yangchen remembered that the sword saint Yegukin's Tianhui swordsmanship was a little more powerful than Ximen Chugzhu's swordsmanship. After learning Tianhui, it must be very cool. The little guy is really a swordsmanship genius. This swordsmanship feels more powerful and exquisite than his father's. The 3 girls watched Yangchen play with swordsmanship and retreated to the edge. They watched him practice swordsmanship quietly and felt very relieved. Auntie Lan. I think you can also learn the Wanmi I Ying Feng swordsmanship. If you learn these swordsmanship well, it will be like creating your own soul skills. After practicing hundreds of swordsmanship, Yangchen felt very comfortable. In order to improve the strength of the people around him, Yangchen also introduced the mystery of the Wanmi I Ying Feng swordsmanship to Lan Ziadi and others, so that they can learn swordsmanship in the future. They are all his relatives. Yangchen hopes that they can all become stronger. He will not be like Tang San next door, who has the unique skills of the Tang sect and is reluctant to pass them on to his wife Xiaohu. Well, it's time for us to change our thinking. This set of peerless swordsmanship is like a self-created soul skill when used by Xiaochen. But such a precious swordsmanship cannot be passed on randomly, otherwise the consequences will be serious. After Yangchen said this, the 3 women looked at each other and made changes in their hearts. The extreme flow teaching mode of Tianshui College also had to be changed. We will arrange this after we return to the college. Let's find soul beasts first. Solin, ice toad, blue-scaled dragon, blue flag arrowfish, these soul beasts are all fine. Then let's find the azure ivy for Xiaochen first, and then set off into the depths of the forest. Sister Lan Ziadi and Solin were discussing the 7th soul ring. Yangchen was listening quietly beside them. He felt that the soul beasts that Solin wanted to find all had water attributes, which was a bit extreme. This should be the extreme teaching mode of Tianshui College. Yangchen remembered that the soul beasts killed by the Power Clan were all power type. The martial spirit of that clan seemed to be called the powerful orangutan, which also caused the people of that clan to look like King Kong. All their soul skills were of power attributes, which was simply the extreme of extremes. The group set out towards the depths of the Xingde forest. The soul beasts they encountered became more and more powerful. The snakes as thick as buckets, 20 meters long, spitting out signals. The snake crawled forward. Hiss! The giant snake made a hissing sound from its mouth, which was very impressive. Yangchen felt that the giant snake could swallow a strong man weighing 200 or 300 kilograms alive. Kaka! A centipede that was more than 10 meters long, with densely packed legs as thick as a small bowl, and 2 pincers in front of its head like giant sickles, killed a goat in one go and swallowed it into its mouth. Such a scene reminded Yangchen of the centipede spirit in a Chinese ghost story. Awoo! Chirp! The grey wolf, as big as a calf, quickly chased and killed other weak soul beasts. There were also many plant soul beasts. After being frightened, they surrounded themselves with branches. There were even some trees dozens of meters high that would run quickly. The birds of prey in the sky were more than 10 meters long, screaming from their mouths, and whistling over the heads of the crowd. Yangchen looked at these powerful soul beasts and felt his scalp tingling. He felt like he had entered a monster world. It was the first time he saw these ferocious beasts, and he was still a little uncomfortable. Xiao Chen. We are here, don't be afraid. Lan Ziadi looked at Yangchen's nervous look and patted him on the back. It's normal to be afraid when you see a soul beast for the first time. We were the same when we were kids. Lan Xiaoling and Solin smiled beside them. I'm not afraid. I'm judging the age of these soul beasts. Yangchen would never admit that he was afraid. Carefully observing the marks on these soul beasts, they are all about 300 years old. The Soul Beast Encyclopedia records many marks of soul beasts at different ages, which are easy to identify. Yangchen only read a little bit of the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. It seems that he has to master this knowledge as soon as possible in the future. These are the experiences summed up by countless soul masters in Douluo continent. Everyone continued to walk deep into the forest. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front of them, followed by a howl. Awoo! Yun Kong Long, Feng Kong Hu, this is a tiger soul beast, and it is a very powerful soul beast, be careful. Lan Ziadi asked everyone to stop and prepare for battle. Hu! After a gust of wind, a huge ghost tiger rushed towards everyone, about 8,000 years old. Hiss! Swish! Then a 3-meter-long scorpion and a 20-meter-long spotted python also came from both sides, about 5,000 years old. In the distance, there was a 5,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, crawling on a big tree, quietly staring at everything. Humph! These ferocious soul beasts that are less than 10,000 years old still want to treat us as food. Xiaoling, let's go and fight quickly. Solin. Protect Xiao Chen. Lan Ziadi released her martial spirit, called her sister, and prepared for battle. Chirp. Buzz. A phoenix cry sounded, and an ice phoenix appeared from behind Lan Ziadi. Yellow, purple, black, and 8 soul rings slowly rose from her body. Lan Xiaoling also released her own jade dolphin, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, 7 soul rings appeared. Sister. Do you want to kill them all? No need to kill them all, just repel them. If you kill these soul beasts, the bloody smell will attract more powerful soul beasts. And these soul beasts are excellent resources. It's a pity to kill them. Keeping them may be useful in the future. Shua Shua. First soul skill, freeze. Lan Ziadi released her soul skill, and in an instant, countless ice cubes emerged from the ground, and the several thousand-year-old soul beasts that rushed over were immediately frozen. Fifth soul skill, water cannon attack. Lan Xiaoling also released her 5th soul skill, water cannon attack. Bang, bang, bang. Several water cannons flew out of her hands quickly, accurately hitting the frozen soul beasts, knocking them away instantly, and even the human-faced demon spider on the distant tree was accurately hit. Awoo! Hiss! The soul beasts that had lived for thousands of years also had a trace of intelligence. After being knocked away, they knew that they had encountered a tough opponent and immediately fled. Yangchen saw Lan Xiaoling's water cannon attack, which was just like a cannonball. Even at a distance of 20 meters, it still had such a great killing power. It was really not simple. Xiao Chen. How do you feel? Solin smiled at the surprised look of the little guy in her arms. Auntie Lan and the others have powerful soul skills. Yangchen waved his hand and said excitedly. Let's go. Lan Ziadi called everyone to keep moving forward. The few people searched in the forest for a day, but still didn't encounter the soul beasts they wanted. They encountered 2 waves of ferocious soul beasts along the way. Yangchen also killed a 100-year-old nether wolf, which was very exciting. At this time, there was a cave in front of them, about 20 square meters, very dry inside, and a small river 200 meters away from the cave entrance, which was an ideal place for camping. Lan Ziadi suggested resting here for one night. We will stay here tonight and continue looking tomorrow. They walked into the cave and found that there were no animals and the ground was very clean. Solin and Lan Xiaoling skillfully set up the tent, and Ye Yangchen also helped. I have also watched Bear Grylls Man vs. Wild program in my previous life, and I feel very excited about this kind of survival experience in the wild. Lan Ziadi went to the forest to pick up some dry firewood, and then went to the river to fetch more than a dozen buckets of water, and then boiled a pot of hot water outside the cave entrance to prepare dinner. As early as when I passed Soto City, Lan Ziadi purchased a large amount of rice, flour, oil, cooking utensils and various dried vegetables and meats, all stored in the Soul Guide, which can be used by 4 people for 1 or 2 months. The reason why Lan Ziadi brought so many food materials is because Ye Yangchen is still young and growing up, so he needs to keep up with the food and can't eat dry food every day. Although making a fire in the forest will attract some soul beasts that are not afraid of fire, as a soul fighter, Lan Ziadi is not afraid of these. Besides, this place is still outside the Star Do forest, and there will be no soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Sister, what are we going to eat tonight? Lan Xiaoling said with a smile. Stewed beef with winter bamboo shoots, stir-fried wild lily, braised dried carp, and an egg drop soup. The conditions are limited, so I can only make these. Wow! I haven't eaten the Dean's dishes for a long time. Solin, haven't you eaten enough of my dishes before? Come and help quickly. You are also my mother's student, you have to call me senior sister outside. Yes. Beautiful senior sister. After Solin and Lan Xiaoling set up the tent, they also helped. The 3 women talked and laughed, and the scene was very warm. Ye Yangchen sat in the distance, watching such a scene, feeling the same as the Beauty Private Kitchen program in the TV series in the previous life, very pleasing to the eye. An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was ready, and the tempting aroma came to the nose, making people salivate. Xiao Chen, go wash your hands and come to eat. Lan Ziadi woke up Ye Yangchen who was meditating and practicing. Okay. Aunt Lan. With delicious food, Ye Yangchen was in a very good mood. After a delicious meal, Lan Ziadi took out a big pot and a big wooden barrel and started to boil hot water, while Solin and Lan Xiaoling went to the distant river to take a bath. Xiao Chen, take a bath quickly, Auntie will help you watch outside. Lan Ziadi poured hot water into the wooden barrel and told Ye Yangchen to take a bath. Good guy. How can this be hunting soul beasts? This is a trip. Seeing this scene, Ye Yangchen felt so interesting. Thank you, Auntie Lan. Ye Yangchen soaked in the wooden barrel and felt very relaxed. This kind of life was too comfortable. After a while, after Solin came back, Lan Ziadi also ran to the river to take a bath. Women are very clean, not to mention them as beauties. After a lot of tossing, it was already dark, and you couldn't see your fingers when you stretched your hand out. Fortunately, the fire was still burning, illuminating the whole cave. Xiao Chen, go to bed quickly. Seeing that it was late at night, Lan Ziadi interrupted Ye Yangchen who was practicing and asked him to go to bed. Okay, Aunt Lan. Ye Yangchen crawled into the tent and began to sleep. He fell into a deep sleep soon. Solin, Xiaoling, you go to sleep. I'll be on duty. Sister, let's sleep in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, junior sister Solin and I will be on duty. You can sleep in the second half of the night. Okay. That's it. After the 3 women practiced for an hour, they began to allocate their practice time. When they spent the night in the Soul Beast Forest, they had to be on guard against attacks from soul beasts at all times. After Solin entered the tent, she came to lie down beside Ye Yangchen and hugged the little guy in her arms as a pillow. Solin, I feel like you did it on purpose. Do you have to hold the little guy in your arms to fall asleep? Lan Xiaoling was speechless as she watched the woman's actions. Sister Xiaoling, as Xiaoqin's teacher, and in the Star Forest, I have to be responsible for his safety. This is called personal protection. Solin ignored Lan Xiaoling's teasing and continued to hold Ye Yangchen in her arms, giving him the warmest care. I know you were a little unwilling to lose to Lu Ru in that year. You don't want to attack her son, do you? Don't mess around. Lan Xiaoling felt that this woman was very wrong. Sister Xiaoling, you think too much. Solin smiled at Lan Xiaoling charmingly, thinking, even if I have this idea, it will never come true. When the little guy grows up, I will be old. Ye Yangchen was sleeping soundly at the moment, but he felt as if he was surrounded by something, and it was also with a good fragrance, very comfortable. In a daze, he felt that he couldn't turn over, so he stretched out his hand and wanted to move. The next moment, he touched something soft, and Ye Yangchen woke up immediately, and found himself in the arms of the beautiful teacher Solin again. Oh my god! Why is it here again? How can I sleep? It's really a sin. Before in the Soul Hunter town, this woman promised Lan Xiadi and her sister that she would protect herself closely, and she was really addicted to it, which was too speechless. The dean's grandmother told me before that Solin had pursued her father, but her mother Lu Ruin blocked her, so this woman didn't succeed. Is this woman going to attack me now? Although this kind of thing is very exciting. Thinking of this, Liang Chen began to recite the Bingzhenju in his heart. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not be shocked. The changes are still calm, the spirit is happy and the breath is calm. In order to make himself fall asleep, Liang Chen recited the Bingzhenju 5 times in his heart, which calmed his mood and finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 12 999-year-old Azure Ivy. 2 days later, Liang Chen and his companions finally found the Azure Ivy soul beast in a small valley. Azure Ivy is a top-level plant soul beast, and its vines are emerald green and crystal clear. The vines of this plant soul beast are very resilient, and the older they are, the tougher they are. They usually rely on vines to entangle and strangle their prey, and after killing the prey, they absorb the nutrients to strengthen themselves. Liang Chen remembered that the 3 major teaching committee members of Tiandu Royal Academy were all soul Douluo strength, among which the martial soul of Zhilan soul Douluo is the Azure Ivy, which is also very powerful. Sister. This Azure Ivy is nearly 1000 years old. What should we do? It has exceeded the age limit of the 2nd ring of the Soul Master. Lan Xiaoling asked her sister. Then let's look for it again. Lan Xiadi and Solin didn't want Liang Chen to take the risk of absorbing a soul ring that was nearly 1000 years old. Auntie Lan. I'll choose it for my first soul ring. Liang Chen directly proposed to hunt the soul beast in front of him. Although he wanted to get 1000-year soul ring, it was too difficult to find. Now he is only 6 years old, he can't take too many risks. When he takes a divine test in the future, he can slowly increase the age of the soul ring. No. Xiao Chen. The age of this Azure Ivy is at least about 990 years old. You can't bear the energy impact brought by this soul ring now. The Lan Xiadi sisters and Solin rejected Liang Chen in unison. This little guy is simply too bold. Shua Shua. Liang Chen directly summoned the Chunjun sword, and as soon as the external soul bone was activated, a pair of golden wings surrounded by lightning appeared behind him. Aunt Lan. Teacher Solin, I'm serious, I'm going to get this soul ring. Liang Chen waved the Chunjun sword, and with the blessing of the flying skill of the external soul bone, he killed the Tianjing Ivy. When Tang San next door was 6 years old, he could rely on the martial arts in the Xiantian Bailu to kill the Mandragora snake that was more than 400 years old. Liang Chen also wanted to try out the results of his 2 years of practice. Besides, he still had the blessing of the external soul bone of 15,000 years. How strong could the Tianjing Ivy that was less than 1000 years old be? Xiao Chen. Shua Shua Shua. The 3 women screamed, and immediately dodged and rushed in front of Liang Chen. Silly child. Even if you really want this soul ring, at least you have to wait until we hurt the Azure Ivy. Lan Xiadi looked at the little guy's determined expression and felt helpless. Auntie Lan. I want to try the power of the Azure Ivy. Liang Chen was also speechless. He wanted to show his strength, but was blocked by the 3 women. Is Xiaoqin's wing an external soul bone? Solin had never seen the little guy's soul bone and was very surprised. Yes. This is the soul bone left by his parents, and it is an external soul bone of 15,000 years old. Lan Xiaoling explained to Solin. Since Xiao Chen wants to absorb the Azure Ivy soul ring of more than 900 years, let him try. If it doesn't work, we can interrupt him. Lan Xiadi finally decided to let Liang Chen try. She felt that this little guy would create a miracle. Several people quickly flew to the location of the Azure Ivy, and the Azure Ivy, which was more than 20 meters high, sensed the danger and immediately waved several vines to attack everyone. Shua Shua Shua. The crystal clear sky blue vine, like a steel whip, has great power. Aunt Lan. Let me try first. Liang Chen rushed forward with a step, waving the Chunjun sword in his hand, and quickly chopped at the vines. Dang dang dang. Block, chop, slash. The Chunjun sword produced a bunch of sword flowers, slashing on the vines, making a crisp sound. The pair of golden wings behind Liang Chen also kept waving, making him very flexible. This little guy's strength is beyond our imagination. The 3 women exclaimed. I'm afraid that some 2nd ring soul masters can't compare to him in actual combat ability. Can your vines be harder than my Chunjun sword? Look at me chopping them off. Plum blossoms bloom all over the sky. Crack, crack. Liang Chen's pace suddenly quickened, and the Chunjun sword in his hand danced faster and faster, and the sword flowers were like plum blossoms, and the vines close to him were cut off one after another. Shua, shua, shua. At this time, several emerald vines stretched out from the mother root of the Azure Ivy and pulled towards Liang Chen. Come back. Yeliang shouted, and continued to chop off those vines. Xiao Chen. The huge mother root at the bottom of the azure ivy is its spiritual core. Lan Ziadi reminded from the side. In order to prevent accidents, she directly summoned her martial soul and launched a soul skill attack at the bottom of the azure ivy. Xianbing Thorn. Bang! An ice cone pierced the bucket-like mother root of the azure ivy, which instantly injured the azure ivy and made it lose its combat effectiveness. Xiao Chen, make one last sword towards the sphere in the center, so that you can absorb this soul ring. Solin shouted beside him. Yeliang Chen sprinted and stabbed the sphere in the center of the azure ivy's mother root with a sword. Shua shua. The azure ivy's vines suddenly seemed to be deflated and softened immediately. Soul power emanated from the azure ivy and gradually condensed into a large dark yellow circle. Xiao Chen. The soul ring has been formed. You summon another martial soul and absorb the soul ring with your mind. Focus on your danshan. No matter how the power in the soul ring impacts your body, you must stay awake and try to hold on. Lan Ziadi and the other two girls reminded beside him. To be honest, they were both afraid and looking forward to it at this moment. I understand. Yeliang Chen took back the Chunjun sword, summoned the goddess of life martial soul, and communicated with the soul ring with his mind. Buzz. As Yeliang Chen communicated with his mind, the soul ring was attracted by the goddess's martial soul, floated directly over, and was put on the martial soul. Boom. In an instant, Yeliang Chen felt a powerful force impacting every part of his body, as if someone was holding it was like a hammer hitting every muscle, but it didn't feel very painful, and it was a bit comfortable. Hat. Yeliang Chen let out a long roar, and used his strong physical strength to resist the force. After 2 years of training, his body was polished very strong, and he took the body tempering pills these days, which made his body stronger. Although the force was very strong, it was within his tolerance. Yeliang Chen tried hard to use the power in the soul ring to polish his body. This sour taste was very refreshing, and there was a feeling of pain and happiness. Sister Lan Ziadi and Solin surrounded Yeliang Chen, looking at the little guy's persistence, feeling extremely anxious. At this moment, they were ready to cut off Yeliang Chen's absorption of the soul ring at any time, for fear that he would explode and die. Time passed slowly. After 4 hours, Yeliang Chen's soul power slowly stabilized, and the soul ring no longer fluctuated. It was put on the goddess's martial soul and perfectly integrated with it. The big dark yellow circle flashed, very gorgeous. Shua shua. A powerful breath rushed up from Yeliang Chen, instantly allowing his soul power to break through to level 14, because he had absorbed the external soul bone of 15,000 years before, and with the blessing of this soul ring that was nearly 1,000 years old, he directly broke through to level 14. Success, this little guy almost scared me to death. Lan Ziadi breathed a sigh of relief. The first soul ring is nearly 1,000 years old, and it allowed him to break through to level 14 soul power in an instant. Xiao Chen broke the record and created a miracle. The soul masters in this world only focus on soul power training, but ignore the training of the body, resulting in no one being able to break the record. It seems that we are too conservative. It's time to change the way of training. The miracle that happened to Yeliang Chen broke Lan Ziadi's cognition and gave them hope. After Yeliang Chen perfectly absorbed the Azure Ivy soul ring, he felt that his current strength was very strong, and he directly activated the first soul skill to see how it worked. Life Strangles. Shua shua. I saw several green vines shoot out from the hands of the life martial soul, wrapping around several bull fig trees in the distance. Kaka. As Yeliang Chen exerted his strength, the trees were directly strangled. Aunt Lan. Teacher Solin. I said I could break the record. Do you believe it now? This soul ring has reached 999 years, and it is only 1 year away from 1,000-year soul ring. Yeliang Chen put away his martial soul and showed off his achievements to the 3 women. After being reborn as a child, he regained the innocent and lively personality of his childhood. It felt good to share his achievements in front of his elders. Xiao Chen. You are great. Auntie is proud of you. Lan Ziadi excitedly hugged Yeliang Chen and kissed him on the face, not caring that the little guy was covered in sweat. Auntie Lan. Put me down quickly, my clothes are all sweaty and will dirty yours. Yeliang Chen struggled, feeling very uncomfortable. Puff. The little guy is still caring. It took Xiao Chen 4 hours to absorb the spirit ring. It's getting late. Let's find a place to camp. The few of them wandered around in the forest and found a small river. Then they set up a tent in an open space by the river and made a fire to cook. At the same time, a few miles away from Yeliang Chen and his group, a barefoot white-haired beauty, accompanied by 2 titled Douluo level masters, stood on a tree several hundred meters high, quietly observing Yeliang Chen and his group in the distance. The white-haired woman is the divine beast Silver Dragon King, and the 2 strong men behind her are Ditian and Bai Ji. These 2 guys are fierce beasts that have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. When Yeliang Chen's life martial soul was absorbing the first soul ring, the Silver Dragon King was awakened by the breath of the goddess of life Martial Soul. Then she used a magic weapon to cover her breath, came out of the lake of life, and decided to take a look. Master. This little guy is not simple. The first soul ring is nearly 1,000 years old. They watched the whole process of Ye Chen obtaining the first soul ring and couldn't help but exclaimed. He is indeed a super genius. No wonder the goddess of life pays attention to him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will inherit the position of the god of life in the future. Moreover, the other sword Martial Soul in his body has also reached the god level Martial Soul. It is incredible. The god of destruction is a henpecked husband who always listens to his wife. The goddess of life has passed down the throne, and that guy will probably pass down the throne as well. In this way, this little human has a bright future. The Silver Dragon King combined Ye Liangchen's situation and analyzed the future, which surprised Ditian and Baiji. So, that little guy may be a double god king in the future. Indeed. The Silver Dragon King thought for a while, took out a piece of silver white scale, and handed it to Ditian. Emperor Tian. Give this scale to that little guy. I always feel that the little guy will change the whole pattern of the god realm in the future. For our future, I plan to take a gamble. Emperor Tian and Bridget exclaimed, My lord. This is your reverse scale. I have made up my mind, Emperor Tian, give the reverse scale to that little guy. If he is in danger, you can help him. This little guy is probably the child of the couple 6 years ago. His parents were killed by the god of Shura. In this way, we have a common enemy. When the Silver Dragon King thought of the sword that the god of Shura had slashed at him, he decided to help the little guy. If the little guy really achieved the dual godhood at that time, she could use the little guy's hand to take revenge. After the Silver Dragon King finished speaking, he returned to the Lake of Life and continued to heal his wounds. Emperor Tian. My lord, you are betting the fate of our soul beast clan on that little guy. The boy was on his body. Since the master has made the decision, let's take a gamble with the master. The two fierce beasts shook their heads helplessly. They couldn't resist the master's arrangement, so they had to quietly rush to where Ye Liangchen and his men were. Chapter 13 Silver Dragon King's Investment. Ye Liangchen successfully obtained the first soul ring. Lan Ziadi and her sister went to the forest to catch a hare and a pheasant, planning to cook a few more dishes to celebrate for the little guy. At this moment, Ye Liangchen had just finished taking a bath in the stream, washed off the sweat on his body, and felt extremely comfortable. Solin was not far away, washing his clothes and guarding the little guy. As a responsible teacher, she was responsible for Ye Liangchen's safety. Teacher Solin. I'm going to put on my clothes. Please turn around first. Ye Liangchen shouted to Solin. Okay. Teacher, I won't watch it. Solin turned around and felt very funny. This guy is so young, why should he be shy? What if the teacher sees him? He won't eat you. Ye Liangchen got out of the water and put on his clothes quickly. Although he is only a 6-year-old child, he feels very uncomfortable if he is seen naked by this woman. Shua Shua. At this moment, two figures appeared silently on the bank of the stream, which scared Ye Liangchen and Solin. The people who came were 2 young men and women. The aura on their bodies was extremely powerful. They seemed to be titled Douluo masters. Who are you? Solin was suddenly very nervous and immediately blocked in front of Ye Liangchen. Don't worry. We have no ill intentions. The woman smiled, stared at Ye Liangchen, and nodded to the man in black. Ye Liangchen looked at the other person carefully. The man was very tall, wearing a black robe, with golden eyes, very cold and handsome. The woman was extremely beautiful, with long green hair draped behind her, wearing a green long skirt, showing her curvy figure perfectly, and a pair of big and white breasts in front of her chest. She was an extremely beautiful woman. The woman with green hair and green skirt? The man in black? Could these two guys be Baiji and Ditian? That's right. In the Star Forest, and in this state, there is no one else except them. Ye Liangchen thought quickly, why did these two beasts come to him? Boy. What's your name? The man in black looked at Ye Liangchen and asked lightly. Senior. My name is Ye Liangchen. If this guy attacks, he will have no chance of survival, so Ye Liangchen simply reported his name openly. Ye Liangchen? I 1/2 AE degree AE superscript 1 CEA AEA 1/4 EI 1/2 A. Ditian asked curiously. In the battle in Xingde Forest 6 years ago, Ye Feng and his wife fought against Tang Hao. Seeing that Tang Hao was about to collapse, he was suddenly possessed by Shura's power and killed Ye Feng and his wife. At that time, the Silver Dragon King was awakened by Shura's power, so he sent Ditian and others to observe secretly. Senior knows my parents. Ye Liangchen was shocked in his heart, this was too incredible. Your parents were famous back then, and countless people on the entire continent knew about it. We naturally knew about it too. We all saw the scene of their battle with the titled Douluo back then. Your parents are very talented and powerful. Originally, the two of them could have defeated the titled Douluo with their martial soul fusion skills, but in the end, the Azura god intervened and used his divine power to bless the titled Douluo, which led to the death of your parents. Before your parents blew themselves up, they sent away a blue-haired woman, the one who was cooking over there. The reason why Tian told Yeliyangchen about the god's actions was to let Yeliyangchen know that his enemy was the Azura god. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. These fierce beasts that have lived for hundreds of thousands of years are all very cunning. They also know this truth. Yeliyangchen knew clearly what Tian and the others were thinking. Didn't they just want to use him to get rid of the Azura god? It felt like the Silver Dragon King wanted him to help her get revenge, but it was not impossible, unless the Mother Dragon helped him become stronger first. It was the gods who killed my parents? What are gods? Yeliyangchen only guessed about the attack of Shura god, but he couldn't say it out loud, so he pretended to be confused and asked curiously. Child. Gods are powerful beings who are superior to all living beings. Their strength is stronger than that of titled Douluo. When you become stronger, you can learn about these things. Baiji looked at Yeliyangchen's innocent eyes and felt pity for the little guy. The sudden appearance of two strange strong men also aroused the vigilance of Lan Ziadi and her sister, and they immediately flew over here. Who are the two seniors? Lan Ziadi asked Tian and Baiji respectfully. The aura exuded by the other party was extremely powerful, and they were definitely powerful people at the level of title Douluo. Don't worry. We have no ill intentions. My name is Baiji, and this is Tian. As for our identities, I won't tell you for the time being, and you will understand later. Baiji introduced the beast to Lan Ziadi, but she did not reveal the identity of the beast, fearing that it would scare the people. Baiji's original form was an emerald swan that was nearly 600,000 years old. After the transformation, she was a stunning beauty with a gentle personality and a friendly attitude. Little friend. Come and let me see you. Baiji smiled and came to Yeliyangchen. Looking at his cute appearance, she could not help but reach out and touch the little guy's head. This beautiful sister, what are you looking for me for? Although Yeliyangchen was a little afraid of this beast-level warrior, he still said hello to the other party. Puchi. The little friend is so sweet. Baiji was amused by the little guy's words of beautiful sister. Boy. I'll give you a treasure. If you need any help, just use your soul power to activate the restriction on this scale. Then I will come to help you solve the problem in time. Boy, work hard. Your future enemies are very powerful. Tian took out the silver-white scale, gave it to Yeliyangchen, and told him to practice hard. Treat this little guy well, his future achievements are limitless. Tian said to Lan Ziadi and her sister, and then left. Senior, even if you don't say it, we will do our best to protect his growth. Xiao Chen is like our child. Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, Lan Ziadi and her sister breathed a sigh of relief. Tian wanted to tell Yeliyangchen about the Dragon God War and the God Realm, but he thought that the little guy was only 6 years old now, so it was too hasty. He would wait for a chance to talk about it later. Little friend, work hard. Sister is very optimistic about you. Baiji kissed Yeliyangchen on the face, and then floated away. Come and go in a hurry. Yeliyangchen was very shocked when he held the silver scale. He didn't expect that the Silver Dragon King would give his reverse scale to himself. Did she want me to be a dragon knight? When Yeliyangchen thought of the white-haired sick girl of the Silver Dragon King, he found it very interesting. If he had a chance in the future, he would go to see her. After all, the Silver Dragon King was the first goddess of Douluo and the first rich woman. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu can't compare. Yeliyangchen also guessed the purpose of the Silver Dragon King. She should have sensed something from her life goddess martial spirit and wanted to use her hand to change the fate of the Soul Beast clan. However, those things are still far away from me. Now I am just a 14th level soul master. When I reach the level of the Creator God in the future, I can solve them at will. I have a plug-in. There is absolutely no problem to cultivate to the level of the Creator God in this world. After Tian and Baiji returned to the Lake of Life, they immediately came to the palace under the lake to report to the Silver Dragon King. My lord, I have confirmed that the little boy is the child of the couple back then. In the sickly voice of the Silver Dragon King, there was a trace of joy. Well. This is easy. His enemies are also our enemies. In the future, we can provide the resources needed for the little guy to practice. Soul bones and soul rings are not a problem. As long as I can use him to kill the Shura god in the future, it will be worth it. My lord, don't worry. We will arrange it. Tian and Baiji looked at each other and thought that this deal was very cost-effective. If they invested in the little human in advance and he really inherited the throne of the God of Life and the God of Destruction in the future, the fate of the Soul Beast clan would really change. A quarter of an hour after Tian and Baiji left, Lan Ziadi and the others finally came back to their senses. Thinking back to what happened just now, they felt like they were dreaming. Who are these two strong men? Ziokin's parents were killed by gods. Solin and Lan Xialing's heads were buzzing. What happened today was beyond their cognition. Ye Feng and Lu Ruyan also felt that the power was not possessed by mortals. Unexpectedly, it was a god. The strong man also said it was the Shura god. What kind of god is this? Lan Ziadi murmured to herself, recalling the scene of Ye Feng and his wife's self-destruction, feeling very sad. Such a powerful enemy was waiting for Ye Liangchen. As the protector of the little guy, she felt a lot of pressure. Ye Liangchen thought about it. Since the Silver Dragon King wanted to use his hand to change the fate of the soul beast, he couldn't do it for nothing. He had to ask her for some 100,000 year soul bones in the future. It should be fine. Maybe Ditian and the others would let those soul beasts who were about to die sacrifice to him, and then he wouldn't have to work hard to kill soul beasts. Ye Liangchen thought about the future crookedly, and felt that it was getting more and more possible. Lan Ziadi came to Ye Liangchen and looked at the little guy in a daze, feeling a little distressed. Child. Don't think too much. Let's talk about the future later. Let's go to dinner first. After comforting Ye Liangchen, Lan Ziadi took the little guy's hand and walked towards the camp. Auntie Lan. I'm fine. Ye Liangchen smiled and quickly put the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King into the soul guide. This is a super treasure. With it, it is equivalent to having a super fighter. The dinner was very rich. Lan Ziadi and her sister specially made braised rabbit, braised pheasant meat, etc. for Ye Liangchen. They were very delicious. Absorbing a soul ring with a limit of nearly 1,000 years consumed a lot of Ye Liangchen's energy. At this moment, he turned into a dry rice man and ate voraciously. After a delicious meal, Ye Liangchen practiced for another hour, then returned to the soft bed in the tent and fell asleep. Lan Ziadi and her sister and Solin gathered around the fire and discussed what happened today. What happened today? We must keep it secret. 2 super-titled Douluo strongmen, which force is the other party from? I don't know. But the woman with green hair is very similar to Ziokin's first martial soul. Since the other party has no ill intentions, there is no need to worry. Just take one step at a time and see what happens. And judging from their appearance, they are willing to protect Xiao Chen. Hang, now there is no need to worry about the safety of the little guy. The 3 girls felt that there would be more surprises in the future, and they were looking forward to it. Chapter 14 Killing Soul Beasts, Exploding Soul Bones. Ye Liangchen has successfully obtained the first soul ring, and the next step is to find the 7th soul ring for Solin. Solin, this woman, has been protecting him closely since she came to the Star Do Forest. As a person who knows how to repay kindness, Ye Liangchen must help her. That night, after everyone finished dinner, while the 3 girls were cleaning up the dishes, Ye Liangchen secretly took out the foundation building pill from the game backpack, mixed it with mint-flavored sugar bean snacks, and pretended to eat it. Seeing the 3 girls busy boiling water and washing dishes, Ye Liangchen poured 3 cups of hot water, put them on the table, and waited quietly. Xiao Chen, you are eating snacks again after just finishing your meal. After Lan Ziadi and the other 2 finished their work after dinner, they saw the little guy quietly eating candy bean snacks and couldn't help but smile. Auntie Lan, Teacher Solin, you guys eat candy beans too. Ye Liangchen picked up the candy beans and handed them to the 3 girls. For this kind of interaction between children and elders, the 3 girls felt very sweet and happy. In their hearts, this little guy is equivalent to a son. They are very doting on him. It can be described in one sentence: I am afraid that it will melt if I hold it in my mouth, and I am afraid that it will fall if I hold it in my palm. Xiao Chen is so good. Crunch crunch. The 3 girls chewed the candy beans, feeling very sweet in their hearts. Ye Liangchen also showed his childish nature and kept taking out candy beans and sending them to their mouths. This kind of interaction similar to that between children and mothers also made Lan Ziadi and the others enjoy it. Solin ate the foundation building pill unconsciously. Auntie Lan, Teacher Solin, you drink water. Ye Liangchen also handed them the warm water on the table. Sugar beans are a kind of snack made from beans similar to broad beans. If you eat this kind of snack, you have to drink water. In order to prevent Solin from feeling abnormal, Ye Liangchen also racked his brains. Let her drink a cup of warm water, and her whole body will be warm, which is similar to the effect of the foundation building pill. Boji. Our Xiao Chen is so good. After Solin drank the cup of warm water, she excitedly hugged Ye Liangchen in her arms and kissed him on the face a few times, feeling warm in her heart. 2 senior sisters, I want to be Ziokin's godmother. Sister knocks on the grey door, right? Solin asked Lan Ziadi and her sister, thinking that it was so happy to have such a lovely son to spoil her. Solin, you will be Ziokin's teacher soon, and you still want to be his mother, don't push it. Sister Lan Ziadi held her forehead, unable to bear to look. They knew that this woman liked Ye Feng back then, and now it seems that she has really transferred that love to someone else's son. The 2 were worried that she would harm the little guy one day in the future, so they decisively refused, thinking, if we want to be Ziokin's mother, it has to be us. How can it be your turn? Fuck. I just did this to make you eat the foundation building pill, and you actually want to be my mother, it's terrible. Liang Chen had 1,000 grass mud horses passing through his heart, so he quickly broke free from Solin's arms, ran to an open place, and began to practice the Wan Mi Ying Feng sword technique. Hee. Solin. Look, Xiao Chen was scared away by you. Sister Lan Ziadi laughed. Hey. 2 senior sisters, Ziokin's parents passed away early, very pitiful. As the saying goes, a child without a mother is like a grass, I just want to give him some motherly care. Solin smiled charmingly. Okay, although Xiao Chen has lost his parents, we still have him. You are also our junior sister, and both of you are the little guy's protector, which is almost like his mother. I know. Both of you have given your daughters to him, so you will be the little guy's real mother in the future. The little guy is so outstanding, of course we have to leave him to our daughter. We call it keeping the good things within the family. Haha. The 3 girls talked about these things in a low voice, and laughed from time to time. Looking at the little guy practicing swordsmanship in the distance, the 3 girls' eyes were full of pampering. While practicing swordsmanship, Liang Chen complained in his heart, in order to let the relatives around him eat the foundation building pill without being discovered by them, it was really painstaking. Acting cute, all the tricks that a child can use were used. It's so hard for me. Fortunately, Solin didn't find anything unusual, which made Liang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Now this woman is only 38 years old, with the soul power of level 70, and her qualifications are also good. With her help, it won't be a big problem to practice to a titled Douluo. To find the 7th soul ring for Solin, they have to go deep into the Stardo forest. Now this woman is about to be promoted to a soul saint, and the Lan Ziadi sisters have to help her find soul beasts of at least 30,000 years. Solin, protect Xiao Chen. We are about to enter the area where 10,000-year soul beasts live, which is very dangerous. The next morning, several people set out for the living area of the 10,000-year soul beasts. Lan Ziadi led the way in front, Lan Xiaoling followed behind, and Solin and Liang Chen were in the middle. Don't worry. 2 senior sisters, I will protect Xiao Chen with my life. Solin patted her chest and assured the 2 women. Awoo. Ga. From time to time, various soul beasts cried out from the depths of the forest. The sound made people's scalps numb. 10,000-year soul beasts are so terrifying. Liang Chen took the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King in his hand to prevent accidents. He just didn't know if Tian would take action. After all, humans and soul beasts are in opposition. Now everyone wants to kill soul beasts and wants them to help. Liang Chen feels that it is unreliable. No matter what, give it a try. Anyway, Tian said that if there are problems that cannot be solved, he can be asked for help. Xiao Chen, you took out this scale, are you going to call for help? Solin touched the little guy's head and asked with a smile. Yes. What if a powerful soul beast attacks an Antlan and the others can't beat it, what should we do? Didn't Tian say that we can find him if we have difficulties? Liang Chen smiled and thought that if these 3 women knew that Tian was actually a golden-eyed black dragon king of more than 800,000 years old, they would be scared silly. What a clever little ghost. Lan Ziadi and her sister smiled at the clever look of the little guy. At the same time, a few thousand meters away from Liang Chen and his group, Tian and Bai Ji stood on a high mountain, observing Liang Chen and his group. There were 4 guys standing behind them, all of them were fierce beasts. The 4 beasts were Xiangjun, Ziji, Wang Yao Wang, and Qi Wang. All of them were beasts over 200,000 years old, and Xiangjun was 400,000 years old. He was a dark gold fear claw bear, and his strength was very terrifying, second only to Emperor Tian. Boss, are we just going to watch them hunt our soul beasts? I say, just eat them directly. Xiangjun waved his huge fist and said arrogantly, thinking that humans were like ants in his eyes, and were only worthy of being his food. Hey! No brain! Bai Ji, Qi Wang, Ziji, Wang Yao Wang all shook their heads and laughed at Xiangjun. They found it funny that this guy whose IQ did not match his strength. Stupid, if you dare to touch that little boy, the master will skin you alive. The little guy is the goddess of life. When the god of destruction gets angry, our entire soul beast clan will be finished. You have lived for 400,000 years, and you only know how to fight and kill all day long. Your brain has not improved at all. The reason why the master has a good relationship with the little guy is that he sees the little guy's future. As long as he can become stronger and kill the Azura god, he can be regarded as an ally to us. There are tens of thousands of soul beasts in our soul beast clan, and countless soul beasts are killing each other, with countless casualties. In order to change our future destiny, it's nothing to let them kill a few soul beasts, and those soul beasts are not our core members. Tian scolded Xiangjun, and the guy was stunned. Boss, I'm just talking. Xiangjun scratched his head innocently, as if he was very aggrieved, causing the other fierce beasts to laugh. Liang Chen and his party continued to search for soul beasts in the depths of the forest, but they didn't know that Tian and his gang had been watching them. Although there are many types of soul beasts in the Xingde forest, it is not easy to find one that suits you. They have been looking for 3 consecutive days, but still haven't found a 10,000-year soul beast suitable for Solin's 7th soul ring. Voila voila! There is a river here, let's take a rest first. On the morning of the 4th day, several people passed through a dense forest and came to a river, intending to take a rest, eat some dry food, and replenish their physical strength. Voila voila bang bang! At this time, the sound of soul beasts fighting came from a small lake 1,000 meters ahead, attracting everyone's attention. Roar! A 40-meter-long blue dragon rushed out of the lake, roaring from its mouth, and then rushed down to the lake, while the soul beast in the lake was a 20-meter-long crocodile, opening its bloody mouth and waiting for battle. Ant Lan, 2 10,000-year-old soul beasts are fighting in the lake. Let's go and have a look. Maybe there is a soul ring suitable for teacher Solinier. Liang Chen was sharp-eyed and saw the marks on the 2 soul beasts. They were at least 30,000 years old. The blue dragon was probably older, which was very suitable for water-attributed martial spirits. Solin, your soul ring has been found. Sister, those 2 soul beasts are good. It's not easy. I've been looking for almost 4 days, and finally got what I wanted. The 3 girls were very excited and took Liang Chen to the direction of the lake quickly. Roar! Splash bang! At this moment, the 2 soul beasts were fighting vigorously. The lake water with a radius of 2 square kilometers was stirred up by them, causing huge waves. The 2 or 3 meter high waves hit the rocks on the shore, making waves. Liang Chen and his companions came to a place 500 meters away from the lake, hid behind a big rock, restrained their breath, and quietly watched the life and death struggle of the 2 soul beasts. Solin, this long-mouthed crocodile is 38,000 years old, and that blue-scaled dragon is 42,000 years old. They are both top soul beasts. Which one do you choose? Lan Ziadi carefully checked the marks on the 2 soul beasts and quickly determined the age of the soul beasts. Of course I want the dragon. After all, it is more than 40,000 years old, so it is definitely stronger than 38,000 years old. Solin didn't think about it and directly chose the blue-scaled dragon. Now the 2 soul beasts are in their peak state and full of strength. It's best to wait until both of them are exhausted before we take action. Lan Ziadi and her sister looked at each other. If the 2 of them took action now, it would be troublesome if the 2 soul beasts united. Liang Chen carefully watched the struggle of the 2 soul beasts. They should have fought for the lake. There are no other powerful soul beasts in this lake. The long-mouthed crocodile should be the overlord. Kaka. Just when the dragon wanted to wrap its body around the crocodile, it turned around, bit the dragon's waist, and then rolled over quickly. Hualala. The crocodile's bite force is very strong, and it is a giant crocodile that is 20 meters long, and its strength is unimaginable. Roar. The blue dragon screamed in pain, and immediately turned back and bit the root of the crocodile's tail, trying to throw it out. Hualala bang bang. Neither of the 2 soul beasts was willing to let go, so they wrestled in the water. The crocodile used its own strength to roll over continuously, and the blue dragon also used its sharp teeth to bite the tail of the crocodile tightly. Crack crack. Roar-a-woo. An hour later, 2 screams came from the lake. The big crocodile's entire tail was bitten off, and the blue dragon's body was bitten off by the big crocodile from the middle, leaving only skin connected. The 2 soul beasts finally fought each other to a draw, which surprised Lan Ziadi and the others. Now, do it. Martial Soul True Body. Buzz. The Lan Ziadi sisters immediately released their own martial souls, and then used the 7th soul skill, the Martial Soul True Body. With the blessing of the Martial Soul True Body, their combat power can be exerted to the strongest state. Bang bang. Mysterious Ice Thorn. Water Arrow Technique. Tenderness like water. Mysterious Ice Dragon Flying. While he was sick, they wanted to kill him. The 2 sisters released various soul skills, and after a burst of bombardment, they finally beat the 2 soul beasts to death, leaving only one breath. Solin, do it. Lan Xiaoling dodged and came to Liang Chen, protecting the little guy, allowing Solin to launch the final attack. Thank you, senior sister. 6th soul skill, Water and Skyline. Solin's hands transformed into water, condensed into a 3-meter-long spear, and attacked the blue dragon's head. Bang. Ouch. The spear directly pierced the blue dragon's head. The dying blue dragon was hit by Solin's powerful attack of Water and Skyline, screamed, and died instantly. Bang. Icicle Falling Strike. In order to prevent accidents, Lan Ziadi directly killed the long-mouthed crocodile with the 5th soul skill, and also knocked the big crocodile to the shore. Buzz. After the blue dragon died, the soul power gradually condensed into a large black circle, exuding a powerful breath. Solin immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb this 42,000-year-old soul ring. Ha! The 42,000-year soul ring was a very difficult challenge for Solin. She cried out, clenched her teeth, and held on. Is teacher Solin okay? Yangchen looked at Solin, who was sweating all over and in great pain, and was a little worried. Xiao Chen, don't worry. As long as the seventh ring is no more than 50,000 years old, it's theoretically fine. Solin has been practicing the Hunyuan Ju during this period of time, and her body has become much stronger. She will be fine. Lan Xiaoling explained to Yangchen. Auntie Ling, how old is your seventh soul ring? Yangchen asked curiously. My seventh ring is 38,000 years old, and my sister's is 40,000 years old. Solin's seventh ring is considered very old. That big crocodile is actually not bad. It's not bad, but the 42,000-year-old blue dragon is better. Lan Xiaoling discussed the two soul beasts with Yangchen just now, and was also glad for Solin. Lan Xiadi was guarding Solin from a distance. She looked at the soul ring of the big crocodile in the distance and gradually dissipated. She sighed, it's a pity that such a good soul ring is gone. At this time, Lan Xiadi walked to the body of the big crocodile over there and used her soul power to feel it carefully. The next moment, her eyes lit up and she immediately took out a long knife from the soul guide and began to dissect the crocodile. A quarter of an hour later, a glowing soul bone appeared, and a strong soul power aura emanated. Soul bone! Lan Xiaoling exclaimed and pulled Yangchen to Lan Xiadi. Auntie Lan, 38,000-year-old left arm soul bone, this luck is too good. Yangchen has read many books in the past 2 years and has learned a lot about the types of soul bones. This left arm soul bone is still a power type. Yes. Our trip to the Star Forest not only helped Xiao Chen and Sulin obtain perfect soul rings, but also soul bones. Sister, that blue dragon may also have soul bones. Yes, let's go check it out right away. Several people immediately came to the blue dragon's body. At this moment, Sulin was still trying to absorb the soul ring. In order not to disturb her, the two sisters carried the blue dragon's body away. Let's move slowly, don't disturb Sulin. Buzz. The two sisters used their soul power to sense every part of the blue dragon's body. The next moment, their eyes lit up and they exclaimed in unison, another soul bone. Yangchen saw two soul bones exploded in a row, and he sighed in his heart, could it be the luck brought by his cheating? Even the people around him also benefited from it. The appearance of the soul bone surprised the Lan Xiadi sisters. In the end, they took out a right leg soul bone from the blue dragon's body, which was also a power type. The two soul bones are 38,000 years old and 4 2,000, if these two soul bones were auctioned, they could be sold for at least tens of millions of gold soul coins. Chapter 15 Encountering a Kitten. Lan Xiadi took the 42,000-year-old right leg soul bone and planned to let Yangchen absorb it. The soul bones left by Yefeng and his wife before did not have the right leg bone. Xiao Chen, absorb this right leg bone, it will greatly improve your strength and bring you a soul skill. Lan Xiadi handed the soul bone to Yangchen. If there were any good resources, she would use them on the little guy as soon as possible and train him with all her strength. Auntie Lan, you should absorb it. I don't need it. Yangchen shook his head like a rattle and refused to absorb this soul bone. Now he has the support of the richest woman in Douluo continent, Silver Dragon King. For soul bones under 100,000 years, Yangchen doesn't care about them at all, unless they are external soul bones that can grow. Besides, I have already arranged the 100,000-year right leg bone. When I reach the level of Soul Master, I will directly take the 100,000-year soul bone hidden by Tang Dachui in the cave. Why do I need these soul bones? Yangchen has calculated the time. After Tang San graduates from Notting City Junior College, he will go to Soto City, and Tang Dachui will leave with him. Only then will I have a chance to take action. Xiao Chen, listen to your aunt and absorb the soul bone quickly. Sister Lan Xiadi looked determined, and she must let the little guy absorb this right leg soul bone. Aunt Lan, I am only 6 years old. After absorbing this soul bone, if I am exposed, I will definitely be killed and taken away by those bad guys. This soul bone should be collected by my sister. You can also leave it to Sister Binger and Sister Yuer. I practice the Wanmi I Yingfeng sword technique, and those skills are equivalent to self-created soul skills, so I don't lack soul skills. No matter how the two sisters persuaded, Yangchen just didn't absorb this soul bone. Okay. If you don't want to absorb it, then I'll let teacher Solin absorb it. After all, the soul ring she absorbed also came from the blue-scaled dragon. Lan Xiadi smiled and decided to give the soul bone to Solin. The woman was also her junior sister, not an outsider. After seeing the little guy's exquisite swordsmanship, it felt better than soul skills. Lan Xiadi and her sister also felt that they couldn't rely too much on soul skills, and they had to learn those swordsmanship in the future. Buzz. 4 hours later, a powerful aura burst out from Solin's body. The soul ring and her martial soul were perfectly integrated, and her soul power was also improved to the late stage of level 71, almost breaking through to level 72. Solin, this soul bone comes from the blue-scaled dragon, which is just right for you. Hurry up and absorb it. When Lan Ziadi and her sister saw Solin wake up, they hurriedly gave her the soul bone. Sister, such a good soul bone should be absorbed by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen doesn't want to absorb it. Sulin, you absorb it, don't be so nagging. Two sisters. I love you forever. Sickening. The three sisters were affectionate with each other, and Sulin took the right leg soul bone and began to absorb and fuse it. Buzz. Half an hour later, a strong breath rushed into the sky, and the soul bone perfectly merged into Sulin's right leg, and also helped him break through to level 73. Level 73. Lan Ziadi and her sister exclaimed. Thank you, two sisters. Thank you Xiao Chen. I love you forever. Sulin jumped up from the ground and kissed Lan Ziadi and her sister and Liang Chen on the face, extremely excited. You stink of sweat, go wash it quickly. Lan Ziadi and her sister pretended to be disgusted and pushed Sulin away. Okay. I'll go wash first, and then come and have some fun with the two senior sisters. Go away. You little girl, stay away from us. Xiao Chen is still here. The three girls were playing happily, as if they had returned to their teenage years. Auntie Lan, Teacher Solin. I can't see or hear you, you guys continue. Liang Chen pretended to close his eyes and covered his ears with both hands. Puff ha ha ha. The three girls couldn't help laughing at the funny look of the little guy. Solin happily rushed to a hidden place in the distance, stripped herself naked, jumped into the river, and took a comfortable bath. Today's harvest was really huge. The woman was humming a little song while taking a bath, very excited. After obtaining the 7th soul ring for Solin, it was already late, and everyone found a dry cave upstream of the river, then set up a tent, made a fire to cook, and had a delicious meal. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, several people ate some dry food and immediately left the area where the 10,000-year soul beasts lived. Chirp. Lan Ziadi was directly possessed by the spirit, holding Liang Chen and flying in the air. Solin and Lan Xiaoling were also jumping forward quickly. They did not have flying spirit skills, and their spirits were dolphins, so they could not fly. After flying for several hours, they finally left the area where the 10,000-year soul beasts lived. Several people stopped on the top of a mountain, ate some dry food, and replenished their physical strength. Sister. Have we arrived in the territory of Xingluo Empire? 40% of Xingdu Forest is in Tiandu Empire, and 60% is in Xingluo Empire. We have been in the forest for so many days, and we have indeed arrived in Xingluo. From here to the soul hunting town, even if we run at full speed, it will probably take 2 days. Besides, our soul power can't support continuous running. We have plenty of time. We don't have to worry about safety issues when we are out of the living area of the 10,000-year soul beasts. The three women stood on the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. What came into view were all towering trees, mountains, and rivers crisscrossing. Although it was on the periphery, there were still countless thousand-year soul beasts. Liang Chen looked at the endless forest. The forest feels very beautiful. Breathing a breath of air makes people feel refreshed. This is the real breath of nature. After eating some dry food quickly, several people quickly ran towards the direction of Tiandu Empire, striving to reach the cave where they lived some time ago before dark. Liang Chen originally wanted to use his external soul bone wings to fly, but Lan Ziadi didn't give him a chance at all. She thought that the little guy was only a 14th level soul master and his soul power couldn't last long, so she held him all the way to fly. Hoo! The speed of soul Douluo was really terrifying. The sound of whirring wind came from his ears. Watching the towering trees constantly retreating, Liang Chen felt very refreshed. Solin and Lan Xiaoling chased hard behind him, constantly jumping on the branches of those 100-meter-high trees. Sister! Wait for us! Lan Xiaoling shouted 1,000 meters behind him. Senior sister! Are you bullying us because we only have the cultivation of soul saints? Solin shouted angrily, wondering why this woman flew so fast. You two can't do it. I took Xiao Chen with me when I flew. Lan Ziadi stopped on the branch of a 100-meter-high tree, waiting for the two sisters. She was very happy to see them running fast. A few hours later, they finally arrived at the cave a few days ago. It was already evening, and everyone decided to spend the night here. Awoo! Roar! Suddenly, the sound of wolves howling came from the forest 800 meters ahead, as if they were chasing something, and the wolves rushed towards the direction where Liang Chen and the others were. Shua shua! Then, 2 figures, one big and one small, rushed out of the forest, looking very embarrassed. Both of them were women, wearing black leather clothes. The older one was estimated to be about 35 years old, with high-level soul master cultivation, and the younger one was about 6 years old, with less than level 10 soul power, but she looked very beautiful, like a porcelain doll. I don't trademark T know how they ran into the nether wolf pack. They were chased by more than a dozen nether wolves. Among them, there were 2 nether wolves, about 4,000 years old, and they seemed to be the leaders of the wolf pack. Iwu. Seeing that the 2 alpha wolves were about to pounce on her, the woman threw the little girl forward. Ibuzz. Iwu. The woman released her martial soul, which was a purple-black cat. 3 yellow and purple soul rings rose from her body. She blocked the wolf pack and fought with the wolf pack while shouting, "Ecking trademark ER. Run! A little ant!" The little girl shouted desperately and wanted to run over to help. "Eunti Lan, let trademark S save them." Yeliang Chen couldn't trademark T bear to watch the 2 women die in the wolf trademark S mouth, so he rushed over, summoned his martial soul, and activated the first soul skill of the goddess of life. Oshua. A green vine entangled the little girl and took her away from the battlefield. "Don't go over there, you'll distract her." Yeliang Chen's voice rang in the little girl's ears, immediately attracting her attention. "Ah! Thank you for saving me." The little girl in black looked at the person who saved her, who turned out to be a little boy of about the same age as herself, who looked very cute. A very beautiful woman was attached to the little boy, with a deep yellow soul ring in it. "Is this your martial soul? So beautiful." The little girl was shocked by Yeliang Chen's beautiful martial soul and soul ring, with deep envy and yearning in her eyes. At this moment, she was thinking, why is his soul ring so dark? There is also a hint of purple. Is this a soul ring that is nearly 1,000 years old? How can he be so powerful? "What's your name?" Yeliang Chen put away his martial soul and asked curiously. "My name is Zhu Zuking." The little girl in black did not hide it and said her name directly. "Zhu Zuking? The little cat among the 7 monsters?" Yeliang Chen was startled and took a closer look at the little Lolita in front of him. She had big eyes, delicate face and 2 cat ear head dresses on her head, which made her look very soft and cute. There was also a tail-like decoration behind her. The most important thing was her iconic leather jacket and leather pants. Ah! How could I forget this? This little girl has been dressed like a cat ear girl since she was a child. Although she hasn't grown up yet, in another 6 years, this girl will become one of the most explosive goddesses in Douluo continent. The women of the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire all have explosive bodies. In short, they are all big. Even the black-clothed woman who is fighting with the nether wolf in the distance is the same, probably because of their martial spirits. When a woman lowers her head and her toes are invisible, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. It is very appropriate to use this sentence to describe the women of the nether spirit cat family. It's just that Xiao Zuking's soul power is only about level 8 now. She should have awakened her martial soul a few months ago. In Yeliang Chen's impression, this girl seems to have only level 7 soul power, and her talent is the worst among the 7 monsters. At this time, the girl's big eyes were full of confusion and loneliness. She looked very helpless, probably because of the suppression of her elder sister Zhu Ziyun. What a poor little cat. Eyes. Water splash sky curtain. Tenderness like water. At this time, Lan Ziadi and Solin they all launched their soul skills, directly wounding the dozen or so nether wolves and saving the woman in black. "I am Zhu Yuling, thank you 3 adults for saving me." After being saved, the woman in black was grateful to Lan Ziadi and the others. "You're welcome. Miss Zhu's martial soul is the nether spirit cat, and you are from the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire. Your soul power should have reached level 40. You can choose one of the 2 4,000-year-old nether wolves as your 4th soul ring." Lan Ziadi and the others saw through Zhu Yuling's identity and understood the rules of that family, so they directly advised her to hunt the 4,000-year-old nether wolf as the 4th soul ring. "Thank you 3 adults, Zhu Yuling will never forget your great kindness." Zhu Yuling immediately knelt down to thank Lan Ziadi and the others. In the Xingluo Empire, everyone often schemed and killed relatives for their own interests, which was very cruel. It was her first time meeting such a nice person, and she was very excited. "You're welcome, go get the spirit ring. We will protect you." The 3 girls helped Zhu Yuling up and told her to act quickly and help the weak, which was the quality of being a strong person. Zhu Yuling was not polite either, and immediately killed a 4,000-year-old nether wolf and began to absorb the spirit ring. "Solin, sister, go prepare dinner, cook more." Lan Ziadi stayed to protect Zhu Yuling, and asked Solin and Lan Xiaoling to return to the cave to set up the tent and make a fire to cook. When Solin and Lan Xiaoling passed by Yeliang Chen, they saw the little girl standing quietly beside him, and they all smiled like ants. "Xiao Chen. Great. You know how to be a hero and save the beauty at such a young age." "Teacher Solin, what are you talking about?" Yeliang Chen scratched his head, sat on a stone, and pretended to be confused. "Nothing. You play with the little girl slowly, we'll go cook first." Lan Xiaoling and Solin smiled sweetly, rubbed Ye Liangchen's little head, and then walked towards the cave. When Xiao Zuoking heard the two beautiful sisters say the word hero-saving beauty, her face flushed slightly. Douluo girls mature early, especially those like her who were born in a big family, who know a lot of things. At this moment, Xiao Zuoking looked at her aunt who was absorbing the 4,000-year soul ring in the distance, her hands clenched tightly, and she kept cheering for her aunt in her heart. Hey! Kitty, your soul power is only level 8 now, how dare you follow your aunt to the Star Forest? Ye Liangchen directly called the other party a kitten. Anyway, she was dressed like a cat-eared girl, wasn't she a kitten? Don't call me a kitten, my name is Zhu Zuoking. Xiao Zuoking shouted coldly at Ye Liangchen. Okay. Kitty. Ye Liangchen spread his hands and called the other party a kitten, and he would never change. What's your name? What's your martial soul? How old is your first soul ring? Looks amazing. Xiao Zuoking was a little angry, but when she saw the little boy in front of her was the same age as her, the little bit of pettiness in her heart disappeared immediately. The key is that he is too handsome to make her angry, so she began to ask Ye Liangchen's name and martial soul. My name is Ye Liangchen. My martial soul is the goddess martial soul. As for the age of the soul ring, it is kept secret for the time being. Ye Liangchen only said his name, and did not say his martial soul and the age of the soul ring. The main reason is that he was afraid that if he said the age of the soul ring, this girl would also have the idea of trying it, and then it would really become a death after trying it. Humph. Don't want to say it. Ye Liangchen, I will remember you. I was not safe at home, so I followed my aunt to hunt soul beasts. As a result, we broke into the wolf's den, and the other two uncles were buried in the wolf's mouth. They died to cover our escape. If we hadn't met you, my sister-in-law and I would have been eaten by wolves. Xiao Zuoking, with a sad look on her face, told Ye Liangchen what happened, but she didn't say anything about being suppressed by her sister. Ye Liangchen listened quietly to the little cat's story. Even if the other party didn't say it, he could guess it. After the little cat finished talking about her own things, her eyes were fixed on Zhu Yuling who was absorbing the soul ring. Seeing that the little girl was a little pitiful, Ye Liangchen quietly took out 2 body-tempering pills from the game backpack, put them in the candy bean snacks, and pretended to eat them. Little cat. Don't worry. Come. I'll treat you to candy beans. Ye Liangchen first took out 2 real candy beans and fed them to Xiao Zuoking's mouth, letting her eat them. Ah. Thank you. Crunch crunch. The little girl chewed the candy beans, feeling a little touched. Since she awakened her martial spirit, she has been suppressed by her sister. No one dared to play with her. Other children in the family would hide away when they saw her. Her parents also looked on her coldly, making her feel very lonely in the past few months and feel abandoned by the world. The little prince who had been engaged to her since childhood was also too busy to help her, and she had never even met him. Only her aunt encouraged her to try to survive. This time when her aunt came out to hunt the 4th soul ring, she also followed her out, mainly because she didn't dare to stay at home. At this moment, the little boy in front of her actually took out candy beans and snacks to eat with her, which touched the little cat and made her feel warm in her heart. While eating the candy beans handed over by Ye Liangchen, Xiao Zuoking shed tears, which made Ye Liangchen look confused. Why is this girl still crying? What's wrong with you? Is there sand in your eyes? Ye Liangchen asked curiously. Ah, no. Xiao Zuoking wiped her tears, she was too embarrassed to tell her sad story. Ah. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. Ye Liangchen mixed the 2 body-tempering pills with a few candies and put them directly into Xiao Zuoking's mouth. Ah. Crunch crunch. Xiao Zuoking chewed the candies and said incoherently, your candies beans, eat well. Of course, this is what Aunt Lan bought for me. Ye Liangchen said with a smile, giving the body-hardening pill to the kitten to eat was also to increase her physical strength a little bit, so that she could absorb more than 400 years in the first soul ring. In the original plot, this girl's first soul ring seemed to be only more than 300 years old, which was a bit low. Ye Liangchen first made a good impression on Xiao Zuoking, and then waited for 6 years to find a chance to pry her out of the 7 monsters. Help her first now, as for the foundation building pill, it was too precious. Ye Liangchen couldn't give it casually if she was not one of his own. If this girl was determined to join the 7 monsters team in the future, he would be empty-handed. Chapter 16 Routine to win people's hearts. Time passed slowly, and 3 hours later, Zhu Yuling successfully absorbed the 4,000-year-old Netherwolf soul ring, and her soul power reached level 41. It's getting late, and it's not safe for Miss Zhu to bring her child alone in the Stardow Forest. It's better to stay with us and wait until tomorrow morning before continuing on the journey. Lan Xiadi offered to let the other party stay. If she let the other party take the little girl away from here, her life might be in danger in this dangerous star forest. Thank you, Zhu Yuling. The soul Douluo strongman took her in, which touched Zhu Yuling very much. This was the first time she had encountered such treatment. You're welcome. Lan Ziadi waved her hand indifferently. The two walked slowly towards the cave. Lan Ziadi saw that the woman was nearly 40 years old and had the strength of the Soul sect. She knew that her status in the Zhu family of the Douluo Empire was very low. She just didn't understand why she had to take a 6-year-old girl with her to obtain the 4th soul ring. And the little girl was only level 8 soul power. Isn't this a drag? Little ant. At this time, Xiao Zuoqing ran over from the front and threw herself into Zhu Yuling's arms, tears in her eyes. Qinger, thank you for saving your life. Zhu Yuling hugged her poor little niece, feeling very distressed. This feeling of surviving a disaster really scared her. Zhu Zuoqing, thanks you for saving my life. Little Zuoqing immediately knelt down to salute Lan Ziadi. The other party was a soul Douluo, and she dared not lose her manners. Silly girl. Get up quickly. Lan Ziadi found it very interesting to see that the little girl was so sensible, so she reached out and helped Xiao Zuoqing up. Senior sister. It's time for dinner. At this time, Solin's voice came from the cave. Miss Zhu, bring the children to eat with us. I guess you are hungry after a day of tossing. Lan Ziadi said to Zhu Yuling, then took Ye Liangchen's hand and walked towards the cave. Thank you, sir. Zhu Yuling was extremely moved, holding Xiao Zuoqing and following Lan Ziadi. This meal was very rich. Solin and Lan Xiaoling cooked a total of 10 dishes, which made everyone feast on the food. Can you tell me your name, sir? It will also be remembered by Qinger and me. After dinner, Zhu Yuling helped to boil water and wash the cooking utensils, and also asked Lan Ziadi about their identities. We are teachers of Tianshui College. Lan Ziadi and the other two had opened their martial spirits before, and their aqua blue hair and water-attributed martial spirits were exposed. In addition, their natural and beautiful faces made it impossible to hide their identities. Only the beauties of Tianshui College in the entire continent meet these 3 conditions. This is a well-known fact in the Soul Master world. It turns out that you are teachers of Tianshui College. A few years ago, at the Xingluo Empire Soul Master competition, I had the honor of meeting the contestants from Tianshui College. They were all beautiful women, which was really memorable. When Zhu Yuling saw the 3 people's martial spirits before, she had already guessed the identities of Lan Ziadi and the others, especially the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. It was rumored that only the dean of Tianshui College had this martial spirit. Tianshui College is a college that specializes in beautiful women. Our students are always the focus no matter where they go. Solin smiled. As a teacher at Tianshui College, the students she taught were all beautiful women with both beauty and wisdom, which made her feel very accomplished. Tianshui College is a holy place for female soul masters. It's a pity that you only accept water-attributed soul masters, which makes countless female soul masters who want to enter the college discouraged. Zhu Yuling sighed. As a female soul master, it is too difficult for her to survive in this cannibalistic world, and Tianshui College is undoubtedly a shelter for female soul masters. Yes. Our Tianshui College. Solin babbled to Zhu Yuling about the glorious history of Tianshui College, and felt that Tianshui College was like the best college in the entire continent. Xiao Zuoqing quietly listened to the adults talking about these things, and was very shocked. Her mouth opened into an O shape. She had heard about Tianshui College from the adults at home, and naturally she was very yearning for it. If she could enter this college, she could survive. But she also knew that it was impossible. Her martial arts, this soul is a ghost cat, which has nothing to do with water attributes, and can't meet the conditions at all. Moreover, he is a Xingluo Empire person, and his identity is also very sensitive. Ye Liangchen was too lazy to listen to the bragging of feminists like Solin. After a rest, he came to the open space outside the cave alone to practice the 5 elements divine fist. Hu! Ye Liangchen attached his soul power to his fist and began to practice those moves. The fist wind made a whirring sound, which was very powerful. However, it is still impossible to transform the soul power into a shape. It is estimated that it will take a few more years of practice before the soul power can be transformed into 5 forms of dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, and crane. He is so powerful. Ye Liangchen's actions attracted Xiao Zuoqing's curiosity. Seeing Ye Liangchen's small body, but with such powerful strength, she was very shocked. My lord, who is that little boy? Everyone was attracted by Ye Liangchen's practice, especially Zhu Yuling and Xiao Zuoqing, who were very surprised. He is our nephew. This little guy is very talented and likes to study. He usually likes to study some martial arts and practice blindly. Lan Ziadi and her sister said lightly. In front of outsiders, they can't tell about the 5 elements divine fist. Douluo continent also has martial arts. The soldiers of the empire who have no soul power often practice martial arts to kill the enemy, but they are very rough and not as exquisite as the 5 elements divine fist. As she gradually understood the 5 elements divine fist, Lan Ziadi also understood that without the detailed things such as the boxing manual, mental method, and steps, others could not learn it. Even if the two girls saw Ye Liangchen's practice, there was no need to worry that they could learn it. Xiao Zuoqing was very fascinated and thought to herself, how great it would be if I had such strength. Ye Liangchen practiced the 5 elements divine fist in front of everyone. The purpose was very clear, which was to deliberately attract the attention of the kitten and give her a good impression first. Ye Liangchen practiced attentively. He glanced at the kitten inadvertently and found that the envious eyes of the kitten were very interesting. I thought to myself, kitty. Envy me. Do you want strength? Do you want to break free from fate? Come and hang out with me, I will make sure you soar to the sky, and becoming a god is child's play. Zhu Zuoqing's wish is very simple, that is, to become stronger and then survive. Ye Liangchen will show a little bit of strength now, let her see how powerful he is, and give her another way to choose. This is called, since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained, and routines win people's hearts. Zhu Zuoqing's fee and copyright Daimyo Bai should be around 9 years old now. That guy's innate soul power seems to be level 8. Because he couldn't stand the suppression of his eldest brother, he fled from Douluo country to Shrek and began to indulge in life. Even so, at the age of 15 or 16, his soul power still reached level 37, which shows that his talent for cultivation is also good. Ye Liangchen didn't make any comments on Daimyo Bai's character. He was quite loyal, but the other party's words that women were not counted as population, but only as resources, made people dislike it. The inhuman competition system of the Douluo Empire's royal family made Daimyo Bai unable to resist his fate, and he could only become a down-and-out prince who was addicted to prostitution. For the Shrek 7 devils, Ye Liangchen planned to dig up the kitten, and would never leave such a top-notch goddess to the white tiger. As for the other 6 monsters, as long as Ye Liangchen intercepted the fairy grass, they would not be able to grow. After practicing the 5 elements fist, Ye Liangchen took out the sword given by Lan Ziadi and practiced the swordsmanship left by his father. Although that swordsmanship was not as good as Wan Miai Yingfeng and Tianhui Fixian, it was already the top swordsmanship for the Douluo world. From Solin, he learned that this sword was given to Lan Ziadi by his mother, so Ye Liangchen named it, Lanyan Sword. It represents the deep sisterly love between his mother Lu Ruin and Lan Ziadi. Shua shua shua. The blue smoke sword in Ye Liangchen's hand drew beautiful sword flowers, which were extremely gorgeous and dazzled everyone. He also knows sword skills. So amazing. Xiao Zuoqing was stunned. At home, she could only practice some simple fighting skills besides practicing soul power, which were taught to her by her aunt. At this moment, she was very shocked by Ye Liangchen's exquisite sword skills. Her big eyes revealed a longing expression. She thought, how great it would be if I could learn it. Sir. This child has a bright future. Zhu Yuling was stunned by Ye Liangchen's performance. She had never seen such an excellent 6-year-old child. Sure enough. Excellent children are from other people's families. Although Zhu Yuling has no children, she compared the little boy with Zhu Zuoqing. It was like heaven and earth. This child is also very pitiful. He lost his parents when he was only 3 months old. We just hope that he can live a peaceful life. As for the rest, we dare not force it. Just let it go. Lan Ziadi and the others can't expose Ye Liangchen's twin martial spirits in front of outsiders. He lost his parents at the age of 3 months. He is really a pitiful child. Zhu Yuling exclaimed, lamenting the cruelty of this world. Xiao Zuoqing also sighed in his heart, he lost his parents at the age of 3 months. It turns out that he is even more miserable than me. Although I have parents, it is the same as having no parents. We are all pitiful people. It was late at night. Lan Ziadi came to Ye Liangchen with a large bucket of hot water and interrupted the little guy's practice. Xiao Chen. Let's practice here today. Auntie will help you take a shower. You should rest. Lan Ziadi took the little guy's hand and walked towards the river. Thank you, Auntie Lan. After arriving at the river, Ye Liangchen took off his clothes and went to the river. Clothes, jumped into the big wooden barrel, took a nice hot bath, and felt extremely comfortable. Xiao Zuoqing saw Lan Ziadi taking care of Ye Liangchen carefully from a distance, and thought, although he has no parents, he still has relatives who care and love him, which is 1,000 times happier than me. No one spoke all night. The next morning, everyone ate some dry food and began to leave the star forest. Lan Ziadi was still worried about the safety of Zhu Yuling and Xiao Zuoqing, so she took them out of the star forest directly and sent them to the border of Douluo country, which took another 2 days. You should be safe here, we will leave first. Several people waved to Zhu Yuling and Xiao Zuoqing, and then quickly rushed towards the direction of the Soul Hunter town. Thank you 3 adults for saving my life. Zhu Yuling took Xiao Zuoqing to bow to Lan Ziadi and the others. Xiao Zuoqing quietly watched the people leaving quickly, wanting to remember the little boy forever, but the speed of the high-level soul master was too fast, and soon those figures disappeared. Ching'er. Do you like that little guy? Zhu Yuling looked at Xiao Zuoqing's expression and smiled sweetly. Ah. Aunt. I don't. Zhu Zuqing immediately shook her head, her face slightly red, but she remembered the little boy named Ye Liangchen in her heart. Qing'er. Being in our Zhu family is your misfortune, and you have no chance to choose. But Aunt still hopes that you will live strong. Zhu Yuling held Xiao Zuqing in her arms, feeling sad for her fate. If there is no miracle, this girl's life will wither at the age of 25. The little girl awakened her martial spirit and her innate spirit power reached level 7. Her elder sister thought that the little girl was a threat, so she secretly sent people to interfere with her practice and caught some snakes and insects from time to time to scare her, making the girl live in fear and anxiety every day. Zhu Yuling sighed and rushed to Xingluo country with Xiao Zuqing in her arms. Although she felt sorry for the girl, her strength was limited and she could not change anything. Chapter 17 Encountering the Golden Generation. After Ye Liangchen and his party saw Zhu Zuqing off, they quickly rushed to the Soul Hunter town. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the three women also put on black cloaks and veils to cover their aqua blue hair and stunning faces. Two senior sisters. The identity of that little girl named Zhu Zuqing is probably not simple. She is only level 8 soul power, but she followed her aunt to the Stardo forest. This is very abnormal. If I guess correctly, that little girl should be a direct descendant of the Zhu family. From her lonely and helpless eyes, it can be seen that she is not living well in the Zhu family. She should be forced to participate in the cruel competition of the Xingluo royal family. My god! That girl is so young and has fallen into the competition of the Xingluo royal family. It's really pitiful. Lan Ziadi and the others are all knowledgeable people. They quickly guessed Zhu Zuqing's identity. They also understand the inhumane competition rules of the Xingluo royal family. They also feel sad for the little girl named Zhu Zuqing. That little girl seems to care about Xiao Chen very much. When Xiao Chen was practicing, she kept staring at Xiao Chen, her eyes full of admiration and envy. Solin looked at Ye Liangchen beside her, reached out and touched his head, with an ant smile on her face. Our Xiao Chen is so outstanding, it's normal for girls to like him. Lan Ziadi and her sister smiled at each other. This little guy is so popular with girls now, and who knows how many girls will fall in love with him in the future. Ye Liangchen pretended not to hear anything, thinking, I know I am very outstanding, but there is no need for you to praise me so much, right? When Ye Liangchen and his party arrived at the Soul Hunter town, it was already evening, and everyone had to stay in the town. It has been 10 days, and I don't know how the owner of Yuela Inn feeds our horses. Solin was still a little worried that the carriage was sold. Don't worry. We paid the deposit, and the owner will definitely treat us well. Lan Ziadi smiled, took Ye Liangchen's hand, and walked towards Yuela Inn. No words were spoken all night, and the next morning, everyone started to set off and returned to Tianshui College. Just when they just left the door of the inn, they met 3 young men and women buying things in a store next to the inn. Boss, we want this. 2 of the 3 are male and the other is female. They are not very old. The 2 males are about 13 years old and the female is about 10 years old. Although the 3 are young, they are very strong and dressed in gorgeous clothes. They are obviously powerful people. The 3 sisters Lan Ziadi were very surprised and communicated secretly with their soul power. These 3 young people are very strong. Especially the soul power fluctuations of the 2 young men are almost close to the soul master. Such outstanding young people, could they be geniuses of the spirit hall? Very likely. Those 2 young men should be preparing to go to the Stardo forest to obtain the 3rd soul ring. Geniuses of this level must have powerful protectors following them. Ye Liangchen looked at the young men and found that one of them had red hair. In an instant, he remembered something. Red hair? 2 men and 1 woman? The woman is pretty and has a charming aura. Aren't these Yan, Xiaoyu and Hulina from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? During this period, the strength of the golden generation was between Soul Master and Great Soul Master. These 3 were super geniuses cultivated by the female Pope Bibi Dong. If they were to enter the Stardo forest, then Bibi Dong's 2 generals would definitely be present. Ye Liangchen is only a 14th level young spirit master now, and he doesn't want to deal with people from these big forces, especially Guizhu and the other 2 are 95th level titled Douluo. If they find out that he is a super genius, it will be troublesome. But things are unpredictable. If you don't want to find trouble, there will always be trouble. After the 3 young people finished shopping, they just walked towards Ye Liangchen and his group. Beautiful women are the focus wherever they are. Although Lan Ziadi and Solin wore cloaks to cover their stunning faces, their curvy and delicate bodies always attract attention. When Hulina saw Ye Liangchen's face, her eyes lit up immediately. She had never seen such a cute little boy. Brother! Look! That little boy is so cute. Hulina is a silly and sweet woman, and she is also a face dog. Seeing Ye Liangchen's soft and cute appearance, she was immediately attracted. Nana! Aren't all children like this? Xiaoyu smiled and was speechless about her sister. It's different. I've never seen such a cute little brother. Hulina stared at Ye Liangchen intently, wanting to lick his little face. Nana. What's so good about it? Isn't it just a child? I'm cute too. Yan glanced at the little boy and felt very uncomfortable when he saw the goddess in his heart staring at the little guy. Tisk. Yan. Why don't you look in the mirror? You are just a little girl. How can you compare with that little brother? Hulina looked down on Yan deeply. But just this sentence instantly stimulated Yan and made him lose his mind. He pointed at Yangchen and shouted angrily. Hey! Boy, you look like a soul master, right? Fight with me. Yan has always liked Hulina in his heart. When he sees Hulina praising other men, he will lose his mind. Even if the other party is a child, he can't accept it. Yangchen was confused by the red-haired Yan's operation. This guy is worthy of being Hulina's ultimate licking dog. From the novels in his previous life, Yangchen knew that there were several super lickers in Douluo continent. Hung Mao Yan was Hulina's super licker, but he didn't get the lick in the end. Some of the other lickers got the lick, and some didn't. For example, Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong were Yu Xiaogong's lickers, and Flanders was Lu Erlong's licker. Oscar was Ning Rongrong's licker, and Feng Xiaotian was Huo Wu's licker, and both of them got the lick in the end. There are many others, but not as extreme as these lickers. Qianrongxiu, Hulina, and Tang San were originally enemies, but the two of them still had that kind of complicated feelings for Tang San, which can actually be described as licking behavior. Yangchen felt that these people had fucking problems with their brains, as the saying goes, licking dogs, licking to the end, nothing. Yan. What are you doing? Do you still have some shame? Hulina and Xiaoyu looked at Yan's irrational appearance, holding their foreheads, unable to bear to look directly at him. A quasi-soul master challenged a 6-year-old child. Where could their golden generation put their faces? Boy, do you dare to accept it? Red-haired Yan pointed at Yangchen, and was even more angry at what Hulina said. Yangchen was speechless. This guy was simply a mad dog. He bit people right away, and he didn't offend him. Why should I fight with you? I'm not sick in the head. Yangchen said to the other party. Damn it. Yan heard the little boy say that he was sick in the head, and felt that the other party was talking about him, and was very angry. Haha. Yan. Even the children can see that you are sick in the head. Xiaoyu laughed immediately. Boy. I won't bully you because you are young. I will only use my first soul skill. Fight me. Red-haired Yan was mocked by Xiaoyu and felt that he was indeed a little impulsive, so he proposed to use only his first soul skill to challenge Yangchen. Anyway, he was just unhappy with the other party. Your name is Yan. 13 years old, with the strength of a quasi-soul master, challenging a 6-year-old child, do you still have shame? Lan Ziadi protected Yangchen in her arms and said coldly to him, exuding the aura of a soul Douluo. If there were no two titled Douluos in the dark, she would have taught the boy a lesson long ago. Sir. I'm sorry, Yan has water in his brain. Don't argue with him, we will take him away immediately. Seeing that the other elder was angry, Xiaoyu and Hulina immediately pulled Yan back and apologized to Lan Ziadi. What are you doing? At this moment, two powerful figures appeared in front of everyone. One of the men had an enchanting figure and looked a little charming. He should be Zhu Douluo. The other had black lines on his face and wore a black robe. He looked very mysterious. He should be Ghost Douluo. When the two old guys appeared, Yangchen felt that there was a fluctuation of soul power on his body. He thought that the two old guys were testing him with soul power. Yangchen was not too worried about the two old guys testing. As long as the other party dared to have any crooked ideas, he would immediately activate the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King and call the super thug Ditien to solve the problem. Greetings to the two your majesties. In front of the titled Douluo, the Lan Ziadi sisters and Solin could only salute respectfully. This is the rule of soul masters across the continent. Ladies, I'm sorry. We didn't discipline them strictly. I have brought you trouble. Yan. You have lost face for our spirit hall this time. After you go back, you will be punished to face the wall for half a year. After Zhu Douluo learned what happened from Hulina, he first apologized to Lan Ziadi and the others, and then scolded Yan. Your Excellencies, there is no need to do this. There is nothing wrong with children fighting each other. Let's say goodbye now. The Lan Ziadi sisters said goodbye to the ghost Jew and the others, and then took Yangchen to the distance to wait for the carriage. Tatatot. At this time, Solin drove the carriage out from the backyard of the inn. Yangchen and the others quickly entered the carriage and drove away from the Soul Hunter town. Sister. I didn't expect that the other party was really from the Spirit Hall. It was a close call. Fortunately, the Ghost Jew and the other titled Douluo did not inquire about Ziokin's spirit, otherwise it would be exposed. After the carriage drove for a while, the Lan Ziadi sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Solin. Speed up. Lan Ziadi shouted to Solin who was driving. Don't worry, senior sister. Drive. Solin waved the whip and drove the carriage, galloping quickly on the official road. On the other side, Guiju and the others were curious about the identities of Lan Xiadi and the others. One soul Douluo and two soul saints. Old ghost, do you know who they are? All three of them are women, and they have such strength. Could it be that they are from Tianshui College? It's really possible. Only teachers from Tianshui College have such strong strength. As titled Douluo, Guiju and the others are old and experienced, and they quickly figured out the identities of Lan Xiadi and the others. Two elders, if they are from Tianshui College, who is that little boy? Didn't Tianshui College say that it doesn't accept male students? As a disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, Hulina is also familiar with the rules of Tianshui College. Now she is very curious about the identity of the little boy. Nana, this is just our guess. The little boy has just awakened his martial spirit. We don't even know which college he is in. Ju Douluo shook his head. That little boy is not simple. He has obtained his first soul ring and become a soul master at the age of 6. He is definitely a genius with innate full soul power. When Ghost Douluo felt Ye Liangchen's soul power before, he was also shocked. Geniuses of this level are rare. Innate full soul power? Xiaoyu and Yan exclaimed. They didn't expect to come to the soul hunting town and meet such a genius. It was too unexpected. Hulina was more interested in the little boy. She herself was born with full soul power, so she was accepted as a disciple by Pope Bibi Dong. After we return to the Spirit Hall, we will report this to the Pope and ask the Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tianshui City to find out. The current priority is to obtain the third soul ring for Xiaoyu and Yan. Guiju and Hulina, Xiaoyu and Yan, rushed quickly towards the Xingde forest. In their impression, among the 5 elemental academies, only the Divine Wind Academy had a genius with innate full soul power. The Spirit Hall is very concerned about geniuses with innate full soul power. Now there is another one, and they must understand the other party's origin. Chapter 18 Bibi Dong's attention. Just when Ye Liangchen and his friends were on their way back to Tianshui Academy, Xiaoyu and Yan, from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, took only 2 days to successfully obtain the third soul ring with the help of the 2 titled Douluo Guiju, and then they quickly returned to the Spirit Hall to report the situation to the Pope. At this moment, Guiju and the golden generation were in the Pope's hall, accepting Bibi Dong's summons. Elder Gui, Elder Ju, you did a good job this time. The golden generation is a group of geniuses cultivated by Bibi Dong. She is also very pleased that Xiaoyu and Yan have successfully advanced to the Soul Master level. They are the future talents of the Spirit Hall. Thanks to your Majesty, this time everything went smoothly. Xiaoyu and Yan have obtained perfect third soul rings respectively. Ju Douluo also introduced Xiaoyu and Yan's soul rings to Bibi Dong in detail, but the age of the soul rings is only the standard age of more than 1,700 years. Very good. Yan, Xiaoyu, you are the future pillars of the Spirit Hall, keep working hard. Follow your Majesty's teachings. Xiaoyu and Yan were very excited to receive praise from Pope Bibi Dong. Your Majesty, we also found a little boy in the Soul Hunter town this time. He has obtained the first soul ring at the age of 6. I have concluded that he must be a genius with innate full soul power. He is already a soul master at the age of 6, so he must be innate with full soul power. Why don't you bring him back to the Spirit Hall? Before Ju Douluo finished speaking, Bibi Dong interrupted him directly. There was a hint of anger in her stunning face. A soul master with full innate soul power, as long as he is properly trained, will definitely become a titled Douluo. For this kind of genius, the Spirit Hall is most in need. Your Majesty, please calm down. That little boy is not a civilian. There are 3 women who protect him. One of them is a soul Douluo and the other 2 are soul saints. Because they were wearing cloaks at the time, I don't know who they are. We speculate that they may be teachers from Tianshui College. Your Majesty. This is just my speculation and cannot be confirmed. Do you want to send someone to investigate? Guiju and the others said their speculation, thinking that if the other party really came from Tianshui College, the Spirit Hall would not be able to win them over. After listening to the narration of Guiju and the others, Bibi Dong stood up Shua, recalled some past events, and muttered to herself in her heart. Tianshui Academy? Could it be her? But Tianshui Academy will not accept male spirit masters. Little boy? Could it be the child of that couple? If that's the case, it's interesting. Shui Langzhen. Back then, she was so embarrassed that she took the name of her sister, probably to protect that child. The figures of Ye Feng and Lu Ruin emerged in Bibi Dong's mind, and she immediately thought of the identity of the little boy. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong has all the means, and she also knows about Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanyu's name change. What does the little boy look like? Bibi Dong calmed down and asked about the boy's appearance. Teacher. That little guy looks very cute, the best looking boy I have ever seen. Hulina was blushing when she talked about the boy's appearance. Oh. A boy who can be praised by Nana is really not simple. Bibi Dong looked at the expression of her apprentice and smiled in her heart. Elder Ju, send someone to investigate the Wuhan branch hall in Tianshui city to see if the situation I speculated is true. From the description of her apprentice Hulina, Bibi Dong remembered the fairy couple Yefeng and Lu Ruyan. The two of them were very beautiful. If the little boy was really their child, he must be a dragon among men. Two elders, take Xia Yu and Yan away. Nana stay. Bibi Dong said lightly, and took Hulina to the courtyard where she lived. Teacher. Do you know the identity of that little boy? Who is he? Arriving in the courtyard, Hulina carefully massaged Bibi Dong's shoulders and legs. Well. I am just speculating. We will talk about everything after we investigate it. Nana, tell me in detail what you encountered in the soul hunting town. Yes. Teacher. When I saw the little guy, I told my brother that the little boy was so cute. As a result, Yan got angry and wanted to challenge the little boy as if he had lost his mind. Hulina talked to her teacher about what happened when she met the little boy in the soul hunting town. This Yan is simply a pig-brained person. He is a disgrace to our spirit hall. Bibi Dong was very annoyed when she heard that Yan actually did something to bully the weak. A few days later, the investigation report of the spirit hall of Tianshui city was delivered to Bibi Dong. Tianshui city didn't find a genius little boy with full innate soul power. Bibi Dong looked at the investigation file of the spirit hall of Tianshui city and was confused. Your Holiness, it seems that the boy's elders did not take him to the spirit hall to register, probably because they did not want to be exposed. It stands to reason that after a spirit master is promoted to a spirit master, he will generally register in our spirit hall and receive a spirit master subsidy every month, but the other party did not register, so I think he is not short of money. Your Holiness. Do you want to send someone to contact Tianshui College? Guiju and the others analyzed it and felt more and more that the boy's identity was not simple. Tianshui College is full of female spirit masters, and has a very good reputation throughout the continent. If we rashly investigate, it will seem disrespectful to them and will also damage the image of our spirit hall. As a woman, Bibi Dong was unwilling to embarrass Tianshui College. Besides, she had some interactions with the Shui sisters when she was young, so she could not do such a thing. Let's stop here. There's no need to investigate the identity of the little boy anymore, let alone talk about it to the outside world. This emperor will make his own decision in the future. By the way, I heard from Nana that Yan wanted to challenge the little boy at that time. This kind of bullying will damage the image of our spirit hall. The two elders should know what to do. Bibi Dong remembered that the Shui sisters changed their names to avoid enemies, so she suppressed the matter and waited and saw what would happen. When she has time in the future, she will go and find out in person. If the little boy is really the child of Yefeng and Lu Ruyan, it will be interesting. Your Majesty. I have made a punishment. Let Yan reflect on his mistakes for half a year. As a titled Douluo, Ghost Douluo is in charge of the criminal law of the Spirit Hall. What he said must be executed, so Red Hair Yan can't escape the confinement for half a year. The investigation of Ye Liangchen's identity by the Pope of the Spirit Hall did not cause any big sensation. Ye Liangchen didn't know about these things. The journey from Barak Soto City to Tianshui College was long. Lan Xiadi and her two sisters took Ye Liangchen with them, just like taking a baby on a trip. They ate, drank, and had fun along the way. It was so comfortable. It took nearly 20 days to finally return to Tianshui College. Auntie Lan, we spent a lot of money this time. Ye Liangchen roughly estimated that this trip to the Star Forest cost about 2,000 gold soul coins, and the food expenses of all the teachers and students of Tianshui College for a month were only 3,000 gold soul coins. The four people almost spent the food money of all the teachers and students of Tianshui College for a month. They are really rich and willful. Xiao Chen. Auntie is not short of money. Lan Xiadi smiled and reached out to rub Ye Liangchen's little head. Xiao Chen, our Tianshui College is in Tianshui City, but we have many industries. 80% of the clothing stores in the city are ours. Many merchants from the two empires purchase clothing worth millions of gold soul coins from us every year. The clothing industry is the pillar industry of Tianshui City. We can earn millions of gold soul coins every year by relying on the clothing industry. Solin and Lan Xiaoling introduced the industries of Tianshui College, which surprised Ye Liangchen. He didn't expect these women to be so powerful. They are truly strong women. Auntie Lan, you are so powerful. Lan Xiadi smiled and said, Tianshui College is so big. If there is no industry support, it would be impossible to survive with the tuition fees paid by students alone. The empire also allocates a certain amount of funds every year, but that is just a drop in the bucket. The three girls introduced the business model of Tianshui College to Ye Liangchen, and also let Ye Liangchen see the difficulties of Tianshui College. When several people walked into the gate of Tianshui College, it was noon. The teachers and students of the school were resting on the playground. Seeing Ye Liangchen and his party coming back, they immediately cheered. The dean and others are back. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Shui Wu and other girls immediately ran over from a distance, and several teachers from the college also surrounded them, wanting to see what Ye Yangchen and his party had gained from this trip to the Star Forest. Dean. You spent too much time this time. Several senior teachers said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Sister Lan Ziadi also understood that once they left, the main work of the college would be controlled by these teachers. What soul ring did Xiao Chen get? Show us. Sister Shui Bing'er, Swu, Yu Hero and a group of girls began to ask Ye Yangchen about his first soul ring. Let's go back to the house first. Shui Langzhen suppressed everyone's curiosity and took everyone back to her office. Xiao Chen, let me see it. Shui Yu'er begged with a smile. Okay. In Tianshui College, it didn't matter if these girls saw it, so Ye Yangchen had to summon the goddess of life martial spirit. Buzz. A deep yellow soul ring slowly floated out, shocking the teachers and students at once. Oh my god! Zioken's martial spirit is so beautiful. A bunch of little girls looked at Ye Yangchen's incredibly beautiful goddess spirit and were stunned, their mouths opened into the letter O. The color of this spirit ring is darker than our 100-year spirit ring. Is it a spirit ring close to 1,000 years? Oh my god! How is this possible? The first spirit ring is close to 1,000 years, it's incredible. Several teachers were shocked by Ye Yangchen's spirit ring, it simply broke their cognition. Ye Yangchen took back his spirit and thought it was just an ordinary 100-year spirit ring, nothing big. Some other traversers still have 100,000 years for their first spirit ring, which is really awesome. Dean, how many years has Zioken's first spirit ring reached? Swu asked Lan Ziadi curiously. 999 years, only 1 year away from reaching 1,000 years. Solin explained on the side. You saw Zioken's spirit ring today, but you must keep it secret and don't tell others. Lan Ziadi warned everyone. Although the little guy's safety is not a concern now, the news that the first soul ring exceeds the age limit will inevitably attract the attention of major forces if it is spread out of the school. Don't worry, Dean. We swear by our martial spirits that we will never leak out the matter of Zioken's brother. As the Dean, Lan Ziadi said that the little girls dared not say anything. Tell you another good news. Teacher Solin has successfully promoted to Soul Saint, and her soul power has reached level 73. Ye Yangchen told everyone about Solin's promotion to Soul Saint to divert everyone's attention, so that these women would not focus on him. Buzz. Everyone. Don't be too surprised. Solin also cooperated to release her martial spirit. Yellow, purple, black, and black, 7 soul rings appeared from Solin one after another, extremely dazzling. Teacher Solin has been promoted to Soul Saint, great. Several girls cheered happily and celebrated for Solin. Having one more Soul Saint was a cause for celebration for the entire Tianshui College. Teacher Solin's 7th soul ring seems to be very old. Several teachers were shocked by the 7th soul ring. My 7th soul ring is a 42,000-year-old blue-scaled dragon soul ring. Solin explained to everyone. A 42,000-year-old blue-scaled dragon? That's too amazing. Teachers and Qi, Mu Qingxiu, and Li Suyin are also soul saints. Their 7th soul rings are only about 35,000 years old. They also admire Solin's 7th ring for being able to obtain a 42,000-year-old soul ring. Brother Zioken's first soul ring has exceeded the limit, and Teacher Solin has also broken through the Soul Saint. It's a double happiness. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Shui Wu and others were the happiest. They cheered and jumped for joy, like a group of beautiful butterflies dancing. Little brother Chen, let us see your first soul skill. Yu Hero was very curious about Ye Yangchen's first soul skill. Her real purpose was to see the little guy's beautiful goddess martial soul. Girls always yearn for beautiful things. Shua Shua. At this time, the old Dean Shui Lingfeng came quickly to Ye Yangchen from a distance and told everyone to disperse. You girls should go to class. Xiao Chen has been traveling all the way and is tired. Don't disturb him anymore. Yes. Grandma Dean. As soon as Shui Lingfeng spoke, a group of little girls dispersed. After all, the old lady had a very strange temper. Grandma Dean. We are back. Ye Yangchen greeted Shui Lingfeng. It's been almost 2 months since we last met. Grandma missed you so much. Shui Lingfeng held Ye Yangchen in her arms and talked to him about his well-being. Nothing happened to you this time? Shui Lingfeng asked her 2 daughters and Solin. Mother. This trip to the Stardo Forest was very rewarding, but we encountered something bigger, about Xiao Chen. I also received an important message, also about Xiao Chen. Lan Ziadi and Solin were also very surprised. At this moment, they were wondering in their hearts, could it be that the identity of the little guy was exposed? Lan Ziadi hurriedly asked, Mother, what happened? The news came from the city lord's mansion, that is, a few days ago, the Cardinal Santos of the Tianshui City Spirit Hall was sending people to investigate a 6-year-old boy with full innate soul power. It was obviously investigating Xiao Chen. Daughter, did you reveal your identity outside? When Shui Lingfeng said this, she was very worried about Ye Liangchen's safety. What? The Spirit Hall is investigating Xiao Chen? Could it be that Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo guessed our identity? Lan Ziadi and her sister were shocked. Sister, we were wearing cloaks and masks at the time, and we didn't even release our spirits, so they couldn't recognize us. Solin felt that there was no conflict with Ghost Chrysanthemum title Douluo at that time, so the other party couldn't recognize us. What happened? Shui Lingfeng heard that several people also met Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and they must have felt Ye Liangchen's strength. Mother, there were 3 young people in the Spirit Hall at that time. One of them was a 10-year-old girl who praised Xiao Chen for his good looks, and the other 13-year-old red-haired boy was anxious and said he would challenge Xiao Chen, which led to the 2 title Douluos of Ghost Chrysanthemum. Sister Lan Ziadi told her mother the whole story of meeting the 3 geniuses of the Spirit Hall in the soul hunting town. I see. What kind of people are taught by the Spirit Hall? How can a quasi-spirit master be so shameless to bully a level 10 spirit master? I think Guizhu and the other 2 guessed that you are from Tianshui College based on the strength of the 3 of you. It is said that the Spirit Hall will try to win over the super geniuses on the continent if it can, and will try to suppress or eliminate them if it cannot. It's just that the major sects on the continent are similar, and everyone is doing the same thing behind the scenes. I don't know how Bibi Dong will treat Xiao Chen after discovering his talent. I hope she will not embarrass Xiao Chen for the sake of knowing Xiaoqin's parents. Shui Lingfeng felt powerless when she thought of Bibi Dong's iron-blooded methods. Mother, don't worry about Xiaoqin's safety. We met 2 super-titled Douluo in Xingde Forest this time. They are willing to protect Xiao Chen. Although we don't know their origins, they may be related to gods and have no ill will towards Xiao Chen. Lan Ziadi told Shui Lingfeng about the encounter with Ditian and Bai Ji, which surprised Shui Lingfeng. Is this true? Mother, it's true. Xiaoqin's future enemies include gods. Lan Ziadi also told Shui Lingfeng about the fact that Shura God killed Ye Liangchen's parents through Tang Hao. After all, Ditian and others even knew about gods, so they shouldn't lie to everyone. Ye Liangchen took out the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King and explained to Shui Lingfeng, Dean Grandma, Ditian said that when you encounter danger, use soul power to activate the reverse scale, and he will come out to help me solve the problem. So that's it. No matter what the situation is in the future, we will face it together. Shui Lingfeng looked at Ye Liangchen's small figure, and when she thought that his enemy actually included gods, she hugged the little guy in her arms with heartache. Ye Liangchen thought about it and found that it was not a big problem for Bibi Dong to pay attention to him. Anyway, he would never join the Spirit Hall. If the other party dared to force him, he would directly summon Ditian to beat him up. With Ditian's current strength, he would not be afraid even if Jian Daoliu came. However, Ye Liangchen still hoped that those big guys would not come to trouble him, otherwise, once Ditian took action, it would cause a great shock, and the teachers and students of Tianshui College would also be implicated. Chapter 19 Enrollment. Ye Liangchen has successfully obtained the first soul ring, and it is a soul ring with a limit of 999 years, which makes Shui Lingfeng very excited. She also specially prepared a sumptuous dinner and called Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu back. The family celebrated for the little guy together. Bing'er, Yu'er, Xiao Chen will go to school tomorrow. You two should help him more in school, okay? After dinner, Lan Ziadi arranged for Ye Liangchen to go to school. She knew that the little guy usually liked quietness, but she was afraid that he would feel lonely, so she asked Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er to accompany the little guy more in school so that he could spend a happy childhood. Mom. Don't worry. We will take good care of Xiao Chen brother. Shui Bing'er waved her little hand and assured her mother. Xiao Chen brother. You are going to school with us. Are you happy? Shui Yu'er was very excited when she thought of this. Her little face smiled like a crescent moon, very cute. It's okay. Ye Liangchen was unwilling to go to school. He knew more about the knowledge of soul master cultivation than the teachers in the academy. There was nothing to learn, and the teachers in the academy could not teach him anything. In my previous life, I lived for almost 20 years, and I spent 12 years in school. After traveling to this different world, I have to go to school again. This is fate. According to the graduation requirements of Tianshui's advanced students, they must cultivate to level 40 at least. At my own cultivation speed, I estimate that I will have to wait until I am 12 years old. So I have to stay in school for several more years. But now I am just a 6-year-old child, and I can't refute the arrangement of adults. However, fortunately, this world does not have various midterm and final exams in the previous life, nor does it have brain-burning math problems. It is still very easy. Xiao Chen. Don't be unhappy. It's so nice to study with Bing'er and Yu'er. Grandma will take you to see your house first. During the time in the forest, Grandma has already built a courtyard for you. Shui Lingfeng persuaded Ye Yangchen for a few words, then took the little guy's hand and walked towards a beautiful courtyard in the distance. Daughter. After Xiao Chen goes to school, he will start to be independent, but he is only a 6-year-old child after all. Let Binger and you move to Zioken's yard. In this way, the 3 little guys can take care of each other. Mother. We will arrange it even if you don't say it. Shui Lingfeng, mother and daughter, looked at each other and felt that this method was not bad. Anyway, these 3 little guys will be a family in the future. The relationship between childhood sweethearts must be cultivated from an early age to be unbreakable. Sister. We are going to live in that yard with brother Xiao Chen, that's great. Well. Then we will go to the school dormitory and move our things here right away. Shui Binger and Shui Yu jumped up with joy when they heard the elders make such an arrangement, and immediately ran back to the school dormitory to move their things back. Dean Grandma, Aunt Lan. Didn't you say that I should learn to be independent? Why do you let the 2 sisters live with me? How can I be independent then? Ye Yangchen was helpless. He finally had a yard, thinking that he finally had an independent space, but before he could be happy, he was arranged in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen, be good. Listen to Aunt's arrangement. Binger and you are also your sisters. You have to grow up together and take care of each other. The Lan Ziadi sisters smiled, squatted down, stretched out their hands to rub Ye Yangchen's head, and looked at the confused look on the little guy's face, which was very funny. When seeing the ant-like smiles on the faces of the Lan Ziadi sisters, Ye Yangchen shouted in his heart, wow! So they were going to play this kind of trick. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, they won't hurt me. I'll just be an obedient child in front of my elders. Anyway, Lan Ziadi and the others know about Hunyuanju, Wuxing Shen Chuan and those swordsmanship. In the future, Shui Binger and her sister will definitely practice them. I can also practice various magic skills openly and don't have to worry about anything abnormal anymore. Fortunately, I put these skills into the Jade Pendant Soul Guide some time ago, so that Lan Ziadi and the others thought they were left by their parents. Otherwise, if I want to practice these magic skills, I can only practice secretly like the little Tang San next door. As for other things, I will consider them when I grow up. Now I'll practice first and work hard to improve my strength. In this cruel alien world, you have to have strong strength to have everything. Ye Yangchen now lives next to a forest 200 meters away from Lan Ziadi's office building, about 1,000 meters away from the teaching building. This courtyard covers an area of about 2,000 square meters, all surrounded by walls. There is a white 2-story building, estimated to be 400 square meters, which is very beautifully decorated. There are some flowers, plants, and trees planted around the house. There is also a small pond in the left front, with some lotus and goldfish planted in the pond. There is also a pavilion next to the pond. There is an open space on the left side of the house, about 500 square meters, which Shui Lingfeng specially asked the architect to build for Ye Yangchen as a training ground. The whole yard is very beautiful, far away from the noisy school playground, it looks very quiet, and it is an excellent place for quiet cultivation. Xiao Chen. How is it? Do you like the manor that Grandma built for you? Walking into the manor, Shui Lingfeng introduced this courtyard to Ye Yangchen with a smile. This is because she specially went to the city to invite several soul masters who are good at architecture. After more than a month of hard work, it was built into this luxurious manor. Thank you, Grandma. This yard is so beautiful. Ye Yangchen looked at the luxurious manor and thought that he was treated too well. If it was in the previous life on Blue Star, only super rich people could afford to live there. Xiao Chen. How about you give this villa a name? Lan Ziadi said with a smile. Then let's call it Jingxian Villa. Dean Grandma, Aunt Lan, what do you think of this name? Jingxian Villa? Qingjing Xianyun, what a good name, Xiao Chen is really amazing. When several people heard that Ye Yangchen actually gave such a nice name, they were very pleased. Wow! Here we come. At this time, Shui Binger and Shui Yu also moved their things back from the dormitory. Looking at this luxurious manor, the 2 little girls were very excited. Binger, you must take good care of your brother in the future, understand? Shui Lingfeng said to the 2 granddaughters with a smile. Don't worry, Grandma. We will take good care of Xiao Chen. The 2 little girls waved their fists to show that there was no problem. Xiao Chen, go to school with Binger and the others early tomorrow morning. If you need anything, tell your aunt. We'll go back first. You 3 little guys will stay here from now on. When Shui Lingfeng and her 2 daughters saw Shui Binger and her sister coming back, they gave a few instructions and then returned to the office building to discuss the future of the college. Thank you, Dean Grandma, thank you, Aunt Lan, I will definitely study hard. Ye Yangchen waved goodbye to the 3 elders, and then chose to live on the 2nd floor. After all, living in a high place feels more comfortable. After pushing open the door, I found that the daily necessities inside were very complete, including quilts, towels, etc., which was more convenient than moving in with just a bag. Brother Xiao Chen, don't you live on the first floor with us? There are 4 rooms on the first floor. After packing up their things, Shui Binger and her sister ran to Ye Liangchen's room and asked curiously. They thought the little guy did it on purpose. Sisters, I'll live on the second floor. Ye Liangchen smiled. Shui Yuer said mischievously, hee hee. Sister. Brother Xiao Chen must be shy. Okay then. Brother Xiao Chen, it's getting late, you should rest quickly. Remember to get up tomorrow morning and go to school with us. Shui Binger said, and then pulled her sister down the second floor. Got it. Ye Liangchen waved to the 2 girls, then took a shower and prepared to go to bed. No one spoke all night, and around 8 o'clock the next morning, Ye Liangchen was sleeping soundly. Knock knock. Xiao Chen. Get up quickly. After breakfast, we should go to school. Lazy pig. Get up quickly, you won't be late for the first day of school, right? At this moment, the voices of Shui Binger and her sister rang outside the door, waking Ye Liangchen up directly. 2 sisters, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Ye Liangchen had no choice but to get up and dress, wash up quickly, and then have breakfast in the hall with Shui Binger and her sister, and then rush to the school. As soon as the 3 little guys went out, they saw teacher Solin standing at the gate of the manor, quietly waiting for the 3 of them, with an ant-like smile on her face. Teacher Solin. Why are you here? The 3 greeted the woman. Of course I'm waiting for you. Binger, you go to school first. I'll take Xiao Chen to the dean to register and tailor a school uniform for him. Then I'll take him to school. Solin told the 2 little girls to go to school first, and then led Ye Liangchen to the dean's office. Okay. Teacher Solinier. The 2 little girls jumped and ran towards the school like 2 little angels. Xiao Chen. Today you officially become my student. How about it? Are you happy? Solin said to Ye Liangchen with a smile, and rubbed his head. Not bad. Ye Liangchen said calmly, thinking what's so happy about this? Oh. Little guy. It seems that you are still a little unhappy about going to school. Solin knew that this little guy liked to practice alone and didn't like going to school. She thought that this little guy was probably shy to go to school with a group of girls. Teacher Solin. Let me make it clear first. I will not learn dancing from you after I go to school. Tianshui College also has singing and dancing courses, and Solin is one of the school's dance teachers. Ye Liangchen is really afraid that this woman will let him learn those. Puchi. Don't worry. The teacher won't arrange those courses for you. But if Xiao Chen wants to learn, the teacher can teach you. Solin's mouth twisted and she laughed evilly. She even wanted to let this little guy change into women's clothes to try, which must be very fun. Teacher Solin. Let's not talk about this topic anymore. Ye Liangchen had a prank idea as soon as he saw this woman, and felt that she was a little unreliable. Puchi. Okay. The teacher is joking with you. Solin laughed tenderly, took Ye Liangchen's little hand, and walked quickly towards the dean's office. The dean is Mu Qingxiu, 49 years old, martial soul is called Xian Shuiling, 76 level control system soul saint, good strength. Although she is almost 50 years old, she still has charm and looks like she is only 30 years old. She is also a great beauty. No one in Tianshui College is ugly. Even the oldest Granny Li has many wrinkles on her face, but she is very elegant and kind. It can be seen that she was also a great beauty when she was young. At this moment, Mu Qingxiu has been waiting in the office for a long time. Seeing Solin and Ye Liangchen coming, she immediately greeted them. Director. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Teacher Solin. You're welcome. Solin and Mu Qingxiu met and naturally greeted each other. Teacher Mu, good morning. Ye Liangchen is now a formal student, and he has to say hello when he meets the teachers of the college. Good morning, classmate Xiao Chen. Come on. Register the details of your soul ring. The dean said that we need to record the age of your soul ring and include it in the college's advanced textbooks. In the future, we will discuss the topic of how to surpass the age of absorbing soul rings. Mu Qingxiu took out a blank file to record Ye Liangchen's affairs. Shua shua shua. After a while, Mu Qingxiu recorded the soul ring of Ye Liangchen. Solin also used a tape measure to measure Ye Liangchen's body, so that she could make a school uniform for him later. After a lot of trouble, it was finally done. Solin also got a few books for Ye Liangchen, and then took him to the primary classroom. There are about 500 primary soul master students, divided into 10 classes. The soul power of students at this level is between level 1 and 20. In order to take care of civilian soul masters, Tianshui College also allows those with innate soul power of level 1 to enroll. After some of them have cultivated to more than level 10, if they find it difficult to make progress, they will choose to graduate. There are about 400 students in the intermediate class, and their soul power is between level 20 and level 35. Students with average qualifications are already in their 20s when they cultivate to soul master, and they generally choose to graduate. The advanced class has the smallest number of students, only about 100. Students with good talent and younger age generally enter the advanced class. After all, the minimum graduation requirement here is level 40. Some students even stay to be teachers after graduation, and some work in Tianshui city. Liang Chen thinks that the teaching system of Tianshui College is very good, which gives these women more choices. When Solin led Liang Chen into the classroom of Shui Binger and others, all the more than 50 students stood up and shouted in unison. Welcome Xiao Chen brother to school. Pa pa pa. A group of little girls also applauded to welcome them, as if they were welcoming a VIP. As soon as Liang Chen saw this scene, he knew that it was caused by Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, and other girls. Haha. You girls are really good at handling things. The teacher originally wanted to hold a welcome ceremony for Xiao Chen, but I didn't expect you to have already arranged it. Solin looked at these quirky girls and was very happy. Teacher Solin. How can you worry about such a small matter? We are enough. Sisters Shui Binger, Shui Wu, Yu Hero, and others said with a smile. Seeing Liang Chen coming, these girls were very excited. Xiao Chen. Say hello to everyone and introduce yourself. We are all classmates in the future. Teacher Solin. No need to be so grand, right? Smelly boy. Hurry up and introduce your name and martial spirit to everyone. This is the admission rules. Do you understand? Okay. Seeing that this woman insisted on asking, Liang Chen had to introduce himself according to the rules of the Soul Master world. Hello everyone, my name is Liang Chen, I'm 6 years old, my martial soul is a goddess, and I'm a 14th level first ring Soul Master. Please take care of me in the future. Pa pa pa. The whole class applauded and cheered again. Welcome Brother Xiao Chen again. Brother Xiao Chen is also a 14th level Soul Master, so amazing. Some little girls had not seen Liang Chen's strength before, and now they were shocked to hear that this little guy actually had a 14th level soul power. Xiao Chen, go find a seat and sit down. A teacher will come to class later. Solin said softly, and then walked out of the classroom. Yes. Teacher Solinier. As soon as Liang Chen finished speaking, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer immediately ran over and pulled him to the desk between the two sisters. The two had already prepared a seat for the little guy. Xiao Chen. Sit here from now on, with your sister. Shui Binger smiled. I want to go to the last row. Liang Chen felt a little uncomfortable sitting in the first row with so many eyes staring at him. No. The Shui Binger and her sister pressed Liang Chen to his seat, not allowing him to run to the last row of seats. Hee. Xiao Chen brother, you want to go to the last row of seats, you must want to take a nap during class. It's a pity that Binger and Yuer won't give you this opportunity. That's right. Swoo, Yu Hero and other girls laughed mischievously, chattering non-stop, and the scene was very cheerful. Chapter 20 The Cheating Academic Master. The courses at Tianshui College are relatively easy, with only 4 classes a day, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. In addition to giving lectures to students in class, the rest of the teachers at the college are to guide students in fighting spirit drills, or teach students to sing and dance, and arrange for students to practice martial spirits in a simulated environment. The Soul Masters of Tianshui College are all water attributed, and the simulated environment is a huge lake with some buildings on the lake, like a water park. When the students were practicing in the simulated environment, some practiced in the pavilions on the lake, while others practiced in the lake. When they were interested, they practiced various soul skills directly in the lake. When a group of beauties were playing in the water, they looked like fairies emerging from the water. The scene was very erotic. This is also the reason why Tianshui College prohibits male soul masters from entering. Just imagine, male soul masters in such a simulated environment, how can they have the mind to practice? The study and life of soul masters in the other world are much easier than when they were studying in their previous lives. There are no homework and no brain-burning exams. For Liang Chen, who had been devastated by heavy study tasks, it was too easy. On the first day of school, Liang Chen liked this kind of study and life. This extremely easy course was simply too cool, but Liang Chen also understood that he could not live too comfortably in the cruel other world. The next morning, in the classroom where Liang Chen was, Solin was blabbering and explaining soul beast knowledge to the little guys. Classmates, as we all know, the levels of soul beasts are divided into 10 years, 100 years, 1000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. Do you know what the colors of these soul rings are? When Solin asked this question, many students rushed to answer. Teacher. The 10-year soul ring is white, the 100-year soul ring is yellow, the 1000-year soul ring is purple, the 10,000-year soul ring is black, and the 100,000-year soul ring is red. Solin smiled, very good. It seems that everyone is good. If you learn this knowledge well, it will be easier for you to find a soul beast that suits you when you obtain soul rings in the future. Teacher Solin. What color should the soul ring be for a soul beast that is more than 100,000 years old? What about soul beasts that are 1 million years old? At this time, Yangchen suddenly said lightly. This directly shocked everyone in the classroom, including Solin. Well, classmate Xiao Chen. No one has ever seen a soul beast of this level, and no one knows whether it exists. Solin looked at the little guy asking such an exaggerated question, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that the little guy was arguing. Million-year soul beast. The soul beast encyclopedia only records soul beasts of 100,000 years. What Xiao Chen said should not exist. Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu and a group of girls also expressed their own ideas, believing that soul beasts over 100,000 years old do not exist. Teacher Solin. I think that since there are soul beasts of 100,000 years old, there must be soul beasts of 200,000 years old, and even ones of 1 million years old. Yangchen said lightly, regardless of whether everyone believed it or not. Anyway, he pretended to be curious and said it first. The purpose was to break people's cognition. Xiao Chen brother. Why do you think there are soul beasts over 100,000 years old? Shui Bing'er asked curiously. He. I guessed. Yangchen scratched his head and smiled innocently. He couldn't tell everyone that there were still a lot of fierce beasts in Douluo continent at the moment, otherwise they would be scared silly. Today. Solin stepped out a pair of slender legs, stepped on the mysterious steps, and walked towards Yangchen swayingly. Her high heels stepped on the floor, making a crisp sound, which was very pleasant. Xiao Chen. Teacher feels that the gun room is badger-like. Coming to Yangchen, Solin deliberately put on a pretty face, staring at the innocent face of the little guy, pretending to be very serious. Teacher Solin. I just made a deduction based on what was recorded in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Don't mind it. Yangchen spread his hands. Anyway, he had already said it. It's up to you to judge whether you believe it or not. Okay. Teacher knows that you are smart and can draw inferences from one example. But if there are soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old, we can't get in touch with them. We haven't even seen a soul beast that is 100,000 years old, let alone understand it. Solin remembered that she learned about the gods from Ditian and Baiji in the Xingde forest some time ago, so soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old may really exist. Teacher Solin. Is what Xiao Chen said true? Shui Bing'er and her group of girls came over and asked curiously. Teacher, I don't know either. This is just Xiao Chen's guess. Solin spread her hands, looking like you asked me, who should I ask? If Yangchen hadn't said this, she wouldn't have thought about it that way. Dang dang dang. At this time, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. The morning class was over and it was time for lunch. Dear students. This is the end of today's morning class. Get out of class is over. Xiao Chen. Go with the teacher. Solin announced to the students that the get out of class was over, then grabbed Yangchen's hand and walked out of the classroom. Hey. Teacher Solin. We still have to take Xiao Chen to eat. Where are you taking him? Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer saw their brother being taken away by Solin, and hurriedly shouted behind them. Bing'er, Yuer, Xiaoqin's lunch today has been arranged by the teacher. Solin turned around and smiled at the two little girls, thinking, can I still let the little guy go hungry? Then my job as a teacher is in vain. Teacher Solin. Are you going to punish me? Yangchen followed Solin, thinking that he had deliberately asked such exaggerated questions in class before, and this woman thought he was arguing. Would she really punish him? Lan Xiadi had told Solin before that if Yangchen was naughty in class, she could directly discipline him. Although Lan Xiadi doted on the little guy, she was very strict about his education. Solin looked at Yangchen's confused and a little scared look, and felt very amused. Don't worry. Although the dean has told me, how can I bear to punish you? Solin reached out and rubbed the little guy's face, then pulled him to continue walking towards her residence. After a while, the two came to a luxurious building. This is the residence of the college teachers. Each teacher has a 100 square meter house, which is a luxury house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Teachers. Good afternoon. When he came here and saw other teachers, Yangchen hurriedly greeted everyone and said hello. This is a necessary quality for a 3-good student. Xiao Chen classmate. Are you used to it in school? Let's have dinner with the teacher. The teachers who didn't eat in the cafeteria all went back to their own residences to cook. When they saw Yangchen coming back with Solin, they all came over enthusiastically and surrounded the little guy to ask about his life. There is only one male soul master in the whole college, Yangchen, and he is also a cute little boy. This is equivalent to a rare species. Everyone likes him very much. Dear teachers. Xiao Chen will have lunch with me today. Please help yourself. Solin smiled charmingly, and then took the little guy into her house. Looking at Solin's protective look, several female teachers showed gossipy smiles. This woman couldn't catch up with Xiaokin's father back then. Now she won't raise the little guy as her son, right? It's really possible. Love will not disappear, it will only transfer. Ha ha ha, don't talk nonsense. If the dean hears you, you'll be in trouble. When Liang Chen came to Solin's house, his eyes lit up immediately. The furniture in the whole house was arranged very poetically and looked very comfortable. The walls were covered with various beautiful landscape paintings, and there were also some pictures of Solin herself, which were very sexy and charming. Teacher Solin. Your house is very beautiful. Liang Chen saw that there was another cabinet with more than a dozen bottles of fine wine and some precious tea on it, thinking that this woman really knew how to enjoy life. Your teacher has a monthly salary of 1,000 gold soul coins. After all, I am a rich man, so I naturally have to enjoy life. Solin smiled, took out a bag from the drawer and handed it to Liang Chen. Xiao Chen. This is the school uniform customized for you by the college, please keep it. Play here for a while, the teacher will go to cook right away, and there will be delicious food in a while. After explaining a few words, Solin walked into the kitchen, put on an apron, and started cooking. Thank you, teacher. Liang Chen took the bag and opened it. There were 4 sets of clothes in it. The blue and white colors looked very comfortable. The fabrics were high quality, the styles of the clothes were well designed, and the artistic elements were very high. They were about 3 or 4 stories high. Half an hour later, Solin had prepared the food and called Liang Chen to eat. Xiao Chen. How is it? Does the school uniform look good? It looks good. No wonder Aunt Lan said before that the school can earn millions of gold soul coins every year by relying on the clothing business. Of course, those clothes are almost all designed by our Tianshui college graduates. They are all beautiful women with high aesthetic standards. The two chatted while eating, and the scene was very warm. Time passed slowly. 3 months later, Lan Ziadi called the first part of Hunyuanju a new meditation method, and then selected a small number of students with good qualifications to practice, and also required these students to swear by their martial spirits not to leak any information. Shui Langzhen will also recruit these girls who practiced the first part of Hunyuanju into Tianshui sect in the future and make them the foundation of the sect. As for the exquisite martial arts such as the 5 elements divine fist, it is divided into 5 kinds of fists for all students to learn and strengthen their physique. It is also said to be a kind of martial arts to the outside world. Many experienced teachers in the academy are all students of the former Dean Shui Lingfeng. They are all core members. Everyone can practice all the skills. As for the Wanmi Yingfeng and Tianhui Fixian swordsmanship, they are Liang Chen's exclusive swordsmanship, and Lan Ziadi did not contribute them. Lan Ziadi can only carry out small-scale reforms in the academy. Before Tianshui Academy has absolute strength, she dare not pass on the skills. Liang Chen feels that even if Lan Ziadi and others only take out the 5 elements divine fist and the first part of Hunyuanju to teach, Tianshui Academy will surely shock the world in time. In these 3 months, Liang Chen has learned all the knowledge learned in the elementary, intermediate and advanced classes, which shocked all the teachers and students of the academy. In fact, the knowledge taught in the classroom is nothing more than some knowledge of soul master cultivation, and the humanities and geography of the 2 empires. For Liang Chen, who is a time traveler, he already knows it, and there is nothing to learn about Douluo. But the teachers in the academy thought that he was just gifted and had a photographic memory. After reading the things in the textbook, he could remember them and even draw inferences from them. Auntie Lan. I have learned those knowledge. Now I don't have to go to the classroom to attend classes, right? After lunch that day, Liang Chen came to Lan Ziadi's office and asked not to attend classes. Anyway, attending classes is a waste of time. It is better to go back to Jingxian Villa to practice magic skills. At this moment, Shui Lingfeng, Lan Xiaoling, Mu Qingxiu, Solin, Anqi, Li Suyan and others were also present. Seeing the little guy's arrogant look, they all proposed to test him. Then we will test you. If you can answer all the questions, we will agree to your request. Lan Ziadi, Shui Lingfeng and others were very pleased. This little guy only spent 3 months to learn all the knowledge that the school was going to teach. He was a super academic master. This is what a true genius is. I'm ready. Just ask. Liang Chen was laughing in his heart, ask whatever you want. You don't know as much as I do. What are the major sects in the Soul Master world? Solin asked first. The Wuhan Hall is the largest Soul Master force, and then there are the Slaughter City and the Sea God Island. The rest are the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. Liang Chen slowly said these Soul Master forces. The Slaughter City and the Sea God Island were also recorded in the files of Tianshui College, but they were not open to the public. Liang Chen happened to have read the files of Tianshui College. Lan Ziadi saw that the little guy knew the forces on the continent very well, so she asked again, what should soul masters pay attention to when absorbing 10,000-year soul rings? 10,000-year soul beasts can generally open their spiritual intelligence. When soul masters absorb 10,000-year soul rings, they will produce soul shocks, which will have an impact on the soul of the soul master. Under normal circumstances, soul masters can only withstand the soul shocks brought by 10,000-year soul rings if they reach level 50 and have strong physical fitness and souls. Otherwise, they will easily become idiots. Well, not bad. What is the strongest auxiliary martial soul on the continent? The girls were very satisfied with the little guy's answer, so they started asking questions again. Yeliang Chen didn't even think about it and said directly, my life goddess martial soul is the strongest auxiliary martial soul. Oh. Xiao Chen. Why do you say that? Hearing Yeliang Chen say that his life goddess the martial soul is the strongest auxiliary martial soul, which shocked everyone. Everyone says that the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is the best auxiliary martial soul, but the soul master who possesses the 7 treasures glazed pagoda can only cultivate to level 79 at most. I think it is not as good as the 9-star begonia. My goddess of life martial soul has both auxiliary and attacking abilities, which is definitely higher than the level of those martial souls on the mainland. Puchi hihi. Okay. We are all defeated by you. After that, you can arrange your time freely. It's up to you whether to go to the classroom or not. Thank you, Dean Grandma. Thank you, Aunt Lan. Thank you, teachers. Lan Ziadi, Solin and others asked a lot of questions, and Yeliang Chen could answer them all. In the end, he said that his martial soul was the strongest on the mainland, which made everyone laugh. In fact, what Yeliang Chen said was not wrong. The goddess of life martial soul is a god king level martial soul. The 9th soul skill, life divine light, can probably even revive the dead. It is indeed the strongest, but Lan Ziadi and others don't know it. After Yeliang Chen came out of Lan Ziadi's office, he was in a good mood and ran back to Jingxian Villa. For this day, he spent 3 months to become a super academic master, just to practice various exercises quietly. It was not easy. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer saw the little guy running back to the villa happily, and immediately chased after him. Xiao Chen. Did Mom and the others agree that you skip class? Yes. Sisters, I don't have to go to the classroom to attend classes in the future. Xiao Chen. You are so amazing. You have learned all that knowledge in just 3 months. We still have to stay in school to learn all kinds of knowledge. Hehe. I am a genius. Brother Xiao Chen is the best. We have classes in the afternoon, so we will go back to school first. Goodbye, sisters. Yeliang Chen said goodbye to Shui Binger and her sister, and then ran back to Jingxian Villa. However, seeing the excitement of the 2 girls, Yeliang Chen estimated that they would definitely skip classes soon. Chapter 21 A Peaceful Life of Cultivation. After returning to Jingxian Villa, Yeliang Chen summoned the Chunjun sword and began to practice the Wanmi I Ying Feng sword technique. Stand up and extend the sword, immortal pointing the way, golden rooster stands on 1 leg, left bow splits, roots crossing swords, stands on 1 leg, lifts the step and holds the sword, right bow stabs, turns the horse and swords, stands and splits Huashan, raises fire to burn the sky Wanmi I Ying Feng. Shua shua shua. Yeliang Chen recited the formula while practicing the sword moves. The long sword in his hand was full of sword flowers, unpredictable and extremely gorgeous. In the Douluo world, the martial soul is actually equivalent to the display of a person's soul, which is closely connected with one's own soul. The Chunjun sword is Yeliang Chen's martial soul, and he can make the sword follow his heart. As Yeliang Chen practiced, he gradually reached a state of selflessness, as if he was the only one between heaven and earth. Shua shua shua. Yeliang Chen's practice also aroused the curiosity of Shui Lingfeng, Mu Qingxiu, and others. They all came to Jingxian Villa and watched from afar the exquisite swordsmanship that Yeliang Chen practiced. This little guy is too talented. Such a profound swordsmanship has become more and more exquisite after he practiced it. It seems that we can't teach him anything. Solin smiled. She was nominally Yeliang Chen's teacher, but she couldn't teach him anything. This is probably the talent brought by his sword martial soul. Yefeng's martial soul is also a sword. His understanding of the sword way exceeds that of Jian Douluo. It seems that this talent has been perfectly inherited by the little guy. Sister Lan Ziadi thought of Yefeng's talent back then and thought, he is worthy of being his offspring. Shui Lingfeng reminded everyone, okay. Let's not disturb the little guy anymore, let him practice with peace of mind, everyone has to work hard to improve their strength, and hope to help him in the future. Now with the help of the magical skill of Hunyuanju, Shui Lingfeng's hope for rebuilding the sect is getting bigger and bigger. If the core members around her can be promoted to titled Douluo, they can help the little guy. Yeliang Chen didn't care about these people coming to watch him practice. Anyway, these skills are not a secret to them. I just don't know to what extent they can practice. However, Ye Liangchen thinks that no matter how much others practice, they are not as good as him. After all, they are old and have long passed the best age for practice. After practicing Wan Mi Ying Feng sword technique, resting for a while, Ye Liangchen took out the 5 elements mysterious steps and the refining spirit technique from the game backpack. These 2 sets of peerless skills have not had time to practice, and he plans to practice them well today. The 5 elements mysterious steps is a mysterious and infinite light skill, similar to the light skill of Lingbo microstep. For the Douluo world, it is simply a magical skill. Tang San's ghost shadow phantom step is also a mysterious body movement, in which the ghost-like footwork is very suitable for use in battle or for escape. Now Ye Liangchen is practicing the 5 elements phantom step. When the time comes, he will compete with Tang San to see whose body movement is better. Step on the 2 yin and yang, gold and wood are strong, the phoenix dances in the sky and sits in the water. The body is in the Kyunkan and the mind is Kenli, the latent dragon does not use fire to soar into the sky. All things return to the origin, the earth connects the meridians, and the 5 elements transform into the phantom step. Ye Liangchen looked at the formula of the 5 elements phantom step, and according to the footwork in the picture, he began to practice step by step. Shua shua. As Ye Liangchen's understanding of the body movement deepened, he practiced more and more vigorously, his body movement was chic, his clothes fluttered, and his movements were endless. He practiced to perfection and gradually reached the state of selflessness. I don't know why, but Ye Liangchen was able to quickly master the skills brought by the game. This was probably because he had a cheat. The blessing of the protagonist's halo. An hour later, Ye Liangchen finished his practice and felt that his steps were very light, as if he was as light as a swallow. Then he began to comprehend the soul refining technique. Ye Liangchen was very much looking forward to this method of cultivating soul and mental power. There are 7 levels of soul refining technique. With each level of practice, the soul and mental power will be strengthened by 20%. After practicing the 3rd level, you can see through all illusions. After practicing the 5th level, you can launch a soul attack. At the 7th level, you can use the soul to transform into your own appearance and travel in the void. After carefully reading the general outline of the soul refining technique, Ye Liangchen felt that this was similar to the soul refining technique practiced by Han Lao Mo. If this is true, it would be amazing. Hold the Zaiwuju with both hands, close the 4 gates and keep the center. All thoughts return to one and enter the void, and the true meaning will be born gradually. According to the picture, Ye Liangchen sat cross-legged, pinched the Wu character with the right middle finger with the thumb of his right hand, and put the thumb of his left hand into the right hand, pinched the Zi character with the right hand, and hugged the right hand with his left hand, forming the Zaiwuju, with the palm facing up, and naturally placed between the legs below the navel. 4 gates are closed, that is, the eyes do not see, the nose does not smell, the mouth does not speak, and the ears do not hear. All thoughts do not move, and one mind keeps the center. After a long time, all thoughts return to one thought, and one thought returns to no thought. Ye Liangchen sat quietly, holding this no thought, and meditating. After an hour, he suddenly felt his heart blossoming, the surrounding sounds were happy, all the thoughts were clear, and his mind was empty. He suddenly felt that his mind was clear. Although he closed his eyes, it seemed that everything around him could not escape his perception, but this perception was only vague and not clear. Who? It's worthy of being the Taoist soul refining technique. It's incredible. If you practice it to the point, you can know everything with your eyes closed and only your consciousness. After practicing for an hour, Ye Liangchen found that his brain was much smarter. It was the first time he practiced, and he gained so much. It was very good. Practicing is not something that can be completed overnight. Let's take a break first. Ye Liangchen brewed a pot of tea and sat in the pavilion to taste it slowly, enjoying the tranquility. He thought, compared with the hard-working days in his previous life, this is real life. At this time, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu are also finished class. They walked into Jingxian Villa with 3 boxes of lunch. When they saw Ye Liangchen sitting in the pavilion, they immediately jumped over and put the food on the stone table. 2 sisters, you are done with get out of class. Ye Liangchen greeted the 2 girls. Little brother Xiao Chen. Let's eat first. Thank you, sister. The 3 little guys were happily eating dinner in the pavilion. The meals in the academy were rich, with more meat, which was very good for students who were growing up. The peaceful days passed one by one, and Ye Liangchen was completely immersed in such a life. Every day he practiced, ate and slept. Sometimes he walked out of the villa and went to the academy square to see beauties. His life was full of fun. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Liangchen is already 8 years old. In these 2 years, Ye Liangchen has grown a lot taller, nearly 1.6 meters tall, and he has become much more handsome, but his face is still childish. After all, he is only 8 years old. Now Ye Liangchen's strength is several times stronger than when he was 6 years old. He has practiced the 5 elements divine fist, Wan Miai Ying Feng sword technique, Tianhui Fixian sword technique, and 5 elements mysterious steps to the small success level. As for the soul refining technique, he has practiced it to the 2nd level. Although Liang Chen has spent most of his time practicing advanced martial arts in the past 2 years and has practiced Hunyuan Ju less, his soul power has still reached level 20. That morning, in Jingxian Villa, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Chu Ruo Shui, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liu were learning swordsmanship, and Liang Chen was sitting in the distance to instruct them. At first, only Shui Binger and Shui Yuer followed Liang Chen to learn. Later, after seeing Liang Chen's exquisite swordsmanship, Shui Wu and the other girls went to Tianshui City weapon shop to buy swords and then learn swordsmanship from Liang Chen. These are all good sisters of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, and also good partners for the future Soul Master competition. Liang Chen simply taught them together. As for how much they can learn, it depends on their own understanding. 2 years of growth have made these girls taller and prettier, especially Swu, who is already 12 years old, almost like an adult beauty. She also has short hair, which makes her look pretty and handsome, like a queen of flowers. Yu Hero, Chu Ruo Shui, and Gu Qingbo are 1 year younger than Swu, but they are almost the same age as her. They have all grown into graceful beauties. As for Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shen Liu, they are a little younger than them, but they are also the girls next door who have just grown up. In a few years, these girls will become the most beautiful girl group in Douluo continent. Shua Liang Chen watched the practice of these girls and felt that they were dancing. Their graceful postures were like beautiful butterflies flying among the flowers. Suddenly, Liang Chen remembered the sword dance of the sword lady Gongsun Danyang. One of the dances was a sword dance that suppressed the 4 directions. It was really beautiful. The prototype of Gongsun Li in the game King of Glory also comes from Gongsun Danyang. If Shui Binger and the other girls were to put on Gongsun Li's costume and dance, it would definitely be shocking. Liang Chen closed his eyes and thought about Gongsun Li's dance moves. He planned to choreograph them in the future and let the girls try them out. Brother Xiao Chen. How did we practice just now? Little brother Chen, what are you thinking about? Just when Liang Chen was lost in thought, several clear and pleasant voices rang around him, which woke him up immediately. Shui Yuer hugged one of his arms and pinched his face with her hands. You are so good at practicing, and you are also using your hands to pull the restless claws of a certain girl. Little Chen. Didn't you look at us just now? Shui Yuer reached out and touched Liang Chen's forehead, and asked with a smile. Little brother Chen. We are a bunch of beauties in front of you, and you are still distracted. Swu, Yu Hero, and others supported their foreheads, thinking that this little guy is really out of tune. I saw that you practiced very well, keep working hard. Liang Chen smiled, and of course he had to praise the beauties. Girls, you practiced well. At this moment, Lan Ziadi, wearing a black outfit, walked into Jingxian Villa with a smile. Auntie Lan, you are here. Liang Chen knew that Lan Ziadi came to see him, and she must want to get the 2nd soul ring for him. Hello, Dean. Swu, Yu Hero, and others, as juniors, greeted Lan Ziadi sweetly. In the past 2 years, these girls have reached the level of Great Soul Master through practicing the first part of Hunyuan Ju, and all of them have obtained the 2nd soul ring. Among them, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer have reached level 24 and 26 respectively, and Swu has reached level 27. She is the oldest, so her soul power is naturally higher than everyone else. The other 4 are all above level 23. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer have the help of foundation building pills and body tempering pills, and the 2 of them have also practiced the complete version of the 5 elements divine fist. Their physical strength has been greatly improved, and the 2nd soul ring has also broken the age limit and reached 900 years. As for Swu and the others, although they also practiced the complete version of the 5 elements fist, Liang Chen did not use pills to open them. Hang, far from Shui Binger and her sister, the 2nd soul ring can only be obtained according to the standard age. In fact, in Liang Chen's opinion, these girls have practiced the complete version of the 5 elements fist, and they can absorb soul rings of more than 800 years. Shui Binger and her sister can even absorb 1000-year soul rings, but Lan Ziadi did not dare to take the risk and only let the 2 girls absorb 900-year soul rings. However, although the soul power of these girls has increased rapidly, they cannot beat Liang Chen. A few days ago, everyone had a competition, and as a result, 7 people were defeated by the little guy alone. In fact, it is not the fault of these girls being weak, but Liang Chen is too powerful, especially when he used the 5 elements mysterious steps, coupled with his exquisite swordsmanship. These girls only lasted 7 or 8 rounds before they were defeated one after another. Mom. This time, can we go together to get the 2nd soul ring for Xiao Chen brother? Shui Binger looked at her mother's dress and knew that she was preparing to obtain the 2nd soul ring for Liang Chen. She also wanted to go with her. Shui Yuer, Shui Wu and others also looked eagerly and wanted to go out with them. The journey is long and will take up too much of your time. You should practice well. Besides, none of you 7 can beat Xiao Chen alone. Do you still have the nerve to play around? Lan Ziadi laughed. That's because Xiao Chen is so powerful. If we fight against other soul masters of the same level, we will definitely win. Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu and others were very dissatisfied with the defeat of Yeliang Chen. Haha. Lost is lost. Don't make excuses. Xiao Chen. Go to the house and change into your normal clothes, and then we will set off. Lan Ziadi saw through the playful thoughts of these girls at a glance and rejected them directly. 7 people could not beat Yeliang Chen alone, so Lan Ziadi would not let them waste time and let them practice as soon as possible. Goodbye, sisters. Yeliang Chen waved to Shui Bing'er and the others, ran back to the house quickly, took off his aqua blue school uniform, changed into white clothes, and threw a few clothes into the soul guide for easy washing later. Goodbye, brother Xiao Chen, go and come back soon. After seeing Yeliang Chen and Lan Ziadi walk out of the villa, these girls had to stay in the academy to practice honestly. After leaving the villa, Yeliang Chen found that Shui Lingfeng was also wearing a black suit and waiting outside the door, which surprised him. Dean Grandma. Why are you here too? Shui Lingfeng touched Yeliang Chen's head and said with a smile, Grandma has nothing to do, so I will accompany you for a trip. Aunt Lan. Are we going to the Star Forest this time? Yeliang Chen asked. Yes. Only there can it be easier to help you find the right spirit ring. Lan Ziadi smiled. To get the spirit ring for the little guy, she naturally had to find the best one. Shui Lingfeng and Lan Ziadi have the foundation building pill. In the past 2 years, their spirit power has reached level 86. It is estimated that in a few years, they will be able to break through the title Douluo. When the 3 arrived at the school gate, they saw Solin had prepared a carriage, just like last time. Teacher Solin. I trouble you again. Yeliang Chen greeted the woman. Xiao Chen is so good. Senior sister. Teacher. Get in the car. Solin smiled at the 3 people and asked them to get in the car, while she still worked as a driver. Xiao Chen. We have found several soul beasts suitable for assistance based on the attributes of your soul skills, including the 3-leaf crabapple, silver-striped tree, emerald swan, snow swan, and pink lady. The 3-leaf crabapple and silver-striped tree are plant soul beasts, and the others are animal soul beasts. Which soul beast do you want? When Yeliang Chen heard Lan Ziadi and Shui Lingfeng talking about the emerald swan, he was immediately shocked. He was shocked, thinking that he dared not kill this soul beast, otherwise Bai Ji's 40-meter long sword would immediately chop him down, and the emerald swan itself was rare and could not be touched. Auntie Lan. The emerald swan is too rare, I guess I can't touch it, the rest of the soul beasts are fine. Yeliang Chen didn't care much about the other soul beasts, but he was a little worried that if he got lucky and encountered the emerald swan, Lan Ziadi and the others would kill it, which would be troublesome. Well. The emerald swan is indeed too rare, it is rarely seen, and it only exists in legends. Then we don't have any hope, we can only choose other soul beasts. Lan Ziadi and Shui Lingfeng also felt that it was almost impossible to find the emerald swan. In order to reach the destination as soon as possible, everyone galloped all the way, and it only took 12 days to reach the Star Forest. During this trip, Yeliang Chen didn't encounter anything new, especially those main characters, none of them appeared. It seems that he will have to wait until he leaves the school to meet those people. Chapter 22 Shrek 3 Villains. Stepping into the Star Forest again, Yeliang Chen felt the natural atmosphere of the Star Forest and felt refreshed. This time we are heading to the area where 1000-year soul beasts live, hoping to find a suitable soul beast for Xiao Chen as soon as possible. Zioken's second soul ring is 1000 years old. I wonder how those big forces will react when they see it in the future. Let's try our best to protect him as he grows up. As long as he has the ability to protect himself, he won't be afraid. Yeliang Chen felt that Lan Ziadi and the others' concerns were a bit redundant. Now that he had Ditian as his thug, as long as he didn't commit suicide, it would be too easy to survive and become a titled Douluo. 2 days later, several people came to a valley and found a 50-meter-high 3-leaf crabapple tree. The 3-leaf crabapple, a plant soul beast, is also aggressive. Once attacked, it will swing its branches and whip the enemy. The 3-leaf crabapple tree, which was dozens of meters high, felt the approach of Yeliang Chen and his party, and immediately waved its branches towards them. The whole tree exuded a purple soul breath. Shua shua. Dozens of branches waved in the air like long whips, rubbing against the air and making a shua shua sound. Yeliang Chen felt that this was simply the 1000-year-old tree spirit in the movie A Chinese Ghost Story, but the 1000-year-old plant soul beasts in the Douluo world were also 1000-year-old tree spirits, right? Chirp. This soul breath fluctuates, I'm afraid this tree is nearly 4000 years old. Lan Ziadi released her martial soul and suppressed the 3-leaf crabapple tree with a powerful breath. If the age was a little lower, it would be very suitable for Xiao Chen. Shui Feng and Solin felt that the age of this plant soul beast was a bit high for Yangchen now. Let me try. I think I can absorb it. Yangchen directly stated that the second soul ring should be from this three-leaf crab apple. After a careful look, the age of this soul ring is estimated to be about 3,800 years. No. Too risky. Shui Feng and the other two refused directly. They were originally planning to find a soul ring between 2,000 and 3,000 years for the little guy, but this soul ring is almost doubled, the gap is too big. Auntie Lan. I think I can try it. If it doesn't work, you can interrupt me to absorb the soul ring again. Yangchen waved his fist. He didn't care about this soul ring at all. He had been practicing various magic skills like a cheat in the past 2 years. His physical strength was several times stronger than 2 years ago. A mere 1,000-year soul ring was completely child's play. Then let Xiao Chen try. Lan Ziadi saw that Yangchen insisted, so she had to agree to let him try, and she thought that this little guy would continue to create miracles. Okay then. Shui Feng and Solin also saw Yangchen's extraordinary ability and agreed that the little guy could absorb this soul ring. If it doesn't work, everyone can interrupt. Freeze. Mysterious Ice Thorn. Bang bang bang. Under the powerful soul attack of Lan Ziadi, the three-leaf crabapple tree was almost seriously injured and killed. A face with eyes, mouth and nose appeared in the center of the trunk, which kept making hissing sounds. Xiao Chen. Attack the face in the center of the trunk, which is its spiritual core. Solin ordered Yangchen to act quickly. Shua shua. The blue smoke sword in Yangchen's hand swung out and pierced into the spiritual core in the center of the three-leaf crabapple tree, killing it instantly. Buzz hum. The deep purple soul power slowly rose from the three-leaf crabapple tree and gradually condensed into a large purple circle. Buzz. Yangchen sat cross-legged on the ground, summoned the goddess of life martial soul, communicated with the soul ring with his mind, and began to absorb the 3,800-year-old soul ring. Xiao Chen. Be careful, don't force it. Lan Ziadi, Shui Feng and Solin surrounded Yangchen, feeling very nervous, fearing that this little guy would have an accident. I understand. The soul ring was communicated with by Yangchen's mind, and it floated directly over and was put on the goddess's martial soul. Boom. A strong energy hit Yangchen's body, and his whole body felt like being bitten by an ant. Although it was a little painful, it was still bearable. Hat. Yangchen roared, and simply operated the Hunyuan Ju to mobilize the energy in the soul ring to polish his body. Calm down, calming his mind, letting go of his consciousness, feeling the changes in his body, the energy made crackling sounds all over his body when it tempered his body, it felt like a Thai massage, this kind of painful and happy feeling was very refreshing. Ha! 3 hours later, Yangchen finally succeeded in absorbing the soul ring and successfully advanced to the Great Soul Master. He let out a long roar, and a powerful breath rushed up from his body, and his soul power also broke through to level 23. Because a lot of energy in the soul ring was used by Yangchen to polish his body, he could only improve his soul power by 3 levels. Aunt Lan, Dean Grandma, Teacher Solin. I succeeded. Yangchen took back his martial soul and smiled innocently, looking very cute. Success. Xiao Chen set a record again. The second soul ring has reached 3,800 years. What limit is not worth mentioning in front of Xiao Chen? Lan Ziadi and the others finally let go of their hanging hearts. For 3 whole hours, they didn't dare to breathe. Xiao Chen. You are awesome. The teacher is proud of you. Solin was very excited. She gave the little guy a big hug and kissed him on the face. Xiao Chen. The second soul skill is Life Blessing. Release it and let Grandma see the effect. Shui Feng said with a smile. She also wanted to know whether the little guy's auxiliary soul skill could match the 7 treasures glazed tower soul skill. Okay, Dean Grandma. Buzz. With Yangchen's call, the beautiful figure of the goddess of life crouched behind him. 2 yellow and purple circles flashed and appeared, which was very dazzling. Second soul skill, Life Blessing. With the activation, 3 gorgeous rays of light shot out from the hands of the goddess of life, pouring into the bodies of Lan Ziadi and the other 3. My life blessing can improve others' all attributes by 30%, and the blessed person can last for 10 minutes. With my current soul power, I can only bless 20 people at most, and I can only use the soul skill 5 times. The number of people and the number of times will increase as my soul power increases, and the attribute increase will also increase as my soul rings increase. My life blessing soul skill can also assist myself. Yangchen slowly explained the soul skill of life blessing to the 3 women, but when they learned about the 30% all attribute blessing, they were shocked. 30% for all attributes? That means our attack, soul power, defense, speed, strength, etc. are all increased by 30% at this moment, and our comprehensive strength has doubled. This is too amazing. As far as we know, the first few auxiliary skills of the 7 treasures glazed tower are strength, speed, soul power, defense, attack, etc. Each soul skill corresponds to an auxiliary attribute. And Ziokin's second soul skill covers all attributes. No wonder the little guy said before that the goddess of life martial soul is the strongest auxiliary martial soul. It is indeed true. When seeing Ye Liangchen's amazing second soul skill, Lan Ziadi and the others were very excited. If this skill is used to increase the power of teammates in a team battle, it can burst out instantly and directly resolve the battle. Ye Liangchen didn't think there was anything shocking. You know, the fourth soul skill of Oscar, the big sausage uncle, is pink sausage, which can also increase all attributes by 10%. The effect of his soul skill is only 20% more than his soul skill. Ye Liangchen used his mind to scan the changes in the game character panel and found that 2 weapon boxes had been unsealed in the weapons and equipment column. He was immediately delighted. It was not easy to see any movement after such a long time. Tang San next door has started to make hidden weapons for self-defense. What will his own weapons and equipment be? The soul skill attack in the Douluo world is simply an energy attack. Tang San's hidden weapon is equivalent to a big killer in this world. The Guanyin tier's hidden weapon can even kill gods, which means that the lethality of physical attacks is greater than that of energy attacks. Ye Liangchen was looking forward to it in his heart, hoping that the game equipment would bring him some Desert Eagle, assault rifles, or Barrett, so that he could spend as much as he wanted. This trip to the Star Forest successfully obtained a 1000-year soul ring for Ye Liangchen, and it was a 3,800-year soul ring, which was perfect. 2 days later, Ye Liangchen and his party arrived at Soto City, known as Barracks Granary, in a dusty manner. Everyone planned to rest in Soto City for a day, so they stayed in the most luxurious Rose Hotel again. Soto City is the second largest city in Barrack, second only to Barrack City. It is also a granary with a very developed economy. The empire has heavy troops stationed in this city. At noon that day, Lan Ziadi and Solin went to the city to buy daily necessities. Ye Liangchen also went with them to see and experience the customs of Soto City. Shui Lingfeng was old and too lazy to move around, so he had to stay in the hotel waiting for everyone. In order to make Ye Liangchen have fun, Lan Ziadi and Solin also took him to the Soto Grand Fighting Soul Arena to watch the Fighting Soul competition to broaden his horizons. Xiao Chen. How is it? Is today's Fighting Soul competition exciting? In the evening, the 3 returned to the Rose Hotel. Along the way, Solin also explained some things about Fighting Souls to Ye Liangchen. Not bad. If I can participate in the competition, it will be great. I guarantee that I can make you win money. There is also a betting plate in the Fighting Soul competition, which is also a business method of all Fighting Soul arenas. Unfortunately, Lan Ziadi did not let Ye Liangchen participate in the competition. It's good enough that you can watch the game, but you still want to play in the game. If you are exposed, it will be troublesome. Lan Ziadi laughed. She didn't want the little guy to take risks, and she didn't lack money. I can beat those great soul masters who participated in the competition without using my martial soul. Ye Liangchen didn't care about opponents of the same level at all, and he didn't need to use his martial soul at all. We know you are very powerful, but not now. Let's wait a few years. Lan Ziadi rubbed the little guy's head and took him to the direction of the Rose Hotel. Just then, 3 drunken men came on the street ahead. One of them was about 1.75 meters tall, dressed gorgeously, with blonde hair, and looked quite handsome, especially his eyes, which were double pupils, looking very good. The other 2 men beside him were very different. One was a fat man wearing red leather armor, with red hair, as fat as a ball, with a tuft of mustache on both sides of his mouth, and his small eyes glanced at the passers-by. Whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he immediately showed his pig brother appearance. The other man was even more bizarre. He looked young, but had grey hair, especially the beard on his face was also grey, giving a feeling of old age and fading beauty. Wow! Boss Dai, look! It's the best! When the red-haired fat man saw Ye Liangchen and the other 2, his eyes lit up immediately, especially when he saw the hot bodies of the 2 women, he screamed, his eyes lit up, revealing a pig brother. Although the 2 women covered their beautiful faces with veils, this kind of hazy beauty that was looming was even more fascinating. Where is it? Let me see. Wow! It's really the best. Hey! There's actually a handsome boy who looks more handsome than me. Let's go. Let's go and meet him. The blonde man tidied his hair and walked towards Ye Liangchen and the other 2, and the red-haired fat man immediately ran over. Boss Dai, fatty, this is not good, right? The bearded man was a little timid and shouted behind him. Xiao Ao. What are you afraid of? Today, I will teach you how to date a beautiful woman, ha ha ha. The blonde man, drunk, walked towards Ye Liangchen and the others with a loud laugh. Aunt Lan. Teacher Solin. A handsome blonde is walking towards us. Ye Liangchen whispered to the 2 women, almost bursting out laughing. Looking at the blonde, he probably wanted to chat up with her. Yeliangchen felt that the guy was really stubborn. He's just a great soul master. Just teach him a lesson. Lan Ziadi said lightly. Seeing Yeliangchen's uncontrollable laughter, she immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aunt Lan. Teacher Solin, don't talk. I'll take care of it. The other party was just a great soul master. Yeliangchen didn't think it was necessary for the two women to take action. Okay. Then we'll rely on Xiao Chen to protect us. Today, my senior sister and I will act like weak women. Xiao Chen. You said that you don't need a martial soul to fight a great soul master. Auntie will see your performance today. The two girls smiled at each other when they saw Yeliangchen's eager look. The little guy had grown up and could protect them, which made them feel relieved. Auntie Lan. Just look at me. Yeliangchen assured the two girls that he would never use his martial spirit. Hi. Two beauties, let's go shopping. The blonde man came in front of Yeliangchen and the other two, shook his hair, posed in a self-proclaimed handsome pose, and greeted Lan Ziadi and Solin. Lan Ziadi and Solin did not reply, but just watched it all quietly. Brother. Are these two your sisters? The blonde man saw that Yeliangchen was relatively young and thought he was the younger brother of the two beauties, so he took the initiative to greet Yeliangchen to get closer. Brother Golden Hair, who are you? Yeliangchen smelled alcohol from the other person, and it turned out that the other person was an alcoholic. What golden hair? My brother's name is Dai Mubai. Hey. Brother, what's your name? The blonde man revealed his name, which immediately shocked Yeliangchen. He didn't expect it to be this guy. The fat man and bearded brother in the distance should be Fatima and Oscar. According to the time, Dai Mubai is about 12 years old, and it's time for him to come to Shrek. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were brought by Flanders since they were young. Now, together with Dai Mubai, they often walk among the red light districts and become the three Shrek villains. Excuse me, what do you want to see us for? At this time, Solin deliberately asked Dai Mubai. Two beauties, my name is Dai Mubai, also known as Dai Shao. Let's get to know each other, make friends, and go to the Rose Hotel to talk about life, how about it? Dai Mubai saw that the beauty took the initiative to say hello, and immediately felt that there was a chance. Anyway, he was rich, and if he met a beauty, he thought he could get her with money. What friends do you want to make? Isn't it just for that little thing? Brother. Someone is going to bully your sister, you have to protect me. Solin was possessed by the spirit of acting, and hurriedly pulled Lan Ziadi's hand, deliberately hiding behind Yeliangchen, pretending to be pitiful. Fuck. This woman is still acting. Yeliangchen was speechless. The key is that his Aunt Lan also acted with Solin. Brother Dai, we don't want to know you, please go back. Yeliangchen said to Dai Mubai calmly. Boss Dai. Did you succeed? At this time, the chubby Ma Fatty also ran in front of Yeliangchen, staring at Solin and Lan Ziadi with a pair of small eyes, which made Yeliangchen very annoyed. Fatty. What are you looking at? Ang. Yeliangchen punched with a dragon-shaped fist, and his soul power turned into a phantom of a dragon. The powerful soul power hit the ground in front of the fat man, splashing a cloud of dust. Fatty, stop looking, if you look again, I will beat you. Yeliangchen warned the other party coldly. Why? Aren't beautiful women meant for people to see? Boss Dai, these two beauties are even prettier than the ones you dated before, hurry up and show your strengths. Don't forget me, your brother, when the time comes. Fatty Ma took advantage of the alcohol to talk about Solin and the other girls. His small eyes showed a lewd look, and drool kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Shua shua. Bang. Yeliangchen couldn't bear it, and appeared in front of Fatty Ma, punching him in the stomach with all his strength. Ah! Fatty Ma's round body was hit 5 meters away, rolling on the ground for a long distance, and screaming continuously. Fatty, are you okay? I have a big sausage. Buzz. Oscar in the distance immediately ran over, activated his martial soul, summoned a sausage-like martial soul, and gave it to Fatty to eat. Oh my god! That bearded brother's martial soul is actually a sausage. But his spell is too lewd. Just as wretched as his sausage spirit, ha ha ha. Oscar's wretched spell immediately caused laughter among the people on the street, and they all stopped to watch. Ah! Boss Dai! Help me get revenge! The fat man was hit by Yeliangchen's full-strength punch and lay on the ground wailing in pain. Hey! Look at that wretched fat man, he was knocked down by that handsome boy with one punch. That fat man and the golden-haired man actually flirted with the handsome boy's sister, they deserved to be beaten. That handsome boy is so handsome. Those two masked beauties are obviously peerless beauties, and the handsome boy must be handsome as their younger brother. The crowds on the street praised Yeliangchen, Lan Ziadi and Solin, while blaming Fatty Ma and Dai Mubai. In everyone's eyes, appearance is justice. Dai Mubai couldn't sit still when he saw Fatima was beaten down. As the boss, he had to stand up for his younger brother. Bullying my brother. Boy, you are also a soul master. Looks like we have to fight today. Ouch. Dai Mubai immediately summoned his martial soul. A king appeared on his forehead, and his claws became as sharp as tiger claws. A white tiger attached to his back, and 2 yellow soul rings rose from his body. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul Evil Eye White Tiger, 25th level Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Dai Mubai reported his martial soul and level to Yeliang Chen before the battle. That golden-haired man is actually a 25th level Great Soul Master? The handsome boy is in trouble now. The onlookers in the distance saw Dai Mubai summon his martial soul and were worried about Yeliang Chen. My name is Wu Ming, a level 23 Great Soul Master. As for the martial soul, wait until you can force me to use it. Shua shua shua. Yeliang Chen directly launched the 5 elements Phantom Step, rushed to Dai Mubai in an instant, used the 5 elements Divine Fist, and fought with the opponent. White Tiger Body Barrier. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Dai Mubai was shocked to see the opponent's speed as fast as lightning, and immediately launched a soul attack. A white light suddenly appeared on his body, forming a protective shield, and a white light ball came out of his mouth and attacked Yeliang Chen. Ang. Awu. Roar. Hiss. Chirp. Yeliang Chen used the 5 elements Phantom Steps to cleverly avoid the opponent's soul attack. The 5 kinds of magic fists of dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, and crane were used one after another, transforming into 5 kinds of animal phantoms to fight with the opponent. Bang bang bang. Dai Mubai had never seen such a situation before. He actually used soul power to transform into 5 animals, dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, and crane. Although these movements were phantoms condensed by soul power, they were extremely powerful and varied. He was confused in a few seconds. Oh! 3 minutes later, Dai Mubai was beaten to a state of disorientation. He lay on the ground with a bruised face and a howling sound. Fatima and Oscar in the distance dropped their jaws in shock. Even Fatima's evil fire was scared back. Boss Dai was actually beaten by that kid, and the other party didn't even open his martial spirit. After Yeliang Chen beat Dai Mubai into a pig head, he came to the other party and said calmly, "How is it? It feels good now." After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving a figure with his back to the crowd. Oh my god! That handsome boy is so powerful. He beat the other party down without using martial spirit. He is really handsome. Some girls on the street were captured by Yeliang Chen's powerful fighting power, and they all showed crazy expressions, with pink stars constantly appearing in their eyes. Chapter 23 The Whimsical Flanders. Dai Mubai saw that the other party did not embarrass him after beating him up, and only let him suffer a little flesh wound. It was obvious that the other party held back. Hey! Brother! I, Dai Mubai, am defeated by you. Can you tell me? What's your name? We are all soul masters. We don't know each other without fighting. Let's get to know each other. Dai Mubai got up from the ground and shouted to Yeliang Chen. He was able to beat him down without opening his martial soul, and the other party was younger than him. He was definitely a genius. As the little prince of Douluo country, he really wanted to make friends with him. If he could attract this kid to Shrek Academy and have a good relationship with him, maybe he could learn a few tricks from him in the future. I already said my name is Wu Ming, why are you asking? I'm leaving, you can just go away. Yeliang Chen ignored Dai Mubai, walked directly to Lan Ziadi and Solin. Brother! You are so awesome! I am proud of you. Solin cheered excitedly, then hugged Yeliang Chen like a drama queen and kissed him on the face, not caring about the eyes of a group of spectators. Stop playing tricks. We should go back. The patrol will be here soon. Lan Ziadi pulled Yeliang Chen out of Solin's arms and quickly rushed to the Street of Rose Hotel. Sister! Xiao Chen performed so well. Of course I have to reward him. Solin also came over and held the other hand of the little guy intimately, which made the 3 villains not far behind stunned. Xiao Chen! How did you feel about the battle just now? Lan Ziadi asked. Aunt Lan. After the opponent's white tiger spirit possessed him, his power was also very strong, but compared to me, it was still a little bit worse. Yeliang Chen felt that Dai Mubai's strength was also very good. Among the great spirit masters, he was very powerful, but he met a cheater like himself. Tang San was at level 29, and he could fight with Dai Mubai at level 37, but he was not as relaxed as himself. Sister, our Xiao Chen is the most powerful genius in the world, no one can compare to him. Needless to say, the boy named Dai Mubai, his spirit is actually the evil-eyed white tiger, it seems that he should be a royal figure of the Douluo Empire. Sister, looking at the boy's image, he could not be the prince of the Douluo Empire, right? It is very likely, but I don't know why he appeared in Soto City. Lan Ziadi and Solin walked while discussing Dai Mubai's matter. Liang Chen knew that Dai Mubai came to Shrek to avoid the suppression of his brother. Dai Mubai appeared, and the kitten Zhu Zuking will also appear in 3 or 4 years. I just don't trademark T know if that girl will join Shrek? After Dai Mubai and Fatima were beaten up by Liang Chen, they recovered in a short while with the help of Oscar trademark S sausage martial spirit. Ebos Dai, who is that guy? He is so handsome and so good at fighting. He didn't trademark T even open his martial spirit when fighting with you. His strength should and trademark T exceed that of a soul master, right? Oscar was very curious about what happened just now. Ixiaoao, the other party is indeed just a great soul master. Judging from his appearance, he is probably only about 8 or 9 years old. I feel that even if the 3 of us fight together, we are not his opponent. Dai Mubai said calmly, recalling the battle with the other party. It was really terrible. Edom, where did this kid come from? He is even more monstrous than a monster. Boss Dai, let trademark S just leave it at that? Fatima rubbed his round belly. The punch just now almost made him vomit the overnight meal. Fatty, do you still want revenge? With your little strength, it's not enough for that kid to fill his teeth. Dai Mubai looked down on Fatima. If this guy hadn't said rude things to his sister, he wouldn't have been beaten. Haha. Boss Dai, the dean said that soul masters who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre, but you hit a wall today. Oscar couldn't help laughing when he thought of the scene where his 2 brothers were beaten. Xiaoao, you're still laughing? You should be beaten with us. The 3 of them returned to Shrek Academy with sighs and groans. Flanders and Zhao Wuji, who were drinking tea and chatting on the balcony on the 2nd floor, were also shocked when they saw their students in such a mess. Boss, these 3 guys are not right. Look at Dai Mubai's embarrassed look, he must have been beaten up. Let's go. Let's see who it is. How dare they beat up our Shrek students? Shua Shua. The 2 stood up, jumped down from a small building, and quickly came to Dai Mubai and the others to check on the 3 villains. Dai Mubai, did you 3 little guys cause trouble again? Seeing his teacher coming, Fatima complained with tears and snot, Teacher, we were just beaten up. Who dares to beat up my Flanders students? Flanders was immediately angry. Dean, it was a little boy, 2 or 3 years younger than me. He was only a level 23 Great Spirit Master. I had almost no resistance when I fought him, and he didn't even open his spirit. Dean, he is the real monster. Dai Mubai explained to Flanders how he was beaten up. He said it because he wanted Flanders to win over the boy to Shrek Academy. Then he could get along well with him and maybe learn a few moves from him. Are you serious? He was only level 23 spirit power, and he beat you down without spirit. Are you bragging? Flanders was shocked when he heard such a monster. Dean, Fatty, and Xiaoao can testify. Yes. Fatty was knocked down by a punch, and Boss Dai was beaten up the whole time. Dai Mubai, Fatima, and Oscar all admitted the facts. Anyway, it was not shameful in front of their own dean. Boss, these 3 brats don't seem to be lying. If that's the case, this kind of monster genius must enter our Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji and Flanders looked at each other. If they met a monster genius of this level, they had to trick him. Dai Mubai, what does that kid look like? Is he a noble or a poor man? Is there a strong person protecting him? Flanders asked Dai Mubai in detail. For a genius of that monster level, his identity must be extraordinary. That kid is very handsome, and there are 2 blue-haired beauties around him, but they are masked, so we can't recognize who they are, and I can't tell what the other party's cultivation level is. Dai Mubai slowly told the scene at that time, but he didn't mention anything about his intention to date the 2 beauties. You kid was beaten up by the other party because of this, you really deserve it. Flanders and Zhao Wuji knew Dai Mubai's character very well. This kid must have teased the beauties. Ha ha ha. Oscar saw Dai Mubai's frustrated look and laughed out loud. Boss, I remember that when Lao Li and I passed by the entrance of the Rose Hotel this morning, we saw 2 blue-haired masked beauties with a little boy about 8 years old. They should be them. Let's go and see, maybe we can really dig that little guy over. The monster genius must grow up in our Shrek Academy. Hearing what Zhao Wuji said, Flanders immediately became interested and went out directly to the Rose Hotel. Zhao Wuji followed immediately, and of course the 3 Shrek idiots. Boss Dai, Rose Hotel. Hee. When he heard the word Rose Hotel, Fatima's eyes lit up immediately. The guest rooms there are ideal places for dates. Fatty, can you be a little more promising? Dai Mubai was speechless to this tacky fat man. When Shrek and his group came to the lobby of the Rose Hotel, they happened to meet Liang Chen and his group coming down from upstairs and heading towards the hotel restaurant. Teacher, it's him. Fatima pointed at Liang Chen in the distance. Boy, you are the one who defeated my student. Flanders rushed to Liang Chen and his group in one step, staring at Liang Chen with a pair of cunning eyes. Who are you, this 4-eyed uncle? When Liang Chen saw Dai Mubai and Ma Peng's group coming, he knew that this was the four-eyed cat owl Flanders, so he deliberately called him the four-eyed uncle. Four-eyed uncle? Ha ha ha. Oscar and Dai Mubai laughed when they heard that Guy actually called their dean the four-eyed uncle. Two brats, stop laughing. Zhao Wuji glared at the two guys, but he also wanted to laugh. Yet. Not bad. Not bad. At the age of 8, he is so handsome, and his strength has reached the level of a 23rd level Great Soul Master. This is a rare genius. Flanders didn't care that the other party called him the four-eyed uncle. Instead, he looked at Ye Yangchen with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of beautiful jade. What do you want to do? Seeing the four-eyed old man staring at Ye Yangchen, Solin immediately protected the little guy in her arms. Seeing that the two teenagers who were beaten down by Ye Yangchen before also came, she immediately understood that the other party had gone back to complain and asked the elders to come to the scene. Shuiling Feng and Lan Ziadi also recognized that this person was the four-eyed cat owl Flanders, one of the golden iron triangle, and immediately blocked in front of Ye Yangchen, staring at Flanders coldly. The younger one can't beat him, so the older one comes out to find a scene. Your Excellency is really promising. Flanders immediately waved his hand. Ladies, don't get me wrong, I'm Flanders, the Dean of Shrek Academy. I heard from my students before that a teenager beat them down without opening his martial spirit, so I came to see him specially. Boy, our Shrek Academy specializes in monster geniuses, and you are a monster among monsters. Do you want to come to our academy? I promise you, as long as you come, I will definitely train you with all my strength, and in time, I will make you famous all over the world. When Flanders met Ye Yangchen, a peerless genius, he immediately threw out an olive branch, trying to win him over to Shrek Academy. Four-eyed uncle, Shrek Academy? What is that? Ye Yangchen asked deliberately. Of course he knew Shrek Academy. Isn't it just a shabby academy built in a mountain village outside Soto City? Before Tang San joined, it was nothing. Our Shrek Academy is a monster academy. The admission requirements of our academy are that you must reach level 21 spirit power at the age of 12, and the spirit ring must be a 100-year spirit ring. Boy, you are only 8 years old, but you are already level 23. You have already met the admission requirements. As long as you come, I cannot charge you tuition. Let me tell you, all the students who graduated from our academy are famous figures in the world without exception, and some students even become the youngest elders of the Spirit Hall. Flender introduced the glorious history of Shrek Academy to Ye Yangchen, constantly painting a rosy picture for him. Flender, the four-eyed cat owl, right? You just tell some tricks to deceive children, what the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall is your student. You are so old, aren't you ashamed to say this? To be an elder of the Spirit Hall, they are all titled Douluo. Just relying on you, a little soul saint of more than 70 levels, can you teach a titled Douluo? You are not afraid of slipping your tongue when you say such a big thing. Shuiling Feng and Lan Ziadi couldn't listen anymore, and directly exposed Flender's stage, which immediately made his face turn into the color of pig liver. Four-eyed uncle, you are so shameless, you actually come to fool me, an 8-year-old child, I don't think you are a good person. Ye Yangchen pretended to be innocent and deliberately disgusted Flanders. Puchi haha. The four-eyed uncle is a charlatan, let's stay away from him. Solin smiled, quickly protected Ye Yangchen, and stepped back. Ha ha ha. Some guests in the hotel lobby burst into laughter when they saw Flanders being humiliated. The dean made a fool of himself. Ha ha ha. Dai Mubai and Oscar couldn't help laughing when they saw their dean making a fool of himself. Two stinky boys, stop laughing. Flanders felt very aggrieved and turned back to glare at the two boys. Boss, let's go. Zhao Wuji smiled innocently. He knew that Flanders always liked to fool people, cheat and deceive people, but today he didn't give him face at all. Hey! Boy, release your martial spirit and spirit ring, let me see. Flanders didn't give up and continued to fool Ye Yangchen, and wanted to check his martial spirit. Flanders, are you done? Don't force us to do it. Chirp. Shuiling Feng and Lan Ziadi could no longer bear it, interrupted Flanders directly, and released their martial souls and soul rings. 8 soul rings appeared on them, flashing and extremely gorgeous. For a moment, the temperature of the entire hotel lobby dropped a lot. Soul Douluo. Everyone in the entire hotel lobby was shocked by the 8 soul rings on Shuiling Feng and Lan Ziadi. They didn't expect that the strength of these two masked beauties was so strong. Level 76, Soul Saint Flanders, hello to the 2 Soul Douluos. Seeing that the other party showed the strength of a Soul Douluo, Flanders immediately became timid, put his hand on his chest, and saluted respectfully. Level 72, Soul Saint Zhao Wuji, hello to the 2 Soul Douluos. Zhao Wuji also followed Flanders to salute. This is the rule of the Soul Master world. Soul Douluo masters are all top figures of major forces without exception. With their Soul Saint level strength, they can't afford to provoke them. It's still early now. The soul power of Flanders and Zhao Wuji has not reached the strength of Tang San and others when they entered Shrek Academy. Flanders, Zhao Wuji, don't bother us. Teach your students well and don't let them go astray. After Shui Lingfeng and Lan Ziadi took back their martial spirits, they coldly warned Flanders a few words, and then took Ye Yangchen into the most luxurious private room in the hotel restaurant. After Flanders and his group were defeated, they immediately returned to Shrek Academy with a few people in a dejected manner. Boss, I didn't expect that the two ladies were actually soul Douluo masters. Judging from their soul power fluctuations, they are still high-level soul Douluos. The woman who protected the handsome boy is at least as powerful as you. Zhao Wuji smiled innocently. Fortunately, the other party did not attack, otherwise they would not be able to avoid the beating. 3 high-level female soul masters, 2 of whom are soul Douluo masters, who could they be? Their martial spirits look like ice phoenixes. Flanders was not familiar with soul masters with ice phoenix martial spirits. Boss Dai, you wanted to date one of the soul Douluos before, you are really stubborn. Ha ha ha. Oscar laughed when he remembered Dai Muebai's previous suicidal behavior. Hee. Soul Douluo beauties, I will still accept anyone who comes. Dai Muebai smiled complacently. Dating soul Douluo beauties, although the beauties ignored him, this kind of thing was enough for him to brag for a long time. Hey! At that time, the 2 beauties pretended to be the boy's sisters, so Boss Dai was fooled, but the 2 women were really beautiful. Ma Hongjun laughed beside him. When he thought of the handsome boy being hugged by the beautiful girl, he thought, how cool it would be if the person being hugged was me. You 3 little brats, don't cause trouble in the future. Fortunately, the other party doesn't bother with you little guys, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Zhao Wuji warned Dai Muebai and Ma Hongjun seriously that the incident was caused by these 2 guys and almost missed the big thing. Chapter 24 Changes in the Academy. After Ye Yangchen and his group finished dinner, they returned to the hotel room to rest. Shui Lingfeng was very curious when she recalled that the 4-eyed cat owl Flanders had targeted Ye Yangchen. Tell me. You took Xiao Chen to Soto City today. How did you conflict with Shrek's people? Shui Lingfeng stared at Lan Ziadi and Solin and asked. Mother. This is what happened. Lan Ziadi told everything that happened when she met the 3 Shrek students. How old are you 2? You're still playing with Xiao Chen. Shui Lingfeng heard that Solin and her daughter were still acting with the little guy at that time, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were already in their 40s, but they were still like 2 children who hadn't grown up. Mother, we also want Xiao Chen to show his strength. Sooner or later, he will have to leave school and face the people and things in this world. Besides, Xiao Chen didn't open his martial spirit at that time, so he wasn't exposed. Teacher, Flanders shouldn't have recognized you and your senior sister just now. Looking at Flanders' reaction at that time, he shouldn't have recognized our identities. Lan Ziadi and Solin have not been on the mainland for nearly a decade since they became teachers at the academy. Shui Lingfeng also retired early and usually stayed in the Zizua courtyard of the academy to practice. Except for some high-ranking officials of major forces, ordinary people do not know their identities. Dai Muebai, the evil-eyed white tiger, should be the prince of the Xingluo Empire. The guy with a beard doesn't look very old. His martial soul is actually sausage, which is a food-type martial soul. By the way, what is the martial soul of the red-haired fat man? Mother, the fat man didn't release his martial soul and was directly punched away by Xiao Chen. If I guess correctly, his martial soul should be of fire attribute martial spirit. Flanders calls Shrek Academy the Monster Academy, and the 3 students are talented. One looks like a ball, one is young but has a grey beard, and the other is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. It's really weird. The 3 girls remembered Flanders' boasting before. Now it seems that it is true, but in their eyes, the so-called monster is nothing compared to Ye Yangchen. Ha ha ha. Ye Yangchen remembered the obscene spell Oscar used when he summoned the sausage martial spirit, and his grey beard, and couldn't help laughing. According to the current time, Oscar is only about 10 years old at most, and he already has a grey beard, which is really a strange flower. Xiao Chen, what are you laughing at? Solin looked at the little guy sitting on the sofa and suddenly laughed, and asked curiously. Teacher Solin, the bearded guy is not very old, but he has a grey beard on his face, like an old man, and the spell he used to summon the sausage spirit is so funny. Ye Yangchen knew from the novel in his previous life that Oscar had thick hair because of the sausage spirit. At that time, he thought that guy was very strange. Unexpectedly, after seeing the real person, he knew what a weirdo was. Puff. That guy with a full beard is really funny, but this kind of food-type soul master is really rare. Solin laughed when she thought of the previous situation. Food-type soul masters are generally most suitable for the army. The young man's spirit is still a sausage-like spirit that can be eaten directly. Once he has cultivated successfully, the army will rush to get it. Li Ziza from our Tianshui college, her spirit is dumplings, and some of the dumplings that students eat are made from her spirit. Shui Lingfeng slowly introduced the usefulness of food-type soul masters to Yeliang Chen. People in this world have martial souls, all kinds of them, but food-type martial souls are very rare. When Yeliang Chen heard that Granny Li, who was in charge of the Tianshui College cafeteria, had a martial soul of dumplings, he was stunned. In school, Yeliang Chen often ate fried dumplings, which were probably made by Granny Li with her martial soul. As for Granny Li, who was in charge of the college cafeteria, he only knew that she was a food-type soul master, and didn't know that her martial soul was dumplings. After resting for a day in Soto City, Yeliang Chen and his party began to return to Tianshui College. 10 days later, they finally returned to Tianshui College, and Shui Binger and others immediately surrounded them. Dean, what kind of soul ring did Xiao Chen get this time? Let us see it. Shui Binger, Swu, and the other girls surrounded Yeliang Chen, wanting to see his second soul ring. Okay. Xiaoqin's second soul ring is just an ordinary 1000-year soul ring. Let's go back to the villa first and let's see it later. Lan Xiadi said something in a Versailles way. Seeing these girls startled, she was speechless, so she took the group back to Jingxian Villa. Dean, the second soul ring of a soul master is a 1000-year soul ring. We have never heard of it. Let's take a look at Xiaoqin's soul ring. Dean, we swear by our martial spirits that we will never reveal it to anyone outside the academy. If we violate it, we will be struck by lightning. These girls even swore a poisonous oath to see Yeliang Chen's second soul ring. They are really cruel. Xiao Chen, show it to everyone. Sooner or later, the world will know it anyway. Lan Xiadi shook her head helplessly and had to let Yeliang Chen show it. Yes. Yeliang Chen didn't think it was a big deal. These girls hadn't seen much of the world, so they were curious about new things. It would be fine once they got used to it. Buzz. As Yeliang Chen called, the beautiful figure of the goddess of life attached to him, and 2 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rose from Yeliang Chen's body. Everyone knew that the first soul ring was 999 years old, but the age of the second soul ring made everyone dumbfounded. This little guy's second soul ring is actually 3800 years old. This is too amazing. Mu Qingxiu, Lan Xiaoling and other college leaders were shocked when they felt the age of Yeliang Chen's second soul ring. 3800 years? How did Xiao Chen do it? Shui Binger, Swu, and others also thought that the second soul ring was 1000 years. They estimated that it would be at most about 2000 years, but they didn't expect that the little guy's horror exceeded their expectations. Xiaoqin's martial soul is so beautiful. Let me touch it. Shui Yuer, however, was interested in Yeliang Chen's martial spirit. She smiled and came over, stretched out her little hand, wanting to pinch the delicate and exquisite jade feet of the goddess of life. Yuer, be serious. As soon as Shui Yuer stretched out her hand, Shui Lingfeng immediately pulled her back, stopping her granddaughter's antics. My second soul skill is called Life Blessing. It is an auxiliary skill that can increase the total attribute blessing of 20 people by 30% at the same time, allowing the opponent to last for 10 minutes. Now I can only perform it 5 times in a row. The attribute increase percentage, number of people and number of times will increase as my soul rings increase. Now I will show you. Second soul skill, Life Blessing. Buzz. When Yeliang Chen introduced the second soul skill to everyone, he also activated the second soul skill, allowing 20 people present to experience the 30% total attribute blessing. 30% total attribute blessing? Oh my god! This is too scary. Hearing that Yeliang Chen's second soul skill was so amazing, Shui Binger and the others were extremely shocked. I am full of strength now, and I feel like I can fight against high-level soul masters. Seniors, come and try it. Shui Binger, Shui Wu, Yu Hero, and others were blessed with the Life Blessing soul skill, and immediately found several senior sisters of more than 30 levels to practice with. Okay. Senior sisters, let's go to the open space over there and try it. Bang bang hee hee, a group of girls fought happily on the flat ground where Yeliang Chen practiced. Shui Binger and her soul power of more than 20 levels, with 30% of all attributes, can really fight back and forth with those senior sisters in the advanced class, which opened everyone's eyes. The 30% increase in all attributes almost doubled Binger and her combat power. It's too amazing. Xiaoqin's second soul skill is too powerful. The age of 3800 years is incredible. Several teachers in the academy didn't understand why Yeliang Chen's second soul ring could absorb such a long-term soul ring. Even Lan Xiadi and the others didn't understand. Anyway, they knew that this little guy could often create miracles. Only Yeliang Chen knew that he was cheating. The foundation building pill and the body tempering pill made his body extremely powerful. He had made some achievements in practicing various magic skills. In addition, he had a God King level martial soul, which was strong enough. A soul ring of 3800 years was a piece of cake. After successfully obtaining the second soul ring, Yeliang Chen started a peaceful life of practice again. In order to facilitate the planning of the fairy grass of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he decided to learn medical skills. As a cheater, he had to develop in an all-round way. However, in order to conceal his tracks, Ye Yangchen decided to ask Lan Ziadi for some medical books to cover up and learn the medical skills in the Dandian that the game brought him. So Ye Yangchen walked out of Jingxian Villa and came to Lan Ziadi's office, proposing to her the idea of learning medical skills. What? You still want to learn medical skills? But this will delay your practice. Lan Ziadi was shocked to learn that the little guy actually wanted to learn medical skills. Aunt Lan, as a genius, of course you have to develop in an all-round way. I promise you that I will never delay your practice. Ye Yangchen scratched his head and smiled. Okay. It's up to you. Auntie will help you find medical books. As Ye Yangchen's protector, Lan Ziadi would of course support the little guy to learn medical skills. Xiao Chen, didn't you say you want to develop in an all-round way? Then do you want to learn singing and dancing? You can let teacher Solin teach you. Lan Ziadi's mouth was crooked, and she had a mischievous thought. If the little guy went to dance with Shui Binger and the others, the scene must be beautiful. Aunt Lan, are you kidding? Ye Yangchen felt that his elder had turned into a shrimp. Puff. Auntie is just teasing you. Xiao Chen, whatever you want to learn, Auntie will support you, Auntie believes you can do your best. Lan Ziadi touched the little guy's head and smiled. As an elder, she was very pleased to see that the little guy was diligent and studious. Thank you, Auntie Lan. You go ahead, I'll go back to the villa to practice. With Lan Ziadi's support, Ye Yangchen can finally study the medical skills in Dandian with peace of mind. Xiao Chen, these medical books are brought by Auntie from Tianshui City Lord's mansion, take a good look at them. Remember to combine work and rest, don't make yourself too tired. A day later, Lan Ziadi brought several medical books to Ye Yangchen, one of which was a medical book that recorded the medicinal materials of Douluo continent. Thank you, Auntie Lan. I understand. Ye Yangchen took these medical books just for reference. His real purpose was to learn the medical skills in Dandian. That was brought by the game, so it was naturally more advanced than that in this world. There are also many alchemists in Douluo continent, such as Yang Wudi and Yang Washuan of the Po Yi clan. Those two guys have a high level of attainment in the study of medicinal materials. The chrysanthemum Douluo of the Wuhan Hall is also quite knowledgeable about flowers and plants. Of course, there is also the poison Douluo Dugubo, but Dugubo only has some research on poisons, but he can't even make his own poisons. He doesn't know the treasures of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and his level is very average. After Ye Yangchen learned medical skills, he naturally had to deal with herbs. Fortunately, a few kilometers away from Tianshui School, there is a forest called Loxia Forest. There are towering trees within a radius of dozens of kilometers, and there are many medicinal herbs. There are no soul beasts in this forest, only some small animals. Ye Yangchen often comes to this forest to pick various herbs. And Shui Binger, after learning that Ye Yangchen was learning medicine, Shui Yu often skipped classes and accompanied him to Loxia Forest to pick herbs. Finally, Swu and Yu Hero's group of girls also followed, so that every time Ye Yangchen went out, he was followed by a group of beautiful women. Time passed slowly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Yangchen was already 10 years old, and his soul power reached level 30. Lan Ziadi originally wanted to help him get the third soul ring, but Ye Yangchen decided not to get the soul ring for the time being, and continue to polish his body until he was 11 years old. By then, his physical fitness will be stronger, and he can absorb soul rings with higher years. Lan Ziadi also strongly supported Ye Yangchen's decision. The little guy is now 10 years old and has his own ideas. As a protector, she also believes that the little guy can create miracles again. Ye Yangchen decided to get a 10,000-year soul ring for the third soul ring. The soul beast has been selected, and he needs the vampire vine. This is a terrifying plant soul beast. Once it entangles the enemy, it will directly suck the enemy's blood. Ye Yangchen's third soul skill is called life drainage, which is similar to the vampire vine. In the past 2 years, Tianshui College has also undergone earth-shaking changes. With the blessing of Hu Nuanju and 5 Elements Divine Fist, the overall strength of the school has become stronger, especially the college's seniors, Lan Xiaoling, Solin, and Qi, Li Suyan, and Mu Qingxiu have all broken through to Soul Douluo. Before practicing Hu Nuanju, several people were already high-level soul saints. When Ye Yangchen was 6 years old, Lan Ziadi contributed Hu Nuanju. After 4 years of practice, they became Soul Douluo strongmen, no problem. Among them, Lan Xiaoling and Solin broke through to Soul Douluo the fastest because of the blessing of foundation building pill. When Ye Yangchen was 9 years old, they had already broken through. Lan Ziadi's soul power has risen to level 89, and she will soon be able to break through the title Douluo. Shui Lingfeng's soul power has also risen to level 88, and she has become much younger, just like living a second spring. There are now 7 Soul Douluo masters in Tianshui College. If Lan Ziadi and Shui Lingfeng become title Douluo again, they can establish a school. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Qu Ruo Shui, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liu have all become soul masters. Among them, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er have the help of the foundation building pill and have now risen to level 33, which amazes everyone. Among these 7 girls, Shui Wu is the oldest, already 15 years old, Yu Hero, Qu Ruo Shui, and Gu Qingbo are between 13 and 15 years old respectively, and Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Shen Yuliu are the youngest, less than 12 years old. Now these 7 girls have grown into beautiful women with their own unique features, tall figures, slender legs, beautiful faces, and youthful aura all the time, very beautiful. The 7 girls have now become the new generation of Tianshui College's signature. Lan Ziadi also intends to build these 7 girls into a group and let them participate in the next Soul Master competition. She also plans to let Yeliang Chen participate together, so that the world will be blinded by the time. With the improvement of their strength, Lan Ziadi and Shui Lingfeng have become more confident and no longer as frightened as before. Yeliang Chen has seen the overall changes in Tianshui College. It is beyond his expectation that such a large chain reaction can be caused by only a part of the Hunyuan Ju and the 5 Elements Divine Fist. Chapter 25 Bingfeng Douluo. Life in the college is very peaceful. In addition to practicing various exercises, Yeliang Chen is learning medical skills in the Dandian. He also uses some medicinal materials to refine a pill called Qi Boosting Pill, which can be used to replenish soul power. In this world, it should be called Soul Power Pill. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Yeliang Chen was 11 years old, and it was time for him to get the 3rd soul ring. From the age of 8 to 11, after 3 years of polishing, Yeliang Chen's strength became stronger, and even the spirit refining art was cultivated to the 3rd level, which could see through all illusions. In order to get a 3rd soul ring of 10,000 years, Yeliang Chen prepared for a whole year. As for the improvement of soul power level, he was not worried at all. As long as he practiced the Hunyuan art with all his strength, it would not be a problem to upgrade to level 7 or 8 in a year. Xiao Chen, it's time to get your 3rd soul ring. That morning, Lan Ziadi and Solin walked into the Jingxian villa, ready to take the little guy to hunt soul beasts. Okay. Aunt Lan. After Yeliang Chen quickly packed up his things, he followed Lan Ziadi and Solin out of the villa. During this period of time, there were nearly 100 students in the academy who also wanted to get soul rings. Lan Xiaoling, Mu Qingxiu and others also had to lead others to get soul rings, and they were very busy for a while. Shui Bing'er, Shui Wu and others, along with a group of senior students, also went to help those students who had broken through level 20 to obtain spirit rings. The Tianshui Academy team was very large this time, and most of the teachers of the academy were dispatched, even Shui Lingfeng came out to help. In order to help those students obtain spirit rings, the Academy's seniors took the students to the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom in batches half a month ago, heading to Hanhai City, which was closest to the sea, to obtain spirit rings for hundreds of water attribute spirit masters at one time, and they had to go to the sea to find them. It was most important for Yeliang Chen to obtain the 3rd spirit ring, so Lan Ziadi and Solin had to stay and take him to the Star Forest. Auntie Lan, we won't take a carriage this time, but fly directly, which will be faster. Yeliang Chen felt that traveling by carriage was too slow, and it would be faster than flying by himself. Xiao Chen, your teacher now also has a flying soul skill. My 8th soul ring comes from a 50,000-year-old silver-spotted flying fish. I also got a torso soul bone that has the function of flying. Let's compete when the time comes. Solin found it very interesting to see that Yeliang Chen actually proposed not to take the carriage. She knew that in addition to the external flying soul bone, the little guy also had the self-created 5 elements mysterious step, which was incredibly fast. Teacher Solin, let's compete. Yeliang Chen said with a smile. The 5 elements mysterious step has now been practiced to perfection by himself. Lan Ziadi and the others thought that he created the flying soul skill based on the 5 elements divine fist and often praised him as a peerless genius. Xiao Chen, you said it, the round trip to the Star Forest is more than 4,000 kilometers, don't you think about it? Lan Ziadi looked at Yeliang Chen and smiled. You know, her Ice Phoenix martial spirit has the ability to fly. If she flies at full speed, it will only take a few days to reach the Star Forest. Auntie Lan, don't worry. I'm fine. Yeliang Chen waved his fist. It's only 4,000 kilometers. How many kilometers? This distance is a piece of cake for a flying soul master. The 3 of them walked towards the gate of the academy. This time, they did not take the official road, but flew directly between the mountains. Shua shua shua. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them rushed to the top of a 1,000-meter-high mountain, looking at the winding official road below the mountain, which was like a goat path. From here to Tianshui City, if you take a carriage, you have to go around a few big bends and it takes half an hour. If we fly directly, we can arrive in just a quarter of an hour. Xiao Chen, are you ready? Lan Ziadi and Solin said to Yeliang Chen with a smile. They were very happy to see the little guy's eagerness to try. I'm ready. Shua shua. Liang Chen moved his mind, and the external soul bone turned into a pair of 3-meter-long golden wings, appearing behind him. Chirp. Lan Ziade's spirit possessed her body, and a pair of ice crystal wings appeared behind her. Solin also used her mind to activate her torso soul bone, and a pair of silver wings also appeared behind her. The silver scales were glittering and very beautiful. Solin's luck was so good before. She hunted a 50,000-year-old silver-spotted flying fish soul beast and obtained a 50,000-year-old torso soul bone. Now she is a level 84 soul Douluo and has two 10,000-year-old soul bones. Her strength is very strong. Let's go. Lan Ziade took Liangchen's hand and jumped forward. After all, the little guy had never flown so high alone, so he had to take him to adapt. Auntie Lan, let go of your hand, I'll fly by myself. Liangchen flapped his golden wings, adapted to the height, and flew forward quickly. He felt like an eagle soaring in the sky, which was very exciting. Okay. Then you be careful. Lan Ziade let go of the little guy's hand and let him fly alone. Wow. Being thousands of meters high, watching the mountains and rivers drifting backwards, this feeling is so beautiful. At this moment, Liang Chen was very excited and couldn't help shouting. Sister, Xiao Chen adapts very quickly. I was worried that he was afraid of heights before. Xiao Chen is a genius. He can learn anything as soon as he learns. Solin and Lan Ziade accompanied Liang Chen on the left and right. Seeing the little guy's excitement, they were very pleased. The three of them flew and stopped along the way. It only took 1 day to reach the border of Biwen province. Because it was too far from the city, the three of them could only set up tents and sleep in the wilderness. Auntie Lan, I will keep watch. You and teacher Solin go to rest. At night, when going to bed, Liang Chen prepared to keep watch and let Lan Ziade and Solin rest. After all, they were his elders. Xiao Chen, go to bed. Sulin and I will keep watch together. As soul fighters, it's okay. Lan Ziade would not let the little guy keep watch. She directly ordered him to rest and pulled Sulin to her side to keep watch together. Okay. Thank you, Aunt Lan. Liang Chen thanked her and went directly into the tent and fell asleep. After flying for a day, he was exhausted. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Sister, how many years of soul rings do we plan to get for Xiao Chen this time? I think about 6,000 years is appropriate. I don't know if this little guy will get excited and absorb 10,000 years at that time. Hey! Sister, it's really possible. This little guy broke through level 30 at the age of 10, but he has to settle for a year to polish his body. I'm sure this little guy will absorb 10,000 years. Every time this little guy gets a soul ring, it always makes us feel nervous. When it was late at night, Sulin and Lan Ziade talked about Liang Chen. 3 days later, Liang Chen and his companions arrived at the Xingda Great Forest, covering a distance of 4,000 kilometers. Aunt Lan, my target this time is the 10,000-year-old vampire vine. Xiao Chen, have you decided? Absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring is not an easy task. Aunt Lan, isn't it just a soul shock? For me, it's not a problem, and I can now fight those level 40 senior sisters. The 10,000-year soul ring is a piece of cake. Senior sister, since we practiced the Hunyuan Ju and the 5 elements divine fist, everything has become more powerful. Last time I absorbed a 50,000-year soul ring, it was very easy. And Xiao Chen has the deepest understanding of these magic skills. I think he can set a record. Okay. Let's try it. After entering the forest, the three reached a consensus and set off directly to the area where the 10,000-year soul beasts were. 2 days later, Liang Chen still didn't find the soul beast he needed, so he took out the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King from the game backpack and planned to ask Ditian for help. Xiao Chen, are you going to ask Senior Ditian for help? The two girls were shocked when they saw the little guy's operation. Yes. After all, he is a titled Douluo. With his help, it will be faster. Liang Chen thought, if you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. Anyway, I will create the world in the future, and the Soul Beast clan will have to rely on themselves to change their fate. Using a few Soul Beasts first is nothing. Buzz. With the injection of soul power, the silver reverse scales glowed and were immediately activated, and the Silver Dragon King, who was sleeping at the bottom of the Lake of Life, suddenly opened his eyes. That kid actually activated my reverse scales. Ditian, that little guy came to the Stardow Forest, you go and bring him. The Silver Dragon King transmitted a message to Ditian, and then directly used divine power to open the space channel. Yes, my lord. Ditian replied respectfully and immediately stepped into that channel. On the other side, Liang Chen quietly after waiting for a few seconds, a door suddenly appeared in front of them, and Ditian, wearing a black robe, appeared, which startled the three of them. Greetings, Senior Ditian. Lan Ziadi and Solin immediately saluted Ditian. They didn't know that Ditian was a fierce beast. No need to be polite. Ditian waved his hand. He was a fierce beast and didn't care about the rules of human soul masters. Senior Ditian, I thought you wouldn't show up. Yang Chen smiled. Boy, I told you, as long as you activate that treasure, I will show up immediately. Tell me. Is there anything I can help you with? Ditian didn't put on airs in front of Yang Chen. I want to find a 10,000-year-old vampire vine soul beast, but I still don't have a clue. I want to trouble you to help me. Yang Chen didn't drag his feet and directly asked the other party to see how the other party would react. Emperor Tian was stunned. Oh. The third soul ring is tens of thousands of years old. You are really amazing. Release your martial soul and let me see it. Yang Chen and Emperor Tian communicated like two old friends, which surprised Lan Ziadi next to them. Buzz. Yang Chen summoned the martial soul of the goddess of life, and two soul rings, one yellow and one purple rain, slowly rose. The first ring is close to 1,000 years old, and the second ring has reached 3,800 years. You are really good. Well. Your physical fitness is so strong. At your age, I have never seen such a genius. According to your physical fitness, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is not a problem at all. Emperor Tian used his soul power to feel Yang Chen's physical strength and was very shocked. He felt that this guy was stronger than a soul beast cub. Senior, can Xiao Chen really absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Lan Ziadi exclaimed. She didn't dare to let the little guy take risks. Don't worry, the little guy's physical strength exceeds your imagination. Well. Your name is Lan Ziadi. Your soul power is almost at level 90. There is a snow eagle soul beast that failed to survive the 100,000-year heavenly tribulation. Anyway, its lifespan is almost over, so let her sacrifice it to you. Ditian saw that Lan Ziadi was already infinitely close to level 90 soul power, so he simply helped her. Anyway, this woman was also the little guy's protector, and could be considered an ally. Senior, are you telling the truth? Lan Ziadi and Solin were shocked by the news. A 100,000-year-old snow eagle soul beast was too unexpected. I will take you to a place and help you become a titled Douluo, so that you can better protect the little guy in the future. After Ditian finished speaking, he took the three of them and flew directly to the Lake of Life in the center of the Star Do forest. Yang Chen was not surprised at all about this. He guessed in his heart that it must be the Silver Dragon King who wanted to see him. As expected, soon, Ditian brought the three people to a beautiful lake in the center of the Star Forest. This place is very beautiful, like a fairyland. The lake covers an area of about 50 to 60 square kilometers. The water is very clear, like a mirror, and the entire lake is filled with a strong life force. This is the Lake of Life. Lan Ziadi and Solin were shocked. It is said that there are 100,000-year-old soul beasts here, which is a forbidden area of the Star Forest. Not far away, a titan ape as big as a hill squatted by the lake. When he saw Ditian bringing three humans to the Lake of Life, he was shocked. Hualala. At this time, the lake surface was covered with waves, and a huge worm with a bull's head stretched out its head from the lake and asked Ditian curiously. Master Ditian, what are you doing? Ditian said coldly to the 200,000-year-old soul beasts guarding the gate, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, do your job well and guard the periphery of the Lake of Life. Yes, sir. The bull-headed worm responded respectfully, and then returned to the lake, while the Titan giant ape waved his giant hand and patted his chest. Sir, don't worry, with me here, even a mosquito can't fly in. The Titan giant ape looked funny, like a fool, very funny. Senior, are these two soul beasts the legendary Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python? They actually listened to your orders. Lan Ziadi and Solin had learned a lot today, and were also scared. Go see the master first. Don't ask about other things for now. We won't hurt you anyway. Ditian smiled mysteriously and flew with the three people to the depths of the Lake of Life. After turning around and passing through several formations, they came to a place that looked like a pure land on earth. It seemed that there was something covered by a barrier here, and it was not visible from the outside. Welcome to the Lake of Life. At this time, a stunning woman in a green dress and green hair walked out of a house and came to Yang Chen and the other two with a smile. Greetings, Senior Baiji. Lan Ziadi and Solin immediately saluted the woman in green. No need to be polite. Baiji waved to the two women, then walked to Yang Chen with a mysterious step, smiled, and reached out to touch his head. Little friend, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown so tall and handsome. Beautiful sister, so you live here. Yang Chen greeted her. Even if she was a fierce beast, she was still a beautiful woman after transforming. You have to be polite to beautiful women. At this time, a stunning woman in a purple dress came over. Ziji also came out from inside. This woman was full of infinite temptation. Little boy, you are very pretty. The purple-clothed woman came to Ye Chen, smiled charmingly, and was full of charm. Hello, beautiful sister. Ye Chen greeted Ziji. He had to be polite to beautiful women. The first impression this woman gave Ye Chen was big and white. The woman lowered her head and her toes were invisible. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. It was very appropriate to describe this woman with this word. Ye Chen looked into the distance and found a huge ancient tree, which exuded a strong life force. I think it should be the ancient tree of life, but I didn't see the big ice silkworm Tian Meng. I think it should be imprisoned somewhere by Ditian and others as a power bank. Ditian, bring the little guy down. Bai Ji, Zig, take the little guy's 2 elders to the snow eagle and let the snow eagle sacrifice. At this time, a silver portal appeared in front of Ye Chen, and an ethereal female voice came from inside. Yes, master. Ditian took Ye Chen into the silver portal, while Bai Ji and Zig took Lan Ziadi and Solin to another place. Senior Bai Ji, will Xiao Chen be okay? Don't worry. The master will not harm him, but will help him. Seeing Lan Ziadi and Solin's extreme nervousness, Bai Ji and Zig smiled and quickly comforted the 2 women not to worry. What they saw and heard today was too mysterious. Lan Ziadi and Solin still didn't understand what was going on. The 4 women came to a valley after many twists and turns, and saw a nearly 20-meter-long snow eagle lying on the ground dying. Seeing Bai Ji coming, they forced themselves to prop up and stand up. Senior Bai Ji, you are here. Shui Ying spoke in a woman's voice, with great effort. Shui Ying, can you still hold on? A green light flashed on Bai Ji's body, pouring into Shui Ying's body, trying to maintain its life. Master Bai Ji, don't bother me. The heavenly tribulation hurt my origin, and I am dying. Let me sacrifice to this human woman. It can be regarded as doing my part for the master. Human woman, accept my sacrifice. Protect that little boy well, and hope that he can help the master one day in the future. Chirp. Shui Ying didn't waste any more words, and with a long whistle, a powerful soul power burst out of his body, ready to forcibly increase his strength to the peak state. Senior Bai Ji, give me a hand. Shui Ying shouted to Bai Ji. Okay. Bai Ji understood Shui Ying's meaning, that he wanted to provide Lan Ziadi with the best 100,000-year soul ring, so she lit up a stronger green light, and a powerful vitality poured into Shui Ying's body, instantly bringing the other's vitality to the peak. Chirp. The snow eagle whistled again, relying on the powerful vitality input by Bai Ji, forcibly raising its state to the peak state, and then directly sacrificed itself to Lan Ziadi. Bang bang! The snow eagle burst out with powerful power, and a large red circle enveloped Lan Ziadi, making her unable to move. Oh my god! It actually sacrificed itself to senior sister. Solin was stunned from a distance. Don't be surprised, the snow eagle was injured by the 100,000-year heavenly tribulation. Even if it doesn't sacrifice, it won't have many days. Zig explained to Solin. Why did you do this? Lan Ziadi was stunned by such a scene. Don't talk, accept my power well, you can better protect the little boy when you are strong, and I sacrifice for the master, it is an incomparable honor, don't feel guilty, we owe each other nothing. The snow eagle said calmly, and then continued to burn his vitality. For the future of the Soul Beast clan, his sacrifice is worth it. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you. I can only do my best to protect Xiao Chen. I hope he can help the master you mentioned in the future. As a human, Lan Ziadi has never seen such a selfless soul beast. At this moment, she was very moved. Master, Snow Eagle has completed the task. A quarter of an hour later, the body of Snow Eagle dissipated, and a 100,000-year-old trunk bone flew behind Lan Ziadi and merged into her body, directly helping her break through to the 94th level of soul power and officially promoted to titled Douluo. Lan Ziadi didn't expect that she would be promoted to titled Douluo in this way, and she also had a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Feeling her strength as a 94th level titled Douluo, it was like a dream. 94th level titled Douluo, your martial soul is the Ice Phoenix, so you will be called Ice Phoenix Douluo from now on. Baiji and Ziji walked towards Lan Ziadi and said with a smile. Sister, you have become a titled Douluo. Solin was very happy. Tianshui Academy finally had a titled Douluo. Thank you, seniors. I am unworthy of this. Lan Ziadi bowed to Baiji and Ziji. The gift was so big that she felt a little embarrassed. No need to do that. Baiji hurriedly helped Lan Ziadi up. This woman was the protector of the little guy in the human world, and also an ally. Chapter 26 The Richest Woman, the Silver Dragon King. After Ye Chen was brought into the gate of Taoism by Ditian, he felt an extremely rich life force. As a traverser, he knew that this was emitted by the gold of life in the lake. The gold of life was also condensed by the life force of the ancient tree of life. The Silver Dragon King also relied on these gold of life to slowly recover from his injuries. I had awakened the goddess of life's martial spirit before, which awakened her and also made she was born early, otherwise she would still be sleeping in this era. The two of them went around and came to a barrier at the deepest part of the lake, where a huge palace stood in front of them. My lord, I brought the little guy here. Tian saluted respectfully outside the palace door. Bring him in. A woman's voice came from the palace. Yes, my lord. When Yangchen followed Tian into the hall, he found a silver-white dragon several hundred meters long, hovering in the center of the hall. Ah! This a dragon? Yangchen saw the silver dragon and pretended to be very scared. At this moment, the silver dragon was very weak, hovering on the ground, and red murderous aura emerged from its body from time to time. This red murderous aura was the power of Shura. That guy himself was an evil god. In Yangchen's opinion, pretending to be a person who cultivated with the power of killing was a bit perverted. However, Yangchen felt that his Hunyuan Ju seemed to be able to refine this divine aura, which was a bit interesting. In fact, to put it bluntly, divine power is just a little higher than soul power, and the power of Hunyuan contains everything and is higher than divine power. Looking at the silver dragon, Yangchen complained in his heart, isn't it said that the silver dragon king is the most beautiful woman in Douluo? Why do you want me to see a dragon? You should transform. Tian, you go out first. The silver dragon uttered an ethereal female voice, which was very pleasant to hear. Yes, my lord. Boy, don't worry, my lord won't hurt you. Tian Chao said calmly, and then disappeared, leaving Yangchen in the palace. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Yangchen and the silver dragon king looked at each other with wide eyes. Little guy, are you scared? After a while, the silver dragon took the initiative to talk to the human cub. Ah. No. Yangchen nodded, then shook his head and pretended to take a step back. It was a lie to say that he was not afraid. The dragon head alone was at least 10 meters tall, and the eyes were bigger than the wheels of a truck. Yangchen stood in front of the silver dragon king and felt like an ant, not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. However, the silver dragon king did not have a hideous face. In his pair of purple eyes, there was a sickly look, and there were some pink lines at the corners of his eyes. He was handsome and looked very beautiful. Then I will transform into a human form to meet you. The silver dragon king also felt that his true form was too huge, and the human cub was afraid of him instinctively. The reason why the silver dragon king revealed his true form was to better heal his wounds, but the Shura power was too overbearing, and it had been attached to her wounds for tens of thousands of years, making it impossible for her to recover from her injuries. Shua! A burst of white light lit up, and the silver dragon disappeared. In its place was a stunning woman in a very white skirt, tall, about 1.78 meters tall, with white hair draped over her. Behind her, it was as smooth as 3,000 jade threads. Her purple eyes were very charming. She was barefoot, with a pair of exquisite jade feet. She was full of fairy spirit, as if she was a fairy who was not in the world. She is indeed the most beautiful woman in Douluo. Only the snow girl can compare with her temperament. However, the silver dragon king was seriously injured now. In her stunning face, there was a hint of sickly look, which made her look pitiful. How is it? You won't be scared now, right? The silver dragon king floated directly to Yangchen without touching the ground, like a fairy in white. Sister is so beautiful. Of course, Yangchen had to praise the beauty, even if the other party was a female dragon in human form, he had to praise her. It is said that after the female soul beasts in Douluo world turned into human form, there was no ugly one, all of them were great beauties, such as Xiaowu and her daughter, Lan Yinhuang, Baiji, Ziji, Shuedi, Bingdi, etc. Of course, the most beautiful one was the silver dragon king. Little guy, you are also very good looking. The silver dragon king looked at the human cub in front of him, who was the most beautiful human she had ever seen. Men like beautiful women, and women also like handsome men. Even though the silver dragon king was a female dragon, her aesthetics were the same as those of humans. Beautiful sister, do you have a name? Yangchen asked deliberately with curiosity. I am the divine beast silver dragon king, the ancestor of soul beasts, and I don't have a name. The silver dragon king directly stated her identity, but she hadn't given herself a name yet. Ah! Divine beast? Ancestor of soul beasts? What about Tian and Baiji? Yangchen exclaimed, pretending to be scared. Soul beasts that cultivate for 1,000,000 years to become gods are called divine beasts. Tian is a golden-eyed black dragon that is more than 800,000 years old, Baiji is an emerald swan that is more than 500,000 years old, and Xiangjun, Qi Wang, Wang Yao Wang, Zig, are all soul beasts that are more than 200,000 years old, and can also be called fierce beasts. There are also Xuenu and Bingdi in the far north, and they are also fierce beasts that have cultivated for more than hundreds of thousands of years. By the way, there is a deep-sea demon whale king in the sea, and his cultivation has reached almost 1,000,000 years. The Silver Dragon King slowly explained to Yangchen the strong men of the Soul Beast clan. Anyway, she had a common enemy with this little guy, so she didn't intend to hide it. So that's it. Yangchen pretended to be surprised. He had known about these things for a long time, and the Silver Dragon King had missed 1,000,000 years. Ice Silkworm. Sister Long, you are so beautiful, why don't I give you a name, Guyuina, how about it? Yangchen directly said the name Guyuina. Anyway, this female dragon was also called this name in the future. Guyuina? Good. Then I will call you this name, and I will call you Xiaochen in the future. Guyuina thought this name was not bad, so she agreed. Sister Na, what do you want me to do? Yangchen asked with pretended curiosity. Xiaochen, release the martial spirit of the goddess of life first, let me see. Guyuina knew that the goddess of life had super powerful healing power, and she wanted to see if the martial spirit of this little guy could heal her injuries. Buzz. With Yangchen's call, the beautiful figure of the goddess of life slowly appeared, attached to his back, exuding a strong breath of life. After absorbing a trace of the divine power in the martial spirit of the goddess of life, Guyuina made a comfortable moan, full of temptation. It's amazing. The body of the goddess of life is an ancient tree of life. I didn't expect that this little guy's martial soul is actually the human form of the goddess of life. Guyuina looked at the beautiful appearance of the goddess of life, muttered to herself, and recalled the past. Xiaochen, did the goddess of life pass on any information to you? Guyuina felt that since the goddess of life chose this little guy, she must have left something behind. Yangchen remembered that when he just awakened his martial soul, it seemed that something flowed into his martial soul, and then the 9 attack and auxiliary soul skills appeared, and there was nothing else. However, Yangchen certainly couldn't tell the truth to Guyuina, so he had to make up a reason to fool Guyuina based on the life mode of the goddess of life lying flat tens of thousands of years later. Yes. In a dream, I met a beautiful sister with the same martial spirit as me. She told me that some gods in the god realm are very selfish and make her very upset. The current god realm is like a cage for her, which makes her very uncomfortable. She has been in the god realm for a long time, and she can't have children with the god of destruction. She feels very bored and wants to go out of the god realm to see. She also said that she will open the inheritance for me in the future and let me continue her position as a god. She hopes that I can change the future of the god realm in the future. Yangchen talked nonsense seriously, first stabilize Guyuina, so that it will be convenient to get resources from her in the future. Anyway, he has a plug-in, and he can definitely cultivate to the level of the creator god in this world, and then he can change the world at any time. In fact, Yangchen didn't know that what he said to the Silver Dragon King was the true thought of the goddess of life. Now the goddess of life has the power of law enforcement in her hands, the purpose is to prevent the Shura god from making trouble. He finally met a seedling, of course he had to take good care of it. This is indeed the character of the goddess of life. It seems that she has chosen you as her successor. Guyuina didn't know whether what Yangchen said was true, but from the little guy's description, the goddess of life was such a person. Among the 5 great gods, the goddess of life was the only one that Guyuina didn't hate. The others were all violent, especially the god of Shura. Yangchen watched this mother dragon being fooled by him, thinking that most of the goddesses of Douluo were naive, even the Silver Dragon King, who was a divine beast, was the same. No wonder she was fooled by Tang San's son in the future, causing Tian's passion to flow in vain. Xiaochen, let me tell you a story about the god realm first. In the distant times, the dragon god ruled the entire god realm. Guyuina babbled to explain to Yangchen that the dragon god was once the most powerful god in the god realm. Later, more and more people became gods. With more gods, there were more villains. The dragon god was instigated by the villains and launched the dragon god war. He even killed countless of his own people, affecting the entire god realm. Later, he became conscious and took the initiative to let the Shura god kill him. But the dragon god was too powerful. The Shura god's sword did not kill him, but split him into 2, becoming the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King inherited the destructive power and negativity of the dragon body, and the Silver Dragon King inherited the kindness and wisdom of the dragon god. The beast god was too powerful, and the gods were afraid of the emergence of a strong man like the dragon god. After pacifying the chaos in the god realm, the gods began to clean up the beast tribe in the god realm. The Golden Dragon King was suppressed by the gods, and the Silver Dragon King was seriously injured by the Shura god, and fled to the Douluo continent with Tian and others. Silver Dragon King Guyuina escaped from the god realm to Douluo continent and brought a lot of divine power with her. Under the influence of these divine powers, the Soul Beast clan was born. After stabilizing the god realm prevented the Silver Dragon King from making a comeback and directly formulated a series of rules for soul beasts to prevent soul beasts from becoming gods. For example, if human soul masters want to upgrade, they must hunt soul beasts. Killing soul beasts to explode soul bones and the 100,000-year heavenly tribulation are all formulated for soul beasts. After listening to Guyuina's narration, Yelyangchen thought, aren't these things all done by the dragon god himself? But he couldn't say it, so he had to pretend to be curious and ask the other party, then what are you going to do, sister? Do you want to overthrow the god realm? Overthrowing the god realm is easier said than done. After tens of thousands of years, the god realm has also recovered. The 5 great god kings are all god king level strength, and I am seriously injured and only have the strength of a 3rd level god. Guyuina's beautiful face showed a sad smile, and she was worried about the soul beast clan. Xiao Chen, your parents were also killed by Shura god with the help of human soul masters. You will seek revenge in the future, right? Guyuina asked. Of course, he killed my parents. I will definitely seek revenge. As a god, he actually killed mortals by bullying the weak. He has no face. He is a shitty god. For sure the shameless and sinister god, Yelyangchen will definitely deal with him when he has the strength, but that is also a matter for the future. I just don't know if the current Tang San is favored by the Shura god. If it is true as many netizens say, Tang San was pulled from another world by the Shura god, then it would be a bit troublesome. But it can snatch Tang San's opportunity and prevent him from cheating. It is best to make Tang San evil. Once this happens, the Shura god will definitely give up. Besides, the current rules of the god realm are too difficult for humans and soul beasts. It is estimated that it is impossible for humans to cultivate themselves to become gods. Soul beasts cannot become gods and suffer from heavenly tribulations. Everyone is the same. This rule must be broken, otherwise everyone can only stay in this continent forever and kill each other. Yelyangchen expressed his views, making Guyuina feel that humans are also victims now, and he also expressed his great ideals to leave her with hope. Okay. Then I will help you become a god. I can give you anything you need in the future. Guyuina was overjoyed when she heard Yelyangchen's lofty ideals. The fate of the Soul Beast clan might really change. Thinking of the future, her beautiful face showed a charming smile. She looked back and smiled, and all the beauties in the palace were pale in comparison. This is a very suitable way to describe Guyuina. Looking at this smiling mother dragon, Yelyangchen was full of emotion. She is worthy of being the first goddess of Douluo. Buzz. This is a god-given soul ring. After you crush it, start to absorb it. The maximum age can reach 100,000 years. With your current physical fitness, you should be able to absorb soul rings of more than 10,000 years. Soul rings are actually just a kind of energy. For gods, it is nothing. Guyuina used her own divine power to make a god-given soul ring for Yelyangchen, and also explained the matter of god-given soul rings to him. Thank you, Sister Na. Yelyangchen took the bead from Guyuina's hand without hesitation, summoned the goddess of life martial spirit, then crushed the bead and began to absorb the soul ring. Buzz. After the bead was broken, a golden light ball enveloped Yelyangchen, and then a powerful force was added to himself. Use your greatest strength to feel the energy in the soul ring. When you reach the limit, the energy will condense into a soul ring. Guyuina carefully explained to Yelyangchen the method of absorbing the god-given soul ring. Buzz. As Yelyangchen absorbed it, the energy slowly condensed into a large circle. At first it was white, then gradually turned to yellow and purple. When it turned purple, it stayed for a long time, and then gradually turned into a large black circle, covering Yelyangchen, and the age was 12,000 years. During this process, Yelyangchen spent 3 hours and finally got it done. Shua shua. A powerful breath burst out from Yelyangchen, directly allowing his soul power to break through to level 34. Yelyangchen carefully felt the life-absorbing soul skill, which can extract the enemy's vitality, soul, and blood. Fuck. This skill is awesome. The soul power has reached level 34, very good. Xiao Chen, release your sword martial soul, let me see. Guyuina felt that Yelyangchen's sword martial soul was of a high level, and it must be extraordinary to be able to coexist with the God King level martial soul. Okay, Sister Na. Shua. The Chunjun sword slowly floated out from Yelyangchen's right hand, carrying a momentum that cut through the world, which surprised Guyuina's beautiful eyes. Twin God King level martial souls, Xiao Chen, your talent is unique in the world, and no one can beat you. Guyuina sighed, this little guy is really blessed, as if he is the biological son of God. Sister Na, these are some pills that the goddess of life gave me last time. Do you want to try them? See if they help your injuries. Yelyangchen took out 2 foundation building pills from the Jade Pendant Soul Guide and gave them to Guyuina, claiming that they were given by the goddess of life. Not knowing whether this pill would help Guyuina, Yelyangchen could only try his best. However, this kind of pill was brought by the game after all, and it might help this woman recover from her injuries. Oh. I didn't expect the goddess of life to give you such a treasure. Guyuina felt that the fragrance of the 2 pills was extraordinary, so she took them up and swallowed them. Your pill is very good. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into pure energy, rushing to her limbs and bones, nourishing every part of her body, making her feel warm all over, making Guyuina feel very comfortable, even reducing the pain a lot, making her moan. Xiao Chen, do you have any more of these pills? Give me 2 more. Guyuina felt that this pill would help her injuries, so she asked Liang Chen again. There are still 4. If Sister Na needs them, I'll give them all to you. Liang Chen felt that the mother dragon must have felt the magic of the pills, so she had to give her the last 4 pills in the soul guide. As for the remaining foundation building pills in the game backpack, others would not know. Thank you, sister won't take your pills for nothing. I will give you soul bones later, and you can choose any one you want. Guyuina didn't expect this human cub to be so generous. As the Silver Dragon King, she couldn't be stingy. Buzz. Let's go, sister will take you to pick soul bones. After taking the remaining 4 pills, Guyuina felt the feeling of comfort all over her body again. She was very happy and directly opened a door next to the hall, then pulled Liang Chen into the door. The next moment, the two came to a room. The room was full of glittering soul bones, probably hundreds of them, some 10,000 years old, and some 100,000 years old. Hiss! This is the real rich man. In the previous life, countless book fans always said that Xining Rongrong and Bibi Dong were rich women in Douluo. In Liang Chen's opinion, Guyuina was the richest woman in Douluo. At this moment, Liang Chen looked at the pile of glittering soul bones and remembered what was said in the movie. The doctor said that my stomach is not good and I can't eat too hard food. Xiao Chen, these soul bones were collected by Ditian and others, and now sister will give them to you. Guyuina looked at the dumbfounded look of the little guy and smiled. Anyway, soul bones were just a pile of broken stones to her. Thank you, Sister Na. Looking at Guyuina's heroic look, Liang Chen really wanted to shout in his heart, Sister! I don't want to work hard anymore. Liang Chen was not polite, and went forward to select the good ones directly. Those less than 50,000 years old were not wanted, unless they were external soul bones. In the end, Liang Chen only took more than 40 pieces, including 12 pieces of 100,000 year soul bones, but no external soul bones. He didn't take the remaining 10,000 year soul bones. After all, if he took them all at once, it would seem that he was too greedy. It was his first time meeting the first goddess of Douluo, so he had to leave a good impression. Chapter 27 Soul Bone Wholesale. During this trip to the Stardow Forest, Liang Chen not only obtained the 3rd soul ring, but also got soul bones. The key point was that he also met the first goddess of Douluo, Guyuina, and got her full support. It was really great. Sister Na, do Antlan and the others know about you? Did Ditian not tell them? Liang Chen didn't want others to know about the Silver Dragon King for the time being. It seems that you don't plan to let them know these things. Guyuina didn't expect that this little guy would be so cautious. Don't worry. Ditian didn't tell them these things. Guyuina smiled. It's better to be careful at this stage. She had asked Ditian and others to hide their identities before, so she didn't let Xiangjun, Qi Wang and Wang Yao Wang come out, especially Xiangjun, the brainless guy, who spoke without thinking and easily exposed his identity. That's good. It involves the matter of God. Don't tell my elders for the time being. Sister Na, I'm leaving first. When I become stronger in the future, I will help you refine the Shura power in your wounds and let you recover from your injuries. Before leaving, Liang Chen painted a pie for Guyuina, asking her not to be too pessimistic. In fact, Liang Chen can rely on Hunyuanju to refine the divine power now, but it will take a long time. But now I dare not say it out. Once I say it out, this mother dragon is likely to lock me up here and ask me to help her recover from her injuries. What if if I want to be a dragon knight, I'm doomed. With my current small arms and legs, I can't stand it. Life is precious, love is more precious, if it's for freedom, both can be abandoned. Although the Silver Dragon King Guyuina is the most beautiful goddess in Douluo, it would be meaningless if she was locked up in this palace and never saw the sun for years. Fortunately, Guyuina thought that Liang Chen was the one favored by the goddess of life, and she didn't have any bad thoughts. Don't worry, let's talk about recovering from the injury later. It's been so many tens of thousands of years, and my sister has survived. It doesn't matter if there is a little time. Guyuina smiled sweetly, and from Liang Chen's sincere eyes, she saw that he really wanted to help her. Besides, the little guy gave her the elixir without hesitation just now, which relieved her injuries. Now her favorability towards the little guy is almost full. Xiao Chen, I'll take you out. If you have anything in the future, you can come to me at any time. Guyuina activated a divine weapon on her body to cover her breath, then opened the barrier channel and took Liang Chen out of the palace. The Pure Land in the deepest part of the Lake of Life is a small island like a paradise, which was also created by Guyuina. The whole island is also in the barrier to avoid the surveillance of the God realm. However, the Golden Dragon King has been suppressed by the God realm now. For the seriously injured Silver Dragon King, the God realm actually doesn't care much. Yeliang Chen has been in Guyuina's palace for several hours. Solin and Lan Ziadi, who are on the island, are extremely anxious, fearing that something will happen to the little guy. Don't worry, the little guy will be fine. Bai Ji and Zig looked at the two women's restless appearance and comforted them hurriedly. Buzz. At this time, a silver portal appeared in front of the few people, and Guyuina appeared in front of them with Yeliang Chen, which made them brighten their eyes. Greetings, my lord. Bai Ji and Zig bowed respectfully to Guyuina. Well. You did a great job. Guyuina said lightly, and then looked at Lan Ziadi, who had been promoted to title Douluo, and said earnestly. Your name is Lan Ziadi. Protect Xiao Chen well in the future. He is extremely important to all of us, and even the whole world. Lan Ziadi and Solin looked at such a beautiful woman, whose strength was unfathomable. She didn't feel like an ordinary person, but she cared so much about Yeliang Chen, which shocked the two of them. Even if the senior didn't say it, we would do our best to protect him to grow up. Although Ditian, Baiji and others did not reveal their identities to them, Lan Ziadi and Solin guessed that this person who was not ordinary was not a mortal. The woman who was in the dust must be a god. Don't tell anyone about the secret of the Lake of Life after you go out, otherwise it will attract the covetousness of some big forces. As for my identity, Xiao Chen will tell you later. Guyuina listened to Yeliang Chen's words and temporarily concealed her identity from the two women. Don't worry, senior. We swear by our martial spirits that we will not tell anyone the secret of the Lake of Life. Lan Ziadi and Solin are just mortals now, and they can't afford to offend the gods. Aunt Lan, Teacher Solin, let me introduce you to this beautiful sister named Guyuina, who has helped me get the third soul ring. Yeliang Chen introduced Guyuina to Lan Ziadi, but did not tell her identity as a divine beast. Buzz. After speaking, Yeliang Chen released the ring soul, and the 3 yellow, purple, and black soul rings flashed, which was very dazzling. A third soul ring of 10,000 years? Xiao Chen really did it. Lan Ziadi and Solin wiped their eyes, feeling like they were dreaming. Although they guessed that the little guy would continue to create records, they didn't expect it to be so amazing. Don't be too surprised. A third soul ring of 10,000 years is nothing. If you encounter a god test in the future, even the soul ring age can be improved. The first ring of 100,000 years can be done. Guyuina said lightly. Soul rings are nothing to gods. Sister Na, we'll leave first. See you later. Although the Lake of Life is good, Yeliang Chen can't stay here for too long, so he bids farewell to Guyuina. Xiao Chen, if you have anything in the future, you can come to me. Baiji, send them out. Yes, my lord. Guyuina also knew that the little guy was a human being. He had his own life and couldn't stay here for too long, so she sent Baiji to send a few people away. Sorry to bother you, Senior Baiji. You're welcome. Baiji led Yeliang Chen and the other two out of the magic circle, and soon they came to the edge of the Lake of Life. Senior, let's stop here. Please go back. Okay. Then you guys be careful. Lan Ziadi and Solin said goodbye to Baiji, then activated their martial arts, took Yeliang Chen, and quickly flew away from the core area of the Star Forest. La la la. At this time, the lake surface was surging, and the huge bull head of the sky blue bull python stretched out from the lake. Master Baiji, why should we help a human child? The sky blue bull python asked curiously. Whether the fate of our soul beast clan can be changed depends on him in the future. If that little guy comes to the Star Forest to obtain soul rings in the future, you must help him with all your strength, understand? Baiji gave an order to the sky blue bull python, and then flew to the depths of the Lake of Life. Yes. Master. As the guardian of the outer perimeter of the Lake of Life, the azure bull python had to obey the orders of his superiors. Brother, Xiao Wu has been in the Soul Master Academy of Nodding City for more than 5 years. I wonder how she is doing now. At this time, the silly Titan giant ape thought of the playful little rabbit and was a little worried. I hope Xiao Wu is okay. For a playful little rabbit, the azure bull python was also helpless. At the same time, in the Pure Land in the center of the Lake of Life, the fierce beasts such as Ditian, Baiji, and the King of 10,000 Demons stood behind the Silver Dragon King. Master, can that little guy really change our fate? Ditian felt that his master was too concerned about the human boy and even gave him a lot of soul bones. He even gave me the divine pill given to him by the Goddess of Life without hesitation, so we naturally can't be too stingy. Besides, we have no choice but to give it a try. As long as he inherits the throne of the God of Life, it will be a good thing for us. I have a feeling that his future achievements will definitely not be as simple as the God of Life. It is likely to reach a height that we can't imagine. Let's wait and see. After saying a few words to Ditian and the others, the Silver Dragon King returned to the palace at the bottom of the lake to continue recuperating. Tian, why do I feel that the master is a little different? Bai Ji, Zig, the king of 10,000 demons and other fierce beasts don't understand why their master is so optimistic about the little human guy. After all, he is only a soul master now. We will do whatever the master arranges. Don't forget that just because the boy's future enemy is the Shura god, it is worth our help. After saying a few words calmly, Emperor Tian went back to absorb the cultivation of Tianmeng silkworm. After a few hours of rapid flight, Yangchen and his party finally left the core area of the Star Forest. In the evening, the three found a dry cave to live in. Lan Ziadi and Solin felt that this trip to the Star Forest was a dream journey. Xiao Chen, tell me honestly, did that incredibly beautiful white-haired woman do anything to you before? That godlike woman was too good to Yangchen, which made Lan Ziadi a little worried. Aunt Lan, she didn't do anything to me. Her enemy and my enemy are the same god, so she helped me. Yangchen didn't dare to tell Lan Ziadi that Guyuina was the Silver Dragon King, for fear of scaring her, so he could only make up a random reason to get away with it. Senior sister, are you worried that Xiao Chen will be abducted by that white-haired woman in the future? Solin smiled charmingly, and could tell Lan Ziadi's worry at a glance. To be honest, when she saw the white-haired beauty's pitiful and touching appearance, she couldn't help but want to hug her in her arms and love her well. How can I not worry? That woman is obviously not a mortal, she should be a god. Although Lan Ziadi has become a titled Douluo now, she is nothing in front of God. Senior sister, don't worry. A woman's sixth sense tells me that the white-haired beauty will not hurt Xiao Chen. Maybe there will be unexpected things in the future. Solin relied on her intuition and felt that the white-haired woman had been captured by the little guy. Teacher Solin, you are not right. Seeing Solin's gossiping look, Yangchen was speechless. By the way, Aunt Lan, didn't Tian say that he would help you break through the titled Douluo before? How is it now? Yangchen asked curiously. Now I have reached the 94th level of titled Douluo. Chirp. Lan Ziadi released her martial soul, yellow, purple, black, black, red, and 9 soul rings slowly rose from her body. The 100,000-year-old snow eagle was already dying. Later, with the help of Senior Baiji, it forced itself to reach its peak state and sacrificed itself to me, allowing me to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring and a 100,000-year torso spirit bone. Speaking of which, I still owe it to you, Xiao Chen, to get such a great opportunity. Lan Ziadi described the entire process of the snow eagle sacrifice to Yangchen, a scene she would never forget. Looking at Lan Ziadi's 100,000-year spirit ring, Yangchen thought that now Tianshui College could finally produce a decent combat power, but in his eyes, it was still a little short, so he decided to take out the spirit bones that Guyuina gave him, intending to help her break through to the Super Douluo realm. Aunt Lan, Sister Na gave me a bunch of soul bones before. You can absorb a few pieces. Teacher Solin should also pick a few pieces. Let's all get a full soul bone set of equipment. Yangchen directly took out a bunch of soul bones from the soul guide. There were more than 40 pieces in total, including the dozen or so 100,000-year soul bones. Shua shua. As soon as dozens of soul bones came out, Lan Ziadi and Solin were stunned. Oh my god! So many soul bones, and all of them are more than 50,000 years old. Sister, I feel like I'm dreaming. It's not a dream, it's real. That white-haired beauty is too good to Xiao Chen. She wouldn't really be. Lan Ziadi and Solin looked at such a pile of colorful soul bones, their eyes were dazzled, it was really too shocking. Xiao Chen, tell me honestly, did you agree to any conditions from that woman? Why is she so nice to you? Lan Ziadi came back to her senses and cleared her mind. She always felt that the incredibly beautiful white-haired beauty must have some plan for the little guy. A woman who looked like a god gave so many precious soul bones to the little guy. This was not just a simple help. It was obvious that she had taken a fancy to the little guy. Thinking of this, Lan Ziadi looked at Yangchen's handsome face and smiled meaningfully. She thought that the little guy was destined to have peach blossoms in his life. He had just come out for such a trip and was targeted by an incredibly beautiful woman. Auntie Lan, you should have guessed that Sister Na is not an ordinary person, so these soul bones are just a pile of broken stones to her. It is important for us to quickly improve our strength. Yangchen looked at Lan Ziadi's meaningful eyes and felt speechless. He was not a person with a bad stomach. Sister, no matter what that woman will do to Xiao Chen in the future, she will never harm him. Solin thought this was a good thing. With soul bones, everyone can improve their strength. Yes. Aunt Lan, you and Teacher Solin should quickly choose the appropriate soul bones to absorb. Get a soul bone set. Yangchen urged the two women to quickly absorb the soul bones. It was useless to keep them anyway. Xiao Chen, you keep the 100,000-year soul bones. We will just choose these 50,000 year ones. Although the two women also needed soul bones, they still left the best for Yeliang Chen. Aunt Lan, I can't use up so many 100,000 year soul bones. You can pick a few too. Yeliang Chen picked a wisdom skull, a torso soul bone, and 2 arm bones. As for the leg soul bones, he only found a left leg bone. But it's not a big problem. After the college is on vacation, Yeliang Chen will go to the Holy Soul Village to get the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor. That soul bone has the function of flying and healing, which is also very good. Aunt Lan, I've chosen. You can arrange the rest. I don't need the soul bones left by my parents anymore. Yeliang Chen only took the 5 100,000 year soul bones. The other soul bones were of no use to him, so he left them to Lan Ziadi to arrange. Lan Ziadi was not polite when she saw this and chose a full set of soul bones for herself. Solin did the same. Xiao Chen, thank you. Solin looked at Yeliang Chen's calm look and kissed him on the face excitedly. She never dared to think about the whole soul bone set before. The two girls each chose a soul bone of 100,000, and the remaining 6 soul bones of 100,000 were left to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, as well as Lan Xiaoling and Shui Lingfeng. The two girls spent a day and finally absorbed their soul bones. Now each of them has 6 soul bones, namely the head, limbs, and torso soul bones. Lan Ziadi's strength has also reached level 96, and Solin has also reached level 87. This feeling of cheating makes them feel like they are dreaming. Yeliang Chen only absorbed a 100,000 year old left arm bone, and his strength was directly increased to level 37. He also obtained 2 soul skills, namely the sky-splitting cross-slash and sweeping the thousands of armies. This soul bone came from a 100,000 year old sky-splitting tiger soul beast, and its strength is not bad. The remaining soul bones bone, Yeliang Chen plans to absorb it later. His strength is improving too fast, which is not very good. Auntie Lan, Teacher Solin, there are many medicinal herbs in the Stardow Forest. I want to pick some to make pills this time. The Stardow Forest is the treasure of this continent. Not only are there the most complete soul beasts, but there are also many medicinal herbs. It is not easy to come here, so Yeliang Chen naturally does not want to miss it. Okay, we will accompany you to find it slowly these days. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Lan Ziadi and Solin also know that this little guy has learned a lot of medical skills. They have also taken the soul pills he refined, and the effect is not bad. That morning, the 3 left the cave and searched for medicinal herbs in the Stardow Forest. 3 days later, several people found a large number of medicinal herbs and prepared to leave the Stardow Forest. Hiss! Just as the 3 of them were passing through a dense forest, 2 huge human-faced demon spiders suddenly jumped out from the front and attacked the 3 of them. There were also a bunch of small human-faced demon spiders in the distance, looking at the 3 of them. It was obvious that this was a nest of human-faced demon spiders. They were preparing to treat Yeliang Chen and the other 2 as food. The 8 3-meter-long legs of the human-faced demon spiders were like spears. Every time they took a step forward, they pierced deeply into the ground. If they pierced a person, they would definitely penetrate the chest. How dare you, just 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spiders! Lan Ziadi and Solin directly repelled the human-faced demon spiders with their powerful soul power. One of them was killed by Solin on the spot, and the pile of human-faced demon spider phantoms in the distance immediately turned into birds and beasts. Hiss, hiss. The remaining large human-faced demon spider felt that it had hit a wall and immediately ran away. Shua shua. Little spider, you messed with us and you still want to escape, how can you do that easily? Yeliang Chen took out the blue smoke sword, stepped on the 5 elements phantom step, and quickly killed the human-faced demon spider. Chapter 28 Continuous Big Surprises. Seeing Yeliang Chen kill directly to fight the 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, they also understood that the little guy wanted to test his fighting power, so the 2 girls understood and immediately flew far away to block the retreat of the human-faced demon spider. Xiao Chen, the weakness of the human-faced demon spider is the eyes under its belly, and this human-faced demon spider is about 2,000 years old, you should be careful. Lan Ziadi told Yeliang Chen the weakness of the human-faced demon spider and the age of this spider. Aunt Lan, I know. Yeliang Chen was already familiar with the human-faced demon spider from novels in his previous life. This soul beast is very ferocious, with sharp octagonal legs and extremely poisonous. Once stabbed by it, one can die at any time. There is also the title of killer. The 5,000-year-old human-faced demon spider is stronger than some 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Many soul beasts have become their food. Therefore, the human-faced demon spider has the title of killer in the soul beast world. Clang clang clang. Yeliang Chen stepped on the mysterious footwork, evaded and moved, waved the sword in his hand, and kept slashing on the legs of the human-faced demon spider, making a sound of metal collision. Little spider, you want to kill me, you can't. Hiss. Looking at Ye Liangchen's leisurely appearance, the human-faced demon spider seemed to be provoked, and let out a terrifying roar from its mouth, waving its spider legs and launching a fierce attack on him. Yoho, you are still excited. Shua shua. Ye Liangchen quickly stepped back and summoned the life goddess's martial spirit to possess him. Life strangulation. As soon as the first soul skill was activated, more than a dozen hard green strips entangled the human-faced demon spider. Clang clang clang. The human-faced demon spider waved its sharp leg spears and tore those hard long strands. Then Ye Liangchen kicked a few 20 jin stones and shot them at the demon spider's eyes. Bang bang bang. The human-faced demon spider felt threatened and immediately protected its eyes with its legs. Ye Liangchen took the opportunity to pick up a few stones weighing hundreds of kilograms and smashed them violently on the opponent's legs. The powerful force directly knocked the human-faced demon spider to the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. The human-faced demon spider fell to the ground, and several eyes were exposed. Shua shua. Ye Liangchen quickly swung out the blue smoke sword and shot it into one of the eyes of the human-faced demon spider, sinking directly into it 3 feet deep, instantly injuring it. Hiss hiss hiss. The human-faced demon spider let out a tragic roar, struggling violently, splashing piles of mud. Life absorption. As Ye Liangchen activated his third soul skill, a ball of green light shot out from his hand, covering the human-faced demon spider. Buzz buzz. As the soul skill was activated, the remaining vitality of the human-faced demon spider was continuously extracted. After 2 minutes, the human-faced demon spider's life was completely lost, and its body shrank directly. After a while, it turned into a pile of powder. Xiao Chen, the life absorption skill of the mystery bun is so domineering. Seeing that Ye Liangchen solved the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider so quickly, without even using the soul bone skill, and crushing it throughout the whole process, Lan Xiadi and Solin felt very relieved. Ye Liangchen took the green light from the life goddess's martial spirit and felt the life force in it, which was just a kind of energy. Shua. Ye Liangchen knocked the life force into the ground to nourish the flowers, plants, and trees, which instantly made them greener. Some grasses that had just emerged from the soil grew taller. It was amazing. Auntie Lan, Teacher Solin, my life-absorbing skill can not only extract the enemy's life force, but also the soul and blood. As for what to extract from the enemy, it is completely controlled by my thoughts. At the same time, it can also control the martial soul and return the opponent's extracted life force. Ye Liangchen slowly explained this skill to the two women. It was the first time for him to use this skill, and it felt good. Even the enemy's soul and blood can be extracted. This skill is very domineering. But it can also return the life force. It's really amazing. In this way, you don't have to worry about accidentally hurting teammates in battle. The two women felt that the soul skills of this little guy were more amazing than each other. This trip to the Star Forest can be described as a dream. It's time for us to return to the academy. After a small episode, there was no big commotion, and the three continued to rush to the edge of the Star Forest. 3 days later, Ye Liangchen and his companions finally returned to Tianshui Academy, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Several senior executives of the academy and Shui Binger and her gang gathered at Ye Liangchen's Jingxian villa, wanting to see the third soul ring of this extraordinary genius. I have good news for everyone. The dean has been promoted to a level 96 super Douluo. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Solin first released a shocking news to divert everyone's attention, so that everyone would not always focus on Ye Liangchen, which was not good. Chirp. Lan Xiadi released her martial soul and cooperated to show everyone the strength of a level 96 titled Douluo. The strength of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red made the academy explode. I'm not dreaming, am I? The dean has become a super titled Douluo. Hiss. My face hurts. I'm not dreaming. The dean has indeed become a titled Douluo. A bunch of little girls stared at Lan Xiadi's 9 spirit rings, especially the big red circle, which made them extremely excited. Looking at Lan Xiadi's powerful strength, Shui Lingfeng, Lan Xiaoling, Mu Qingxiu and others felt that this matter was strange, so they suppressed the excitement of Yu Hero and Swu. Everyone, don't make a sound, and go away first. Remember, don't spread it outside the academy, do you understand? Dean Grandma, don't worry. We won't tell anyone. As soon as the old dean spoke, a group of little girls immediately left Jingxian villa in a row, and didn't dare to inquire about Ye Liangchen's third spirit ring. Ye Liangchen looked at everything in front of him calmly, thinking that a 100,000 year spirit ring shocked these girls. But it is understandable that in this era, having a 100,000 year spirit ring represents a symbol of strength. Daughter, what did you encounter on this trip to the Stardo Forest? How come you have a 100,000 year spirit ring? Shui Lingfeng felt that her daughter's promotion to a titled Douluo was too bizarre. Mother, it's like this. Lan Xiadi had to tell everyone about the sacrifice of the snow eagle. As for the Lake of Life and Guyuina, Lan Ziadi didn't say it. After all, such things involving gods can't be talked about everywhere. The mysterious titled Douluo is willing to protect Xiao Chen. After hearing this, Mu Qingxiu, and Qi and others were also confused. It was incredible that there were hidden strong men in this world. According to their understanding, except for the top 3 sects, most of the titled Douluos are in the Spirit Hall. The titled Douluos of Sea God Island and Slaughter City generally do not appear on the mainland. After returning to the academy, Liang Chen started a peaceful academy again. Every day he practiced, studied medicine, and went up the mountain to pick herbs. He was very busy, especially refining some soul power pills, detoxification pills, and poison avoidance pills, which were necessary for going out in the future. Time passed in a flash, and another half a year passed. The Soul Master Academy of the entire continent was on vacation for a month. Liang Chen's current strength has also risen to level 39. It's time to go out of the academy and plan some things. That night, Liang Chen was lying on the bed, thinking about the future. Suddenly, he remembered that he had unlocked 2 weapon boxes in his game backpack. It had been so long, and he hadn't had time to check them. So Liang Chen locked the door and took out the weapon box from the game backpack to see what kind of weapons he would bring. Buzz. Liang Chen moved his mind, and 2 boxes appeared on the ground. One of the boxes was about 1.5 meters long and not very thick, but the other box weighed about 1,000 pounds and was about 1.5 meters long, wide and high. What is this? It's so heavy. Kaka. When Liang Chen opened the long box, he was stunned by what was inside. HK-416, the king of assault? Barrett MK-22, a long-range killer? Aren't these 2 weapons and equipment from the shooting game he played in his previous life? Hey! There are also 2 Glock 21s, which are close combat weapons. Fuck. With these equipment, what are you afraid of? Even the titled Douluo will have to kneel down. Liang Chen was overjoyed and took out the MK-22 from the box. He weighed it in his hand and felt that he had the world in his hand. The Barrett MK-22 has a range of more than 1,500 meters and is equipped with 3 different caliber barrels. The barrel can be easily replaced at any time according to the needs on the battlefield. It has multiple functions such as long-range killing and anti-material data high-tech, high-killing weapon. Tang San's Buddha's Wrath Lotus, Peacock Feather, and Stormy Pear Blossom Needle, the maximum range is only hundreds of meters. Compared to this equipment, it is just a toy. When I played games in my previous life, they were all virtual. I didn't expect that now that I came to this fantasy world, my game plug-in actually brought real stuff. HK-416, known as the King of Assault, is also one of Liang Chen's favorite weapons and equipment for shooting games. It has a 30-round capacity and a range of about 800 meters. It is called the King of Chicken Eating by countless game players. It's so cool. The King of Chicken Eating and MK-22 are also equipped with silencers and scopes. Even 2 Glock 21s are equipped with silencers, and there is also a 10x telescope. It's so cool. With these equipment, I don't have to worry about any danger when I go out and travel around the world. Click. Liang Chen opened another big box, and all he saw were bullets. He even equipped the MK-22 with armor-piercing and blasting bullets. Oh my god! With this kind of thing, I can roam freely in this world from now on. Woohoo takes off. This should be the biggest surprise I have received since I came to this world. Liang Chen remembered Wang Sheng, the protagonist in Yuan Long, who was once a special forces soldier. He traveled to a cultivation world with a full set of weapons and equipment, holding a sniper in his hand, and directly stunned those practitioners. Now the 2 super equipment in Liang Chen's hand are simply a dimensionality reduction attack in the world of Douluo. For himself, these equipment are the biggest trump card. I cannot use it, but I can't live without it. For deterrent weapons, Liang Chen remembered the wise words of a great pioneer, which are like thunder in his ears. Click. Liang Chen quickly loaded these weapons with ammunition to facilitate the response to enemy attacks at any time, and then put these equipment into the game backpack. After leaving the academy, he will find a place to try his hand. The 3rd classmate next door has Zhuzlianu, sleeve arrows, neck back flower crossbow and other hidden weapons, which makes him very handy when fighting against the enemy. As a cheater, I also need some self-defense equipment. It's reasonable to hold a MK-22 and the King of Chicken in my hand. Liang Chen's mouth tilted. At this moment, he was finally confident and no longer afraid of those big forces targeting him. Early the next morning, Shui Bing'er and her sister prepared breakfast, went to the 2nd floor, and asked Liang Chen to go downstairs for dinner. The college is now on vacation, and many students have returned to their homes. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er have nothing to do now. In addition to practicing every day, they occasionally accompany Liang Chen to the mountains to collect medicinal herbs. The 3 of them are now grown up, the boy is handsome, and the girl is beautiful. Every time they go out together, the teachers of the college look at their innocent appearance and smile like an ant. Sisters, I'm going to go out and gain experience for a while. During breakfast, Liang Chen told Shui Bing'er and her sister his thoughts. Ah! Xiao Chen, where are you going? We'll go with you. Shui Bing'er was stunned. This little guy was going to go out and explore, so she naturally had to accompany him. Xiao Chen, my sister and I have been to Tiandu city before. How about we take you there to play? When Shui Yu'er heard that Liang Chen was going to go far away, she immediately became interested. I can go alone. Sisters, isn't teacher Solin going to let you practice dancing in half a month? By then, Suyu and the others will also come and go. If you leave, how can you practice? Liang Chen is going to do something that will affect the future pattern this time, so he can't let these two girls follow him. Besides, if they go out with him, it will be too conspicuous. But we are worried about you being alone outside. Shui Bing'er's beautiful blue eyes kept staring at Liang Chen. This little guy grew up under her watch, and he has never walked out of the school gate alone. She was worried about letting him go out alone. Don't worry. I will hide my identity outside and won't be exposed. I'll go tell Aunt Lan. After Liang Chen quickly finished his breakfast, he walked out of Jingxian Villa and rushed to Lan Ziadi's residence. Shui Bing'er and her sister followed him to see how the elders arranged it. When they arrived at Lan Ziadi's sister's residence, they found that the two girls were also drinking morning tea and discussing the enrollment indicators and teaching work for the next semester. Aunt Lan, Aunt Ling, good morning. Liang Chen greeted the two girls. Yo! Xiao Chen, you came to see us early in the morning. Is there something wrong? Lan Ziadi looked at Liang Chen and asked with a smile. Aunt Lan, I'm going to the mainland to experience for a while. Liang Chen directly told the two girls his purpose. Oh! You want to go to the mainland now, isn't it too early? Lan Ziadi also knew that this little guy would leave school sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Mom, brother Xiao Chen is going out to experience, let us go with him. Brother Xiao Chen has never gone out alone, we are worried about him. At this time, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er came here and asked their mothers directly. You two girls, don't get involved. If you go, it will be let Xiao Chen be distracted to protect you. Lan Ziadi stopped the request of Shui Bing'er and her sister. The two girls were not as strong as the little guy, and it would only cause trouble for him if they went. Xiao Chen is almost 12 years old now. It's time for him to go out for a walk. Men have ambitions in all directions. Soul masters need to grow up alone. We can't protect him too well. Lan Ziadi and Lan Xiaoling looked at each other and reached a consensus. They decided to let the little guy go out for training. Thank you, Aunt Lan. Seeing that the two women agreed, Liang Chen was very excited. With Ziokin's current level 39 strength, he has no problem protecting himself, but this face is too conspicuous, so he has to disguise it. Lan Ziadi looked at Liang Chen's handsome face. It was too conspicuous. If he went out and was spotted by other women, it would be a big trouble. Aunt Lan, I will wear a hat, don't worry. Liang Chen doesn't have to worry about disguise. After he goes out, he plans to buy some cosmetics to disguise himself as an old man. The bamboo hat is not good. It's too obvious. The two girls shook their heads quickly. Sister, didn't we take a photo of a dream mask more than 10 years ago? Just let Xiao Chen wear it and you can cover the little guy's face. Lan Xiaoling remembered that she had taken a photo of a magical transparent mask many years ago. As long as you put it on and pinch it a few times, you can disguise yourself as another person, and it won't be seen. Yes, I almost forgot. Xiao Chen, come and put this on. Lan Ziadi took out a transparent mask from the corner of the soul guide, carefully put it on Liang Chen's face, and then pinched the mask a few times. Oh my god! The appearance has really changed. Brother Xiao Chen, look quickly. Shui Yu'er immediately took out a mirror and let Liang Chen watch her changes. It's really amazing. Liang Chen looked at himself in the mirror and was very surprised to find that he had turned into another ordinary handsome guy. When you go out, be careful and don't cause trouble. Remember to protect yourself. You have to change your name to Lan Chen. This is a detailed map of the entire continent. Go to Tianshui city and buy some daily necessities. Sister Lan Ziadi told Liang Chen a few words and put the map and tens of thousands of gold soul coins into the little guy's soul guide to ensure the little guy's expenses. Thank you, Aunt Lan, I will be careful. I'll go say hello to the dean's grandmother. Aunt Lan, Aunt Ling, two sisters, goodbye. Liang Chen said goodbye to Lan Ziadi and others, and ran all the way to Zizuyuan to say goodbye to the old man. Grandma, I'm going to go out for training. Oh. If you want to go for training, then Grandma will go with you. Seeing that the little guy was going out to explore, Shui Lingfeng had nothing to do and planned to accompany him. Grandma, have you forgotten that I can summon Ditian at any time? There will be no danger. Besides, if you go out with me, how can I train? Liang Chen can't let others follow him. Now he has weapons like MK22, and the safety issue is not worth mentioning at all. If Shui Lingfeng follows him, he can't test these weapons and equipment. Okay. Grandma almost forgot about this, so you go early and come back early. When Shui Lingfeng heard the mysterious strong man, she was relieved. After all these years of changes, Shui Lingfeng can conclude that the little guy is the one chosen by God. Goodbye, Grandma. Ye Yangchen directly activated the external soul bone, flew out of Zizuyuan, and flew towards the 1,000-meter-high mountain outside the academy. Shua shua shua. At this time, Lan Ziadi, Shui Binger and Shui Yu also came to Zizuyuan and quietly watched Ye Yangchen's gradually disappearing figure. This little guy flies very fast. Lan Ziadi and her sister were very pleased to see the little guy flying high. If the young eagle wants to fly farther, it must be trained. Binger, you two have to work hard too. Only by becoming stronger can you help Xiao Chen on the road in the future. Shui Lingfeng looked at her two granddaughters and said earnestly. Grandma, we understand. Shui Binger and her sister said firmly that their soul power is only 1 or 2 levels lower than Ye Yangchen. Although the soul power of the two is not much different from Ye Yangchen, their actual combat power is also too far behind. They don't understand why they practice the same skills with Ye Yangchen, but their strength is so different. The soul bone sets of the two women are also complete, but they did not absorb them. They plan to wait until they are about level 50 before absorbing them. Now try to rely on your own cultivation, and wait until the bottleneck period, and then consider using soul bones to break through the level. The soul bones brought back by Ye Yangchen can be regarded as changing the fate of the people around him. Shui Lingfeng absorbed a full set of soul bones, and her strength has been promoted to title Douluo. The 9th soul ring is from a 90,000-year-old snow wolf king, which makes her strength reach level 93, and Lan Xiaoling has also reached level 88 soul Douluo. Maybe in a few years she will be promoted to title Douluo. However, Lan Ziadi has not yet shown her strength to the outside world, and continues to maintain her original appearance. When the time is right, she will open a sect. Chapter 29 Traveling the World with a Gun. Ye Yangchen spent about a few minutes flying to the top of the 1,000-meter-high mountain behind Tianshui College. Looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance, he felt that thousands of miles of rivers and mountains were all under his feet. Wow! Excitedly shouting, Ye Yangchen waved the golden external soul bone wings and flew towards the main urban area of Tianshui. 10 minutes later, Ye Yangchen was in a secret valley outside Tianshui city, and then walked briskly towards the official road at the foot of the mountain. Walking on the official road, looking at the farmers working hard in the fields, Ye Yangchen finally experienced the feeling of being truly in the world. He had been hiding in Tianshui College for these years and was almost becoming a real otaku. Those simple people, looking at Ye Yangchen's elegant demeanor and his dragon-like and tiger-like steps, thought that this young man must be a soul master, and their faces showed yearning expressions. Mom and Dad, when I awaken my martial soul, I will become a soul master like that big brother. Some children who followed their parents to work in the fields looked at Ye Yangchen's brisk steps and cheered in the fields. Good boy, you will definitely become a soul master in the future. The child's parents said some encouraging words, but they also knew in their hearts that it was impossible for ordinary people to become soul masters without soul power. It was morning now, and some farmers were driving carriages on the road, pulling fruits and vegetables to the city, trying to sell them at a good price. Ye Yangchen enjoyed the atmosphere of this kind of worldly fireworks and felt pretty good. After a while, he arrived at the center of Tianshui city. Ye Yangchen purchased some necessities for survival in the wild, and also bought some flints, salt, seasonings, rice, and the like, as well as a pot, so that he could cook in the mountains later. Throwing all these things into the soul guide, Ye Yangchen quickly rushed to the south of Tianshui city. Ka! Awesome! It is worthy of being the king of chicken, with perfect accuracy and range. At noon, Ye Yangchen was running fast in a forest, constantly practicing shooting skills. After all, he had only played real-life CS shooting in his previous life, but those weapons and equipment were fake. Now that he had real stuff, he naturally had to practice. Gurgle. At this time, Ye Yangchen's stomach made a sound, reminding him that it was time to replenish energy. I practiced for a whole morning and was so absorbed in it that I even forgot to eat. Ye Yangchen found a small river, built a simple stove with stones, drew some water from the river, took out an iron pot, and started to make a fire to cook. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. In these forests rich in products, it is simply a paradise for foodies. Ye Yangchen caught a few more fish from the river, cleaned them, and heated the oil in a pot. After a while, a pot of fragrant boiled fish was ready. The river water in the other world is not polluted, and the taste of this fish is so delicious. After a delicious meal, Ye Yangchen jumped onto a 50-meter high tree, took out a telescope, and checked the situation in the distance. Suddenly, he saw a small mountain village with more than a dozen households 1,000 meters away, which was being robbed by a dozen masked bandits with knives. In this cruel alien world, the lives of the lower class people are too hard. Yeliang activated his external soul bone and quickly flew towards the small mountain village. Since he had encountered it, he could not watch those people suffer. 500 meters away from the small mountain village, Yeliang stopped and quietly lay on a flat stone. He took out the king of chicken eating, placed it on the stone, and observed the situation in the village through the scope. Woo woo woo. My lords, please let us go. At this moment, the small mountain village was in a mess, with children and women crying everywhere. A dozen masked bandits were looting the villagers' property. Several young women were being caught by 3 bandits, and several elderly people were also knocked to the ground by the bandits. Let go of my daughter. 3 farmers holding long sticks angrily rushed to the 3 bandits. You don't know whether to live or die. The 3 bandits waved their long knives and chopped at the 3 men. Puff. At this moment, the first bandit fell to the ground and died. There was a wound on his chest that went straight to his back, and blood was constantly flowing out. Brother Bao. Who killed Brother Bao? The sudden change made the remaining 2 bandits terrified, and even the bandits who were looting the villagers' money ran out immediately. Yeliang, who was 500 meters away, saw that all the bandits had come out, calmed down, and quickly pulled the trigger. Why did Brother Bao die? Puff puff. Suddenly, the other 2 bandits who were holding the woman, before they could react, also lay straight down, without breath, just like Brother Bao before. Ah! The women who were rescued screamed and were so scared that their legs went limp. Daughter, it's okay. 3 middle-aged men ran over immediately and took their daughters away. Brother Leopard is dead, Brother Tiger is dead, and Brother Dog is dead too. Who killed them? The remaining bandits were stunned, and were numbed by the weird scene. The villagers were also watching all this in horror from a distance, but at this moment they were in a good mood, and finally saw the evildoers get their comeuppance. Puff 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 puff. Just when the remaining bandits were in panic, they fell to the ground one after another as if they were hit hard by something, and then died. Those evildoers were taken away by God. Woo. The rescued women, seeing that all the bandits had died, hugged each other excitedly and cried. This feeling of surviving a disaster was too scary. It's your bad luck to run into me. Yeliang gave HK-416 loaded ammunition and then quietly flew away without disturbing the farmers in the small mountain village. After the work was done, he left with his clothes brushed off, hiding his merits and fame. This was the first time that Yeliang did such a thing of eliminating violence and protecting the good, and he was still a little uncomfortable. When he first solved the first bandit, he was still sick for a while, but it was worth it to save the people in this village. Oh! The bad guy was taken away by God. After the people in the village were saved, many villagers cheered and knelt to the sky, feeling lucky that they had escaped. Don't make a fuss, bury these evil people first. Soon, several elders came out, suppressed everyone's surprise, and asked the villagers to bury the bandits to prevent the government from investigating and causing unnecessary trouble. Yeliang didn't expect that he would become a Zoro hero during this outing, but it felt good. In the evening, Yeliang roasted a wild rabbit and had a delicious meal, then found a dry cave and prepared to spend the night there. Yeliang first sprinkled some insect and snake repellent powder outside the cave entrance, and then moved a few large stones to block the cave entrance. Click. Put 2 Glock 21s on his waist and turned on the safety just in case. I'm exhausted after practicing shooting for a day. Yeliang muttered to himself, then fell on the quilt and began to rest. Now that he was familiar with shooting, Yeliang had to plan his itinerary. Tang San and Xiaowu graduated from the Junior Soul Master School in Notting City. Now they are looking for their ironwork and bellows in the Holy Soul Village, and Tang Dachui is hiding beside them. All the colleges on the mainland have not yet started school. It is too dangerous to go to the Holy Soul Village now. Although Yeliang now has MK22 and can deal with that killer, he doesn't want to use this trump card to deal with Tang Dachui for the time being. When that guy shows off in front of the whole world, he will knock him off the altar. Tang Dachui, are you ready? This is a big gift. He. When Yeliang thought of these things, his mouth corners twisted, and he was in a good mood and gradually fell asleep. 3 days later, Yeliang came to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, intending to try his luck and see if he could meet the quiet little cat. Coming to the luxurious Soto City, Yeliang must stay in the Best Rose Hotel. When he walked into the luxurious hotel lobby, a young hotel waiter immediately came to greet him. Welcome. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The waiter was a young woman. Seeing Yeliang wearing gorgeous clothes, he was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He must be a rich man. For such guests, the hotel treated them like ancestors. Stay in the hotel and get the best room. Lan Ziadi had put tens of thousands of gold soul coins in Yeliang's soul guide. He was not short of money and could spend it at will. Okay, sir, please come here to register. The waiter led Ye Chen to the counter in the hotel lobby, registered him, and took the room card and key. Handsome man, welcome to our most luxurious room. Our Rose Hotel will provide you with one-stop service, which will definitely satisfy you. The lobby manager who registered the room number for Ye Chen was a young man wearing glasses. Seeing that he was generous, he introduced the hotel's one-stop service and gave Ye Chen a look that all men understand. Manager, something is wrong with you. Hurry up and register. I just need to eat and sleep. As for other services, I don't need them. After throwing down 100 gold soul coins, Ye Chen urged the other party to work quickly. Seeing this guy introducing various services to him with great joy, he suddenly felt that 10,000 grass mud horses passed through his heart. Okay. Handsome, thank you for coming. I wish you a pleasant stay. Xiao He, take this handsome guy to the luxurious guest room on the top floor. After receiving 100 gold soul coins, the lobby manager quickly ordered a beautiful young woman to lead Ye Chen upstairs. After watching Ye Chen walk upstairs, the lobby manager sighed, this handsome guy is really tasteful. He doesn't even look down on the free services provided by the hotel. At this time, a blonde handsome guy walked into the hotel lobby with two young women who looked exactly the same. Manager Wang, is my Red Ocean room still there? The blonde man shouted to the lobby manager as soon as he entered the lobby. Mr. Dai, you are here. Your Red Ocean room is always here. I wish you a good time. Manager Wang handed the key to the blonde man named Mr. Dai with a smile. Thank you, Manager Wang. Baby, let's go up. The blonde handsome man threw a bag of gold soul coins to Manager Wang, and then led the two women to the Red Ocean on the second floor. Just as the blonde handsome man and the other two walked up to the second floor, they happened to meet Ye Chen coming down from the top floor. Damn! Isn't this Dai Mubai? When Ye Chen saw this guy, he was stunned for a moment, but when he saw that there were two women who looked exactly the same beside him, he was not surprised. Brother, you are quite good at enjoying yourself. Ye Chen greeted Dai Mubai. Anyway, he was now disguised with his real face, and he couldn't recognize him. Dai Mubai now, his soul power reached level 37, but he was completely lying flat. Brother, you should enjoy life to the fullest, and enjoy it as you should. Dai Mubai said with a smile, looking at the handsome man in front of him, who was living in the most luxurious top-floor guest room. He was sure that he was not an ordinary person. Well, I wish you a good time. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he took a step like a dragon and a tiger and walked down the stairs. Mr. Dai, do you know that handsome man? The two women looked at Ye Chen's departing back and couldn't help comparing Dai Mubai with the handsome man. I don't know him, but he is definitely a master. Dai Mubai determined that the other party was definitely stronger than himself from the breath emanating from Ye Chen. This little episode did not give Ye Chen any more unexpected surprises. After enjoying a delicious meal in the hotel restaurant, he decided to go to the southern suburbs of Soto City to observe and see Shrek Academy. After turning around, Ye Chen came to the woods 1 kilometer away from the entrance of Shrek Academy, then took out a telescope and observed the dilapidated academy. There was only a wooden gate, very old, covered with moss, and a wooden sign with a shit green image of the monster Shrek and a few big words, Shrek Academy. The academy was built in a village. The venue was quite spacious. There was a big flag in the middle of the playground, with a picture of the monster Shrek painted on it, and several very old tile houses lined up. On the balcony of a small wooden building, Zhao Wuji, Li Yuzong, Lu Kaibing and Master Tangdul were drinking tea and chatting, but the four-eyed cat Owl Flanders was nowhere to be seen. In the small mountain village behind the school, a fat red-haired man was talking to an ordinary short-haired woman. It seemed that they were Ma Hongjun and the village girl Kuwa. Oscar, with a grey beard on his face, was wearing an apron and making sausages, then stringing them with bamboo sticks and putting them on a small cart. At this time, Oscar pushed a cart out of the gate of the academy, pushed the cart to the side of the road in the distance, and started selling sausages. Come on, take a look. Delicious and cheap sausages. Only 5 copper soul coins each. Soto City is a big city with a large flow of people coming and going every day. The sausages sold by Oscar are made by his martial soul and are of high quality. In addition, many people around the academy know him, so soon people come to buy them, and the business is pretty good. However, Oscar's soul power is only level 29 now, and he can't supply many sausages every day, but for him who is poor, it is enough to live. Ye Chen watched all this quietly, feeling like a warrior in an ambush at this moment. Putting away the telescope, Ye Chen put on an ordinary piece of clothes, pretending to be an ordinary teenager, and then walked towards Oscar to ask him about the enrollment time of Shrek Academy so that he could arrange his time. Fragrant sausages, cheap and delicious, don't miss it if you pass by. Ye Chen came to Oscar's booth, looking at this guy dressed like a chef and with a beard on his face, he couldn't help laughing. He is worthy of being called the sausage uncle. At this moment, Oscar is even more uncle than an uncle. Uncle Sausage, give me a sausage. Liang Chen walked to Oscar's cart and threw him 10 silver soul coins. You don't need that much, just 5 copper soul coins are enough. Brother, don't call me sausage uncle, I'm only 14 years old this year. Oscar smiled and gave Liang Chen change, saying that he was just a teenager. Ah? 14 years old? I think you are 40 years old, sausage uncle. Liang Chen pretended to be surprised. Ha ha ha. Young man, you are from another place, right? Don't look at him as old, but he is only 14 years old, and he is a student of Shrek. His name is Oscar. An old man who had just bought sausages for his grandson explained Oscar's identity to Liang Chen. Yes. Brother, I am really only 14 years old, and I am still a student of Shrek. Oscar hates being told that he is old, so he immediately told Liang Chen his identity. Ha. Sorry, brother, your grey beard is really weird, you look like a 40-year-old uncle. Now Oscar has not met Ning Rong, the white moonlight in his heart, so he doesn't care about his image. He doesn't shave his thick grey beard. In fact, he looks quite handsome. When he dresses up, he is almost the same as Dai Mubai. Hee. It's okay, I'm used to it. Oscar smiled and handed the grilled sausage to Liang Chen. Liang Chen took out a bag and put the sausage away. He didn't eat it for the time being. When he thought of the obscene spell that this guy used to make his martial spirit, he couldn't eat it. What is Shrek Academy? Liang Chen asked curiously. Shrek Academy is a school in a small village far away. The dean is Flanders. It calls itself Monster Academy. Brother, I think you are also a soul master. There are still more than 20 days before Shrek Academy enrollment. But the admission requirements are quite high. Brother, you can go and sign up when the time comes. The old man with his grandson was a villager near the academy. He knew something about Shrek Academy, so he introduced the academy to Liang Chen. Thank you, old man. Liang Chen thanked the old man, then took out the sausage he bought before and handed it to the old man's grandson. Hey! Brother, I see you are not that old. If you are strong enough, you can come and sign up. Life in our academy is pretty good. We can practice together then. Oscar also advertised for Shrek. He felt that Liang Chen should be able to meet the admission requirements. Among the Shrek 7 devils, Oscar's values are quite positive, at least much better than those of Fatima and Dai Mubai. Thanks, we'll talk later. After finding out the start time of Shrek Academy, Liang Chen returned to the Rose Hotel and prepared to go to Fasno Province. Chapter 30 Shameless Profiteer Flanders. After returning to the Rose Hotel, Liang Chen checked out, put on a bamboo hat, and headed for the neighboring Fasno Province. When passing a street, Liang Chen glanced at it casually and found a store with a hammer and sword logo above the door. It was obviously a Soul Master store. Hey! Could this be the antique store of the four-eyed cat owl Flanders? At this time, Liang Chen remembered that Tang San got a hair crystal in Flanders' antique shop and made it into a very lethal. The dragon beard needle is as thin as a hair. Once it penetrates the body, it shrinks into a ball quickly, causing unbearable pain. In severe cases, it can even kill the victim. The dragon beard needle is as thin as a hair, making it hard to defend against. It is a real killing weapon, especially for a master of hidden weapons like Tang San. It is like a fish in water. This thing cannot be allowed to that guy, otherwise, in the future, if the opponent cannot afford to lose in the game, he will get angry and use this hidden weapon to hurt the little sister next to him, which is not good. Tang San was in the bunnies under the influence, there is a perverted desire to protect. Once the little rabbit is hurt, he will immediately lose his mind and use all kinds of tricks, regardless of the consequences. Yu Xiaogang has been brainwashing Tang San for a long time, saying that he is the world's #1 genius, which makes him have a perverted sense of superiority. Once he fails, he will also lose his mind. When fighting with others, that guy always puts on an attitude of I can hit you, but you can't hit me, as if the whole world must revolve around him. Thinking of this, Liang Chen stepped forward. He walked into the antique shop, intending to take the plate crystal away in advance. Although he didn't need it, he definitely couldn't leave it to Tang San. Kaka. As soon as Liang Chen pushed open the wooden door of the shop and walked into the shop, he immediately smelled all kinds of ancient smells, some of which were earthy, as if they had just been dug out of the ground. Then he saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses, lying on a rocking chair and dozing off. This man was the four-eyed cat owl Flanders. Choose what you want, the price is fair. Flanders saw a young man wearing a bamboo hat coming to his store, raised his head and said something lightly, then pretended to lie down with a cunning look in his eyes. Liang Chen glanced at the items in the entire store, all of which were some insignificant old objects, and some storage soul guides, but they were slightly damaged and worthless. There were also a few old objects lying on the table, one of which was a slightly yellowed transparent crystal with many golden threads in it, which should be a plate crystal. Boss, how much is this crystal? I want it. Liang Chen pointed directly at the plate crystal on the table and asked Flanders, wanting to see how this profiteer would behave. 100 gold soul coins, no bargaining. Flanders was overjoyed when he heard that there was a business coming to the door, and the other party also liked the broken crystal, so he tentatively shouted a price. Okay, this is 100 gold soul coins, I'll buy this crystal. Liang Chen knew that Flanders was trying to trick him, but he didn't care about the mere 100 gold soul coins, so he took out a small bag of gold soul coins from the soul guide, threw it on the table, picked up the plate crystal, and turned around and left. Wait. You don't have enough money. My crystal will sell for 500 gold soul coins. Just as Liang Chen picked up the plate crystal on the table, Flanders' cunning voice sounded again. Originally, Flanders casually called out 100 gold soul coins, but he didn't expect the other party to really offer this price. He immediately knew that this guy was a rich man and planned to make a lot of money. Boss, it's a waste of money. Yunbai is a little surprised. He has long known that Flanders is a profiteer and liar. My crystal is only worth 500 gold soul coins, whether you want it or not. Seeing that the boy could offer 100 gold soul coins, Flanders concluded that the boy must need this crystal, so he thought that the other party would definitely continue to pay. Boss, the price is 500 gold soul coins, right? Don't regret it. Liang Chen didn't care about 500 gold soul coins, so he took out another 400 gold soul coins and threw them on the table, picked up the crystal and left. Wait, my crystal is now worth 2,000 gold soul coins. When Flanders saw that the boy took out another 400 gold soul coins, he didn't even blink. He was definitely a big fat sheep. The opportunity to make a fortune came. If he didn't make a lot of money, how could he live up to his character as a profiteer, so he directly raised the price to 2,000 gold soul coins. Boss, you don't have integrity in doing business. You plan to do a one-time deal, and you can cheat as many people as possible. Liang Chen was speechless. He knew from the novel that this guy was shameless, but he didn't expect him to be so shameless. He actually directly 00 to 2,000. My crystal is worth this much. You are a soul master. If you don't have enough money, you can pay 500 first, and the rest will be paid 10 gold soul coins every month, but you have to add 10% interest. Flender continued to show his shameless look. Anyway, he must make some money from this kid today. My elders mentioned to me that there is a four-eyed profiteer in Soto City. Today, I saw that it is true. How can you be a profiteer? You are just a shameless liar. Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy and one of the Golden Iron Triangle, is such a person. Liang Chen was too lazy to beat around the bush with the other party and directly revealed his identity. Anyway, his Chicken King HK416 has opened the insurance and can be taken out at any time to deal with crises, so he is not afraid of Flender bullying the weak. Well. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Flender was stunned, and a strong breath burst out from his body. Shua shua shua. Liang Chen quickly stepped back, and a powerful soul power burst out from his body to protect himself, preparing to take out the King of Chicken and give the opponent a burst of bullets. However, Liang Chen immediately thought of another way, so he shouted directly to Flanders. Four-eyed uncle, are you going to bully the weak? If you attack me, the consequences will be very serious. We met at the Rose Hotel 3 years ago, and you wanted to trick me into entering Shrek Academy at that time. If you attack me, your end will definitely be miserable. Hearing that the young man directly revealed his identity, Flanders was immediately confused, so he restrained his breath. Immediately stood up from the chair, staring at the young man in front of him with a pair of eagle eyes, and seeing the ordinary face under the bamboo hat, he felt something was wrong again. It was obvious that this kid disguised his appearance. Uncle Four Eyes? You are the kid from 3 years ago. Although Flanders didn't know Liang Chen's true identity, he was impressed by him. 3 years ago, this kid beat Daimyo Bai down without using his martial soul. He was definitely a genius. Uncle Four Eyes, you are a level 78 soul saint. How can you do such a fraud? You still want to bully a weak soul master like me? Liang Chen directly revealed Flanders' strength level, making the other party feel that he is not alone, and there must be a strong person protecting him in secret. Hey! Boy, I didn't ask for your money. This crystal is given to you, so don't talk nonsense. Besides, your strength has reached the soul master level, how can you be weak? Flanders' face was a little embarrassed. This kid could know his strength level at once, and seeing his calm eyes, as if everything was under control, there must be a soul Douluo strong following him in secret, so he quickly sent the crystal out, hoping that this kid would leave quickly. I don't like to owe favors to people, so I'll give you 100 gold soul coins according to the price you bid the first time. Seeing that Flanders didn't make things difficult for him, Liang Chen put away 4 bags of gold soul coins and the crystal on the table, leaving only 1 bag. Boy, from your soul power fluctuations, I can feel that your strength has reached the high-level soul master, which is amazing. Do you want to come to our Shrek Academy? Our academy is very suitable for monster geniuses like you. Flanders used his soul power to quietly feel Yeliangchen's strength, and was immediately shocked by the soul power of this little guy. He became more curious about the identity of this little guy and hoped that this little guy would join his academy. Uncle Four Eyes, I haven't even entered your academy yet, but you've already fooled me. If I go to your academy, I'll be fooled all over. My elders have told me that I have to go. Uncle Four Eyes, don't do this kind of cheating in the future. Be careful if you meet other strong people one day, they will definitely beat you into a pig's head. Yeliangchen didn't tell Flanders about his strength and walked out of the antique shop directly. Flanders is a man of insidiousness and cunningness. Yeliangchen thought he would embarrass himself, but he didn't expect that he would make Flanders soft as soon as he revealed his strength level. However, the other party was also frightened by his calm expression. He really thought that there was a soul Douluo to protect him. After Yeliangchen left the antique shop, he quickly left the street and found that Flanders didn't chase him, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Flanders walked out of the store, and after watching the boy disappear, he said to himself, this guy is so young, but he knows how to hide his shortcomings. He has rich experience in the martial arts world. He is really a talent. Originally, Flanders wanted to check Yeliangchen's martial soul and soul ring, but when he released his soul power, he still looked calm, which made Flanders give up this idea. Yeliangchen spent a few gold soul coins in an inn and bought a good horse as a mount. He galloped along the official road towards the province of Fasno. A few hours later, he finally left Soto City. Yeliangchen sold the horse to an inn and then slowly moved forward along the official road. Now that we have the crystal, Tang San will not be able to act cool when he joins Shrek Academy. He will definitely be defeated by Zhao Wuji in the assessment, and he may even be seriously injured. If Tang San is seriously injured, Tang Dachui will definitely be upset, and Zhao Wuji will probably be seriously injured as well. In this case, Zhao Wuji may have a grudge against Tang San in the future, which will be very interesting. In the evening, Yeliangchen was eating roasted wild rabbit meat in the forest, thinking that he could change things in the future by just changing some minor things, and he felt like he is a big villain. He. Really good. Thinking of this, Yeliangchen was in a good mood, so he took out the plate crystal, placed it on a hard stone, attached it to his own surface with soul power, and then grabbed a big stone and smashed it directly on the crystal. Bang! Crack! The plate crystal was directly shattered by this blow, and many golden threads floated out, quickly forming small beads and splashing everywhere. Shua shua shua! Yeliangchen launched the 5 elements phantom step and quickly grabbed this part of the metal particles in his hand, and most of the other particles fell into many stone gaps. Yeliangchen didn't care about those golden particles, anyway, he didn't need this kind of hidden weapon. 31 Chapter 31 Big Cat vs Little Cat. 31. After the plate crystal was shattered, the metal threads curled up and formed golden particles the size of soybeans, shining like gold, and felt a little soft to the touch, but very tough. These golden particles are small, but they are not light. Each one is about the same weight as a 2-inch long embroidery needle. This is why the dragon beard needle can be used as a hidden weapon even though it is as thin as a hair. Buzz! Yeliangchen directly compressed the golden particles with his soul power, making them into fine needles as thin as a hair. Shua shua! Yeliangchen waved his hand at a tree trunk, and the fine needle sank directly into the bark. The fine needle lost the compression of soul power and quickly curled up into a ball, causing a small bag to bulge on the bark. It is worthy of being a dragon beard needle. This is simply an excellent hidden weapon for sneak attacks on the enemy. In the original plot, Tang San told Xiao Wu that if you want to practice these hidden weapon techniques, you must destroy your soul power before you can practice. Yeliangchen thought it was pure nonsense. This guy clearly doesn't want to teach Xiao Wu, and he has to make up a ridiculous excuse. This method of launching hidden weapons is completely child's play for a cultivator. Thinking of this, Yeliangchen sneered, and directly shot the remaining hundreds of golden beads into the cracks of the stone, and then found a dry cave to prepare for the night. At the same time, in the distant Nodding City Holy Soul Village, in a shabby hut, a boy about 12 years old was swinging a hammer to forge iron. There was also a girl next to her, with 2 pink rabbit ears on her head, looking very cute. At this moment, the girl looked at the boy quietly with a happy smile on her face. Dang 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 dang. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of forging iron, which continued to ring. The 2 people were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Now they have graduated from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy and will go to Shrek Academy soon. Xiao Wu, help me pull the bellows. Thinking of the fact that he was about to create several extremely lethal hidden weapons, Tang San was in a good mood and swung the hammer with more energy. Suddenly, Tang San shivered all over, and the hammer in his hand was not firmly grasped, and it hit his toes directly. Ouch! Tang San covered his toes and rubbed them continuously. Xiao San, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu, who was pulling the bellows for Tang San, ran over and checked the injury on Tang San's foot. It's okay, probably too tired, just take a rest. Seeing Xiao Wu's concern for him, Tang San smiled. Tang San didn't know what was wrong with him. A few months ago, he also shivered when he was in class at school, and now that feeling came again. Brother, then you should have a good rest. We'll fight again tomorrow. Xiao Wu also thought that Tang San was tired, so she advised him to take a rest. In the past 6 years, Tang San has lived a smooth life under the guidance of the master. His soul power has been raised to level 29, and he has obtained 2 best soul rings, one from a 400-year-old mandragora snake and the other from a 600-year-old ghost vine, which made him the best student in Notting City Academy. Xiao Wu's soul power is the same as Tang San's, and she has become his sister, which makes his old and lonely heart begin to fluctuate. The Barak Kingdom is adjacent to the Fasno province and borders the Xingluo Empire in the south, with only a border mountain range in between. Seeing that there is still plenty of time, Ye Yangchen decided to go to the border mountains to find some medicinal herbs and practice shooting. The border mountains are hundreds of kilometers long, extending from the west of the Barak Kingdom to the Fasno province, including the mountains behind the Holy Soul village. There are no soul beasts in the border mountains, and Ye Yangchen is not worried about any safety issues. He shuttles through the forest every day, eats all kinds of game, and lives a happy life. Since I came out, I have been wandering in the mountains most of the time. I am almost becoming the Bear Grylls of another world. This morning, Ye Yangchen was roasting wild boar meat in a mountain forest. Although there were no soul beasts in the mountains, there were still ordinary animals. This wild boar was just killed with the king of chicken. Sizzle. At this moment, the wild boar meat was being roasted by Ye Yangchen until it was sizzling with oil, and then sprinkled with some spices and salt water. The smell was fragrant and made people salivate. Catch her quickly. Kaka. Suddenly, a woman's cry came from 1,000 meters away, and there were also sounds of pursuit and fighting. Who could it be? Ye Yangchen immediately took out the King of Assault HK416, opened the safety, and alerted the surroundings. Swish swish swish. At this moment, a tall black woman appeared a few hundred meters ahead and ran quickly towards him. This woman is very young and beautiful. She has 2 cat ear-like headdresses on her head and a tail-like decoration on her back, which looks a bit cute. Her big eyes reveal an anxious and frightened look. Her fair face is still blushing, which makes her look very beautiful, especially her tight leather jacket, which shows her hot body to the fullest. The woman's dress made Ye Yangchen's eyes light up. It is obvious that the other party is a top beauty. Tight leather jacket and leather pants? With cat ears and tail? And that hot body? Could this be the kitten Zhu Zuqing? How could she appear here? I think this girl dare not go through the checkpoints at the junction of the 2 countries openly, and can only cross the border mountains. Seeing the woman's dress through the scope, Ye Yangchen instantly remembered Zhu Zuqing, whom he met a few years ago. So Ye Yangchen quickly put the gun into the game backpack, picked up the roasted wild boar meat, and ate it slowly, watching everything in the distance while eating. Shua shua shua. After about a minute, Zhu Zuqing rushed to 10 meters in front of Ye Yangchen and stopped immediately. Looking at Ye Yangchen's handsome face, Zhu Zuqing suddenly recalled a memory in her heart, but she was afraid that this person was a bad guy, so she immediately activated her martial soul, and her 2 fingers turned into sharp claws, turning into a cat-eared girl, looking fierce and very charming. Who are you? Zhu Zuqing asked cautiously. I just went into the mountains to collect herbs. Ye Yangchen said calmly, and then continued to eat barbecue, pretending not to care about the other party. Someone is chasing me from behind, so don't come here, otherwise it will implicate you. Zhu Zuqing didn't want to implicate an innocent boy because of her own affairs, and this boy was so handsome. It's worthy of being a kitten. The heart is kind. Ye Yangchen gave her a thumbs up in his heart. This girl has the most positive values among the Shrek 7 devils. I haven't finished eating the wild boar meat I roasted yet. Besides, the enemy is chasing you, not me, what does it have to do with me? Ye Yangchen said lightly, and then continued to eat the fragrant roast meat. Zhu Zuqing was stunned for a moment. She thought that the other party would come to save the beauty after seeing her. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't care about her at all. However, she also understood that the other party was not her and had no obligation to help her. This guy was quite handsome, and the roasted meat was also very fragrant, which aroused the greed in Zhu Zuqing's stomach and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Little cat. You look hungry too, do you want a piece? Seeing the other party swallowing his saliva, Ye Yangchen took a piece of golden and crispy ribs, shook it in his hand, and even deliberately said the title of Little Cat. Didn't your parents tell you? How can you eat strangers' food when you are out? Zhu Zuqing grew up under the suppression of her sister, so she was naturally very vigilant. You just called me a kitten? You are. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing heard the handsome boy in front of her call her a kitten, and she immediately lost her composure. In Zhu Zuqing's memory, a 6-year-old boy named Ye Yangchen once called her a kitten. The boy left a deep impression on her and she would never forget it. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that the boy in front of her was a bit similar to the boy a few years ago. You are dressed like a cat-eared girl, aren't you a kitten? Ye Yangchen smiled faintly. He had been wandering in the mountains these days without wearing a mask. It seemed that his call of a kitten had allowed the other party to see through his identity. Let's go, my sister's people will soon kill us. Zhu Zuqing was sure that the boy was the boy back then, so she rushed over immediately, grabbed Ye Yangchen's hand, and prepared to run away together. Shua shua shua. At this moment, 5 masked men and a hot black-clad woman appeared in front of them, blocking their way. My dear sister, where are you going? The black-clad woman asked Zhu Zuqing calmly, and when she saw Ye Yangchen's extremely handsome face, her eyes suddenly lit up. Zuqing, who is he? The black-clad woman looked a bit like Zhu Zuqing, and her figure was also very hot, and she was a little more mature than Zhu Zuqing, full of temptation. Zhu Zuyun, it's none of his business. Don't involve innocent people in our affairs. Zhu Zuqing stood in front of Ye Yangchen. She didn't want to hurt the boy who had saved her life because of her own affairs. Run quickly, the farther the better. Zhu Zuqing pushed Ye Yangchen and urged him to leave quickly. You said this beauty is your sister, how could she kill you? Ye Yangchen stood still, he had a powerful weapon in his hand, these people did not pose any threat to him. Little brother, although you are very handsome, I can't bear to kill you, but there are some things I can't help. Zhu Zuyun smiled at Ye Yangchen, coupled with her hot body, full of temptation. Get rid of that boy, take Zhu Qing away. Zhu Zuyun turned around and gave orders to the people next to her coldly. She was a very realistic person, the power struggle forced her to be ruthless. Yes. Crown Princess. 5 men walked towards Ye Yangchen, laughing arrogantly. He he he. Boy, it's your bad luck. If you see something, you will die. Buzz. All 5 men have opened their martial spirits at this moment, 3 of them are soul kings, and the other 2 are high-level soul masters. Don't come over here. I'll get angry if you come over again. I tell you, when I get ruthless, even I am afraid of myself. Ye Yangchen stepped on the 5 elements' mysterious steps and retreated quickly, pretending to be very scared. He he he. Boy, you stand up and let us see how powerful you are. Several killers looked at Ye Yangchen's terrified look, with teasing eyes in their eyes, and laughed unscrupulously. Zhu Zuyun, don't hurt him, I'll go with you. Zhu Zuqing saw that the 5 assassins were about to attack Ye Yangchen, and immediately ran over to help. My dear sister, it seems that you have a complicated relationship with this handsome boy. But as a member of the Xingluo Zhu family, you should know that your actions will bring disaster to the Zhu family. Lefu, kill that boy. Zhu Zuyun was possessed by her martial spirit and stood in front of her sister, giving cold orders to the assassins. Although she didn't want to attack her sister, she had no choice under the cruel power struggle. Shua shua shua. Zhu Zuyun, stop slandering people. He and I just met by chance, and there's nothing wrong. Zhu Zuqing directly fought with her sister, but the gap in strength was too big, and she was no match at all, and Zhu Zuyun kept teasing her, like a cat playing with a mouse. My dear sister, you can't beat me, hurry back with me. Zhu Zuyun easily resolved her sister's attack while persuading the other party. Zhu Zuyun, I will not go back with you even if I die outside. Zhu Zuqing said coldly. If you come over again, I will fight back. Ye Yangchen used mysterious footwork to deal with those people while glancing at the battle between the 2 sisters in the distance. He he he. Boy, hand over your footwork training method quickly, maybe we can let you die more happily. Several killers felt that Ye Yangchen's footwork was a bit strange, and he could always cleverly avoid their pursuit every time. Stop first, I'll tell you. He he he. Boy, hurry up. When Ye Yangchen said this, the 5 people on the other side laughed at each other. It will be done soon. At this moment, Ye Yangchen suddenly took out the Glock 21 and shot at the 5 killers. Puff puff puff. Glock 21s are equipped with silencers, so the sound is very small. Several killers were hit before they could react. The whole process took only a few seconds. Ah! Boy, you have no martial ethics. The 5 killers who chased Ye Yangchen fell straight to the ground and died. I told you, I'm scary when I get ruthless. After killing the 5 killers, Ye Yangchen put the gun into the game backpack before Zhu Zuqing and her sister could react, and then quickly took out the blue smoke sword and pretended to dance. Originally, Ye Yangchen planned to solve it with force, but when he saw that the other party had a soul king, he would expose his martial soul once the fight started, so he immediately solved it with a gun. This was fast and efficient, and he could continue to maintain a sense of mystery. Ye Yangchen didn't know why. These weapons and equipment were more powerful in the world of Douluo. The range of Glock 21 reached 100 meters. As for HK-416, it was more than 1000 meters away. What was even more terrifying was Barrett MK22. Once, during practice, Liang Chen smashed a tree trunk as thick as a bowl 2.5 kilometers away, which was almost like a cannonball. These Soul Kings could not withstand the lethality of Glock 21 at such a close distance and were killed instantly. The sudden scream also attracted Zhu Zuyun's attention. The next moment, seeing that all his men were finished, he was so scared that he fell to the ground, begging for mercy in fear and retreating. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Zhu Zuqing wiped her eyes and looked at the 5 killers lying straight on the ground. She felt like she was dreaming. She immediately ran to Liang Chen and said incredulously. You got rid of them? How did you do it? Liang Chen spread his hands. They want to attack me, what can I do? As for how to kill them, I will keep it secret for the time being. Hey! Kitty, what are you going to do with your sister? Liang Chen asked Zhu Zuqing. Don't kill me, don't kill me! Zhu Zuyun screamed in fear. Zhu Zuqing looked at Zhu Zuyun, who was terrified in the distance, and shook her head. Let her go. Zhu Zuyun, go back and be your crown princess. From now on, we will go our separate ways. When Zhu Zuqing saw Liang Chen's mysterious methods, she made an important decision in her heart, but she did not show it immediately, but kept it in her heart. Thank you, sister. Zhu Zuyun saw that her sister let her go, and immediately ran deep into the mountains. Who is that young man? He actually solved several men sent by Davis in an instant, among whom Lai Fu and others are Soul Kings. How did he do it? When did this guy appear in the Tiandu Empire, a kind of evildoer? Looking at the appearance of that young man, he is about the same age as Zhu Qing, so scary. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuyun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and her whole body was covered with sweat. She immediately quickened her pace and ran quickly towards Xingluo country. 32 Chapter 32 The Choice of the Kitten. 32. Liang Chen looked at the 5 killers lying on the ground and shook his head helplessly. This was the second time he had killed enemies since he came to this alien world, and he had gradually gotten used to it. You people, you only know how to fight and kill all day long, it's so annoying. After Liang Chen complained, he took out a shovel from the soul guide, dug a pile of mud, buried these killers, and Zhu Zuqing also came up to help. Hey! Kitten, are you afraid of seeing these killers die? Liang Chen was surprised to see that the kitten did not leave and took the initiative to help with the work. What are you afraid of? We are soul masters, and it's normal to face such a scene. Zhu Zuqing forced herself to suppress her nausea and continued to help dig the soil. I encountered a group of mountain bandits who robbed a small village before. In order to save the villagers, I killed them. I felt disgusted when I saw them fall, but I did it to save the villagers. Sooner or later, we soul masters will face killing, and we will encounter this situation frequently in the future. Liang Chen told Zhu Zuqing that he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit when he killed the villains for the first time. I understand. Zhu Zuqing calmed down. She had seen dead people at home, but they were far away at that time and not so close. After finishing these things, Liang Chen prepared to leave. I wanted to eat roasted wild boar meat, but several killers died here, which is very unlucky. Kitty, where are you going? Liang Chen asked Zhu Zuqing. Although he knew that she would go to Shrek Academy, he still asked to see if she had any other ideas. I haven't decided where to go yet. You can go with me. Zhu Zuqing stared at Liang Chen's handsome face. She didn't care that this guy called her a kitten. At this moment, she remembered what her aunt said to her, try to survive, break free from the cage of fate, and hope to find her own happiness. Zhu Zuqing had seen Liang Chen's wonderful boxing and swordsmanship before, and this time she saw this guy kill 5 killers in an instant, including 3 soul kings. This kind of heaven-defying ability made her heart move. It was not easy to see this boy again. How could Zhu Zuqing miss such an opportunity? She planned to follow him for a while, and maybe she could learn some martial arts from him later. Didn't you say you were looking for someone? Liang Chen was stunned when he heard that this girl wanted to follow him. Wasn't she going to Shrek Academy? Why did she follow him? Let's talk about finding someone later. Where are you going? Let me go with you. Zhu Zuqing looked at Liang Chen quietly, her eyes showing expectation. She wanted to tell this boy something in her heart, but she was shy and was embarrassed to say it for the time being. Okay then. Let's leave here first. After Liang Chen finished speaking, he walked straight forward, and Zhu Zuqing followed behind. Liang Chen, what level of soul power are you now? Zhu Zuqing remembered that when she met this guy a few years ago, his strength was already very strong, and his martial soul was also super beautiful, and she wanted to take another look. I am now a level 39 soul master. Buzz. Liang Chen released the goddess's martial spirit directly, and the 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose slowly, flashing and extremely dazzling. Yellow, purple and black? The second soul ring of 1,000 years? The third soul ring of 10,000 years? Oh my god! How did you do it? Zhu Zuqing was dumbfounded when she saw Ye Liangchen's incredible soul ring configuration, and her mouth opened like an O. It's okay. It's just average. Ye Liangchen calmly put away his martial spirit, looking at the other party's surprised and yearning expression. Ye Liangchen concluded that the other party must have some ideas in his mind. Ye Liangchen, I want to learn from you, can you teach me? Don't worry, I won't learn in vain, I will repay you in the future. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing made up her mind that she must practice with this young man to survive in the future. As for the engagement with Dai Mubai, it was thrown behind her mind. Nothing is more important than being alive. Fuck. I haven't even invited the kitten yet, and she has come to me on her own initiative. Do you really want to learn to practice with me? Why is that? Ye Liangchen pretended to be very curious, but he actually understood the other party's thoughts. Well, I just want to become stronger and survive. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhu Zuqing stared at Ye Liangchen with a pair of beautiful big eyes, hoping that the other party would agree to her request. This is the only chance to become stronger, and she must seize it. Then come directly to our Tianshui college later. I can teach you then. Seeing that this girl was determined to follow him, Ye Liangchen didn't plan to ask anything else, so he directly asked her to join Tianshui college. But doesn't Tianshui college only accept water-attributed soul masters? And you are a man, can you also go to Tianshui college? When Zhu Zuqing heard that the other party agreed to her, she was overjoyed, but she was very curious that the other party asked her to join Tianshui college. In fact, I grew up in Tianshui college. When I was 6 years old, Aunt Lan also arranged for me to enroll and go to school with a group of girls. But it only took me 3 months to learn the knowledge that the college was going to teach. After that, I didn't go to school for a day, and I practiced alone at home. You learned it in 3 months? I think you are embarrassed to go to school with a group of girls, right? Hearing that Ye Liangchen would not go to school for 3 months, Zhu Zuqing immediately guessed that the other party must be embarrassed, and felt very funny. Kitty, if you really want to join Tianshui college, I will talk to Aunt Lan later, and she will agree to let you join. You also met my Aunt Lan in the Star Forest. She is the dean of Tianshui college. We now have a super titled Douluo. After you enter the college, you can practice without worrying about safety issues. Ye Liangchen told Zhu Zuqing that the current Tianshui college's high-end combat power is not inferior to the top 3 sects, giving her a reassurance so that she has no worries. Tianshui college is a paradise for our female soul masters. I am willing to join. Ye Liangchen, thank you for giving me this opportunity. When Zhu Zuqing heard that Tianshui college was so powerful that there were even super titled Douluo, she joined without thinking. At this moment, she was very excited. Now she finally had a place to stay and no longer had to live in fear. Seeing this handsome and sunny boy willing to take her in, Zhu Zuqing wanted to rush over and give him a hug, but she was embarrassed because of her woman's modesty. If she did that, the other party would think she was a casual woman. The boy in front of her could be described as perfect, with sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, bright eyes and white teeth, and a clear mind. The mirror, eyes like stars, and the handsome face without a single flaw, made Zhu Zuqing, a woman, feel ashamed. When the other party saw her hot body, there was no evil thought in her eyes, still so clear and pure. In Tianshui college where there are many beauties, he did not fall. He is a perfect man. In addition, his unparalleled talent and strength make his peers out of reach. Such a man is simply the best of the best. No girl would not be tempted. Zhu Zuqing is also a layman, and the same is true. Zhu Zuqing, what level of soul power are you now? When Ye Liangchen was 6 years old, he gave her a few body-hardening pills. He didn't know what changes she had made in the past few years. I'm only level 28 in soul power. My soul ring combination is just a standard configuration. The first ring is 400 years old, and the second ring is 700 years old. I can't compare with you. My first soul comes from a meow. Zhu Zuqing showed her martial soul and introduced her soul rings and soul skills to Ye Liangchen. If she wanted to learn from him, she had to show her sincerity. Your soul power has reached the peak of level 28, and will soon be close to level 29. Looking at this girl introducing her soul rings and soul skills to him without hesitation, Ye Liangchen thought that he had asked this girl to take the body tempering pill a few years ago, and it finally had some effect. Brother Dai Mubai, the kitten has run away, and you have no chance to be with it from now on. You can only continue to be your playboy in the future. Ye Liangchen originally thought that Zhu Zuqing would go to Shrek Academy, but he didn't expect that he had just shown his strength and the other party came directly to him. This is also good, and it saves some unnecessary trouble. It seems that everything he did when he was 6 years old has made this girl make a choice. The two ran in the forest while talking about something. Unknowingly, it had passed. It had been a long time, and Zhu Zuqing had gradually let go of her burdens, and she became more cheerful, with a smile on her face from time to time. To be exact, she was infected by Ye Liangchen's sunny personality. Ask a handsome guy who looks so good, talking and laughing in front of you, and you still put on a miserable face, this is not appropriate. Men will feel happy when they see beautiful women, and women will also feel happy when they see handsome men, especially super handsome men with cheerful personalities, and then the mood will be even better. Ye Liangchen was not idle along the way. When he saw the best medicinal herbs, he picked them directly and put them into the soul guide. Ye Liangchen, are you picking these herbs to make medicine? Zhu Zuqing asked curiously. Yes. I picked these herbs to make pills. After Ye Liangchen finished speaking, he took out 2 soul power pills and handed them to Zhu Zuqing. Try it, this is the soul power pill I made, which can restore soul power. Zhu Zuqing took the soul power pill, smelled the strong medicinal fragrance, and swallowed it without hesitation. Anyway, she trusted Ye Liangchen very much and believed that he would not harm her. The pill melted in her mouth and turned into pure soul power, pouring into every part of her body, making Zhu Zuqing moan. Shua shua. At this moment, a breath burst out from Zhu Zuqing, directly allowing her to break through the bottleneck, and her soul power was also raised to level 29. I broke through to level 29. Ye Liangchen, thank you. Zhu Zuqing felt her soul power level and was very moved. Somewhere in her heart was soft, as if it was touched, and she couldn't help but shed a few tears. Why are you still crying? You should be happy that your soul power has been upgraded. Yes. Isn't it said that this little cat has a cold personality? How did she become like this? Ye Liangchen's mind was full of question marks at this moment. I am too excited. Zhu Zuqing turned around and quietly wiped her tears, but her heart was very sweet. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing's pretty face full of collagen instantly turned red, like a red apple, making people want to take a bite. You are only level 29 now. Work hard and strive to reach level 30 within 2 months. Then you can get the 3rd soul ring. Ye Liangchen, thank you for your help. I will repay you for this kindness. It's a small matter, don't worry about it. It's almost evening. Let's find a place to make a fire and cook. We will spend the night in the mountains today. Ye Liangchen said calmly, calling Zhu Zuqing to follow. Looking at Ye Liangchen's tall and handsome back, Zhu Zuqing immediately followed. As long as she could become stronger, nothing else mattered. Chapter 33, Traveling with Beauty. In the evening, the two found a quiet valley, where several streams flowed down from the mountains. There was also a pool below, which gathered into a small river and flowed far away. There was also a flat land not far from the pool, which was very suitable for camping. Let's stay here tonight. There is water here, which is convenient for cooking. Ye Liangchen took out pots and pans from the soul guide, and then moved some stones to set up a simple stove. You are going on a long journey, and you still bring these things? Seeing Ye Liangchen carrying pots and pans with him, Zhu Zuqing was very surprised. Soul masters usually take some dry food with them when they go out. I didn't expect that this guy in front of him would actually bring all these cooking utensils with him. It was incredible. What's the point of eating dry food every day? It's more interesting to cook by yourself. Kitty, let me tell you, cooking in the wild is especially delicious. You'll know in a moment. Ye Liangchen smiled faintly. As a foodie, it's reasonable for him to carry pots and pans with him. Then I'll go pick up dry firewood. Zhu Zuqing hadn't experienced the life of picnics yet, and it felt very interesting, so she ran directly to the distant woods to find some firewood. After Ye Liangchen set up the small stove, he went to the distant stream to wash rice, and then fetched 2 buckets of water. He happened to see Zhu Zuqing coming back with a bundle of dry firewood, with some dead leaves on her hair, which made him laugh. Hey! Zhu Zuqing, you are from the Zhu family, you should not have done these things before, right? Zhu Zuqing said slowly, I really haven't done these things before, but it's very simple, you can learn it once you learn it. Putting the dry firewood on the ground, Zhu Zuqing took the initiative to use flint to light the firewood and help Ye Liangchen. She wanted to practice with him in the future, so she had to take the initiative to learn to do things, otherwise she would be like a vase. Ye Liangchen put the cooking pot on the stove, washed a small piece of bacon and put it in the pot, then looked at the river in the distance, and had an idea in his mind. Little cat, do you want to eat fish? There may be fish in the river over there, let's go and see, if there are, catch some and bring them back for a snack tonight. Ye Liangchen knew that the girl's martial soul was the nether spirit cat, and she had no resistance to food like fish. Is there fish? Then let's go and see. When she heard that there was fish to eat, Zhu Zuqing's eyes lit up immediately. Fish is one of her favorite foods. This is also influenced by her martial spirit. She likes to eat fish naturally. If you catch a big fish, I'll let you taste boiled fish tonight. It will definitely satisfy your appetite. Boiled fish? What is that dish? Anyway, it's a delicacy you haven't eaten before. Then I'd like to try it. The two walked and talked, and soon came to the river. They found that there were indeed fish in the river, so they immediately started fishing. I'm blocking this side, Zhu Zuking, hurry up. Oh. Okay. There's also a big one over there. I caught it. Going down to the river to catch fish is a very happy thing for many people. It doesn't matter whether the fish is eaten or not. What matters is to enjoy the process of catching fish. Even Zhu Zuking, who has a cold personality, is immersed in the happy time of catching fish at this moment, with a smile on her face. This kind of enjoyment is the first time for her. Yeliang Chen, thank you. Zhu Zuking stared blankly at the boy in front of her, letting herself experience what a truly happy life is. At this moment, she hoped that this happy time would stay at this moment forever. What's wrong with you? Don't be in a daze, catch the fish quickly, we are still waiting for the fish to be put into the pot. Yeliang Chen ignored the other party's different look and hurriedly urged the other party to catch the fish. Oh. I'll catch it right away. Looking at the boy in front of him, his face was covered with some dirt, which made him look very cute. Zhu Zuking also showed a bright smile, and immediately cooperated with Yeliang Chen, and then continued to catch fish. As the saying goes, men and women work together, and work is not tiring. After a while, the two caught more than a dozen fish, and the big ones were estimated to be 2 kilograms. There are so many fish, enough for the two of us to eat. Yeliang Chen slaughtered the fish directly by the river, and Zhu Zuking also helped to clean the fish. After the two returned to the camp, they found that the rice was cooked. Yeliang Chen took out a chopping board, removed the fish bones, and cut the fish meat into thin slices. The smooth operation made Zhu Zuking on the side stunned. Yeliang Chen, what else can't you do? Zhu Zuking remembered that the boy in front of him was powerful, with various levels of martial arts that made people dazzled, and medical skills superb, and the key is that he can cook, is super handsome, has a cheerful personality, and is very kind. He is simply a perfect man, the best of the best. Ah! Such a perfect man, who knows which woman will be lucky enough to marry him in the future. Zhu Zuking was born in the Zhu family of Xingluo Empire, and has seen countless handsome men, but none of them can compare with the boy in front of him. At this moment, Zhu Zuking had a bold idea in her heart, wanting to stay with this man forever, but this idea was just a thought. Her fate was already determined. Now she was not strong enough to change her fate. She did not dare to think about it for the time being. If she hurt the boy in front of her because of her own affairs, it would be bad. After Yeliang Chen cut the fish slices, he saw Zhu Zuking who was in a daze next to him, and was speechless. Hey! Kitty! Why are you in a daze again? Hurry up and help add firewood. I'm going to make boiled fish. I've been busy for a long time and I'm almost starving. Oh. Sorry, I was absent-minded. I'll add firewood right away. Zhu Zuking was awakened by Yeliang Chen's voice. A blush flashed across her cheeks. She quickly grabbed some dry firewood and put it in the small stove. Yeliang Chen heated oil in a pot, then added mountain spring water, and then added a little spicy sesame oil. After the soup boiled, he put in the fish slices. After a while, a pot of spicy and fragrant boiled fish slices came out of the pot, sprinkled with a little wild onion, and the taste instantly came out. Yeliang Chen also made a stir-fried blue silver grass, sliced the bacon, and placed it on the small table. Zhu Zuking, eat. Yeliang Chen called the kitten to eat. After a long time of busy work, he could finally eat. Yeliang Chen, thank you. Zhu Zuking picked up a piece of boiled fish fillet and stuffed it into her mouth. Instantly, the spicy and fresh taste exploded. Wow! This is so delicious. The fish Zhu Zuking had eaten before were usually fried. She had never seen this kind of boiled fish fillet. At this moment, she was captured by this delicious taste. It tastes good. Then eat more. Yeliang Chen smiled. Spicy boiled fish fillet was a delicacy that only existed on Blue Star in the previous life. He had never seen it in the alien world of Douluo continent. Both of them were soul masters, and a small table of food was quickly eaten up. Yeliang Chen, this is the best dinner I have ever had. Thank you. Zhu Zuking said to Yeliang Chen with gratitude while helping to clean up the pots and pans. She had lived in fear and anxiety for many years, and suddenly enjoyed this peaceful and beautiful life. It was really wonderful. You're welcome. It's just a simple dinner. Yeliang Chen waved his hand indifferently. The food he made by himself was very fulfilling, so he thought it was delicious. It was getting dark. Yeliang Chen set up 2 tents, cut some tree trunks, made a simple bed, and then laid 2 layers of mats to prepare for rest. Zhu Zuking also helped, but when she saw the 2 tents, she was very happy, but also a little disappointed. Was she not beautiful enough? He didn't have any idea about her. Zhu Zuking thought that her beauty was okay. When countless men saw her, almost all of them had ideas about her. But this boy had never shown any bad thoughts about her since he met her. It was really different. At this moment, Zhu Zuoqing doubted her beauty. As a woman, if she couldn't attract men's attention, she would feel frustrated. I'm going to take a bath in the pool over there. Don't peek. After Ye Yangchen finished his work after dinner, he planned to take a bath. Before leaving, he told Zhu Zuoqing. Oh. Zhu Zuoqing was shocked by Ye Yangchen's sudden words. Shouldn't a woman say this? Looking at the confused look on the kitten's face, Ye Yangchen felt very funny. He said what a woman said and left her speechless. After taking a comfortable bath in the pool, Ye Yangchen returned to the camp and prepared to practice. Ye Yangchen, you help me guard it, I'll go take a shower too. Zhu Zuoqing said weakly to Ye Yangchen, picked up the toiletries, and ran quickly to the pool. At this moment, she felt like a little deer was running around in her heart, jumping up and down. Kitten. Don't worry, there are no soul beasts or other people here. I will help you guard it. Ye Yangchen said a few words lightly, then added some firewood to the fire, made the fire bigger, and then flew to a big tree, took out the HK-416, and observed the surroundings through the night vision function in the scope to prevent any animals from approaching. On the other side, Zhu Zuoqing soaked in the pool to calm herself down. Meeting the man she had been thinking about again and staying overnight with him in this small valley made Zhu Zuoqing feel both excited and nervous. Zhu Zuoqing recalled that she and her aunt were rescued by Ye Yangchen and others in the Xingde forest, and then they got to know each other. At that time, he was also a 6-year-old child. He even took out candy beans to share with her. Since then, Ye Yangchen's little figure has been forever imprinted in her mind. However, thinking that this man seemed to have no thoughts about her, Zhu Zuoqing felt a little disappointed. Time passed slowly, and it was about to be an hour. Ye Yangchen saw that Zhu Zuoqing had not passed. Ye Yangchen came, worried that something might happen to the girl, so he shouted towards the water pool. Kitty, what are you doing? It's been so long, why haven't you come out yet? Ye Yangchen's words suddenly brought Zhu Zuoqing back to her senses, and she quickly replied to him. I'm fine, I'll be fine soon. Zhu Zuoqing quickly got out of the water, changed into clean clothes, and then washed the previous clothes, and walked quickly towards the camp. I thought you were drowned. Ye Yangchen sat not far from the fire, watching the kitten finally come, and couldn't help but teasing. I'm sorry to make you worry. Zhu Zuoqing felt a little guilty. It took so long to take a bath, and made others worry about her. Ye Yangchen, go to bed. I'll keep watch for you. It was already late at night, and Zhu Zuoqing took the initiative to take the night watch. No, I want to practice. You go and rest. As a man, how could Ye Yangchen let a woman keep watch at night? Besides, with the little cat's strength, he didn't trust her to keep watch at night. Then I'll keep watch with you. We soul masters can also use meditation instead of practice. It's okay to stay up all night. Zhu Zuoqing was embarrassed to rest alone, so she also accompanied Ye Yangchen to practice. It's up to you. If you can't hold on, go and rest. Ye Yangchen looked at the girl who was still trying to be strong, and didn't persuade her anymore. I can do it. I want to ask you some questions about practice, okay? Zhu Zuoqing was very curious about Ye Yangchen's dazzling soul ring combination. Ask. Since the other party wanted to hang out with him now, Ye Yangchen could also tell her something. How old is your first soul ring? The color of your soul ring is much darker than mine. My first soul is 999 years old, only 1 year short of 1,000 years, the second ring is 3,800 years old, and the third soul ring is 12,000 years old. Ah! So amazing! How did you do it? If you want to break through the soul ring limit, you have to make your body stronger, then you can break through. Ye Yangchen told Zhu Zuoqing some simple physical training methods. As for the advanced ones, I can't say it, that requires cheating. Zhu Zuoqing turned into a little fangirl at this moment, listening to the other party's explanation of some training methods to strengthen the soul master's physique, and little stars kept popping out of her eyes. 34 Chapter 34 Remarks on the listing. 34. This morning, I received a notice from the editor saying that it would be listed. To be honest, I was a little excited when I heard the news, so I started typing immediately. I hope all the most handsome and beautiful readers will support me. Please subscribe first. As a fan of online literature, I only want to write online novels for fun. I will arrange many different plots in the later stage. If you have any opinions, please feel free to raise them. I will arrange a good plot to make you feel refreshed. Please order first. The new book is on the shelves. Please support me. Thank you. 35 Chapter 35 Clingy Kitten. 35. Kitten. Raise your hands a little higher. The posture of holding your fist is wrong. The footwork is wrong. Extend your legs half a step forward. Brother Chen, am I stupid? I have learned these moves 3 times, but I still haven't mastered them. Don't worry, take your time. It's fine once you are proficient. I must learn it and not let Brother Chen down. One day, Liang Chen was sitting on a big rock, guiding Zhu Zuqing to practice the Tiger Fist and Leopard Fist in the 5 Elements Divine Fist. Zhu Zuqing's martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat. Liang Chen thinks that the Tiger Fist and Leopard Fist are quite suitable for her, so he asked her to hone her physical strength. Since the two met, they have been in the valley for 5 days. The scenery here is beautiful, and Liang Chen does not plan to leave this place for the time being. During a conversation, Zhu Zuqing learned that Liang Chen was only 10 days older than her, so she directly called him Brother Chen. After 5 days of getting along day and night, the relationship between the two is getting better and better. They have become good friends who can talk about anything. Zhu Zuqing is also becoming more and more clingy. No matter where Liang Chen goes, she follows him, as if she is a quiet kitten. Liang Chen thinks that this is because Zhu Zuqing has been suppressed by Zhu Ziyun for a long time in the Douluo Empire and lacks a sense of security. Suddenly she met someone who can protect her, which makes her life full of hope. Now she can't be driven away even if she wants to. Of course, Liang Chen will not drive her away. It's not easy to meet such a gentle kitten, so of course he has to keep her by his side. Next door, Tang San raised a rabbit. The rabbit called Tang San brother every day, which made Tang San enjoy it very much. Now the kitten calls him Brother Chen. Liang Chen feels like he has a cat, and a gentle and quiet kitten, which is really cool. Who? Zhu Zuqing practiced each set of movements seriously, with a determined look on her face. Her innate soul power is only level 7, and her talent is not very high, but she can endure hardships. Under Zhu Ziyun's suppression, she can still practice to the level of a great soul master in these few years, which shows that her efforts are quite great. Brother Chen, I can finally get used to these moves. An hour later, Zhu Zuqing cheered and shouted, with an excited look on her face. A pair of beautiful big eyes stared at Liang Chen, showing a look of seeking praise. Well, not bad, take a break first, come and eat some wild fruits. Liang Chen also understood what this girl meant. He praised her directly. Thank you, Brother Chen. The kitten immediately ran over with joy, sat quietly beside Liang Chen, and picked up a wild fruit to eat. Zuqing, we are good friends now, you are welcome. Liang Chen smiled faintly, stretched out his hand and rubbed the kitten's silky hair, feeling like petting a cat. Zhu Zuqing didn't care, letting Liang Chen rub her hair, but she felt very enjoyable. Now her personality is much more cheerful than the previous 2 days, and she often smiles on her face. Brother Chen, if you can live a carefree life like this every day, how great it would be. During this period, Zhu Zuqing followed Liang Chen around in the forest, living a carefree life every day. This kind of life made her enjoy it very much, and she even had the idea of living in seclusion in the mountains, but the prerequisite is to be with the person she likes. Zuqing, you think too much. You can't be too absolute about everything. Living in seclusion in the mountains for a long time will make you disconnected from the outside world. I came to this forest this time mainly to find some medicinal herbs. I have to go to Notting City in a few days. Liang Chen knew that Zhu Zuqing had not lived well in the past few years. Now she has temporarily escaped from the cage of the Douluo Empire, which made her feel free, so she felt that this kind of life away from fighting was particularly beautiful. Brother Chen, as long as you don't mind, no matter where you go, I will follow you. Zhu Zuqing stared at Liang Chen with a firm look on his face. He decided to tell him some of his secrets and made an important decision in his heart. Brother Chen, there is something I want to tell you. Seeing the firm look in the kitten's eyes, Liang Chen had already guessed what the other party was going to say. What do you want to tell me? Liang Chen pretended to be curious. I have a Fian copyright named Dai Mubai, but nothing happened between me and him. We were just engaged since childhood. Our Zhu family and the Dai family of the Douluo royal family have always been. Zhu Zuqing told Liang Chen about her engagement with Dai Mubai, and also said that after Dai Mubai escaped, she was left alone to bear the suppression of her sister and Davis. I learned about the marriage between the Douluo royal family and your Zhu family from Aunt Lan and others when I was 6 years old. When you came to the Xingde forest with your relatives and were rescued by us, Aunt Lan and others guessed that you were a young lady of the Zhu family, and you were forced to participate in the power struggle of the royal heir. Liang Chen knew everything about the girl's engagement. He married into the Zhu family only for the martial soul fusion technique to maintain the royal rule. The Zhu family also obtained power and prosperity through this marriage. It was also the cruel rule of the heirs fight set by the royal ancestors of Douluo kingdom. The cooperation between the two families was mutually beneficial. Ah! Brother Chen, you even guessed this. The fights between the heirs of the royal family of your Douluo empire are known to all the powerful people in the big forces. My Aunt Lan, as the dean of Tianshui college, naturally knows it. Zhu Zuqing was stunned when she learned that Liang Chen had already known these things, but after thinking about it, it was not a secret. You said your Fian copyright is called Dai Mubai? I have seen him in Soto City. At this time, Liang Chen released the news of Dai Mubai, which made Zhu Zuqing stunned again. Ah. Brother Chen, have you seen him? How strong is he? Zhu Zuqing asked curiously. When I was 8 years old, I was shopping in Soto City with Aunt Lan. There were 3 drunk men. One of them was a blonde man. When he saw Aunt Lan and teacher Solin, he came over to tease them. But I beat him down. Later, he woke up and introduced himself to me as Dai Mubai. At that time, he had just joined Shrek Academy and was only at the level of a great soul master. As for what level he is now, I don't know. Yelyanchen slowly told Zhu Zuqing what happened in the past. Thinking about it now, it feels quite interesting. However, Yelyanchen did not say that Dai Mubai often went to red light districts and dated the twins. Anyway, there was no need. He fled to the Tiandu Empire a few years ago. Later, I heard that he joined some Shrek Academy. I think he couldn't stand Davis's suppression. Hearing what you said, Brother Chen, he must have fallen. We have been engaged since we were young, and my fate has been arranged since I was born. In fact, the heir of the Xingluo Empire has been determined long ago. Dai Mubai's second brother was eliminated by Davis, and my second sister was suppressed by Zhu Ziyun and became an ordinary person. Now it's my turn with Dai Mubai. It's ridiculous to talk about fair competition. We are just the grinding stones of Davis and my eldest sister. If there is no miracle, my life will wither at the age of 25. After Zhu Zuqing told Yelyanchen about her future fate, she showed a look of despair on her face and her eyes were dull. The next moment, she looked up at Yelyanchen, who looked calm, and immediately saw hope again. Brother Chen, I want to break free from the shackles of this engagement. I want to control my own destiny. Please help me. No matter what you ask me to do in the future, I am willing. Zhu Zuqing suddenly grabbed Yelyanchen's hand and pleaded pitifully. In order to break free from the shackles of fate, she had risked everything. Now the only one who could help her was the young man in front of her. She must firmly grasp this only opportunity. Don't worry. Kitty, you call me brother, I will definitely help you break free from the bondage of the royal engagement. Besides, when you join Tianshui College later, you can ask my Aunt Lan for help. With her super-titled Douluo strength, the Xingluo royal family will kneel down. I can help you cancel the royal engagement at any time. Yelyanchen rubbed Zhu Zuqing's head and told her not to worry about anything. A mere royal engagement is nothing in front of a super-titled Douluo. Thank you. Brother Chen. Seeing that Yelyanchen was willing to help her break the bondage of fate, Zhu Zuqing was very moved and immediately threw herself into Yelyanchen's arms and hugged him tightly. Oh my god! This girl has no martial ethics, sneak attacks and dribbles into people, which is a foul. Yelyanchen felt that this little kitty was too easy to capture. They had only been together for 5 days, and she threw herself into his arms. If the time was longer, she might have pledged her love to him. Zuqing, don't be too excited. Anyway, there is still time. As long as you become stronger, all difficulties will be solved. It's almost noon, we should cook and eat. Yelyanchen patted the little kitty's back, comforted her a few words, and then gently pushed her away. He couldn't stand being hugged by the other person all the time. Brother Chen. Thank you. Zhu Zuqing stared at Yelyanchen straight, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. At the same time, she made up her mind that she would follow this man. From now on, I, Zhu Zuqing, will live for myself, and fuck the royal marriage contract. Hey! Kitty, don't keep staring at me. I don't have any spots on my face. Yelyanchen was a little embarrassed by the kitten's straight gaze. Although he is handsome, you can't keep staring at him like a female gangster. Puff. Brother Chen, let's go cook. Zhu Zuqing showed a gentle smile, and with a pair of soft hands, she pulled Yelyanchen and walked towards the camp. Men and women work together, and work is not tiring. The two worked together and soon prepared a hearty lunch. Brother Chen, eat more meat. During the meal, Zhu Zuqing kept putting meat into Yelyanchen's bowl and persuaded him to eat more. Hiss. This kitten is not right. Kitty. Eat too, don't just focus on me. Yelyanchen looked at the kitten's gentle appearance, thinking that this girl was beginning to fall. Since the kitten has made up her mind to follow him, Yelyanchen also intends to help her, so he takes out a foundation building pill from the game backpack to help her improve her qualifications. Kitten. This is another pill I refined, called Xian Sheng pill, which can consolidate the foundation of the cultivator. It should be of some help to you. Yelyanchen lied that the foundation building pill was Xian Sheng pill and asked Zhu Zuqing to take it, intending to let her break through level 30, and then go to the soul hunting forest in the north of Notting City to obtain the third soul ring. There is indeed a pill in the Dandian called Xian Sheng pill, which has a similar effect to the foundation building pill, but Yelyanchen has not found those medicinal materials yet and cannot refine it. Thank you, Brother Chen. Zhu Zuqing now has 100% trust in Yelyanchen. She picked up the fragrant golden pill and put it into her mouth without hesitation. The pill melted in her mouth, and the pure energy instantly flowed into her limbs and bones, which was extremely comfortable, making Zhu Zuqing moan. Little cat. I will teach you a new meditation practice method. Read the formula with me. Ye Yangchen decided to pass on the first chapter of Hunyuan Ju to little cat. Anyway, this girl is now considered one of his own. Brother Chen, what is the new meditation practice method? It is just a little bit more advanced than the general meditation practice method. But don't talk nonsense. This is something that only our own people can practice. Brother Chen, don't worry. I swear on my martial spirit that I will never pass it on. If you break it, you will die a miserable death. When Zhu Zuqing heard Ye Yangchen say that only his own people can practice, she was very excited. Happiness came too quickly. She was also glad for her decision, so she immediately swore a poisonous oath to Ye Yangchen. Don't worry about that for now, just recite with me. Sitting cross-legged, calming the mind, relaxing and calming naturally. Lips and teeth lightly close, breathing slowly. Qi returns to Denshin, and the practice is complete and the method is clear. Zhu Zuqing followed the chanting, feeling like she was listening to a heavenly book. With her little head, she couldn't understand how there could be such a profound meditation practice method. Brother Chen, it's so hard to understand. Zhu Zuqing said pitifully. You just need to memorize it, and then when you practice, let the soul power in your body run through these meridians, and there is also a way to breathe. Ye Yangchen tapped the kitten with his hand a few times, explaining to her what the small and large Jotian are. Now Zhu Zuqing has 100% trust in Ye Yangchen and is completely defenseless, but this strange contact makes her feel nervous and exciting. At this moment, her pretty face full of collagen is like a red apple, very tempting, making people want to take a bite. Kitty. Are you blushing like a bubble teapot? Pay attention and listen carefully to my explanation. Ye Yangchen was speechless. He was explaining the meridians to the kitten seriously, but she blushed. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I lost my composure. Looking at Ye Yangchen that perfect face, with a reproachful expression, Zhu Zuqing looked like a child who had done something wrong, blushing, lowering her head to look at her toes, but unfortunately something blocked her from seeing her toes. Zhu Zuqing, ah Zhu Zuqing. How can you be so disappointing? Brother Chen is explaining the way of cultivation to you, but you are thinking about it. After calming down, Zhu Zuqing drove away the distracting thoughts in her heart, listened to Ye Yangchen with concentration, and gradually turned into a little fangirl by looking at his erudition. Don't be distracted anymore, start to follow the method I taught you to mobilize the soul power running route. Okay, Brother Chen. After spending 2 hours, Zhu Zuqing memorized this soul power cultivation method, then sat cross-legged and began to cultivate soul power according to the method Ye Yangchen said. Although Zhu Zuqing's comprehension was not high, she was diligent and studious, and had a strong will. This character was similar to Guojing in the legend of the Condor heroes. However, for the soul masters in the Douluo world, it is not so easy to comprehend the profound skills of Hunyuan Ju. It took Lan Ziadi and Solin a long time to fully comprehend it. The new book is on the shelves, and I ask for your support. Chapter 36 Hunter. After Zhu Zuqing came into contact with this new method of cultivation, it was like opening the door to a new world, which made her unstoppable and completely immersed in cultivation, reaching a state of selflessness. Ye Yangchen sat next to him, looking at the quiet appearance of the kitten, and began to prepare to practice the soul refining Ju. Now the soul refining Ju has almost been cultivated to the 4th level, and the perception of the soul has also expanded to 1,000 meters away. When it is cultivated to the 5th level, it can directly launch a soul attack. Sitting cross-legged, the 4 doors are closed, all things are not moving, one mind is guarding the center, and the mind is meditating, and the soul spreads to all parts of the valley. Buzz. At this moment, Ye Yangchen felt like his soul was leaving his body. Every flower, grass, and tree in the valley was in his mind, and even an ant could not escape his perception. Pop. Suddenly, Ye Yangchen felt that some kind of shackles in his soul seemed to be broken, and his soul instantly became stronger. The range of his spiritual sense perception was expanded, and the practice of the soul refining technique officially entered the 4th level. Shua Shua. At this moment, Ye Yangchen's spiritual sense detected that 6 strong men broke in 2 kilometers away. This discovery shocked Ye Yangchen. Who could it be? He quickly got up, activated the flying skill of the external soul bone, and quietly flew out of the valley. Ye Yangchen did not wake up Zhu Zuqing. After all, with her mediocre skills, following him would only hinder him. A few minutes later, Ye Yangchen flew a few hundred meters away from those strong men, quietly flew to a 100-meter high tree, hid in the dense leaves of the tree, then took out the telescope, checked those strong men, and at the same time released his spiritual sense, concentrating his energy, eavesdropping on their conversation. We have been looking for 2 days, but we still haven't found the young man mentioned by the little girl of the Zhu family and the crown princess. From the wounds of the crown princess's guards before, they were all killed by a copper medal. I don't know how the young man did it. He actually killed a Soul King with a small copper metal particle. Is it a special weapon? Weapon? What weapon can kill a Soul King in seconds? According to the Crown Princess, the young man only had a sword in his hand at that time, and no other weapons. If that's the case, the young man is too scary. He can kill a Soul King in seconds with only a copper metal. What kind of skill is this? I don't know. Anyway, everyone should be careful. But the young man is brave enough to dare to kill people from the royal family of my Xingluo Empire. These 6 strong men are the strong men of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. When Zhu Ziyun fled back to the Xingdu Empire and told Davis about this matter, he was shocked and immediately mobilized people to investigate the matter in the border mountains. The Zhu family leaders also attached great importance to this matter and sent a sole emperor from the family. The reason why the Zhu family sent people here was mainly because they heard from Zhu Ziyun that Zhu Zuqing had a very good relationship with the strange boy. This scared the Zhu family. You know, Zhu Zuqing and the little prince of the royal family, Dai Mubai, are engaged. Isn't it a slap in the face of the royal family Dai family to be so openly friendly with other men? As a royal family, how can you bear such an insult? The leaders of this team are 2 sole emperors, from the Dai family and the Zhu family respectively, and the remaining 4 are all Soul Kings. In addition to investigating this matter, they are also responsible for capturing Zhu Zuqing and the boy. Everyone was also very surprised. How could the little girl of the Zhu family know such an excellent boy? She could kill 5 Soul Sect Masters in 1 second, including a Soul King Master. Such strength is simply too terrible. On the other side, Ye Yangchen used his powerful consciousness to learn about the origins of this group of people from the other party's conversation. These guys are actually from the Dai and Zhu families of the Xingluo Empire. I didn't expect them to come and investigate the previous incident. I think Zhu Ziyun reported the matter to the higher UPS after escaping. It's definitely not a good thing for these guys to come out, but it's not a big problem. I'm a cheater, and no one can stop me. Ye Yangchen didn't care about these people at all. As long as the other party dared to attack him, even if the Emperor of Xingluo came, he would still kill him. So Ye Yangchen directly took out the King of Chicken HK416, put it on the tree branch, turned into a hunter, and prepared to kill these strong men of the Xingluo Empire. Using this silent way to kill the other party and keep it mysterious, he wanted to put pressure on the royal family of the Xingluo Empire and let them understand the truth. No matter what kind of strong man is sent, it won't work. At this moment, Ye Yangchen found that the other party was running towards the small valley. If the other party found the kitten, it would be troublesome. The hunting time begins. Click. Ye Yangchen immediately pulled the trigger and shot at one of the strong men in black clothes. That guy seemed to be the strongest. Puff. The bullet pierced the strong man in black clothes at supersonic speed, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. He didn't even have time to scream before he died. Who? Come out quickly. The sudden change made the remaining 5 strong men feel like they were facing a great enemy. A high-level Soul Emperor was killed in an instant, and even his body was shot through. What kind of power is this? Buzz. The 5 strong men immediately released their martial souls and were ready for battle. Among them were 5 Soul Kings and 1 Soul Emperor. Several people scattered in all directions with powerful soul power. Who are you? Please don't be an enemy of the Xingluo royal family. At this time, the Soul Emperor with the White Tiger martial spirit spoke, and even used his royal identity to warn the other party. Puffa. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole person seemed to be hit by something, and directly crashed into a big tree behind him, screamed, and then died. Who did Zhu Ziyun offend? As soon as the 2 Soul Emperors died, the remaining 4 Soul Kings immediately panicked. Your Highness, the Crown Prince asked us to capture the little girl of the Zhu family and the boy without even knowing the strength of the other party. Isn't this asking us to die? The 2 most powerful Soul Emperors were killed silently in seconds. With their Soul King cultivation, how could they withstand it? Retreat quickly, this matter is beyond our ability, we must quickly inform His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Puffa. At this moment, the Soul King who spoke fell down again, and the remaining 3 people suddenly felt as if they were facing a great enemy, sweating all over, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Who? Who is it? Come out. The fear of the unknown is the most frightening. At this moment, they are like a lamb to be slaughtered, and have been targeted by hunters. They are extremely scared, sweating all over, and shouting loudly everywhere to build up their courage. Ye Yangchen was on a big tree in the distance, looking through the scope at the other party shouting, thinking that letting Zhu Ziyun go at the beginning really left a problem. Sending these guys to heaven is also a warning to the royal family of Xingluo Empire, so that they will retreat when they see the difficulty. If they don't know what's good for them and dare to trouble me again, I will find an opportunity to sneak into Xingluo country in the future and use Barrett Mk22 to directly snipe the Emperor of Xingluo Empire Dai Tianfeng and end the Dai dynasty in advance. To use the domineering words of my second uncle, many people in this world are arranged by fate, but I arrange fate. Thinking of this, Yangchen quickly pulled the trigger and sent the remaining Soul Kings to the Western Paradise, and couldn't let them return to Xingluo Empire to report the news. Puff puff puff. Ah! Under the powerful lethality of the chicken-eating King HK416, the 3 Soul Kings had no resistance and the game ended directly. If you are not cruel, you can't stand firm. In this cruel world, being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. From the moment he walked out of the gate of Tianshui College, Yangchen was ready to deal with all the enemies who came. The enemy had been dealt with. Yangchen added 6 more bullets to the magazine of the King of Chicken, then put them into the game backpack and flew quickly towards the valley. It took only about 10 minutes from discovering the powerful royal family of the Xingluo Empire to dealing with them. With a weapon in hand, there is no panic in the heart. With a gun in hand, the world is mine. This feeling of ambush is much more refreshing than the fancy fighting and killing. If the enemy did not exceed the Soul King cultivation, Yangchen would still plan to use the martial soul to deal with the opponent, but the opponent had a Soul Emperor, so he could only use the big killer. When Yangchen returned to the valley, he found that the little cat was still practicing. At this moment, her face was covered with a layer of black and grey substances. It seemed that the foundation building pill had washed her marrow and removed her hair. Little cat, don't practice for now. Yangchen woke up Zhu Zuqing who was practicing, and then quickly put away the tent. He couldn't stay here any longer. As for the fact that the royal family of the Xingluo Empire came to arrest him, he did not tell the kitten, so as not to add to her troubles. Brother Chen, are we leaving here? Zhu Zuqing woke up from her practice and saw Yangchen packing up the tent, so she immediately ran over to help. Yes. We have to leave here. You don't need to help, go take a shower over there, you stink. Yangchen took out a mirror and covered his nose with one hand, letting Zhu Zuqing look at his face. Ah! Brother Chen, how did I become like this? I stink. Zhu Zuqing saw her dark face in the mirror and was immediately frightened. There was also an unpleasant sour smell on her body, which made her even more scared and thought that there was something wrong with her body. It was the Suanshendan that eliminated the impurities in your body. Go and wash in the pool of water over there, and be quick. I tell you, the Suanshendan helps me get rid of the impurities in my body I 1/2, and your skin will become better and better. Yangchen explained this phenomenon to Zhu Zuqing to prevent him from being surprised. So that's it, thank you Brother Chen. When Zhu Zuqing heard that this kind of elixir can also beautify, she was immediately surprised and ran directly to the direction of the pool in the distance. Plop! Zhu Zuqing hid behind a big rock, took off her clothes, and then jumped into the water to wash the dirt on her body. 10 minutes later, after Zhu Zuqing finished washing, she changed into new clothes, took out the mirror, and found that her skin had become better. Brother Chen is right, my skin has really become better. If Brother Chen sells this kind of elixir, it will definitely drive women all over the continent crazy. Women love beauty by nature. Every woman wants to be beautiful forever. This is her nature. Zhu Zuqing, as a woman, is the same. Zhu Zuqing put away her mood, took a pair of slender legs, stepped on the mysterious step, and walked towards the direction of Yangchen. Brother Chen, where are we going? Zhu Zuqing ran to Yangchen and helped him pack up the tent and pots and pans. Nodding City. Yangchen went to Nodding City this time mainly to plan the 100,000 year soul bone. He knew that if he didn't take such a treasure, he would be struck by lightning. Nodding City is on the edge of the Tiandu Empire and borders the Xingluo Empire. There are many merchants in our Xingluo Empire who also do business in Nodding City. As a member of the Zhu family of Xingluo, Zhu Zuqing also knows about Nodding City in the Fasno province. Indeed, Nodding City is small, but it is very prosperous. Zuqing, we are going to have a good look this time. But your outfit is too conspicuous. If you meet someone from the Xingluo Empire, it is easy to recognize you as a member of the Zhu family. Just in case, you change your black clothes and put on my clothes first to deal with it temporarily. Remember to put away the cat ear headdress on the tail and head. Yangchen reached out and touched the headdress on the little cat's head, thinking of the Xingluo Empire strongmen who had just been sniped, so he suggested that the girl disguise herself, so he took out his clothes from the soul guide and asked the girl to change. Yangchen was also very speechless about the little cat's dress. Isn't it uncomfortable to wear a black tight leather jacket and leather pants for years? Won't there be a bulge when farting? Brother Chen, did Xingluo send someone here? Zhu Zuqing looked at Yangchen's serious expression and knew that there must be something fishy about this matter. Don't think too much, let's leave here first. Yangchen rubbed the little kitten's head and told her not to think too much. Okay. I'll listen to Brother Chen's arrangement. Zhu Zuqing took the clothes from Yangchen's hand, ran behind a big rock in the distance, took off her own tight black clothes, quickly changed into Yangchen's white clothes, then took off the 2 earrings on her head, and tied her silky long hair with a hairband. Oh my god! I'm wearing Brother Chen's clothes. At this moment, Zhu Zoking's face was slightly red, and she had a different look in her heart. She quickly took out the mirror and looked at herself in this outfit. She felt very good. After calming down, Zhu Zoking quickly ran towards Liang Chen, and then saw that guy put on a transparent mask, pinched his face, and turned into another handsome boy. Brother Chen, you are too amazing, right? Zhu Zoking came to Liang Chen, reached out and touched his face. It felt like real. We are not strong enough now. We have to be careful when we go out. This is the fantasy mask Aunt Lan gave me. It is very good for disguise. Being in a cruel alien world, before you become strong, of course you have to hide and grow in a sleazy way. You are dressed like a gentleman. Put on the hat to cover your beautiful face. Looking at Zhu Zoking wearing men's clothes, there is a kind of handsome beauty. Liang Chen put the hat on her head, so that it doesn't look very conspicuous. Thank you, Brother Chen. When Zhu Zoking heard Liang Chen praise her for her beauty, a smile appeared on her face and she felt very comfortable. Let's go. Liang Chen called the kitten to follow him and left the valley. Zhu Zoking looked back at the valley and remembered this place. Although she had only lived in this place for 5 days, it was the happiest time for her in all these years. Chapter 37 The Frustrated Xingluo Royal Family. In Xingluo Empire, in a palace, Davis and Zhu Ziyun were waiting for news. The strong men they sent out before had been gone for several days, but there was no news. Report to your highness, something is not good. The White Tiger Guard and Elder Zhu Chong of the Netherworld Duke's mansion have all died. At this time, an old man brought an explosive news that directly stunned Davis and Zhu Ziyun. What? The whole army was wiped out. 2 soul emperors and 4 soul kings, just disappeared like this. How did they die? Davis' head buzzed when he heard the news. This was simply a thunderbolt from the blue sky. Ah! This Zhu Ziyun was so frightened that she fell down on the stool. Your Highness, judging from the situation at the scene, there is no trace of fighting. They were all killed instantly without any resistance. It seems that their bodies were directly pierced by something, leaving a big hole. There is no weapon left. The cause of death is different from the last time. Your Highness, I suspect that a titled Douluo may have taken action. This old man is Davis's subordinate and a soul emperor. After seeing that his White Tiger Guards never returned, Davis sent him to investigate the situation. Pa! Zhu Ziyun, who on earth did you offend? Just for a Zhu Zoking, we lost so many strong men, 2 soul emperors, 7 soul kings, and they are all my confidants. Davis slapped Zhu Ziyun in the face, causing her to fall to the ground. For this woman, he sacrificed half of his White Tiger Guards. Weiss, am I not doing this to protect the face of the royal family? Who knew that the boy would be so terrifying? Zhu Ziyun covered her face, feeling very aggrieved and deeply afraid. If she targeted the boy like this and the other party attacked her in the future, she would definitely not be able to escape. Don't cause me trouble in the future. Be careful that you will lose your life one day. Davis was also scared. Which faction did the other party belong to? How could he be so terrifying? Everyone in the world knows that the Dai family and the Zhu family have been married for generations. If the little girl of the Zhu family really walked with that boy, it would be a slap in the face of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire and would make the world laugh. 2 soul emperors and 7 soul kings died at once. Such a big thing also alarmed the Emperor Dai Tianfeng and Queen Zhu of the Xingluo Empire. Your Highness, Crown Princess, His Majesty summoned you. At this time, a eunuch came with a message asking Davis and Zhu Ziyun to go to the palace. In a hall in the palace, Dai Tianfeng, Queen Zhu, Zhu Tianli, the head of the Zhu family, and other senior officials of the 2 families were all there. Everyone looked at Davis and Zhu Ziyun. After all, this matter was caused by the 2 of them. Tell me. What happened? Who killed so many of our strong men? Dai Tianfeng stared at Davis and Zhu Ziyun and asked coldly. Father, according to Ziyun, the other party is just a handsome boy, but he has the strength to kill the Soul King in seconds. I sent out the White Tiger Guards to find out the truth, but they were annihilated. Facing the iron-blooded Emperor Dai Tianfeng, Davis did not dare to hide anything. Marshal Zhu, how could that little girl Zuking know such a terrifying person? Dai Tianfeng spoke to Zhu Tianli, the head of the Zhu family. This matter was also caused by that little girl. Your Majesty, I don't know either. Zuking has been at home for the past few years and doesn't know anyone at all. Zhu Tianli was also confused. Who knows who his little daughter met? An unknown boy and Zuking are walking together. This is a blatant provocation to the majesty of our Xingluo Empire. Dai Tianfeng, as the Emperor of Xingluo, watched his youngest son's Fian copyright run away with an unknown boy. What a big deal. If this gets out, it will become a joke for the world. Where can he put his old face? Father, please calm down. I think we should suppress the matter. According to Ziyun, when the boy killed the guards, no one saw how he did it. As a result, all 5 guards died, but the boy was not hurt at all. This kind of strength is incredible. After that, the people we sent out were wiped out. According to the on-site investigation, they were also killed instantly without any resistance. I suspect that there must be a titled Douluo level strongman behind the boy, and he is very powerful. We should not provoke him for the time being. As the first heir to the crown prince, Davis was very clear-headed. Almost all the people around him were killed by others. If he went to cause trouble for them again, wouldn't that be a waste of life? For a little girl from the Zhu family, he sacrificed all his people. Only a fool would do such a loss-making business. Marshal Zhu, you really raised a good daughter. Dai Tianfeng looked at Zhu Tianli. Your Majesty, don't worry, I will handle this matter. Zhu Tianli said perfunctorily on the surface, but in his heart, if Zhu Qing really met a peerless genius, it would be a good thing. In this way, she would not have to kill her sister in the future. Let's leave it at that. Don't mobilize the power of the royal family at will before you figure out who the other party is. Dai Tianfeng exchanged opinions with the senior officials and finally reached a consensus to put the matter aside for the time being. Although this incident made the Xingluo Empire royal family very upset, facing this unknown fear, the royal family was confused for a while and could only admit defeat. In a small courtyard of the Nether Duke's mansion, after a beautiful woman learned about the Zhu Zuqing incident, she thought that the little girl might have met the boy. If so, that would be great. The little girl finally jumped out of the cage of fate. The Zhu Zuqing incident was too incredible, and the Xingluo royal family suffered a dumb loss and could only admit defeat. If Ye Yangchen knew the reaction of the Xingluo Empire, he would definitely give himself a Best Director award. That morning, Ye Yangchen and Zhu Zuqing came to Notting City. The two walked on the street and admired the customs of this city. Kitty. Are you Notting City? No, this is my first time in the Tiandu Empire. What about you, Brother Chen? I don't have one either. I was still young a few years ago and lived in Tianshui College. Aunt Lan and the others wouldn't let me out. Your Aunt Lan and the others are also trying to protect you. Let's go. Let's find a hotel to stay in and have a good meal. Okay, Brother Chen. As they walked, they chatted quietly. Arriving in Notting City, of course, you have to stay in the most luxurious hotel, so Ye Yangchen asked passers-by and learned that the most luxurious hotel in Notting City was actually the Rose Hotel. Oh my god! There is a Rose Hotel even in a not-so-big city like Notting City. The two of them came to a Rose Hotel near the main street after many twists and turns. The reason why Ye Yangchen chose this hotel was because a road next to this hotel was the road leading to the Holy Soul Village, so it was convenient to observe the situation. Boss, give us 2 of the most luxurious rooms. We will stay for 10 days. At the counter in the lobby of the Rose Hotel, Ye Yangchen used the pseudonym Lan Chen and generously opened 2 of the most luxurious upper rooms. Anyway, he was not short of money. Sorry, dear guest, there is only one most luxurious room. The lobby manager was a man in his 30s. When he saw a stunning woman next to Ye Yangchen, he directly understood and said that there was only one room, with a meaningful smile on his face. Boss, you are not right. Ye Yangchen certainly knows the routine of Rose Hotel. In addition to normal business, these lobby managers also work as matchmakers. Don't worry, handsome guy, the room is big enough, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, which will definitely satisfy you and this lady. The lobby manager also boasted to Ye Yangchen about the various benefits of Rose Hotel. I am not short of money, open 2 rooms for me. Ye Yangchen directly took out 2 bags of gold soul coins. Brother Chen, we can just stay in 1 room, and we can save a lot of money. Boss, just open 1 room. When Zhu Zuqing heard that there were 2 rooms, she interrupted Ye Yangchen's words and asked the lobby manager to open a room directly, and took up another bag of gold soul coins and stuffed it into Ye Yangchen's hand. Okay, ma'am, this is the most luxurious room card on the top floor. I hope you and this handsome guy will have a pleasant stay. The lobby manager handed the room card to Zhu Zuqing with a smile. For young couples, the service tenet of Rose Hotel has always been to match them up if possible. Thank you, boss. Zhu Zuqing took the room card and thought it was nothing. Before, she and Ye Yangchen lived in a tent in the forest of the border mountains. The relationship between the two is now like good friends and besties, and they can develop further at any time. Brother Chen, let's go. Zhu Zuqing looked at Ye Yangchen, who was still in a daze, and was very happy. She took his hand and walked directly to the top floor. Kitten. Isn't it bad for us to do this? Ye Yangchen felt that this kitten was getting more and more wrong. If it continued like this, he felt that he would be controlled by this girl at any time. Are all women in this world so bold? Brother Chen, don't worry about it. I don't dare live alone in this unfamiliar city. Zhu Zuqing deliberately found an excuse, just to get closer to Ye Yangchen. This man is too good. If she doesn't take the initiative now, she may not have a chance in the future. The two have been together for nearly 10 days. Zhu Zuqing already knows Ye Yangchen very well. He is handsome, kind-hearted, gentle, and considerate, sunny and cheerful. The most important thing is that he respects women very much. In this world where men are superior to women, he is simply an alien. Zhu Zuqing has never seen a gentleman like Ye Yangchen. Even if the two are in the same room, nothing will happen. Now she has no defense against him. Zhu Zuqing feels that with Ye Yangchen's help to her, as well as his super high appearance and strength, even if she is allowed to pledge herself to him, she will make a fortune. Sometimes she feels that she is not worthy of him. When Zhu Zuqing was 6 years old, she had seen the 3 guardians around Ye Yangchen. They were all peerless beauties. They would definitely arrange important events for this guy, and they might be childhood sweethearts. Now Zhu Zuqing doesn't care about those things. Anyway, she must enter Ye Yangchen's world. Other things are not important. Kitten. I feel something is wrong with you. Ye Yangchen was speechless when Zhu Zuqing held his hand all the way. Although the relationship between the two was very good, it didn't have to be like this. Brother Chen, I said before that I will go wherever you go. I hope you don't dislike me. Let's go to dinner first. Okay. You have the final say. Seeing that the kitten was getting more and more clingy, Ye Yangchen had to let her do what she wanted. Who could refuse a gentle and quiet kitten? Walking into the most luxurious suite on the top floor, the two of them cleaned up their rooms, and then went to the restaurant downstairs in the hotel to order the most luxurious private room and had a delicious meal. We have been cooking for ourselves for so many days, and now we can finally live a life where food comes to us. Kitty, eat more. Brother Chen, you eat too. A warm lunch, which felt like a couple's set meal, made the two of them very happy. After lunch, Ye Yangchen returned to the room and took a comfortable hot bath, ready to have a good sleep. Knock knock. Brother Chen, open the door. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and the sound of the kitten was also heard. After opening the door, Zhu Zuqing was standing at the door with a slightly red face, and then excitedly threw herself into Ye Yangchen's arms and kissed him on the face. Brother Chen, my soul power has broken through level 30. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing felt lucky. Good fortune came too suddenly. When I first met this man, I was only at level 28. With his help, I broke through level 30 in just 10 days. Brother Chen, thank you. Zhu Zuqing was very excited. Tears of happiness flowed down her rosy cheeks. At this moment, she was really like a kitten, quietly lying in Ye Yangchen's arms, hugging him tightly, for fear that he would run away. Kitten, you take advantage of me again. Ye Yangchen was also speechless now. He felt that this girl was getting more and more crooked. Is this still the cold kitten? Ah! Brother Chen, don't say it, you are so bad. Zhu Zuqing immediately understood what this guy meant, and her pretty face instantly turned red like a red apple. Little cat. You are so happy at level 30. You will be so happy when you reach level 40 or 50. Don't worry about getting the soul ring now. Keep polishing your body. I will take you to get the 3rd soul ring in about 10 days. Go out. I want to rest. Ye Yangchen looked at the excited look of this girl, shook his head helplessly, and pushed her away gently. If it goes on like this, something will happen. This little cat is too clingy. I wonder if you can stand it. Anyway, I can't stand it. Brother Chen, I will follow your arrangements in everything. You should have a good rest. I will call you to eat in the evening. Zhu Zuqing is now obedient to Ye Yangchen. She will do whatever he arranges. Little cat, remember to combine work and rest. Don't make yourself too tired. Ye Yangchen ignored this clingy little cat and lay down on the bed to rest. The kitten's current appearance is probably that she has fallen. In fact, Ye Yangchen also understands that this girl met a cheater like him when she was most desperate in her life. It was like meeting a guiding light. She could only seize this only opportunity tightly. I know, Brother Chen. Looking at Ye Yangchen's imageless sleeping posture, which looked very cute, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but chuckle, then walked out of Ye Yangchen's room, gently closed the door, came to the sofa in the hall, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. Zhu Zuqing has made up her mind. After cancelling the royal engagement, she will work hard to pursue this man. If she doesn't seize the opportunity when she meets such a good man, wouldn't she be a fool? Chapter 38 Intercepting the Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed, and the major Soul Master Academies on the mainland also began to recruit students. During these 10 days, Ye Yangchen, apart from eating and sleeping, observed the people on the street. Sometimes he took the kitten to the woods in the suburbs to teach her how to practice boxing. His life was very chic. One morning, Ye Yangchen stood at the window of the hotel, looking at the bustling crowd on the street. Suddenly, a blue figure and a pink figure came out from the road leading to the Holy Soul Village. Both of them were young people. The one in blue clothes was a teenager who looked about 1.7 meters tall and very mature. He had a belt tied around his waist with jade stones embedded in it, which was very conspicuous. The one in pink clothes was a girl with 2 rabbit ears on her head. She looked very cute. She followed the blue-clothed boy and jumped around like a little rabbit. Tang San and Xiaowu finally set off, and it was time for Tang Dachui to leave. Ye Chen watched all this quietly, thinking that he had been in this world for almost 12 years and finally saw the Sanmuo combination. Tang San and Xiaowu walked towards the official road in the direction of Barak Kingdom, talking and laughing. After a while, an old man in black robe whose face could not be seen clearly appeared on the street, following Tang San and Xiaowu from a distance, several hundred meters away. Ye Chen saw all this, and his mouth twisted. He thought that Tang Dachui had finally left the Holy Soul Village. He had been planning for a long time to wait for this day. Kitty. We should leave. We have to find your third soul ring. Ye Chen came to the living room and woke up Zhu Zuking, who was practicing. This girl practiced when she was free. Okay, Brother Chen. Zhu Zuking was very excited when she heard that she was going to get the third soul ring. She immediately got up and packed some of her clothes. Dear guests, thank you for your patronage. I wish you a pleasant journey. When the two checked out, the hotel lobby manager smiled like an ant, thinking that he had finally matched another couple. Ye Chen shook his head and didn't care about what the lobby manager said. He walked out of the hotel with the little cat with a slightly red face. Zuking, have you decided on a soul beast? Brother Chen, I want a lightning shadow leopard. I feel that the first 3 skills of your Netherworld family and White Tiger family were all selected by your ancestors. Yes, you can say that. The two talked about the martial soul inheritance of the Xingluo royal family, but in Ye Yangchen's opinion, it was too conservative. Before getting the third soul ring for you, let's go to the back mountain of the Holy Soul Village. The scenery there is beautiful, and maybe we will encounter good medicinal materials. Brother Chen, you can arrange it, I will listen to you. The little cat is now completely centered on Ye Yangchen. She will do whatever the other party says. When he came to a store, Ye Yangchen bought a small flower pot and a bag of mortar for wall construction, similar to cement. Brother Chen, you bought a small flower pot, do you want to plant flowers? Zhu Zuking asked curiously. Zhu Qing, you also know that I am studying medicine, so I have to deal with various herbs. If I come across a good herb, I have to bring it back to my villa to grow it. Brother Chen, you are amazing. You know everything. That's a must. As a genius, you have to be proficient in everything. The two of them walked towards the Holy Soul Village, talking and laughing. The morning sun shone on them, leaving 2 beautiful shadows. Holy Soul Village is the novice village of Douluo continent. Countless time travelers have also walked out from here. Ye Yangchen, who is also a time traveler, naturally has to take a look. When Ye Yangchen brought the kitten to the hillside outside the Holy Soul Village, what came into view was a beautiful mountain village. Because this village is close to Notting City, the villagers grow a lot of food and vegetables and sell them to Notting City. They live a good life and almost every family has built a beautiful house. There is a shabby hut at the east end of the village. It is particularly conspicuous in this beautiful mountain village. There is also a hammer made in China on the roof, telling others that this is a blacksmith shop. Brother Chen, how can there be a shabby hut in such a beautiful mountain village? That family looks so poor. Zhu Zuking looked at the small mountain village and asked curiously. It's just a iron shop. You see there is a hammer on the roof, which means the owner of this house is a sledgehammer wielder. Ye Yangchen sneered at Zhu Zuking. If he told her that this was the home of Haoshan Douluo Tang Dachui, she would be shocked. Zuking, let's go into the mountains. I will take you flying directly. Ye Yangchen pulled the kitten and ran directly to the forest. Brother Chen, can you fly? I know a lot. Today I will let you experience the feeling of flying. Shua shua. After arriving at a high ground, Ye Yangchen directly activated the external soul bone, and a pair of nearly 2-meter-long golden wings appeared behind him, surrounded by lightning, extremely dazzling. The age of the external soul bone has increased a lot, and it has become much longer. It is estimated that the age has reached 20,000 years. Ye Yangchen also gave it a cool name called Wind and Thunder Wings. Brother Chen, is this your soul bone? It's so powerful. Although Zhu Zuking was born in the Nether Spirit Cat family and knew about the treasure of soul bone, she had never seen it. This is my external soul bone, Wind and Thunder Wings, which can give me the ability to fly. Hold me and prepare to take off. Seeing that Ye Yangchen had such a powerful soul bone, Zhu Zuking felt a little envious, but was also happy for Ye Yangchen. Oh. Okay, Brother Chen. Zhu Zuking stretched out her hands and hugged Ye Yangchen's waist tightly, looking forward to this flight. Shua shua shua. With Ye Yangchen's mind control, the wind and thunder wings began to flap, slowly taking the two of them into the air. Brother Chen, it's so high. At an altitude of 100 meters, Zhu Zuking looked down and felt a chill on her back. Don't worry, the lift generated by the wind and thunder wings flying skills can carry 500 kilograms of weight. I'll let you experience a higher feeling again. Yeliang flapped his wings and rushed directly to an altitude of 500 meters, which scared the little cat. Like an octopus, it clung to him tightly. Brother Chen, it's too high. Zhu Zuoqing experienced such a flight for the first time, which was both nervous and exciting. Little cat. This is what is called free flying. I once went to the Star Forest with Aunt Lan and others and flew directly to a height of 1,000 meters. That feeling is called excitement. While flying, Yeliang looked at the water in the depths of the mountains. Half a day later, the two came to the depths of the mountains. Suddenly, Zhu Zuoqing shouted, Brother Chen, look. There is a valley there, and there is a waterfall. It's so beautiful. Let's go down and have a look. Yeliang also saw that this was a beautiful valley. There was a 20-meter high wide waterfall in front, flowing down from the cliff. It felt like a waterfall falling 3,000 feet, and it was like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The waterfall flowed down the valley and formed a huge pool of water. Under the sunlight, circles of rainbows appeared, which was very beautiful. Yeliang thought it should be this place, so he slowly descended into the valley. Brother Chen, it's so beautiful here. Zhu Zuoqing looked at the waterfall a few hundred meters ahead, and the flowers, plants, and trees around it, and couldn't help but admire it. It's really beautiful. There are many medicinal herbs in the valley. We have to find more. I want to refine more soul pills later. Yeliang looked at this beautiful valley, which was full of various exotic flowers and plants, and thought that Tang Dachui was really good at finding places. Brother Chen, there are many medicinal herbs over there. I'll go pick them first. I've learned from you for so many days, and I also know a lot of medicinal herbs. Go. Be careful, I'll go to the waterfall to take a look. Watching the kitten excitedly run into the woods and happily pick various medicinal herbs, Yeliang also flew directly to a large rock beside the waterfall, and expanded his spiritual sense to check the cave behind the waterfall. In Yeliang's memory, the cave was carved out by Tang Dachui on the stone wall, and there was a secret door. In addition, it was now blocked by the waterfall, so it was difficult to find. Yeliang dug an ordinary blue-silver grass on the ground next to him, ready to steal the beams and replace the pillars. Close your eyes, Yeliang's spiritual sense. Once the consciousness was opened, everything in the valley could not escape his perception. He saw several grooves on the cliff behind the waterfall, and there was a protruding stone on the top, like a mechanism button. Yeliang took out the king of chicken eating, and fired a few shots directly at the cliff above the waterfall. Ka. After 3 shots, there seemed to be a slight rumble above the cliff, which must have hit. The consciousness spread out again, and indeed found a hole on the stone wall behind the center of the waterfall. Shua. Yeliang activated the flying skill of the external soul bone and rushed directly towards the hole. Voila! The powerful momentum directly penetrated the waterfall and rushed into the hole. Yeliang looked at the waterfall behind him and felt that it was similar to the water curtain cave in Huiguo Mountain. It would be difficult to reach this place without the flying skill, but for Yeliang, a cheater, it was not a problem at all. This cave is about 3 meters high, and there is a soul shield at the entrance, which was set up by Tang Dachui. In fact, Yeliang thought that Tang Dachui was completely unnecessary. Such a secret place could not be discovered by others, and there was a waterfall outside, so ordinary small animals could not get in. Bang! Crack! Yeliang raised his fist and punched the soul shield, breaking it directly. A hole several meters deep appeared in front of him, with a pile of mud in the middle, on which grew a 20-centimeter blue-silver grass. The blue leaves were covered with some golden lines. There was also a bowl-sized vent above the stone wall. A faint light and water vapor poured in from the vent. At this moment, the blue-silver grass felt the fresh air, and the thin branches swayed gently in the wind, as if trying to absorb fresh air. This Tang Dachui is really cruel. He planted the blue-silver emperor in this cave. Once the cave entrance is sealed, it will be dark inside, just like a cage. The vent above, in a day, probably only has a few hours of sunlight. The blue-silver emperor survived tenaciously by relying on the moisture and light pouring in from the vent. Yeliang took out the flower pot, collected some water from the waterfall outside the cave entrance, and then poured it on the roots of the blue-silver emperor. Buzz! After a long drought, the blue-silver emperor was moistened. The tiny vines trembled slightly, and a vine stretched out and wrapped around Yeliang's fingers, as if to thank him. Now the blue-silver emperor only has some instinctive reactions. It's really interesting. Seeing you are pitiful, I will take you away from this dark place. Yeliang directly took out the shovel, dug out the blue-silver emperor, put it into the flower pot with the soil, and put it into the pet space of the game backpack. He took out the ordinary blue-silver grass that he had pulled out before and planted it on the original soil pile. He then used a bucket to fetch a few buckets of water from the waterfall outside and poured it on it, so that the ordinary blue-silver grass could live longer. Hey! I was so busy transplanting the blue-silver emperor that I almost forgot about the soul bone. Liang Chen spread his consciousness and soon found an abnormality on the stone wall. He thought the soul bone should be hidden inside. Ka. Liang Chen directly took out the king of chicken eating and fired a shot at the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall broke apart, and a lead box weighing hundreds of kilograms fell out. Tang Dachui, your wife is gone, and your soul bone is gone too. Liang Chen's mouth twisted, and he opened the lead box directly. What came into view was a right leg soul bone with a blue glow. Liang Chen was not polite. He put the soul bone into the soul guide directly, and then put the lead box into the groove on the stone wall, sealed the groove with the stones on the ground, and then fetched some water and used mortar to paste the stones on the stone wall. Chapter 39 Departure to the Soul Hunting Forest. After Liang Chen successfully took the blue silver emperor and the soul bone, he walked out of the cave, stood on a protruding stone on the cliff, and carefully looked at the cave excavated by Tang Hao. He found that there was a mechanical stone above the cave entrance. This guy really took a lot of effort to make this cave entrance like this. Liang Chen found another protruding stone and pressed it down with his hand. He only heard a boom sound, and the stone above the cave entrance fell down and blocked the cave entrance again. After finishing all this, Liang Chen jumped directly out of the waterfall, then opened the wind and thunder wings and flew to the other side of the deep pool. Seeing Zhu Zuqing still picking herbs in the distant forest, Liang Chen shouted to her, "Zuqing, we should leave here." "I'm here, brother Chen." "Shua shua." Zhu Zuqing quickly ran towards Liang Chen, holding hundreds of herbs in her hands, with a happy smile on her face. "Brother Chen, what did you find?" Zhu Zuqing handed the herbs to Liang Chen and asked curiously. "I found a different blue-silver grass, which feels good, so I planted it in a flower pot." Liang Chen moved his mind, and the blue-silver emperor appeared in his hand. Buzz! At this moment, the blue-silver emperor seemed to feel the sunshine and freedom, waving its leaves happily, and stretching out fresh vines, gently wrapping around Liang Chen's fingers. Liang Chen didn't plan to tell anyone around him about the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor and the soul bone. "Brother Chen, isn't this blue-silver grass? Why are there golden lines on its leaves? This blue-silver grass is too strange." Zhu Zuqing reached out and gently touched the leaves of the blue-silver emperor. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor reached out a fresh vine gently wrapped around Zhu Zuqing's fingers. "Brother Chen, this blue-silver grass is so interesting." Zhu Zuqing had never seen such a magical blue-silver grass before, and couldn't help but touch the leaves of the blue-silver grass gently. The blue-silver grass itself is a plant soul beast, but this one is a little special. I plan to take it back and plant it in the garden of the villa to let it grow. Liang Chen took the blue-silver emperor away, and then found a way to extract Tang San's blue-silver emperor bloodline. In this way, he couldn't awaken the blue-silver emperor martial spirit, and could only grow up to be a sturdy man who could only swing a sledgehammer like his father. The blue-silver emperor now has only a trace of instinctive reaction, and the soul consciousness is probably still in a deep sleep. After a few years, when the cultivation is higher, it may wake up. After sacrificing 100,000 years of cultivation to Tang Dachui, the blue-silver emperor turned into a seed, and now it can be regarded as reborn. Let's go. Let's go to the soul hunting forest in the north of Notting City to find the third soul ring for you. Liang Chen put the blue-silver emperor into the game backpack and took Zhu Zuqing away from the valley. "Okay, brother Chen." Zhu Zuqing was very excited when she heard that she was going to get the third soul ring. At the same time, on the official road leading to the Barrack Kingdom, Tang San was carrying Xiao Wu on his back. The two talked to each other and were very happy along the way. Suddenly, Tang San shuddered all over and his whole body became weak, causing him to fall down and hit his head on the ground with Xiao Wu. "Ouch! Xiao San, you are so scared." Xiao Wu rubbed her head that was hurt by the fall, and tears were about to flow out. "Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, I seem to have tripped over a stone." Tang San was too embarrassed to tell Xiao Wu that he suddenly shivered and then his whole body went limp, so he could only use the excuse that he was tripped over a stone to fool Xiao Wu. "I told you to have a good rest a long time ago, but you insisted on listening to the master and using meditation instead of sleeping. A few days ago, when I was forging iron, the hammer hit my foot directly, and now I can't even walk steadily." Xiao Wu was thrown so hard that her head hit the ground and a big bump appeared. At this moment, she blamed Tang San a little bit. He had promised to protect herself before, but now he had directly caused a big bump on his head. "Xiao Wu, are you not hurt?" Tang San hurriedly helped Xiao Wu up, very worried. "I hit a big bump on my head, it hurts so much, I can walk by myself, I don't want you to carry me now." Xiao Wu didn't dare to let Tang San carry her now, for fear that he would accidentally fall, and she would suffer again. "Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Tang San touched the bump on Xiao Wu's head, feeling distressed, and at the same time scolded himself in his heart, "Damn it! Why did I suddenly shiver? This is the third time. Xiao San, you should pay more attention to rest in the future, and don't listen to master in everything." Okay. I will definitely pay attention to rest. Xiao Wu took a break for a while, took Tang San's hand, and continued to walk forward. When Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing returned to Notting City, it was already night, and the two had to find a hotel to stay. The next morning, the two bought some necessary items to enter the Soul Beast Forest, and hired a carriage to set off for the Soul Hunting Forest in the north of Notting City. Brother Chen, the Soul Hunting Forest is guarded by soldiers from the Spirit Hall. How can we get in? Zhu Zuqing asked Liang Chen curiously. The Soul Hunting Forest is where the Empire keeps soul beasts. Without the order of the Spirit Hall, you can't just go in. Don't worry. I have a warrant. Liang Chen has a Pope's warrant in his soul guide, which allows him to enter the Soul Hunting Forest at any time. He just doesn't know how the guards will react when they see the token. But it's not a big problem. The guards are just small fry. It is estimated that when the token comes out, those guys will be scared to kneel down. The Soul Hunting Forest, 400 kilometers north of Notting City, is full of low-level soul beasts, at most some thousand-year soul beasts. Liang Chen plans to take the kitten in for a look. If he can't find it, he will go directly to the Stardo Forest. Anyway, he has a big killer in his hand now, even if a 10,000-year soul beast comes, he can still kill it. A few days later, the two finally arrived at the town outside the Soul Hunting Forest. The town here is similar to the Soul Hunting town outside the Stardo Forest, but the scale is much smaller. In this place where all kinds of people gather, Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing both wear a dough to cover their faces, and Zhu Zuqing also put away her tail decoration. Some vendors were selling all kinds of things, and many soul hunting teams were also recruiting soul masters to join the hunting team. What kind of soul masters are you two? Do you want to join our mountain cat team? As for the treatment, I guarantee that you will be satisfied. At this time, a man at the soul master level invited Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing. Soul masters are very popular in such places. Some teams lose members and immediately recruit new members to fill in. The mountain cat team lost 2 members in a previous soul hunting. When the leader saw Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing, he immediately invited them. Thank you. But we won't join. Liang Chen directly rejected the invitation of the mountain cat team. Regardless of the other party's character, he didn't need any team. Come to our team. Thank you for your kindness, but we still won't join. Some other soul hunting teams also extended olive branches to Liang Chen, but Liang Chen refused them all and walked quickly towards the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest with Zhu Zuqing. Stop, this is a strategic location in the Soul Hunting Forest. You are not allowed to approach without a warrant. When Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing arrived at the entrance of the forest, several leading Spirit Hall soldiers stopped them. Not far away, there were also hundreds of soldiers, forming several small teams, holding spears, patrolling the periphery of the Soul Hunting Forest to prevent anyone from sneaking in. This is my warrant. Liang Chen took out the Pope's warrant from the Soul Guide and shook it in front of several soldiers. Pop Pope's warrant. See you, sir. What do you want, sir? We are at your service at any time. Sure enough, as soon as the Pope's warrant came out, several soldiers immediately knelt down and saluted Liang Chen respectfully. Everyone, get up, do your job well, and don't leak this matter. Open the door, we want to go in and get the soul ring. Liang Chen saw that these people knelt down immediately after the Pope's warrant came out, so he pretended to tell these Spirit Hall soldiers a few words. Yes, sir. Do you want us to go to the Notting City Wuhan branch hall to ask for help? The leading soldier thought that Liang Chen was a disciple of a senior figure in the Wuhan hall, so he offered to help hunt soul beasts. No need, we are strong enough. This matter must be kept secret, and don't tell the Notting City Wuhan branch hall. Everyone is busy at work, and there is no need to delay everyone's work. Liang Chen put away the token, explained a few words to the soldiers, and pulled Zhu Zuqing into the Soul Hunting Forest. This sir is so nice, he doesn't have any airs at all. I don't know which senior figure he is a disciple of. Hey! Don't ask about those things, just do our job well. Several soldiers looked at Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing who disappeared, and whispered about their identities, but they were just small figures at the bottom of the Wuhan hall, and didn't dare to think too much. Brother Chen, those soldiers just said that your token is the Pope's token. How do you have such a token? Zhu Zuqing was confused at the moment. It is said that the Pope's token is the token of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, which is a symbol of power and status. Little cat. Don't mind it, it's just a sign. The Pope's token is a relic left by my parents. I heard that when Pope Bibidong became the Pope, my parents and Aunt Lan also attended her coronation ceremony. I guess I got it at that time. Liang Chen took out the Pope's token, just to try its power. It really works. Seeing the Pope's token is like seeing the Pope. It's really the case. Brother Chen, who are your parents? Can you tell me? Zhu Zuqing stared at Liang Chen and asked curiously. My father's name is Yefeng and my mother's name is Lu Ruyan. They were killed 3 months after I was born. I can't even remember what my parents look like. Liang Chen felt that his cheap parents in this world were tools arranged by the space-time administration. After bringing him to this world, they went offline. Brother Chen, your parents are actually Yefeng and Lu Ruyan. Zhu Zuqing was shocked when she heard the names of Liang Chen's parents. Zhu Qing, do you know my parents? Liang Chen thought, are his cheap parents in this world so famous? I heard from the elders that your parents were only 40 years old, but they had already reached the 89th level of Soul Douluo. They were true super geniuses. It's a pity that they died unexpectedly later, otherwise they would have become the youngest title Douluo. Your parents traveled on the mainland, often doing chivalrous deeds, and were very famous. Many major forces wanted to win them over, but they all refused. I didn't expect that, Brother Chen, you have such a great background. When Zhu Zuqing talked about the legend of Liang Chen's parents, her face also showed admiration and yearning, like a little fangirl. So what if they are famous? Didn't they disappear later? Liang Chen felt that his parents must have beaten up many powerful soul masters. After all, there are always some arrogant people in those powerful forces. If he reveals his identity in the future, some people may come to trouble him. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has enough cards and no one can do anything. Brother Chen, I'm sorry to bring up your sad story. Zhu Zuqing said weakly, feeling a little sorry. It's okay. Now we have to cheer up. To find the 1000-year soul beast, we have to go deep into the forest. I hope our trip will be successful. Liang Chen reminded the little cat. After all, the girl is just a little karami now and her strength is too weak. Brother Chen, don't worry. Zhu Zuqing believes that she has 2 soul rings and her soul power has reached level 30, so self-protection should not be a problem. Chapter 42,000 Years of Ghost Leopard. Although the soul hunting forest in the north of Notting City is not as good as the Sunset Forest and the Star Forest, there are still many types of low-level soul beasts. Liang Chen thinks that the age of the soul beasts in this forest should not exceed 3,000 years. After all, these are only the soul beasts raised in the empire. In addition to the soldiers guarding the entrance of the soul hunting forest, there is also the Wuhan Hall Law Enforcement Group, which patrols the forest regularly to prevent poaching. In fact, the law enforcement group is mainly to prevent those soul hunting teams from illegal poaching. After all, in addition to soul rings and soul bones, soul beasts' trademark meat, skin, and teeth are all very valuable, and many free soul masters will take risks. Awoo! Shasha deep in the forest, many soul beasts of 10 or 100 years old were walking in the forest. Seeing Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing's intrusion, they all became alert. Meow! Zhu Zuqing immediately summoned her martial soul and transformed into a fierce cat-eared girl, ready to deal with the attacks of soul beasts at any time. Liang Chen also took out a long sword from his soul guide to guard against these soul beasts. Awoo! Suddenly, 2 netherworld wolves of about 300 years old rushed out of the woods and roared at the two. These 2 netherworld wolves were about 1.5 meters long, as big as calves, and had a yellow glow on their bodies, which was the mark of a 100-year soul beast. Brother Chen, be careful. Netherworld stab. Zhu Zuqing directly activated her first soul skill, transformed into an agile netherworld spirit cat, and her fingers turned into sharp claws, quickly grabbing the 2 netherworld wolves. Roar! Liang Chen punched out with a tiger-shaped fist, and his soul power turned into a huge tiger claw, repelling the 2 nether wolves. Awoo! After being repelled, the 2 nether wolves stood in the distance, staring at the 2 with bared teeth, ready to launch a second wave of attacks at any time. Zhu Qing, I will assist you. You can practice with these 200-year-old nether wolves, but don't kill them, just repel them. If you kill them, the bloody smell may attract other powerful soul beasts. Shua Shua. Liang Chen quickly summoned the goddess martial spirit, activated the second soul skill, and blessed Zhu Zuqing. Blessing of life. A green light shot out from Liang Chen's hand and poured into Zhu Zuqing's body, instantly doubling her combat power. Brother Chen, your auxiliary soul skill is so powerful, it feels like my overall strength has increased several times. Zhu Zuqing never thought that Liang Chen actually had such a powerful auxiliary skill, it was too unexpected. Go and try. Liang Chen retracted his martial soul, spread his consciousness, and alerted the area within 100 meters. The riot of the 200-year-old netherworld wolves also scared away other soul beasts under 100 years old. Okay, Brother Chen. Shua Shua. Zhu Zuqing rushed over quickly, and saw a residual shadow flashing by. In an instant, she rushed in front of the 200-year-old netherworld wolves and started the bullying mode. Ha! Awoo! The increase in strength also made Zhu Zuqing bolder. The 200-year-old netherworld wolves were beaten back by her powerful strength. Awoo! 3 minutes later, the 200-year-old netherworld wolves tucked their tails between their legs and fled in all directions. The netherworld wolf wanted to have a good meal today, but it didn't expect to run into a tigress. It was beaten directly to the point of suspecting that the wolf had given birth. Brother Chen, what kind of martial soul is the beautiful goddess martial soul? I remember that when you saved me, it seemed to have the function of entanglement. How come it has an auxiliary skill now? Zhu Zuqing ran to Liang Chen and asked curiously. At this moment, she still maintained a strong strength and felt that she could fight against the soul sect. My goddess martial soul has two abilities, attack and auxiliary. The auxiliary soul skill just blessed on you is called Life Blessing, which can increase all your attributes by 30% within 10 minutes. All attributes increased by 30%? No wonder I feel that my strength has increased several times. Brother Chen, your martial soul actually has two abilities of attack and auxiliary. It's amazing. Drizzle, it's nothing. Let's go. Let's continue to look for soul beasts. Oh. Okay. The two chatted while heading deep into the forest. Liang Chen planned to find a 2,000-year-old lightning leopard for the little cat. After all, with the help of his cheat, the girl's physical strength has been greatly improved. With her current strength, absorbing a 2,000-year-old soul ring is not a big problem. 1,000-year soul beasts are rare animals in the soul hunting forest. The two searched for a day but still couldn't find a suitable one. Zhu Qing, let's stay here tonight and look for one tomorrow. If there is still no suitable one, we will go directly to the Star Forest. Brother Chen, I'll follow your arrangement. In the evening, the two found a small cave of about 3 square meters and planned to spend the night there. Brother Chen, this cave is not very big. Let's cut some tree trunks and make a simple door to block the cave entrance for safety. Okay, no problem. They did it as soon as they said it. Men and women worked together and it was not tiring. The two directly used knives to cut some thick tree trunks into pieces, and then found some ropes to tie the tree trunks together to make a simple guardrail to block the cave entrance. In order to be safer, Liang Chen also moved some big stones and built a wall outside the cave entrance. Zhu Zuqing sprinkled a layer of medicine powder outside the cave entrance to prevent snakes and insects from approaching, and also placed many leaves outside the cave entrance to cover the entire cave entrance. Zuqing, I didn't expect you to have rich experience in surviving in the wild. Seeing the kitten's skillful methods, Liang Chen was also surprised. Brother Chen, I went to the forest with my aunt before. I learned all this from her. As a soul master, I must learn to survive in the wild. At home, I was often suppressed by my sister and couldn't practice well, so I had to run to the mountains to hide and practice. Zhu Zuqing also told Liang Chen some interesting stories about her survival in the wild. People are forced to do it. Eat some dry food first. The conditions are limited. We can't cook tonight. We can only use some dry food to deal with it. Liang Chen lit a fire, and then took out a pot of water and some dry food from the soul guide as dinner. Don't worry. Brother Chen, I'm used to this kind of life. Zhu Zuqing felt that being with the person she loved was extremely sweet, even if it was just drinking water. Awoo. Squeak. In the dead of night, the calls of various soul beasts continued to be heard from the distance of the forest, making people's scalps numb. Liang Chen could even feel that there were soul beasts passing by a few dozen meters away from the cave entrance. Fortunately, the two of them had blocked the cave entrance before, otherwise they might have been discovered by those soul beasts. Brother Chen, go to sleep, I'll help you keep watch. Let's go together. The cave entrance is protected by a wooden door and a stone wall. It should be safe. We need to rest up and look for soul beasts again tomorrow. Okay, Brother Chen. The two took out their sleeping bags, spread the quilt, got in directly, and started to sleep. Just when Liang Chen was sleeping in a daze, a figure came in directly and woke him up all of a sudden. Little cat. How did you get here? Looking at the little cat sitting next to him, Liang Chen was speechless. If he continued like this, something would go wrong sooner or later. Brother Chen, I can't sleep alone, can you chat with me? The little cat found a lame excuse and lay down next to Liang Chen. Okay. Whatever you want, but you can't take advantage of me. Liang Chen waved his hand indifferently. Puff. Brother Chen, shouldn't we women say this? Zhu Zuqing was directly amused by this guy. Auntie Lan and the others once told me that boys should remember to protect themselves when they are outside, especially when they encounter female hooligans. After Liang Chen finished speaking, he moved to the side, leaving the little cat speechless. Brother Chen, do you think I'm a female hooligan? Zhu Zuqing looked at Liang Chen like she would eat him, so she twisted her mouth, grabbed his hand and pulled him to her side. Little cat. You don't follow the ethics of martial arts, and you sneak attack. Liang Chen felt that the little cat had become crooked, and the quiet little cat was gone. Brother Chen, don't talk, go to sleep. Didn't you say you wanted to chat? I don't want to chat now, go to sleep. Zhu Zuqing hugged Liang Chen's arm tightly, felt a sense of security, smiled, and then gradually fell asleep. No words were spoken all night, and the next morning, the two were awakened by a faint sound. Awoo! Bang bang! The sound kept coming from a distance, mixed with the sound of fighting. Brother Chen, it seems that there are soul beasts fighting. Let's go and see, maybe there is a soul beast suitable for you. The two got up, walked out of the cave, found a stream, washed up briefly, and then quietly sneaked in the direction of the soul beasts fighting. Awoo! Roar! When the two came to a valley 1,000 meters away, they found a ghost leopard and a wild boar fighting, and both soul beasts were 1,000 years old, of which the ghost leopard was 2,000 years old and the wild boar was 2,500 years old. Zhu Qing, if you can't find the lightning leopard, just kill the ghost leopard as your third soul ring. Ye Yangchen decided to let the kitten absorb the soul ring of the 2,000-year-old ghost leopard. Anyway, her martial soul is the nether spirit cat, which has similar attributes to the ghost leopard. Brother Chen, you decide. I'll listen to your arrangements. The ghost leopard is a top-level animal soul ring, with powerful strength and speed. Zhu Zuqing also thinks that this soul beast may bring different changes to herself. Zhu Qing, let me tell you, I heard that there is a titled Douluo in the spirit hall, called Ghost Leopard Douluo, and his spirit is the ghost leopard. This spirit is also considered top-level among animal spirits. Ghost Leopard Douluo? So powerful! When Zhu Zuqing heard that there was such a strong man in the spirit hall, the ghost leopard spirit was much stronger than the netherworld spirit cat spirit. This ghost leopard is 2,000 years old, Zhu Qing, the pills I asked you to eat before have laid a strong physical foundation for you. Now you want to challenge the limit, do you have the confidence? Ye Yangchen directly said the age of the ghost leopard, so that the girl was mentally prepared. Brother Chen, since I met you, my strength has improved a lot, and my strength is at least twice as strong as before. I have confidence. Zhu Zuqing learned about Ye Yangchen's heaven-defying soul ring configuration and wanted to challenge her own limits. Then let's wait for the opportunity and then make a move. The two hid in a big tree and watched the two soul beasts fight quietly. Roar! Bang bang! The battle scene of the 2,000-year-old soul beasts was very destructive. Within 100 meters, dust and gravel flew everywhere, and many trees were broken. An hour later, the wild boar finally fell behind. Its stomach was torn open by the ghost leopard and it was dying. But the ghost leopard was not feeling well either. One of its hind legs was pierced by the wild boar's fangs, and one of its front legs was bitten off. After a battle, both sides were injured. Zuqing, do it. Understood. The two immediately summoned their martial spirits and killed the two soul beasts. Blessing of life. Ye Yangchen directly used his second soul skill to assist Zhu Zuqing, instantly increasing her overall strength by 30%, allowing her to fight to her heart's content. Roar! Although the ghost leopard had two legs broken, it was still very powerful. Seeing two humans coming to kill it, how could it be willing to die? So it opened its mouth, showing its sharp teeth, ready to counterattack at any time. Shua! Zhu Qing, torture the ghost leopard, don't kill it all at once, torture it hard, torture it until it doubts the leopard's life, then kill it. After Ye Yangchen killed the wild boar with a sword, he remembered that soul beasts under extreme resentment have a high probability of producing external soul bones, so he asked Zhu Zuqing to give it a try. Brother Chen, don't worry. Although Zhu Zuqing didn't know why she had to do this, she did whatever Ye Yangchen said. Meow! Roar! Zhu Zuqing now has the assistance of Ye Yangchen, and her strength is very strong. In addition, the ghost leopard has two legs broken, and its strength is not much left, so it was suppressed by Zhu Zuqing throughout the whole process. Bang bang bang! Ah! 20 minutes later, the ghost leopard was beaten all over, and Zhu Zuqing launched the final attack, killing the ghost leopard with one knife. Replenish your soul power, adjust your state to the best, and prepare to absorb this soul ring. Ye Yangchen took out 2 soul power pills and put them into Zhu Zuqing's mouth to keep her in the best state. Buzz! As soon as the ghost leopard died, the purple soul power gradually condensed into a large purple circle. Brother Chen, I'm going to start. Zhu Zuqing sat cross-legged on the ground, summoned her martial soul, and began to absorb this 2,000-year limited soul ring. Ah! The moment the purple soul ring was put on Zhu Zuqing's martial soul, a powerful force rushed into her body, making her scream. Buzz! Zhu Qing, I'll help you. You immediately mobilize the energy in the soul ring and integrate it into your body. Ye Yangchen used his life to bless the soul skill and bless Zhu Zuqing. Brother Chen, don't worry, I can handle it. After getting assistance, Zhu Zuqing quickly suppressed the energy in her soul with powerful strength and began to absorb the soul ring with all her strength. An hour later, a tiny blood bead appeared on Zhu Zuqing's body. Ye Yangchen used his spiritual sense to sense the situation in her body and found that there was no big problem. Zhu Zuqing kept telling herself in her heart that if she wanted to break her fate, she had to become stronger. Human potential is infinite. If you don't force it, you don't know how much potential you have. Zhu Zuqing just kept forcing herself. After 3 hours, she finally succeeded in absorbing it. A powerful breath burst out directly from her body. She successfully promoted to Soul Master and her soul power reached level 32. Brother Chen, I succeeded. Zhu Zuqing jumped up from the ground, threw herself into Ye Liangchen's arms, and cheered excitedly. Little cat. Not bad. Ye Liangchen knew that little cat would succeed. He had helped this girl before, letting her eat the foundation building pill and the body tempering pill, and taught her the full set of 5 elements divine fist, which made her body very strong. A mere 2,000 years of soul ring was nothing. Chapter 41 Little Cat's Opportunity. Zhu Zuqing successfully obtained the third soul ring, and it was more than the standard age of the third soul ring, which made her feel very accomplished. Netherworld Ghost Slash. Bang bang. Zhu Zuqing tried the third soul skill, and saw her hands transformed into 2 ghost blades, chopped towards several trees in the distance, and directly knocked down several large trees. The power was very strong. This was a soul skill that combined strength and speed. Ah! At this moment, Zhu Zuqing felt a pain in her left forearm, and a black claw drilled out directly and covered her left hand, like a piece of armor, with 5 half-moon-shaped blades in the front, similar to the claws of a ghost leopard. Zuqing, what's wrong with you? Ye Liangchen, who was checking the body of the ghost leopard, heard Zhu Zuqing scream and immediately thought that something was wrong with her. Brother Chen, what is this? Zhu Zuqing saw this situation for the first time and was immediately confused. She quickly shook her strange left hand at Ye Liangchen. Kitten. You are lucky. This is an external soul bone. Ye Liangchen looked at the sharp black claws on Zhu Zuqing's left hand and was immediately happy. It seems that letting the kitten beat the ghost leopard before, which made it have a strong resentment, really paid off. And this external soul bone was integrated into Zhu Zuqing's body together with the soul ring, just like Tang San's 8 spider lance. Brother Chen, you said this is an external soul bone. Zhu Zuqing felt like a pie in the sky, hitting her directly. Zhu Qing, I told you that the external soul bone is different from the general soul bone. It is a kind of soul bone that can grow. Although your external soul bone is only 2,000 years old, it will increase with your strength. When you reach the title Douluo, it may be upgraded to a 100,000 external soul bone. This is so magical. After listening to Ye Liangchen's description of the magic of the external soul bone, Zhu Zuqing was shocked. Her cherry mouth opened into an O. Happiness came too suddenly. Your external soul bone is not fully integrated yet. If others see it, they will kill you and take your bone. You must make the soul bone perfectly integrated with your left hand as soon as possible. But even if the external soul bone is perfectly integrated with you, don't expose it easily before you become strong. Do you understand? Now you use your mind to take the soul bone back. Practice it often and make it a part of your left hand. Brother Chen, I understand. Looking at Ye Liangchen's serious look, Zhu Zuqing also understood the importance of the external soul bone. Try it slowly. I want to take these 2 soul beast corpses back, and at least exchange them for thousands of gold soul coins. The preciousness of soul bones makes countless soul masters jealous. Ye Liangchen warns the little cat to be careful in the future. Zhu Zuqing didn't expect that she actually got the legendary external soul bones. She was nervous and excited. But she knew that all this was brought to her by the young man in front of her. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing stared at Ye Liangchen who was busy with her beautiful eyes, and her eyes showed infinite tenderness. Puchi. Ye Liangchen took out a sharp long knife, cleaned the boar's internal organs, and then wrapped it directly with a tent, as well as the ghost leopard. Little cat, come and help, these are all gold soul coins. Here I come, Brother Chen. The 2 of them hurriedly put the 2 3-meter-long soul beasts into the tent, and Ye Liangchen directly put them into the soul guide. Brother Chen, how big is the space of your soul guide? These 2 soul beasts are 6 meters long in total. Zhu Zuqing knew that this guy carried pots and pans and a lot of things with him, and now he had 2 3-meter-long soul beasts, which added up to nearly 2,000 kilograms. His soul guide must be the most precious. My soul guide has 50 cubic meters of space. It's a piece of cake to put such a small thing. Ye Liangchen waved his hand indifferently. He also had a game backpack, and he could put any soul beast, no matter how big it was. Brother Chen, your soul guide is really big. Mine is only about 10 cubic meters. Zhu Zuqing felt that although he was born in a big family, he was nothing compared to the boy in front of him. Brother Chen, it's getting dark. We can only stay in this forest tonight. There's a stream over there. I'll go wash off the blood and stains on my body. You help me guard it first, and I'll help you guard it later. Zhu Zuqing looked at herself and rushed directly to the stream in the distance, took off her clothes, and washed the stains on her body. Go. I'll help you guard the surroundings. Ye Liangchen felt that this girl was completely defenseless in front of him. He shook his head helplessly, jumped onto a big tree, spread his consciousness, and alerted the surroundings. After a while, after Zhu Zhu finished washing, Ye Yangchen also ran to a pool in the distance and took a bath. Little cat. Don't peek. Brother Chen, if I saw you, would you be at a disadvantage? That's right, Aunt Lan and the others said that when I go out, I have to be on guard against some female hooligans. You are the hooligan. The two joked and the scene was very cheerful. After taking a beautiful bath, it was late. Ye Yangchen shot 2 rabbits, washed them by the stream, and returned to the small cave before. After returning to the small cave, Ye Yangchen quickly lit a fire and started roasting the rabbits. Sizzle. After a while, the rabbit meat began to ooze oil and exuded an attractive meaty aroma. Brother Chen, can we eat it? Zhu Zuqing looked at the golden roasted rabbit meat and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. After all, she hadn't eaten for nearly a day. Little cat. Don't worry, I'll add some more ingredients. Ye Yangchen took out salt water and chili powder and sprinkled them on the barbecue, and the taste immediately improved to a higher level. Okay, let's eat. Brother Chen, this tastes so good. You're so hungry, so you think it tastes good? No, it really tastes good. After a delicious meal of roasted rabbit, Ye Yangchen thought of a way to help Zhu Zuqing quickly and perfectly fuse the external soul bone. Kitty, activate your external soul bone. Okay, Brother Chen. Kaka. Although she didn't know what Ye Yangchen was going to do, Zhu Zuqing knew that this man would not hurt her. I will use my soul power to press on you, and then you will try your best to fuse the external soul bone and try to make the soul bone and you perfectly fuse. Buzz. Ye Yangchen released his martial soul, gave himself assistance, and then pressed towards Zhu Zuqing with a strong soul power. Ha! Zhu Zuqing felt a strong soul power pressing on her, as if it was a heavy burden. Zhu Qing, how is it? Can you still hold on? Brother Chen, I can do it. Then you can use my soul power to fully integrate the external soul bone into your left hand. Okay, Brother Chen. An hour later, with the help of Ye Yangchen, Zhu Zuqing's external soul bone had perfectly integrated into her left hand, and she could control it at will. Brother Chen, now this soul bone is exactly the same as my hand, there is no discomfort, very comfortable. Zhu Zuqing moved his mind, and a black sharp claw was put on his left hand, and then he moved his mind, and the black claw was quickly retracted. Very good, although it has been perfectly integrated into your body, don't expose it easily outside. Ye Yangchen warned again. Brother Chen, I understand. This external soul bone comes from the ghost leopard. I plan to give it a name, called the ghost claw. When I activate the soul bone, my strength increases by 50%, and when this ghost claw attacks the enemy, it can ignore the defense and has strong penetrating power. Zhu Zuqing introduced the ability of the ghost claw, which made Ye Yangchen stunned. He felt that these external soul bones had a blessing on the host. The abilities are almost the same. His own wind and thunder wings have also been strengthened by 50%. The 8 spider lance of Tang San in the original plot is also similar. Very good, but you can't rely too much on soul bones. You have to become stronger to be really strong. Brother Chen, I understand. Thank you for giving me such a good opportunity. You're welcome. We are all friends. It's right to help each other. Brother Chen, let's take a rest. We have to travel tomorrow. The two chatted for a while, and Zhu Zuqing directly pulled Ye Yangchen into the sleeping bag. Kitten. You're not right. Ye Yangchen felt that this kitten was becoming more and more active. How could he resist it? Zhu Zuqing blushed and whispered in Ye Yangchen's ear, Brother Chen, I want to practice with you. Don't think about it. Go to bed. We have to prepare to go back to Tianshui College tomorrow. Ye Yangchen stretched out his finger and gently flicked the kitten's head to stop her from thinking about those messy things. Brother Chen, when I cancel the royal engagement, I will follow you forever and never leave you. Zhu Zuqing stared at Ye Yangchen and said affectionately. What are you thinking about now? Let's talk about the future later. Good guy, it's been less than a month since they got along, and this little cat confessed to him. Ye Yangchen could only sigh that the women in this world are all love-brained. Brother Chen, I'm serious. There is only you in my life. No matter what happens in the future, I will follow you and be your little cat forever. The little cat didn't hide it anymore and expressed her feelings directly, then threw herself into Ye Yangchen's arms and hugged him tightly. Don't be so serious. Little cats are usually gentle and quiet, but you are like a female gangster now. Looking at the affectionate look of the little cat, Ye Yangchen knew in his heart that this girl had completely fallen and began to confess to him. Brother Chen, what kind of kitten do you like? I can change it for you at any time. Zhu Zuqing quietly lay in Ye Yangchen's arms, staring at the other's handsome face with a pair of big eyes. Unfortunately, it was dark at this time, and she could only look at him lonely. Don't think too much, just live happily, don't care about what others think. Ye Yangchen rubbed the kitten's soft long hair, feeling very wonderful. This feeling of petting a cat is really good. Brother Chen, do you know that when we met in the Stardow forest, you called me a kitten, why didn't I object? Why? That's because Brother Chen, you look so good. Hey! Kitten, you are wrong. It turns out that you are greedy for my beauty. Brother Chen, you are right, I am greedy for you. Since I was rescued by you in the Stardow Forest, I will never forget your figure. My aunt told me to try to survive and jump out of the cage of fate, hoping that I can find my own happiness. The purpose of my escape to the Tiandu Empire this time is to find you, and good God let us meet in the border mountains. Brother Chen, do you think this is fate? Aren't you looking for Dai Mubai? He is your fian copyright. What are you looking for him for? And then fight against my sister and Davis together? How can you have a chance to win? Our strength is too different. It was originally used as a whetstone for Davis to become the heir to the royal family. I am not a fool. Why should I go to die together? Listening to Zhu Zuking's narration, Ye Yangchen felt a sense of being reversed. He thought that this little cat was looking for Dai Lao Hu, but she didn't expect that she was looking for him. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the little cat can't run away. Besides, I still have to get the fairy grass later. Without the fairy grass, the Shrek guys can only become mediocre people. I can't watch the little cat go to die. 42 Chapter 42 The Strange Changes of the Blue Silver Emperor. 42. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, the two got up and rushed towards the entrance of the soul hunting forest. This trip to the soul hunting forest can be described as perfect, beyond the expectations of the two. After Zhu Zuqing became a soul master, his strength became stronger. It took only half a day for the two to reach the exit of the soul hunting forest. My lord, you are back. The several spirit hall soldiers guarding the gate, still the same ones before, knelt down and saluted respectfully after seeing Ye Yangchen and Zhu Zuqing successfully return. After all, this lord held the Pope's order in his hand. Everyone has worked hard. Here are 500 gold soul coins. You can buy some wine. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Seeing that the spirit hall soldiers respected him so much, Ye Yangchen directly threw 500 gold soul coins to several soldiers. Anyway, he was a rich man. My lord, this is not allowed. Several soldiers were almost knocked unconscious by 500 gold soul coins. They were just ordinary soldiers at the bottom of the spirit hall and did not dare to accept this heavy gift. Take it. Let's go. Ye Yangchen pulled Zhu Zuqing, waved to the others, and quickly left the entrance of the soul hunting forest. He disappeared in a few seconds. We have worked in the spirit hall for more than 10 years, and we have never seen such a nice person. Brothers, let's divide the money sent by the master. This master is really generous. Our salaries for several years combined are not as much as this. Isn't it? We are just ordinary soldiers, not soul masters. We don't have much salary every month. Only by becoming soul masters can we enjoy endless wealth and glory. At this moment, several soldiers of the spirit hall felt like a pie in the sky. The feeling of hitting yourself. After leaving the entrance of the soul hunting forest, Zhu Zuqing whispered to Ye Yangchen, Brother Chen, you are too generous, aren't you? You gave away 500 gold soul coins at once. Little cat. They bowed to us before and called me sir, so it doesn't matter if they give us some money. Besides, the 2,000-year-old soul beasts we killed before are worth at least 1,000 gold soul coins if we sell them in the soul beast store. Money is something that Ye Yangchen doesn't lack at all. Besides, he has a lot of soul bones. If he takes out a piece to auction, he can easily get millions of gold soul coins. Brother Chen, I feel like you are a rich second generation. Zhu Zuqing tilted her head and stared at Ye Yangchen. Little cat. I guess I can't spend all the money my parents left me in this lifetime. As for going to the spirit hall to receive the soul master subsidy, I don't care about it at all, and Aunt Lan and the others won't let me register at the spirit hall. This time, Aunt Lan gave me tens of thousands of gold soul coins and let me spend them as I please, so I'm not short of money. Now with the care of the Silver Dragon King, the richest woman in Douluo, Ye Yangchen is the least short of money. Just take some soul bones from her and you can auction them for tens of millions of gold soul coins. Brother Chen, it feels like you have taken all the benefits in this world. You are powerful, handsome, and have endless money. Zhu Zuqing stared at Ye Yangchen with her beautiful eyes, thinking that this is the real perfect man. Hey! Don't talk about this. Let's go to the soul beast store to sell the 2,000-year soul beasts and see how much they are worth. Okay, Brother Chen. The two quickly came to the town outside the soul hunting forest and found a larger soul beast store after turning around. What do you two need? The shop owner was also a middle-aged man at the soul master level. Seeing that Ye Yangchen and Zhu Zuqing were also soul masters, he was very polite. Boss, I have the corpse of a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Do you want to take it? Ye Yangchen did not beat around the bush and directly explained his purpose to the other party. 1,000-year soul beast? Little brother, are you serious? The boss was overjoyed when he heard it. This is a big business. Boss, there is no need to lie to you. If you don't want to buy, I can go to another store. Liang Chen said seriously. You two, let's talk here. The shop owner immediately invited Liang Chen and the little cat to a hall and poured them good tea. Little brother, what age is the soul beast you brought? The shop owner asked curiously, with an expectant look in his eyes. A 2500-year-old wild boar and a 2000-year-old ghost leopard. Boss, you are also a soul master at the soul master level, you should be able to tell the age of these two soul beasts. Liang Chen directly took out two huge soul beast corpses from the soul guide, occupying half of the living room at once. The boss tore open the tent and saw two giant beasts over 3 meters long, and immediately took a breath of cold air. Hiss! A 2500-year-old wild boar and a 2000-year-old ghost leopard, little brother, you are really amazing. But this wild boar has been gutted, and the ghost leopard is also missing a front leg, so the price has to be discounted. The boss carefully checked the situation of the two soul beasts, and showed his true colors as a profiteer, and began to bargain with Liang Chen. When we met these two soul beasts, they were fighting. The wild boar was torn open by the ghost leopard, and the ghost leopard also had one leg bitten off by the wild boar. We were the fishermen who benefited. In order to take it away, I had to clean the wild boar's internal organs. Boss, you are an expert, give an estimate. After Liang Chen told the boss about the situation, he asked him to make a price directly. Brother, I will give you 2000 gold soul coins, how about it? These two soul beasts are damaged, otherwise I can give you 3000 gold soul coins directly. Okay. Deal. Liang Chen originally thought that the two soul beasts were worth 1000 gold soul coins, but he didn't expect the boss to directly offer 2000 gold soul coins. Brother, you are a straightforward person. Here are 2000 gold soul coins. Keep them. The boss took out 2 large bags of gold soul coins and handed them to Liang Chen with a smile. Thank you, boss, then we will leave. Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing said goodbye to the boss, then walked out of the soul beast store and left quickly. Haha. I'm rich. 2 soul beasts over 2000 years old can definitely make more than half of the profit after being processed by me, Lao Nu. After seeing Liang Chen and the others leave, the boss jumped up excitedly and kept circling around the 2 soul beast corpses. After leaving the soul beast store, Zhu Zuqing whispered to Liang Chen, Brother Chen, I didn't expect 2000-year-old soul beasts to sell for so much money. Zuqing, soul beasts are all treasures. The older they are, the higher their value. For example, the 2000-year-old wild boars and ghost leopards we sold before, after being processed by the boss, the price will at least double. Liang Chen knew that the previous boss deliberately lowered the price, but he didn't care because he didn't lack money. Ah! Brother Chen, I feel like we're losing money. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we've earned 2000 gold soul coins. Zuqing, I'll give you these 2000 gold soul coins. You can buy some daily necessities. Brother Chen, I don't want it. Zuqing, this is a soul beast we hunted together. Why don't we each take half? Don't refuse. Okay, Brother Chen. After the two of them divided the gold soul coins equally, they found a hotel, had a nice meal, bought some supplies, and then headed towards Nottingham. In the evening, the two found a place to rest in the wild. Liang Chen took Lan Silver Emperor was taken out from the game pet space, fearing that she would suffocate. Shua shua. As soon as the blue Silver Emperor came out, it immediately waved its vines happily. The leaves covered with golden patterns swayed gently with the wind. It was very excited and used the fresh vines to gently wrap around Liang Chen's fingers. Liang Chen found that putting the blue Silver Emperor into the game pet space not only did not suffocate it, but it grew better. After only a few days, the vines grew much thicker. Liang Chen planned to use a foundation building pill for the blue Silver Emperor to absorb and see if its soul consciousness could be awakened. So he took out a golden pill, dissolved it with a cup of water, and gently poured it on the roots of the blue Silver Emperor. Instantly, the blue Silver Emperor immediately felt the powerful energy in the pill and began to absorb it crazily. Buzz! A minute later, blue gold light burst out from the blue Silver Emperor's body, and it grew 1 meter taller at the speed of the naked eye. This change woke up Zhu Zuqing who was practicing. He ran over immediately and asked in surprise, Brother Chen, how did this blue silver grass grow so big? I took a few pills for it to absorb, and then it became like this. It's probably because its cultivation has improved a lot, so it grew taller. Don't be surprised. Liang Chen didn't expect that a foundation building pill could produce such a big change in the blue Silver Emperor. It was really unexpected. It's amazing. Brother Chen, do you think this blue silver grass will grow to 100,000 years? Zhu Zuqing asked curiously. It's possible in theory, but it's too difficult to grow to 100,000 years. Liang Chen knew that the ice and fire yin-yang eye contained huge energy, which could accelerate the growth of the blue Silver Emperor, but this matter would be planned later. Brother Chen, I'm going to practice. After touching the leaves of the Blue Silver Emperor a few times, Zhu Zuoqing began to practice next to him. Master. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded in Ye Liangchen's mind, which made his head buzz and he looked around immediately. Master, I am Yin, the blue silver grass in your hand. The Blue Silver Emperor called out in Ye Liangchen's mind again. What the hell? What's going on? Why did the Blue Silver Emperor call himself Master? You, how come your voice is in my mind? And aren't you a blue silver grass? Why do you call me Master? Ye Liangchen pretended to be surprised and communicated with Yin in his mind, thinking that it was probably because he put the Blue Silver Emperor into the game pet space that it changed. Master, I seemed to be locked up in a dark place before, and you rescued me. I went to a magical place, and then I became your pet. I remember that I sacrificed myself too. Blue Silver Emperor blabbered to Ye Liangchen about some things in the previous life. Now it was also confused. Its soul consciousness had just awakened, and then it became someone's pet in a daze. So that's how it is. Then I will call you Sister Yin in the future. Don't care about your pet identity, and I won't really treat you as a pet. After that, you can grow up with peace of mind and don't have to worry about anything anymore. Ye Liangchen felt very funny. His magical operation actually made Blue Silver Emperor his pet. Thank you for saving me. From now on, I will follow you. I will call you Xiao Chen. Yin stretched out her fresh branches and gently wrapped them around Ye Liangchen's hand. No problem. Sister Yin, this is a secret between the two of us. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if others know that you are a 100,000-year soul beast who has been cultivating for a long time. I understand. Besides, my cultivation is very low now, and others won't care. If you hadn't used that magical water for me to absorb before, my soul consciousness wouldn't have awakened yet. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Sister Yin, you're welcome. Yin and Ye Liangchen chatted for a long time, mostly about her past life. Sister Yin, do you think Tang Hao took you to Wuhan City on purpose? The purpose was to expose your soul beast identity, and then when King Sunji was chasing you, you had no choice but to sacrifice yourself to Tang Hao in order to save the child. Suddenly, Ye Liangchen deliberately released such a news, which made Yin's head buzz. No, this is impossible. Yin didn't believe that Tang Hao would kill her. Although she didn't understand why Tang Hao would take her to Wuhan City, she was in love and didn't believe that Tang Hao would plot against her 100,000-year spirit ring. Sister Yin, you are a 100,000-year spirit beast incarnation. No spirit master can resist it. Of course, I just said it casually. Don't mind it. Anyway, you have turned into a blue silver grass now. This is an unchangeable fact. Ye Liangchen pretended to be unintentional, and deliberately planted a seed of doubt in Blue Silver Emperor Yin, letting her judge slowly. In the future, he would extract Tang San's Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. As long as he couldn't awaken the Blue Silver Emperor spirit, it would be fine. As for how to deal with Blue Silver Emperor Yin, we would take it one step at a time. Xiao Chen, my mind is very confused. I'll take a rest first. Yin thought about Ye Liangchen's words carefully, and recalled the bits and pieces with Tang Hao in the last life. Sometimes Tang Hao saw her, his eyes showed a look of desire, especially the matter of taking himself to Wuhan City. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Ye Liangchen put Yin into the game pet space, his mouth twisted, and he felt that things were getting more and more interesting. Chapter 43 Yin wants to fight Tang Hao. Ye Liangchen's shocking news directly made Blue Silver Emperor Yin suspicious. At this moment, she was in a strange space, trying to recall her experience with Tang Hao in her previous life, and found many things that made her confused. How shouldn't be such a person? But what Xiao Chen said makes sense. When I turned into a human form and rebuilt, I was only level 70 in soul power. After I was pregnant, I couldn't hide the soul beast's breath. Why did he take me to Wuhan City? Is he really plotting my 100,000-year soul ring? At this moment, Yin, with a clear mind, can always find something different, which also makes her doubt the beautiful love she once had. After I sacrificed myself, I turned into a seed. When I came back to life, I was in a dark cave. It was obvious that Ahao planted my seed in that cave, but why did he do that? Yin now wanted to find Tang Hao to find out what happened after she sacrificed herself and whether her child survived. But now she was just a blue silver grass, thrown into this magical space by this boy and became his pet. She couldn't do it at all. Thinking of this, Yin suddenly felt that her life was gloomy. No. It was the grass that was gloomy. Xiao Chen, can you hear me? Yin kept calling Ye Liangchen with her soul, wanting to ask him something more. Ye Liangchen, who was practicing, found that there was a fluctuation in his game pet space, so he summoned Yin directly with a thought. Sister Yin, what's wrong with you? Ye Liangchen asked curiously with his soul, thinking that this blue-silver grass had a lot of things to do. If he had known this, he wouldn't have needed the foundation pill to help her. Xiao Chen, where did you find me? Ayan stretched out a fresh branch and wrapped it around Ye Liangchen's finger, using her soul to send him a message. I was collecting herbs in a valley and found a beautiful waterfall. Then I went to a big rock below to look at the waterfall. I accidentally found several protruding stones and grooves on the cliff, which seemed to be artificially excavated. So I curiously flew up to see it. I accidentally stepped on a protruding stone. I heard a rumble and a cave appeared. Then I curiously went in to take a look and found a blue-silver grass with golden lines on its leaves. I have never seen this kind of blue-silver grass before. It feels very unusual, so I curiously took it out. Later, I found that the cave was really artificially excavated, and there was a cave on the cave. Fang left a vent, thinking who would be so bored as to build such a cave behind the waterfall. Until you told me before that you were a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul beast and had a story with Tang Hao. Now I think he must have planted you in that dark cave, but I don't know why he planted you in that place. Since you can be reborn, you should be planted in the blue-silver forest, which is conducive to your growth. Ye Liangchen told Ayan what happened seriously. Anyway, she didn't know that he was looking for her on purpose, and what Ye Liangchen said to Ayan was also true. So that's it. Ayan smiled bitterly. She was a blue-silver grass and liked sunny places, but Tang Hao actually planted her in a dark cave. I think he should let her fend for herself. My previous suspicion should be true. Thinking of this, Ayan laughed at herself in her heart. She was just a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul beast. How could a human being really like a 100,000-year-old soul beast? It was ridiculous that she was so foolish that she thought she had found true love. Sister Ayan, what are you going to do next? Ye Liangchen asked curiously. Anyway, the other party had become his pet, so he didn't have to worry about what she could do. Xiao Chen, now I am just your pet, of course I will listen to your arrangements. I can't control the things in the last life even if I want to. At this moment, the leaves on the blue-silver emperor vine seemed to have lost their spirit, all drooping. This feeling of being deceived and abandoned made her very uncomfortable. Sister Ayan, then I want to kill Tang Hao later, you don't object, right? Ye Liangchen directly broke a bombshell to the blue-silver emperor, which scared Ayan immediately, and the whole blue-silver grass couldn't help but tremble. What? You want to kill him? Yes. Tang Hao is my enemy. My parents were killed by him. I must kill him. Xiao Chen, who are your parents? How could they be killed by Tang Hao? My father is Ye Feng and my mother is Lu Ruyan. What? You are their child. Sister Yin, do you know my parents? Yes, your parents are the most outstanding super geniuses on the continent. They like to fight for justice. Tang Hao has also fought with your father. Without the ring explosion, he can't beat your father at all. So that's it. Hearing Lan Yinhuang say that his father had fought with Tang Hao, Ye Liangchen also roughly understood why Tang Hao wanted to kill him. It turned out that he had accumulated some resentment in his heart. In addition, he was hiding everywhere at the time and was in a bad mood. If others said that he was the murderer who killed his wife, he would definitely go crazy. You must know that before the Haoshan sect was suppressed by the Spirit Hall, the disciples of the sect were very arrogant, even arrogant. Tang Hao when he was young, he was the most powerful genius in Haoshan sect. With his aggressive personality, he must have fought with many people. Xiao Chen, when Tang Hao was young, he was indeed very high-spirited and liked to fight, but he had no motive to kill your parents. Yin still didn't believe that Tang Hao would kill innocent people indiscriminately. After all, in her previous impression, Tang Hao had a very tall image. Sister Yin, I heard about this from Aunt Lan. After all, I was only 3 months old when my parents were killed, so I didn't know the real situation. Aunt Lan said that they met Tang Hao who was fleeing in the Star Do forest. Then my father accused Tang Hao of killing the Blue-Silver Emperor, and then Tang Hao went crazy and attacked my parents and Aunt Lan. Aunt Lan's husband died on the spot. Finally, my parents blew themselves up and blocked Tang Hao, so Aunt Lan escaped. Sister Yin, I think it was my parents who exposed Tang Hao's conspiracy to plan your 100,000-year soul ring, which made him lose face. In order to protect his reputation, he had to kill and silence them. Ye Liangchen slowly told Yin about the murder of his parents. Of course he didn't tell her about the intervention of the Shura god. He. Tang Hao, I never thought you were such a person. I always thought you were an upright man. How ridiculous. After listening to Ye Liangchen's narration, Lan Yinhuang combined some things in the past, and Tang Hao's tall image collapsed in her heart in an instant. Xiao Chen, do you know how Tang Hao is doing now? And how is my child? Yin only wanted to know whether her child could be saved after she sacrificed herself to Tang Hao. She didn't care what would happen to Tang Hao in the future. The only thing she cared about was the child she had saved with all her efforts. I don't know. But I heard from Aunt Lan and the others that soon after Tang Hao was promoted to titled Douluo, the Spirit Hall received news of the death of the former Pope Tiansunji. I guess after you sacrificed yourself to Tang Hao, they had a fierce battle. After Tiansunji died, Saint Bibi Dong became the Pope and directly pinned the crime of killing Tiansunji on Tang Hao. The Spirit Hall went to war with the Haoshan sect and almost wiped out the Haoshan sect. In the end, the Haoshan sect expelled Tang Hao from the sect and promised the Spirit Hall that it would stay in seclusion. The 4 affiliated sects were also disbanded, which calmed down the turmoil of the year. As for Tang Hao, after being expelled from the sect, he could only hide everywhere on the mainland like a mouse, and he had a child with him. After the battle with my parents that year, I don't know if the child is still alive. Liang Chen made the matter of Tang San ambiguous, letting Lan Yinhuang judge for himself. In fact, the real Tang San had died in the battle between Tang Hao and Tiansunji, and was taken over by another time traveler Tang San. Tang Hao. At this moment, Yin hated Tang Hao, blaming him for not protecting her son and fighting everywhere. Sister Yin, don't think about these things, they are all things from your last life. When your strength recovers, just pin him to the ground and beat him up. Liang Chen was seriously fooling Lan Yinhuang, but it was not fooling her. He just told her the truth about some things and let her judge for herself. Xiao Chen, although I really want to beat Tang Hao, he is now a titled Douluo. I am just a weak blue silver grass and cannot do it. And you have to be careful. Don't seek revenge on him before you are strong enough. Sister Yin, I thought you would stop me from taking revenge. Xiao Chen, the hatred of parents is irreconcilable. It is natural for you to seek revenge on Tang Hao. Besides, you are my master now, so of course I have to listen to your arrangements. Sister Yin, when we become stronger, we will beat him together. Okay, I listen to you. Seeing that the attitude of Blue Silver Emperor towards Tang Hao had changed fundamentally, Liang Chen wanted to laugh in his heart. He felt very wonderful when he thought of the scene of taking Yin to beat Tang Hao in the future. However, Liang Chen was also quite surprised that Blue Silver Emperor became his pet. Originally, he took her away just to intercept Tang San's opportunity. He didn't expect that he accidentally put her into the game pet space, which made her become like this. But it's good, and it also saves him a lot of effort. The next morning, Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing set out for the Barrack Kingdom. They had been out for nearly a month, and they had finished what they needed to do. It was time to return to Tianshui College. Zuqing, do you want to go see Dai Mubai? Brother Chen, why do you want to see him? We will also pass through the Barrack Kingdom this time, so we can meet him by the way. Brother Chen, then we will meet him, but we will have to disguise ourselves and can only watch from a distance. No problem, I'll listen to you. After hearing what Liang Chen said, Zhu Zuqing also wanted to see how her Fian copyright whom she had rarely met had become. However, after seeing such a monster as Liang Chen, Zhu Zuqing didn't think there was any genius in the world who could compare to him. Anyway, she had already planned to follow Liang Chen, and she didn't care much about whether Dai Mubai was dead or alive. Chapter 44 Tang San S Zhaowuji. Just as Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing were on their way to Barrack Soto City, Tang San and Xiao Wu finally arrived at the gate of Shrek Academy, ready to join the academy. In front of them, there was a sweet-looking, fair-skinned little beauty, who was Ning Rongrong, the little witch of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Shrek Academy began to recruit students, and some other people also came here to enroll, including many parents who brought their children to register. Dai Mubai and teacher Li Yuzong were in charge of recruiting students at the gate at this time. Oscar also ran to the door and stood with Dai Mubai. Xiao Ao, why don't you sell sausages? Dai Mubai asked curiously. Boss Dai, I met a very strong boy some time ago. At that time, he asked me when Shrek Academy would recruit students. I came to see if he would come. Oh. What does he look like? Yeah. He is an ordinary handsome guy. He is probably younger than me, but his spirit power is very high. Could it be him? Boss Dai, have you seen him? I saw him at the Rose Hotel. I feel that he is stronger than me. He should not come. No way. Boss Dai, he is stronger than you? You know, he has a spirit power of level 37. Xiao Ao, there is no need for me to lie to you. Dai Mubai described the boy he met at the Rose Hotel to Oscar. Dai Mubai, Oscar, what are you two whispering about? At this moment, the voice of teacher Li Yuzong sounded. Teacher Li, Oscar and I met a genius boy more than 20 days ago, but I don't know if he will come to Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai and Oscar talked about the boy they met some time ago. Frankly speaking, they also hope that a genius of that level can come to Shrek Academy. Don't think too much. That kind of genius is definitely a disciple of a big family and doesn't look down on our academy. After listening to the description of the two, Li Yuzong shook his head. What monster academy? Isn't that just something Flanders boasted about? As a teacher of the academy, he knows the situation of the academy very well. Some parents want to get their registration fee back. Daimyo Bai, show your strength. The registration fee of Shrek Academy is 10 gold soul coins. Whether or not you are admitted, the tuition fee will not be refunded. Anyway, you can cheat as many students as you can, which leads to many students who are not admitted to have opinions, especially the parents of those students. Daimyo Bai followed Li Yuzong's arrangement and released his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings to scare away those who wanted to get their tuition back. In the end, only Tang San, Xiao Wu and the little witch Ning Rongrong passed the Shrek Academy assessment. Especially Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were only 12 years old and had a soul power of 29, which was far beyond the reach of other ordinary students who signed up. When Daimyo Bai and Oscar saw Ning Rongrong, their eyes lit up immediately, especially Oscar, who seemed to have met his own moonlight. Boss Dai, I'm in love, you must not compete with me. Oscar whispered to Daimyo Bai. Xiao Ao, the other party is not small, it's a bit risky. Although Daimyo Bai usually spends his time drinking and partying, he is from the royal family after all. When he saw Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit, he immediately knew that the other party came from the 7 treasures glazed sect, one of the top 3 sects. Facing such a big sect, he dared not provoke casually. Ning Rongrong was very proud at this time, and naturally looked down on these men. She was just in her rebellious period, and ran away from home to Shrek Academy to play. When Daimyo Bai saw Tang San and Xiao Wu joining Shrek Academy, he immediately promoted the brilliant achievements of Shrek Academy to them. After all, this was what Flanders had instructed before, as long as there were new students joining, he would brag about it. Sure enough, after a lot of bragging, Tang San and Xiao Wu were stunned, and Daimyo Bai and Oscar almost couldn't help laughing. Especially when Daimyo Bai lied and said that some students who graduated from Shrek became the youngest elders of the Spirit Hall, he felt embarrassed. After all, when Flanders boasted in front of the genius boy a few years ago, he was exposed by the elders on the spot. Since then, Daimyo Bai and Oscar knew that Flanders was unreliable. Soon it was the 4th level of assessment, and the silly Zhao Wuji found that he had recruited 3 students this time, and their soul power exceeded level 25, which was very good. But he still wanted to personally test Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, and let them hold out for an incense stick under his attack. Teacher Zhao, there are only 3 of them, and you still want them to hold out for an incense stick, isn't this embarrassing for them? Daimyo Bai thought, he was almost boasting to the sky, and finally fooled 3 students in, what are you doing? Myo Bai, are you teaching me how to do things? The dean is not here, and I have the final say in the academy. Zhao Wuji went to the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena yesterday and lost a little money on the bet. Now he is still in a depressed mood. Seeing the 3 candidates coming, he decided to test them in person to relieve his boredom. Tang San, you're on your own. I usually test you at the 4th level. I wonder what's wrong with teacher Zhao today? He said he wants to test you personally, but don't worry, with your qualifications, the academy will definitely accept you. At most, you'll just be beaten up. Brother Dai, how strong is teacher Zhao? Teacher Zhao Wuji's spirit is the powerful King Kong Bear, a level 76 Soul Saint, and his defense is extremely strong. Level 76 Soul Saint. When Daimyo Bai told Zhao Wuji's strength, Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were all stunned. At this moment, Tang San had a MMP in his heart, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. A level 76 Soul Saint came to bully the 3 of them, how could a human being do that? Xiao San, let's go. At this time, Xiao Wu directly pulled Tang San's hand and prepared to run away. Who can stand being beaten after joining this broken academy? Ning Rongrong next to him didn't say anything. She thought that if she was beaten, she would ask Grandpa Jian to beat Zhao Wuji. She was not the one who would suffer a loss. Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. The teacher asked us to come here. Tang San grabbed Xiao Wu and advised her not to be so petty. You only know how to listen to your teacher. You can't even sleep well. Some time ago, you hit your foot with a hammer, and you even fall down for no reason when you walk. After Xiao Wu fell down last time by Tang San, she got a big bump on her head and it hurt for 2 days. Now she has a little shadow in her heart, fearing that this guy will fail at the critical moment. You don't have to worry. Teacher Zhao won't really do it. He just wants to test you. Seeing that Xiao Wu was about to back out, Daimyo Bai immediately persuaded her to stay. It was not easy to get 3 students here, so they couldn't let them run away. Xiao Wu, believe me. Tang San held Xiao Wu's hand and coaxed her for a while, finally coaxing the little rabbit. After that, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong introduced each other and decided to fight against Zhao Wuji together. It was soon time for the assessment, but it was a bit difficult to fight because there were only 3 people. Tang San, as a control-type soul master, not only had to control the situation on the battlefield, but also had to protect Ning Rongrong who had no attack power. Only Xiao Wu went to fight Zhao Wuji alone. As soon as the battle started, Zhao Wuji first grabbed Ning Rongrong, and Tang San activated the blue-silver grass to take Ning Rongrong away from the battlefield. Crackle! On the other side, Xiao Wu launched soft skills and 8-section throws to attack Zhao Wuji, and her movements were very fast. Ah! But the gap in strength was too big. Hitting Zhao Wuji was like tickling. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Wu's charm soul skill was broken by Zhao Wuji at once, causing Xiao Wu to suffer soul backlash and fall into a coma. When Tang San's blue-silver grass entangled Zhao Wuji, he shook it lightly and shattered it directly. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. As soon as Xiao Wu fell into a coma, Tang San held the unconscious Xiao Wu with red eyes and kept shouting. He blamed himself very much, blaming himself for not protecting her. Don't worry, she just suffered soul backlash. She will be fine after a day of rest. Zhao Wuji's voice sounded in the distance, reminding Tang San not to worry. You lost. My incense has only burned 1/3. It's too bad. Do you two still want to persist? Zhao Wuji felt very comfortable when he saw the 3 little guys in a mess. Looking at Zhao Wuji's arrogant look, Tang San handed Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong to guard, staring at Zhao Wuji with cold eyes. Teacher Zhao, I will fight you alone for 1 stick of incense. If I win, the 3 of us will pass. How about that? Zhao Wuji was stunned, thinking that if the 3 of you can't do it, why are you trying to be brave alone? What if you lose? Tang San turned his head to Ning Rongrong, wanting to ask her opinion. Ning Rongrong said directly, Tang San, don't be so stubborn, at worst we can go to another academy. Okay, if I lose, the 3 of us will leave. Tang San had sworn to Xiao Wu before that he would protect her for life, but now Xiao Wu was injured and unconscious, which he couldn't bear. At the same time, he hated Zhao Wuji very much. If he dared to hurt his Xiao Wu, the other party would die. Okay, then I'll see what tricks you have. Zhao Wuji lit another stick of incense. In fact, he had already recognized these children in his heart, but seeing that Tang San was so serious, he decided to play with him again. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the battle started, Tang San quickly took out various hidden weapons such as scimitars, locust stones, bone-penetrating needles from his soul guides and shot them at the vital points of Zhao Wuji's body. Many of the hidden weapons were poisoned. Ding, 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 ding. The rain of hidden weapons confused Zhao Wuji, who thought that this kid had such means. Even Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the distance were stunned. It's poisonous. This kid is cruel enough. Zhao Wuji is a level 76 soul saint after all, and his defense is extremely strong. He mobilized his soul power and attached it to himself, and Tang San's hidden weapons could not break his defense at all. After the first round of shooting, Tang San directly used the big killer weapons such as Hansa Xiang, Zhuge Lianu and Jinbei Huazhuang crossbow, but because he didn't have the dragon beard needle, Tang San couldn't break Zhao Wuji's defense. He even used the hammer martial spirit, but was repelled by Zhao Wuji's powerful soul skills. Zhao Wuji was confused by Tang San's various poisonous hidden weapons. He bit one of the poisonous arrows with his teeth, which made his tongue numb. Among them, Tang San's mechanical hidden weapons were extremely lethal. When they hit the body, the skin was very stinging, which made him angry. Is it over yet? Zhao Wuji thought, how could this guy be so vicious at such a young age? Ha! So Zhao Wuji shook off the hidden weapons and rushed over directly. With an uppercut, a left kick, and a right whip kick, Tang San was directly knocked more than 10 meters away. Ah! Kaka! After Tang San was hit by Zhao Wuji's moves, he suddenly felt like his whole body was falling apart, but before falling to the ground, he took out a hidden weapon with innuendo, exhausted the last bit of strength, shot the poison needle at Zhao Wuji, and then fell to the ground, spitting blood and unconscious. Shua shua! The poison needles shot into Zhao Wuji's skin, causing waves of stinging and numbness. I was careless and didn't dodge. I didn't expect this kid to have such a trick before he fell to the ground. Mubai, carry that kid into the dormitory, let him rest, and let them enroll tomorrow. Although Tang San lost in the end, Zhao Wuji, as a teacher, was very satisfied with Tang San's performance, but he was too vicious and cruel, so he had to be disciplined in the future. Tang San was seriously injured by Zhao Wuji's whip kick, and 2 ribs were broken. Tang Hao, who was observing all this from a distance, could not sit still. At night, Zhao Wuji was thinking about how to discipline Tang San. This guy was deadly when he attacked, and no one knew which bastard trained him. Zhao Wuji, come out. At this moment, a dull voice came from the woods behind the academy, and Zhao Wuji's ears were filled with a strong breath. Come out. I know you are here. Zhao Wuji immediately rushed to the woods behind the mountain and looked around. A strong man had come. As a teacher, he had to be responsible for the safety of his students. Zhao Wuji, you like to bully the weak. Let's have a fight today. I don't need a martial soul. As long as you can hold out for an incense stick under my fist, I will lose. Otherwise, you have to do something for me. Suddenly, an old man in black robe appeared in front of him, holding a sledgehammer. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, and 9 soul rings appeared. Seal Douluo. Zhao Wuji was shocked when he saw the 9 soul rings and begged for mercy. Which senior is it? Chirp chirp. At this time, the four-eyed cat owl Flanders came to the woods and saluted respectfully to the black-robed man. Greetings to His Majesty Haoshan. Tang Hao said to Flanders coldly, go away, this is none of your business. Your Majesty Haoshan, I don't think I have offended you. If you want to kill me, give me a reason. Zhao Wuji was scared when he heard that it was this fierce man. After beating the younger one, the older one will naturally come out to ask for an explanation. After Tang Hao said that, he raised his fist and smashed towards Zhao Wuji. The scene was very brutal. I'll trouble you guys in the future. After Tang Hao beat Zhao Wuji, he left a word and disappeared. In fact, he continued to hide in the dark, mainly because he was afraid that the little rabbit would be discovered by other strong men. Flanders, you are really not nice. Zhao Wuji got up from the ground with difficulty and complained to Flanders. Look at what you did today. Flanders shook his head helplessly and took the seriously injured Zhao Wuji back to school. He didn't expect that Tang San was actually Tang Hao's son. This time, Zhao Wuji broke one hand, 4 ribs, and his face was beaten beyond recognition. During the assessment, Tang San was beaten by the angry Zhao Wuji and broke 2 ribs. It can be said that both sides were injured. Flanders had to spend a lot of money to go to Soto City to invite a healing spirit master to heal the 2 of them, which made him feel distressed for a while. That was a gold soul coin. Chapter 45, The Gold Smoking Cave, the Soto Fighting Spirit Arena. Yeliangchen and Zhu Zuqing spent several days and finally arrived at the prosperous Soto City. In order to hide his identity, Yeliangchen used a dream mask to disguise himself as another ordinary handsome man, and Zhu Zuqing also put away his cat ears and tail headdress. Brother Chen, this city is very prosperous. As the second largest city in the Barak Kingdom and a granary, Soto City is naturally very prosperous. When you come to Soto City, you naturally have to stay in the Best Rose Hotel. Yeliangchen used another fake name to book the most luxurious room in the Last Rose Hotel, planning to play here for 2 days before leaving. That morning, Yeliangchen and Zhu Zuqing walked around the city, then found a luxurious restaurant, ordered a table of delicious dishes, and had a delicious meal. At this time, a woman walked in at the door of the restaurant, came not far from Yeliangchen and Zhu Zuqing, found a private seat, and started ordering food. Boss, I want this, this, and this. The woman was not tall, about 1.65 meters tall, wearing a light blue dress, with long brown soft hair, very beautiful, fair skin, and looked both beautiful and cute. This person was Ning Rongrong from the Shrek 7 Devils. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and others went to the soul fighting arena for soul fighting training. She and Oscar were only auxiliary soul masters and could not fight souls. They could only practice running in school, and she took advantage of this gap to run to the restaurant alone to eat. After Ning Rongrong ordered the dishes, she glanced inadvertently and found Yeliangchen and Zhu Zuqing who were eating a few meters away. She was immediately attracted by Yeliangchen's temperament. After seeing Zhu Zuqing's hot body, the woman looked down at her ordinary appearance. She shook her head and sighed. Look at those 2 people who are not very old, but have excellent temperament. Who could they be? Ning Rongrong stared at Yeliangchen and Zhu Zuqing, wondering which faction's disciples they were. Brother Chen, that woman is looking at us. Zhu Zuqing said to Yeliangchen in a low voice. Don't pay attention to others, just enjoy your meal. Yeliangchen turned his head and glanced at the woman. He found that she was very beautiful, even cute, but too small. Compared with Zhu Zuqing's tall and hot figure, she was far inferior. Cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. Yeliangchen likes big ones, and is not interested in the petite beauty. Brother Chen, I think she is attracted by your temperament. Seeing that the woman kept staring at this side, Zhu Zuqing thought that Yeliangchen had disguised his face, but that temperament could not be hidden. Stop joking, eat quickly. I'll take you to Soto City later. Yeliangchen stopped the little cat's teasing and turned his head to look at the little beauty. Long brown hair, light blue skirt, fair skin, a pretty and cute face, a pair of beautiful eyes with a hint of light blue light, the whole person is full of nobility. At first glance, she is a rich lady. Could this be Ning Rongrong from Shrek Academy? According to this time period, the girl should be here. Looking at this situation, she should not be able to stand the simple food in the academy, so she came to the hotel alone to eat. Yeliangchen looked at the image of the woman and guessed it in his heart. Now the little cat among the Shrek 7 Devils has been kidnapped by Yeliangchen, leaving only Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is often with Tang San, Ning Rongrong is very lonely, and she has to be on guard against the other 3 wolves in the academy at all times. I don't know how long she can hold on. After a while, Yeliangchen and Zhu Zuqing finished their meal, paid the bill, and walked out of the restaurant. Kitty. Let's go to the grand fighting arena to watch the fighting match. Liang Chen proposed to Zhu Zuqing the idea of going to watch the fighting match. Brother Chen, I heard that you can bet on the match in the Soto Grand Fighting Arena. Let's go and bet a little. Brother Chen, is this okay? Yes, I will take you to make a lot of money today and let you experience the joy of picking up money. Liang Chen planned to make some money in the soul fighting arena. After all, the soul refining technique he practiced had reached the 4th level. As long as his consciousness was open, he could sense the strength of those participating in the soul fighting arena. It was too easy to make a little money. Now Tang San and Xiao Wu might also be playing in the soul fighting arena. With the two of them playing below the soul master, it was generally difficult for them to meet opponents. In this way, placing a bet was equivalent to picking up money. Zhu Zuqing also followed Liang Chen's arrangement. She also took out a veil and put it on to cover her beautiful face. The Soto Soul Fighting Arena was also very famous in the entire empire. The Soul Fighting Arena was jointly opened by some big families in the empire. It covers an extremely large area and is very luxurious inside. It is better to say that it is an amusement park than a soul fighting arena. It is also a gold-spending cave with various services. As long as you have money, you can enjoy it here. Of course, the people who come to this place mainly watch various gambling fights, and even life and death soul fighting matches. Many nobles often come to watch the life and death between soul masters. Fighting, seeking visual stimulation. When Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing arrived at the entrance of the fighting arena, it was noon. The fighting competition in the Soto fighting arena gradually became lively. In the evening, there were more spectators. At that time, the central fighting competition would start, and it would usher in the most exciting moment. Suddenly, Liang Chen saw a girl with 2 rabbit ears on her head and wearing pink clothes, pulling a man in blue clothes, registering at the fighting arena counter. Liang Chen was stunned. Isn't this Tang San and Xiao Wu? I didn't expect them to. They are here too. Tang San and Xiao Wu are here, so Dai Mubai and Fatima should be here too. Liang Chen glanced around and saw a fat man with red hair and a man with blonde hair 20 meters ahead. They were the two of them. At this moment, they were observing the young women passing by. When they saw the beautiful women, Fatima had a lewd look in his eyes. Zhu Zuqing also saw Dai Mubai at this moment. When the guy escaped, he met Zhu Zuqing once, so she knew his appearance. Brother Chen, let's walk slower. Zhu Zuqing restrained her aura, pulled Liang Chen, and deliberately stopped at the entrance of the fighting spirit arena. After seeing Dai Mubai and the others leave, she walked towards the fighting spirit arena counter. Liang Chen also understood Zhu Zuqing's meaning. She was afraid that the other party would feel the aura of her martial soul. The martial souls of the two families were very familiar with each other, and they also had martial soul fusion skills that could sense each other's aura. Seeing that the little cat had no emotional fluctuations after seeing Dai Mubai, it seemed that she didn't want to recognize Dai Mubai and had completely let it go. Do you two need any help? When Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing came to the counter, a sweet-looking waitress asked the two with a professional smile. We want a top-level VIP room to watch the fighting spirit competition. Liang Chen looked at the cost of the top VIP lounge, which was as high as 5,000 gold soul coins. There were only 10 of these top VIP lounges, which were specially used to receive wealthy nobles. The others were ordinary VIP lounges. Seeing this, Liang Chen directly took out several large bags of gold soul coins and placed them on the counter. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I will process it for you right away. The waiter saw that Liang Chen was so generous, and saw that the two people were dressed gorgeously and had extraordinary temperaments, and they were probably from a big family, so he said something to a young woman next to him. The woman ran to a hall in the distance, and soon, a manager wearing glasses came to Liang Chen with 2 young and beautiful women. Dear guest, my surname is Ao, and I am the manager of Soto City. Welcome to Soto Dohun Arena to spend money. Manager Ao saw that a big business was coming, so he personally arranged the top service for him. For rich people who come to Dohun Arena to spend money, the service of Dohun Arena has always been very thoughtful. Thank you, Manager Ao. Liang Chen remembered that Manager Ao seemed to be at the level of Soul Saint, but he didn't expect that he would come to receive him in person. It's true that money can make the devil push the mill. You're welcome, sir. Xiao He, Xiao Feng, take this gentleman and this lady to the VIP lounge of Tianxing. Manager Ao felt Liang Chen's imposing temperament and thought that this person was of extraordinary status, so he ordered the 2 women to receive Liang Chen and the others. Yes, manager. Sir, madam, please follow us. The 2 women led Liang Chen and the others to the most luxurious VIP lounge in the distance. Soto City is indeed a den of money. As long as you have money, you can enjoy the best service here. Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing followed the 2 beautiful waitresses and came to a luxurious hall after many twists and turns. There were several huge screens in front of them, which were used to project the competitions of various fighting spirit arenas. All the arenas of Soto Fighting Spirit Arena could be seen. The entire Soto Fighting Spirit Arena has a main Fighting Spirit Arena and hundreds of branch Fighting Spirit Arenas. In addition to the top 10 VIP lounges, there are hundreds of ordinary VIP lounges, all of which are built in the best site, so that guests can watch the Fighting Spirit competition conveniently. The two waiters poured expensive wine and tea for Ye Liangchen and Zhu Zuqing, and also placed various exquisite fruit plates and cakes, which were very expensive at first glance. After finishing all these tasks, the two women stood quietly on both sides, like two maids, looking at Ye Liangchen from time to time, with a different look in their eyes. Ladies, please leave for now. If you need anything, we will call you again. Ye Liangchen took out 20 gold soul coins and threw them to the two waiters as a tip. Anyway, he had plenty of money. Thank you, sir, we will go out first. If there is anything you need, you can directly press the button on the wall. Then we will receive the message and come back to serve you too. The two young women excitedly put away the gold soul coins, quietly left the VIP lounge of Tianxing, and closed the door. The two women originally wanted to provide Ye Liangchen with another special service. After all, this top-level VIP room also includes this kind of service. But when they saw that Ye Liangchen had a stunning woman by his side, her hot body and beautiful face were enough to beat them by several streets, and they immediately understood that this young man looked down on them. Brother Chen, you spent 5,000 gold soul coins this time, which is a waste. Seeing Ye Liangchen spend money like water, Zhu Zuqing was also speechless. Is it so willful to have money? Zuqing, what's a mere 5,000 gold soul coins? I'll bet later and guarantee to win back the principal and interest. Since Tang San and Xiaowu are going to have a fighting spirit competition, how can Ye Liangchen miss such an opportunity to make money? Then I'll wait and see. Zhu Zuqing looked at Ye Liangchen's calm appearance, feeling as if everything was under his control, and this time there might be a big harvest. At this moment, a competition was going on in the fighting spirit arena. Ye Liangchen and Zhu Zuqing drank fine wine, tasted various cakes, and watched the fighting spirit competition quietly. Although Zhu Zuqing was born into a royal family, this kind of top-level luxurious life was her first time to enjoy it, and she felt very wonderful at the moment. Chapter 46 Happy Money Making. After an ordinary game ended, the host's voice sounded again. Dear audience, preparations for the next game begin. The two contestants are Daimyo Bai, a level 37 soul master, nicknamed the Evil-Eyed White Tiger, and his opponent is Li Erniu, a level 39 soul master, whose martial soul is a mountain cat. Please prepare the two contestants. When Ye Liangchen heard that Daimyo Bai was going to play the game, he immediately became interested. Zuqing, wait a moment, I'll go to place the bet. After telling Zhu Zuqing, Ye Liangchen directly opened the door of the hall, came to the counter, and asked the beautiful staff member before. Miss, is there a betting for the match between Daimyo Bai, the evil-eyed white tiger, and Li Erniu, the mountain cat? The beautiful staff member smiled sweetly. Sir, we have a handicap for every fighting spirit match in the Soto arena. The current handicap odds are 2 to 1, Li Erniu is 1 times, and Daimyo Bai is 2 times. The staff member checked the handicap comparison between Daimyo Bai and Li Erniu, and patiently told Ye Liangchen. Well, I'll bet 3,000 gold soul coins on Daimyo Bai to win. Ye Liangchen directly bet 3,000 gold soul coins on Daimyo Bai to win. Although Li Erniu's soul power is higher than Daimyo Bai, the mountain cat martial spirit cannot be compared with the evil-eyed white tiger. Okay, sir. After Ye Liangchen placed a bet, the staff also gave him an exchange card. After the game, if he won, he could directly exchange it for gold soul coins. After Ye Liangchen placed his bet, some other people also came to place their bets. Among them, a middle-aged man with a big belly even asked some. After analyzing the strength of Daimyo Bai and Li Erniu, he decisively bet on Daimyo Bai to win, which surprised Ye Liangchen. This guy has a good vision. But some people did not listen to him and directly bet on Li Erniu. They believed that Li Erniu's soul power was 2 levels higher than Daimyo Bai and he would definitely win. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at Ye Liangchen and asked with a smile, Little brother, who do you bet on to win? I bet on Daimyo Bai to win. Ye Liangchen did not hide it. Well, little brother, you really have a good vision, so wish us good luck. The middle-aged man said with a smile, finally met someone who knows the goods. When Ye Liangchen returned to the Tianxing room, Zhu Zuqing came over and asked curiously, Brother Chen, who will win? I bet on Daimyo Bai to win. Ah. But Daimyo Bai's soul power is 2 levels lower than Li Erniu's. Zuqing, Li Erniu's martial soul is just a mountain cat, which is much lower than the level of the evil-eyed white tiger. The suppression of the martial soul made him lose the upper hand. When I met Daimyo Bai and his friends 2 years ago, there were only 3 people in Shrek Academy. Now there are new students. He must show his skills in front of his new classmates, so he will win this fighting spirit game. Brother Chen, you are really amazing. You have thought of this situation. Seeing Ye Liangchen see through the problem, Zhu Zuqing thought to himself that this man is not only powerful, but also smart and intelligent. Don't praise me, just watch the game with peace of mind. Liang Chen smiled faintly. He didn't have any intelligence. He just cheated. Dear audience, the soul fighting competition between Daimyo Bai, the evil-eyed white tiger, and Li Erniu, the mountain cat, begins. Please welcome the two contestants to make their debut. After the betting market was closed, the professional voice of the host sounded, and the competition officially began. Daimyo Bai walked into the soul fighting field with a dragon-like and tiger-like step. Today, he had to perform well in front of his juniors and maintain his boss's style. Daimyo Bai's opponent, Li Erniu, a man in his 30s, also came to the ring. After the two introduced their names, martial arts, and soul power levels, they immediately summoned their martial arts and started fighting directly. Awoo! Meow! For a while, the roar of tigers and the cry of cats sounded on the ring. The two fought fiercely. 10 minutes later, Daimyo Bai won with the advantage of martial arts. In the VIP lounge of Tianxing, Liang Chen watched the whole process of the game. He had expected Daimyo Bai to win. Zhu Qing, I won money, 6,000 gold soul coins in hand. Brother Chen, as you expected, the gold soul coins I spent before have been earned back. Zhu Zuqing felt that Liang Chen made money too easily, and he made thousands of gold soul coins in a short time. I'll go to exchange gold soul coins and continue to bet later. After earning 6,000 gold soul coins in one game, Liang Chen was in a very good mood and went directly to the counter to exchange gold soul coins. Little brother, congratulations on your wealth. The fat man was also redeeming the prize before. Seeing Liang Chen coming, he smiled and congratulated him. Haha. Brother, you also won, congratulations. Little brother, let me tell you. After Liang Chen exchanged the prize, he chatted with the middle-aged fat man next to him, waiting for the next game, and then continued to bet. Dear audience, the next match is about to begin. The newcomer Great Soul Master Xiao Wu, who has the Jade Rabbit martial spirit, will fight against the Great Soul Master Baoqing, who has the Iron Horn Bull. Great Soul Master Baoqing had 2 consecutive victories before, and he is very strong. Dear audience, will Great Soul Master Baoqing win 3 consecutive victories, or will Xiao Wu, who has the Jade Rabbit martial spirit, be better? Let's wait and see. A few minutes later, the host's excited voice sounded again, which immediately aroused the audience's emotions, and the information of Xiao Wu and Baoqing was projected on the big screen. Little brother, what do you think? The middle-aged fat man looked at the big screen, learned about the information of Xiao Wu and Baoqing, and asked Liang Chen for his opinion. I bet on Xiao Wu to win, maybe I will get unexpected gains. Liang Chen did not say that it was a sure win, but directly gave an ambiguous answer, and then directly bet 3,000 gold soul coins, betting on Xiao Wu to win. Little brother, I also bet on Xiao Wu. Although Baoqing has won 2 consecutive victories, it is inevitable that he will be proud. The middle-aged fat man also followed Liang Chen to bet on Xiao Wu. Because Xiao Wu is a newcomer, the odds are as high as 3 times, while Baoqing had won 2 consecutive victories before, and the odds were only 1 times, so most people bet on Baoqing. Soon, the match between Xiao Wu and Baoqing started. Seeing that Xiao Wu was just a little girl, the audience said that she was bound to lose. Baoqing was tall and strong, and he also thought that Xiao Wu was bound to lose, and advised her to get off quickly. But as soon as the battle started, Xiao Wu used her own flexibility to directly use the first soul skill waist bow on Baoqing, and knocked Baoqing off the ring in a few strokes. The whole process took only about 3 minutes, which blinded everyone's eyes. Little brother, you have a good eye, I am convinced. When redeeming the prize, the middle-aged fat man gave Liang Chen a thumbs up. Thank you for the prize, brother. I was just lucky. Liang Chen smiled calmly, then walked to the counter and asked the beautiful waitress to redeem the prize. This time, he bet on Xiao Wu and won 9,000 gold soul coins, plus the 6,000 he won before. A total of 15,000 gold soul coins were earned. Because there were too many gold soul coins, the waiter directly exchanged 3 gold cards for Liang Chen, each with a limit of 5,000. This kind of gold soul coin card, like a bank card, can be exchanged for gold soul coins in money houses across the continent, and even in those large hotels, you can directly swipe the card, which is very convenient. Liang Chen was in a good mood and directly rewarded the beautiful waitress with 100 gold soul coins, which immediately made her smile. When returning to the VIP room, Liang Chen directly threw a gold card to Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, we made money. This is a 5,000 gold soul coin card. You keep it and we will continue later. Brother Chen, you make money too fast. Needless to say, if you don't make money when you have it, you are a bastard. Brother Chen, how can you make money? You are picking up money. Zhu Zuqing was not polite and directly put away the gold soul coin card. Anyway, she had such a close relationship with the man in front of her, and she was considered her own person. Soon, the fighting arena welcomed Tang San's match. Zhu Zuoqing asked Yeliang Chen, "Brother Chen, how do we place a bet?" "Bet on Tang San to win. Let's go and place a bet together." Yeliang Chen took Zhu Zuoqing to the betting place and saw that Tang San and his opponent were at a 2:1 odds, so they each placed a bet of 5,000 gold soul coins. The beautiful waitress smiled and helped Yeliang Chen to place the bet. With Tang San's current strength, he can sweep the same realm and fight against higher-level opponents. The great soul master who fought with him only lasted 2 minutes before he was defeated. "Brother Chen, we have earned so many gold soul coins in just a few minutes. This money comes too fast." After exchanging the rewards, Zhu Zuoqing returned to the VIP room and was extremely excited. She thought that if she followed this guy, she would have everything to eat and drink. "Calm down. We only earned 35,000 gold soul coins in 3 games. It's nothing. Next, let's bet smaller. When we earn more than 100,000 gold soul coins, we'll leave. We can't bet too much, otherwise it will attract the attention of the high level of the Duhun field." Tang San and Xiao Wu still have a doubles match. Yeliang Chen plans to use his spiritual sense to check the situation of other Duhun field players after this match and use cheating to win money. Xiao Wu and Tang San's doubles opponents are the Iron Blood combination, a pair of twin brothers named Tailong and Taihu. They are blacksmiths, and their martial spirits are also hammers. They are also very powerful. In this match, Tang San and Xiao Wu are not easy to fight. At the end of the battle, the Tai brothers used a soul skill called Go All In, which directly shocked Tang San to spit blood. Xiao Wu was anxious and fired sleeve arrows directly at the vital parts of the Tai brothers' bodies. In a hurry, Tang San immediately fired a hidden weapon, knocked away the hidden weapon shot by Xiao Wu, and saved the Tai brothers, otherwise he could not bear this responsibility. The Iron Blood combination did not expect the opponent to use lethal weapons, and finally had to admit defeat. In the VIP lounge of the Tianxing, Zhu Zuoqing saw the weapon that Xiao Wu fired at the end, and was very curious, so she asked Yeliang Chen. "Brother Chen, what weapon is that? It looks very powerful. It should be a hidden weapon, a weapon specially used to sneak attack the opponent. But in such an open competition, using this method to sneak attack others, it seems that they can't afford to lose. Little cat, I didn't expect you to see the essence of the problem. That's right, they just can't afford to lose." After Tang San and Xiao Wu finished the game, they were about to return to the academy. Yeliang Chen didn't pay attention to them anymore, and directly focused on the competitions in other fighting spirit fields. For those fighting spirit competitions of unfamiliar soul masters, Yeliang Chen directly released his spiritual sense and felt their true strength. "Zhu Qing, bet 5,000 gold soul coins." Every time he sensed the true strength of those soul masters, Yeliang Chen immediately ordered Zhu Zuoqing to bet, betting only a few thousand gold soul coins each time, and continued until the evening. At the end of the day, he directly earned 160,000 gold soul coins. After Yeliang Chen exchanged the gold soul coin card, he took Zhu Zuoqing and quickly left the Soto Great Soul fighting arena. Yeliang Chen never lost a bet, which also attracted the attention of manager Ao. After Yeliang Chen and others left, he came to the counter to inquire about the situation. "Xiao Rou, how much money did the guests in the VIP room of Tianxing win in total?" Manager Ao, "That gentleman won a total of 160,000 gold soul coins today." "How cruel. He spent 5,000 gold soul coins when he came to our fighting arena, but he made 160,000. Manager, that gentleman knows how to make choices and did not destroy the balance. Our bottom line is to win at any price below 500,000. That's true. It seems that he is young but has incomparable experience in the world." After listening to Xiao Rou's narration, manager Ao shook his head helplessly, hoping that the guest would not come next time. The beautiful staff member named Xiao Rou also made a fortune today. Yeliang Chen rewarded her with 10,000 gold soul coins today. The bottom line rules for winning money in the fighting arena were all told to Yeliang Chen by her secretly. After Xiao Rou finished the last work at the counter, she rushed home happily. With 10,000 gold soul coins earned today, she could buy a luxurious house in the Soto district. Chapter 47 The 3 despicable guys were executed. After leaving the Soto arena, Yeliang Chen and Zhu Zuoqing walked towards the street of the Rose Hotel. "Brother Chen, you are really amazing. We bet today and never lost once." Zhu Zuoqing's face was filled with a sweet smile, and she was in a very happy mood. This time, Yeliang Chen directly gave her 80,000 gold soul coins. If she found a place to live in seclusion and lived frugally, it would be enough for her to spend for a lifetime. "When I escaped from the Zhu family, I only brought a few hundred gold soul coins with me, which were given by my aunt. Since I met Yeliang Chen, my life has taken off. Zhu Qing, money is outside of the body, don't care too much. As soul masters, improving our cultivation is the most important thing." The money Yeliang Chen won today was all earned by cheating. He didn't care much about this kind of wind-blown money. "I understand, Brother Chen, let's go quickly. Zhu Zuoqing looked at Ye Liangchen's calm appearance and knew that he didn't care about money. Today he was making money for himself. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuoqing felt very sweet in her heart. She took Ye Liangchen's hand and walked forward. It was late at night, and there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street. The street lights on both sides of the street emitted a weak light, illuminating these streets. Ah! Help! Just as Ye Liangchen and Zhu Zuoqing walked into a street, a woman's cry for help suddenly came from the alley in front, but the sound soon disappeared. Brother Chen, the woman's voice seems to be from Xiao, a staff member of the fighting arena. Zhu Zuoqing had excellent hearing and immediately recognized the owner of the voice. After all, she had met the beautiful staff member today. Let's go and save her. Ye Liangchen took Zhu Zuoqing and quickly ran towards the alley. With his spiritual sense spread out, he soon found 3 figures in a corner, and the beautiful staff member was already unconscious. Zuoqing, over there. Ye Liangchen ran quickly according to the direction sensed by his spiritual sense, and Zhu Zuoqing followed closely behind him. Half a minute later, the two rushed into a dead end and found 3 wretched men who were about to pull Xiao's clothes. Let her go. Zhu Zuoqing shouted delicately, and directly possessed her martial spirit and rushed forward. He. I didn't expect a top-notch beauty to come. Bouletin Le, Tianyi, this is the cat-eared girl. So hot. Hey. Why is there another man? Laoyi, Tianyi, that man is also a soul master, kill him, I'll deal with the cat-eared girl. These 3 people are the 3 wretched villains in Soto City, Bouletin Le, Tianyi, and Yikao, all 3 of them are soul masters, among which Bouletin Le's soul power reaches level 46, and his martial soul is a pair of strange pink shields, Tianyi's martial soul is a kitchen knife, and his soul power is as high as level 51, and Yikao's martial soul is a strange goose, which has also reached the strength of a soul master. The 3 of them often do some sneaky things in Soto City, kidnap good women, and do all kinds of evil, and they are known as the 3 villains of Soto City. Bouletin Le's face was very thin and long, like a skeleton, with green light in his eyes, extremely wretched, and the Yikao was even uglier, with a rooster head on his head and a pair of eyes like puffy bubbles, one more wretched than the other, and the other short man wearing a hat was relatively normal, but his eyes also had green light. At this moment, the 3 people have been possessed by martial spirits, among which Tianyi has 5 soul rings flashing on his body, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and he holds a kitchen knife with a green blade. After the Yikao's martial spirit was possessed, his arms were covered with goose feathers, his mouth became a goose beak, there were many puffy bubbles around his eyes, and with the coxcomb on the top of his head, he looked like a goose with a lion's head, and his soul rings were also white, yellow, purple, and purple. Bouletin Le had a pair of pink covers on his head, like some items used by women, and the soul rings were the same as those of the Yikao. At this moment, Tianyi and Yikao walked towards Ye Liangchen, and Bouletin Le pounced on Zhu Zuoqing. He. Boy, you disturbed our good deeds, go to hell. Tianyi and Yikao saw that Ye Liangchen didn't even open his martial spirit, thinking that this guy must be scared silly. Little cat. Brother is here. Bouletin Le saw Zhu Zuoqing's cat-eared girl, and a hot breath rushed straight to the top of his head. His pair of green bean-like eyes were glowing green, and his saliva kept flowing down the corners of his mouth, like a wolf meeting a lamb. Zuoqing, be careful. Ye Liangchen saw that Tianyi, who was holding a kitchen knife, was actually a soul king, so he didn't plan to fight. If he fought, it would alert the patrol. So he took out the Chicken King HK416 in an instant and shot at the opponent at lightning speed. The Chicken King's safety was always on, and Ye Liangchen's shooting skills became more and more sophisticated. He completed a double kill within a second. At such a fast speed, Tianyi and Yikao had no time to react, and then they were hit. After Ye Liangchen dealt with the 2 guys, he quickly put away the king of chicken and took out a long sword to pretend. Puff puff. Ah! With only 2 slight noises, Tianyi and Laoyi fell down instantly, with a big hole in their hearts, and died directly. The sudden change also woke up Bouletin Le who was preparing to attack Zhu Zuoqing. Laoyi Tianyi. Seeing his 2 companions fall down at once, Bouletin Le was shocked and rushed over to check on his companions. Boy, you are looking for death. Bouletin Le saw that his 2 companions had no breath, and his pair of green bean-like eyes stared at Ye Liangchen, roared angrily, and launched a soul skill to attack Ye Liangchen. Death is shrouded. Shua shua. Ye Liangchen stepped on the 5 elements mysterious steps to avoid Bouletin Le's first soul skill attack. Zhu Qing, go save Xiao. Okay, brother Chen. Ye Liangchen shouted to Zhu Zuoqing, then summoned the Chunjun sword, stepped on the 5 elements mysterious steps, and rushed towards Bouletin Le. Shua shua shua. Ye Liangchen suddenly killing over, Bouletin Le felt the danger and immediately stepped back. Tianluo double cover. A pair of huge pink covers pressed towards Ye Liangchen, emitting pink mist, which also had a confusing aura, and Bouletin Le himself was hidden in the mist. The Tianluo double cover spirit skill is an illusion-like skill that can confuse the opponent. He. Boy, you are dead after being hit by my Tianluo double cover spirit skill. I will avenge my 2 companions and enjoy that cat-eared girl. Buletin Li's obscene voice sounded in the mist, and he felt that he had already won. Shua breaking delusion divine light. Ye Liangchen's eyes shot out a golden light, instantly breaking Buletin Li's Tianluo double cover. Kaka. The 2 huge covers were directly broken, and the pink mist disappeared. What? Buletin Li's soul skill was broken, and he was shocked and kept retreating. Sky-splitting cross-slash. Ye Liangchen activated the soul bone on his left arm to try the power of this 100,000 year soul bone. He had absorbed this soul bone for so long, but he had never tried it, and he almost forgot about it. Shua. Ye Liangchen's left arm sent out several cross blades, with powerful force, slashing towards Buletin Li. Bang bang. No. Facing the attack of the 100,000 year soul bone, Buletin Li's 46 level soul power could not resist it at all, and was directly chopped into several pieces. Brother Chen. Zhu Zuqing was in the distance, and after seeing Buletin Li being killed, she was relieved. Coming to Zhu Zuqing's side, Ye Liangchen found that Xiaoro was still in a coma, so he stretched out his hand and injected soul power into several acupuncture points on her body. After a while, Xiaoro slowly woke up. Ah! It's my sister, Song Yao. Xiaoro found herself lying in Zhu Zuqing's arms, and then saw the bodies of 3 men in the distance, and immediately understood. Let's leave quickly, the patrol will be here soon. Ye Liangchen gave Xiaoro a soul pill to replenish her physical strength. What happened before almost scared her silly, and she was weak at the moment. The 2 of them took Xiaoro and quickly left the alley. 10 minutes after they left, some nearby residents came to the alley with a team of patrol soldiers and found 3 bodies, one of which was broken into several pieces. Hey! Aren't these the 3 wretched bastards that our captain has been looking for many days? I didn't expect these 3 bastards to be killed. I don't know which hero did it. It saved our patrol team the trouble. A group of patrolmen quickly took out bags and packed up the bodies of the 3 wretched villains. Their movements were very skillful. It was obvious that they had done this kind of work often. After leaving the alley, Xiaoro respectfully saluted Ye Liangchen and Zhu Zuqing. Thank you for saving me, sir and lady. You're welcome. Where do you live? We'll take you home. It was late at night, and Ye Liangchen and Zhu Zuqing were worried about letting the woman walk on the street alone, so they took her home directly. Thank you, my name is Xiaoro, I live on Street 9. Xiaoro introduced her residence to the 2 people, thinking that it was a close call today. If it weren't for these 2 benefactors, she might have been abused by the 3 villains, and her life might have been in danger. Xiaoro, don't tell anyone about our elimination of the 3 villains. Remember to keep it a secret for us. Ye Liangchen warned the other party a few words. After all, the 3 villains were dead, and the patrol soldiers of Soto City would find out sooner or later. Don't worry, benefactor. Xiaoro won't tell anyone. Those 3 people look like the 3 wretched villains mentioned by Director Ao. They often do some sneaky things, kidnap good women, do all kinds of evil, and are notorious. If you get rid of them, it can be regarded as getting rid of harm for the people. Xiaoro also told the 2 about the crimes of the 3 villains, which made Zhu Zuqing very angry. Such bad people, why don't the soldiers catch them? Xiaoro shook her head, they are all soul masters. They hide during the day and come out at night. It is difficult for the soldiers to find them. The 3 of them walked for half an hour and finally arrived at street number 9. The houses here are not very luxurious. Xiaoro lives in a 2-story building, and she rents it. She comes from a small village outside Soto City. In order to facilitate her work, she rents a small building on this street. When she saves enough money, she can buy a luxurious house in the center of Soto City. Xiaoro told Ye Liangchen and Zhu Zuqing about her dream with a sunny smile on her face. I wish you to realize your dream soon. We'll leave first. Mr. Benefactor and Miss, come to my house and sit for a while, so that Xiaoro can thank you. No need, you should be careful next time. Ye Liangchen and Zhu Zuqing sent the woman home safely, and after saying goodbye to Xiaoro, they returned directly to the Rose Hotel. Watching Ye Liangchen and Zhu Zuqing disappear at the end of the street, Xiaoro bowed in the direction they left. My benefactor, the 10,000 gold soul coins you gave me have made my dream come true. I have nothing to repay you for. I wish you and that lady a peaceful life and eternal love. Ye Liangchen did not expect that when he came to this different world, he would actually meet a girl who was struggling for a house, and he also remembered the past life on the Blue Star. Those young people who work hard for a house are really amazing. Brother Chen, Xiaoro's dream is only for a luxury house. What is your dream? Zhu Zuqing tilted her head, staring at Ye Liangchen with her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously. My dream is to stand at the top of this world, and then change the world, and create a world where ordinary people can live with dignity. Liang Chen looked into the distance, and a domineering aura burst out, which made the little cat around him stunned. A pair of beautiful eyes were full of little stars. At this moment, she felt that the figure of the boy in front of her was extremely tall. Brother Chen, your dream is really great, I believe you can do it. Zhu Zuqing didn't know what was going on, anyway, she felt that the boy in front of her could definitely do it. Hee. Little cat, I'm bragging, and you believe this. Looking at Zhu Zuqing, who has become a little fangirl, Liang Chen is speechless. This girl has completely fallen. Brother Chen, my woman's intuition tells me that you can do it. What woman? You are just a girl now. Brother Chen, you are so bad, you are just a boy too. While chatting happily, the two rushed to the direction of the Rose Hotel, leaving two beautiful shadows under the dim light. Chapter 48 Return to the Academy. When Liang Chen and Zhu Zuqing returned to the Rose Hotel, it was around 8 o'clock in the evening. After having a midnight snack in the hotel restaurant, they went upstairs and prepared to go back to the room to rest. At this time, a blonde man came in at the hotel gate, hugged two young women who looked exactly the same, and walked towards the lobby counter. This person is Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy. Because he won the fighting spirit competition today, he was in a good mood, so he made an appointment with the twin sisters to relax in the hotel. Manager Wang, is my blue ocean still there? Dai Mubai asked the hotel lobby manager and threw some gold soul coins. Mr. Dai, your room is always here. Here is the room card. I wish you a good time. Manager Wang handed the door card to Dai Mubai with a smile, thinking that the blue ocean has been booked by you for a long time, and I can't let other guests stay there. Baby, let's go up. Dai Mubai raised the room card in his hand and walked towards the stairs with the two women in his arms. At this time, Zhu Zuqing, who had walked to the second floor, looked back and saw Dai Mubai hugging the two women, so she pulled Liang Chen's hand and ran upstairs. Brother Chen, let's go quickly. Zhu Zuqing whispered in Liang Chen's ear. What's wrong? Liang Chen felt very strange when he saw this little cat suddenly pulling him away. Dai Mubai is here, I don't want to see him, let's go quickly. Zhu Zuqing whispered, and then quickened his pace. Liang Chen looked back and saw Dai Mubai hugging the twin sisters from before, talking and laughing and walking towards the stairs. Damn! This guy is really good at playing, he always brings two girls with him, so decadent, so decadent. After the two of them quickly returned to the luxurious room on the top floor, Zhu Zuqing thought, you Dai Mubai can spend your days drinking and having fun looking for women, then I Zhu Zuqing can also run away with other men, this is fair for both parties. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing felt a sense of revenge on Dai Mubai, but this feeling was both exciting and refreshing. Hey! Kitty, are you really not going to meet Dai Mubai? Liang Chen thought that Kitty would step forward to question Dai Mubai, and then the two would quarrel and even fight, but she ran away directly. Brother Chen, I have already decided to follow you and have no more thoughts about him. When I become stronger, I will cancel the royal engagement, and then I can be with you openly. Brother Chen, do you think I am too realistic? Zhu Zuqing stared at Liang Chen affectionately, her face slightly red, feeling like a woman who curry favor with others. Little cat, don't talk about reality or not. In life, you must first survive. Only if you live freely can you pursue other things. The rules of this world are made by the strong. As long as you are strong enough, any problem is not a problem. Liang Chen comforted the little cat a few words and reached out to rub her silky long hair. Brother Chen, thank you. Let's practice together. Zhu Zuqing quietly leaned in Liang Chen's arms and said softly. But after saying this, her fair cheeks instantly turned red, like a red apple, but in order to capture the heart of this man, she gave it her all. You just love to think about it, go and rest. We have to travel tomorrow. The kitten was getting more and more abnormal, Liang Chen felt that if it continued like this, something would happen sooner or later, so he gently pushed her away from his arms. Brother Chen, do you dislike me? Zhu Zuqing showed an aggrieved expression. She was going to give it her all, but this guy was still calm. No, don't say such things, don't think about it, and rest quickly. Liang Chen was speechless. He had finally turned this kitten over, how could he dislike it? Okay then. I'll listen to you. Zhu Zuqing also understood what Liang Chen meant. Some things can be discussed later. It's too early now. After thinking it through, Zhu Zuqing smiled brightly, quickly kissed Liang Chen on the face, and then returned to her in the room. Fuck. This little cat has no moral principles and is attacking by surprise. Shaking his head helplessly, Liang Chen returned to his room, took a comfortable hot bath, and then went to sleep. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, Liang Chen was still discussing Taoism with Zhou Gong, and suddenly felt his nose itchy. Hot shoo. Liang Chen sneezed and woke up all of a sudden, and found that the little cat was squatting in front of him, scratching his nose with his hair. Puff chi. Brother Chen, it's dawn, I've bought breakfast, get up and eat. Zhu Zuoking smiled and pulled Liang Chen up, pushing him to wash up. Little cat, why are you up so early? Didn't you sleep last night? Liang Chen asked while washing up. I'm going to Tianshui College with you soon. I'm excited, so I got up early. You know, Tianshui College is the holy land of our female soul masters. I really admire you. After washing up, the two came to the living room. After breakfast, they checked out of the room and left Soto City. A new semester has begun at Tianshui College. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Shui Wu and their group of girls are already studying in the advanced class. In order to build the Tianshui girl group, Lan Ziadi and her sister specially asked Solin to conduct special training for these 7 girls, preparing to let these girls participate in the next Pan-Continental Soul Master competition. That morning, the 7 members of the Tianshui team were practicing soul skills in the lake in the simulated environment area. Teachers Solin and Li Suyin were instructing these girls. In order to facilitate training in the lake, these beauties all wore bikinis, showing their curvy figures to the fullest, and the scene was very hot. Girls, take a break first. The dean said that we, Tianshui, will win the championship in the next Soul Master competition. Do you have confidence? Solin called out to the girls and set a small goal for everyone. Of course I have confidence. Teacher Solin, will Xiao Chen participate in the competition? If he does, we will have booked the championship in advance. Swu, Yu Hero and others said excitedly. When they thought of Liangchen's soul ring combination that broke people's cognition and his abnormal strength, they would be able to sweep all teams at that time, and winning the championship was a foregone conclusion. Xiao Chen will definitely participate, but you have to work hard and don't hold him back in the competition. Solin smiled. If the little guy didn't participate, it would be a bit difficult for these little girls to win the championship. Xiao Chen has been out for more than a month. I don't know how he is now. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er were very worried about the little guy, fearing that he would have an accident. Don't worry about Xiao Chen, he will be fine. Solin knew that the little guy had a treasure on him, and he could summon the mysterious strong man Ditian at any time. Bing'er, Yu'er, I think you are worried that Xiao Chen will be abducted by a woman outside. I bet that Xiao Chen will definitely meet other beauties this time. Hehe. When Xiao Chen comes back, there may be beauties with him. Swu, Yu Hero and others laughed and joked, and the scene was very cheerful. Just as Shui Bing'er and others were talking, Liang Chen and Zhu Zuoking had arrived at the gate of Tianshui College. Zhu Zuoking looked at the beautiful Tianshui College in front of her and was very excited. Oh! Xiao Chen went on a long trip and brought back a beauty. That's great! The 2 senior class students who were on duty were very surprised to see that Liang Chen had been out of the college for more than a month and brought back a hot beauty. Zhu Zuoking is now wearing a tight leather jacket, cat ears and tail decorations. When she comes here, she doesn't need to hide her identity. Hello, 2 senior sisters. Liang Chen greeted the 2 beauties on duty. These 2 beauties are called Lia and Mok. They are in the same class as Shui Binger and are also beauties. The gate of Tianshui College has always been guarded by senior students in rotation. They can get a gold soul coin for guarding a day. For this job, the students like it very much and often take turns. Hey! Brother Xiao Chen, introduce this beauty to us. Yes. Brother Xiao Chen, you have a good eye. This figure and this face are really top-notch. Tisk tisk. Look at this figure, I'm afraid only the king of football Swu can compare with her. Lia and Mok were attracted by each other's hot figure. They looked around each other and kept talking about each other. Hello, seniors. My name is Zhu Zuoking. Being stared at by the 2 beauties with fiery eyes, Zhu Zuoking's face turned red like a red apple. Seniors, you are not right. You look like female hooligans now. Can't you be more reserved? Zuoking is my friend. I brought her to school. Liang Chen was helpless about the 2 girls' funny looks and had to pull Zhu Zuoking into the academy. Oh. So you are friends. Brother Xiao Chen, is this friend serious? Lia and Mo Shui are not little girls anymore. Of course, they understand the relationship between Liang Chen and Zhu Zuoking, so they deliberately tease them. Seniors, this is the Yahua pill I refined during this period. It can increase soul power. It also has the effect of beauty and beauty, I give it to you. Liang Chen took out 10 Yahua pills and gave them to Lia and Mo Shui. In his impression, these 2 people seemed to be the substitutes of Tianshui group. This pill also has the effect of beauty and beauty. Great, Brother Xiao Chen, thank you. The 2 girls excitedly put away the Yahua pills. They had taken the soul pills made by this guy before, and knew that this little guy had a magical alchemy skill. Liang Chen's return to the academy naturally caused a sensation among many students in the academy, and they all surrounded him. Brother Xiao Chen, you are back. Hello, senior sisters. Liang Chen greeted everyone. When everyone saw Zhu Zuoking's hot body, they exclaimed. Oh my god! This beauty is too hot. The hot body, coupled with the pure and beautiful face, looks pure and lustful, too beautiful, I like it. If I were a man, I would also like such a beauty. At this time, Lan Ziadi and several teachers came over from a distance and stopped the girls from making fun of themselves. What are you all doing? Go back to school quickly. Yes. Dean. Seeing that the dean had spoken, the girls dispersed. Auntie Lan, teachers, I'm back. Zhu Zuqing greets all the seniors. Zhu Zuqing also followed Ye Yangchen and saluted the elders. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect that after going out, I actually brought back a girl. Several teachers stared at Ye Yangchen, then looked at Zhu Zuqing next to him, and their faces showed ant-like smiles. Are you the little girl from that year? The Lan Ziadi sisters looked around Zhu Zuqing. The girl's dress reminded them of the people they saved in the Xingde forest. Yes. I escaped from home and met Brother Chen in the border mountains. Senior, I want to join the academy, so that I can survive, please take me in. Zhu Zuqing knelt down directly to Lan Ziadi and her sister. Although Ye Yangchen said that it would definitely succeed, she also had to show a sincere attitude. Auntie Lan, let her join the academy. Ye Yangchen also said beside him. Okay, okay. Don't kneel, we promise you. Such a beautiful lady, of course we welcome her. Lan Ziadi and Lan Xiaoling immediately helped the little cat up. They also saw that the girl liked their own stinky boy. They thought that the little guy's peach blossom luck was really strong. He had been out for more than a month and brought back a top beauty. I didn't expect that in 5 or 6 years, the little girl had grown into a big beauty. No wonder the little guy would bring this girl here. 49 Chapter 49 Little Cat Enrollment 49. Zhu Zuqing was very excited to see Lan Ziadi so readily agreed to her joining the academy. Thank you, Dean. Zhu Zuqing told everyone about her experience as she was born in the Xingluo Zhu family. She came here to seek help and there was no need to hide it. Meow. My martial soul. Zhu Zuqing released her martial soul and even the external soul bone. Since these people were Ye Yangchen's elders, Zhu Zuqing did not intend to hide it and introduced her soul ring and soul skills to everyone. This girl is so lucky. She actually got the external soul bone. This external soul bone is perfectly integrated with her. Several teachers looked at the black claw on Zhu Zuqing's left hand and marveled. You are so brave, you dare to let this girl absorb the soul ring of the 2,000-year-old ghost leopard on the third soul ring. Lan Ziadi felt Zhu Zuqing's physical fitness and found it very strong. She thought that her own brat must have let this girl practice the 5 elements divine fist. Auntie Lan, it's just a 2,000-year-old ghost leopard. If you work hard, you can get through it. Ye Yangchen thought that he had given the kitten a cheat, so absorbing a 2,000-year-old spirit ring was not a problem at all. What do you think of this girl? Of course I kept her. It would be a pity if I didn't cultivate such a good seedling. Sister Lan Ziadi exchanged opinions with Mu Qingxiu and Qi and others, and felt that it would not be a big problem to take in this girl. Zuqing, you can practice in the academy with peace of mind in the future. With our current strength, we can completely guarantee that we will be able to survive. Chirp. Lan Ziadi summoned her martial soul directly, and the 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings were also revealed, telling the little girl not to worry about the Xingluo royal family. 10 100,000-year soul rings. Dean, you are so amazing. Zhu Zuqing was so surprised when she saw Lan Ziadi's strength as a titled Douluo and the 100,000-year soul rings. Zuqing, Aunt Lan is now a level 96 titled Douluo. Even if the Xingluo Emperor Dai Tianfeng and Queen Zhu use the martial soul fusion technique, they will have to kneel down and sing conquer when they meet Aunt Lan. Stinky boy, you have learned to brag after going out for a while. Seeing Ye Yangchen calling the name of the Xingluo Emperor directly, Lan Ziadi grabbed his ear and pulled him towards Jingxian Villa. Director Mu, take Zuqing to go through the admission procedures and arrange her with Binger and the other girls. Lan Ziadi arranged for Zhu Zuqing to enroll directly. Since this girl likes her own brat, she must be trained. With this girl's qualifications, she will definitely become a titled Douluo in the future, which can be regarded as accumulating talents for the little guy. Don't worry, Dean, we will handle everything. Zuqing, follow me. Mu Qingxiu and Qi took Zhu Zuqing to the office and prepared for her. Go through the admission procedures. Thank you, teacher. Zhu Zuqing looked back in the direction of Ye Yangchen and found that the guy was being pulled by the ears by 2 elders. He was very cute and couldn't help but smile. In the pavilion of Jingxian Villa, Lan Ziadi and her sister asked Ye Yangchen to explain his whereabouts for the past month. Tell us how you met this girl. Ye Yangchen took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and said slowly, I was looking for medicinal herbs in the border mountains between the Barak Kingdom and the Xingluo Empire. I was grilling meat and suddenly heard someone fighting in the distance. After a while, Zhu Zuqing rushed towards me. When I saw her outfit, I subconsciously said a little cat, and I was not wearing a mask at the time, so she recognized me. Later, her sister Zhu Zuyun and 5 soul masters chased after me. 3 soul kings and 2 soul masters wanted to kill me, but I killed them directly. Zhu Zuyun was scared away and saved Zhu Zuqing. Liang Chen did not mention the use of guns to kill the enemy, mainly because he could not explain it to them. You killed 3 soul kings, but you didn't expose your martial soul, right? The Lan Ziadi sisters were shocked. This little guy is really good. Auntie Lan, you forgot that I have 100,000-year soul bone. Once the soul bone skill is activated, the opponent is stunned. They don't have time to react and they all ascend to heaven. Liang Chen has many cheats on him. Killing a few soul kings is easy. We all forgot that you have 100,000-year soul bone. The Lan Ziadi sisters smiled at each other. Seeing that the little guy can easily kill the soul king now, they feel very accomplished as protectors. What else? Tell us quickly, where have you been? The sisters really want to know Liang Chen's experience in the past month. The little guy was raised by them, and he is equivalent to their own son. Seeing that he can gain a foothold in the outside world, they are very relieved. Liang Chen had to tell the 2 elders about his experience in the past month, and even what happened in Soto City, but he didn't say anything about the Blue-Silver Emperor. This matter cannot be told to anyone. You are really a talent, even making money is so scary. When the 2 girls heard that the little guy made 80,000 gold soul coins in the Soto arena, they were immediately surprised. By the way, Aunt Lan, Aunt Ling, this is the elixir I made these days, called Yehua Dan, which is a little more advanced than the previous soul power elixir. It can replenish soul power and has the effect of beauty and beauty. Liang Chen took out a few bottles of Yehua Dan and gave them to the 2 elders. These were all made by himself according to the elixir recipe in the Dandian, and the effect was very good. Oh! You kid actually made such a magical elixir? Then we have to take a good look. The 2 girls took the elixir, opened the bottle cap, and smelled the fragrant elixir, and they immediately felt refreshed. Sister, this little guy's medical skills are getting better and better, and he actually made such a magical elixir. Lan Xiaoling took one, and the elixir melted in her mouth. The pure energy moisturized her limbs and bones, which was very comfortable. It seems that letting him learn medicine was a correct choice. Lan Ziadi had taken the soul power pill refined by Liang Chen before, and she was very impressed with the little guy's medical skills. This guy is really a versatile person. Aunt Lan, Aunt Ling, I'm going to see the dean's grandmother. After Liang Chen finished speaking, he walked directly towards the direction of Zizua courtyard. Go. Call grandma back to have dinner together later. The little guy returned to school, and Lan Ziadi and her sister prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate. After Liang Chen arrived at Zizua courtyard, he saw Shui Lingfeng walking out of the bamboo house with a smile. Dean's grandmother, I'm back. Liang Chen bowed to Shui Lingfeng. I was wondering why there was a magpie chirping this morning. It turns out that our baby is back. Come and let grandma see him. Yet. Not bad, he has grown taller and is becoming more and more handsome. Shui Lingfeng stretched out her hand and rubbed Liang Chen's head, looked left and right, and then pulled him to sit down in the bamboo house. Grandma, it's only been a month, how can there be any changes? Liang Chen felt that his elder was exaggerating. Nothing happened along the way. Shui Lingfeng took out some snacks, poured tea, held the little guy's hand, and asked about his well-being. Liang Chen told Shui Lingfeng about his experience in the past month as usual. When she talked about letting Zhu Zuqing join Tianshui College, Shui Lingfeng was stunned. She didn't expect that this little guy actually kidnapped the Fian copyrightee of the little prince of Xingluo Empire. Do you like that little girl? Shui Lingfeng asked with a smile. Grandma, Zhu Zuqing is my friend. She is in trouble, so I will help her. Liang Chen thought to himself that if he didn't like her, he wouldn't have brought her here. That girl ran away with you. You will be the enemy of the Xingluo Empire's royal family in the future. Shui Lingfeng felt that this little guy was really bold. He even dared to abduct the Fian copyrightee of the young prince of Xingluo. Grandma, what's so scary about the Xingluo Empire's royal family? As long as they dare to make trouble for me, I will directly ask Di Tian to destroy the Xingluo Emperor Dai Tianfeng and change the dynasty in advance. Liang Chen is not afraid of anyone on Douluo continent now. He has a super the killer weapon Barrett MK22, the titled Douluo came, and it was also a one-shot kill. I know you are very capable, but don't destroy the royal family at every turn. It will scare people to death. When Shui Lingfeng heard that the little guy wanted to destroy the royal family of Xingluo Empire, she was immediately in tears. Grandma, this is the Yehua pill I made outside. It can replenish soul power and has the effect of beauty. Please keep it. Liang Chen took out 2 bottles of Yehua pill and gave them to Shui Lingfeng. If there is a good thing, it is natural to share it with your elders. Well, it's very good. I like this gift very much. Shui Lingfeng smelled the fragrant aroma of Yehua pill and knew it was a good product, especially when the little guy said it also had the effect of beauty. She liked it very much. On the other side of the school, after Mu Qingxiu and Anqi helped Zhu Zuqing with her enrollment, they were troubled by Zhu Zuqing's school uniform. This girl was so young, but her proud capital beat everyone in the academy, making them feel inferior. Zuqing's figure is so hot, it's so hard to find the right size. You know what, Xiao Chen has a good aesthetic taste. Look at this little girl's proud figure, I envy her. Mu Qingxiu and Li Suyin also admired the little cat's figure very much. The conversation between the two also made Zhu Zuqing's face flush instantly. The school uniform of the Ball King may be suitable. At this time, Li Suyin remembered that Suo's proud capital was similar to Zhu Zuqing's. Who is the Ball King? Mu Qingxiu was stunned. There was such a person in the academy. Suo, that girl. Yu Hero and the others call her the king of soccer. She is very proud of herself and often shows off her impressive assets in front of everyone. Li Suyin said with a smile. These girls are more frivolous than each other. Hey! These girls are really out of tune. Zuqing, don't mind it. Mu Qingxiu smiled at Zhu Zuqing next to her, and Zhu Zuqing was also very amused at the moment. Tianshui College is so interesting. Zuqing, come and try on the school uniform of the king of soccer, Suo, to see if it fits you. Li Suyin was holding 2 sets of school uniforms and asked Zhu Zuqing to try them on. Thank you, teacher. Picked up the aqua blue school uniform, Zhu Zuqing walked into the fitting room, feeling very excited. After a while, Zhu Zuqing changed into an aqua blue school uniform and came out. She was very satisfied with this different outfit. Tisk tisk tisk. So hot. If I were a man, I would definitely marry a beauty like Zuqing. Mu Qingxiu and Li Suyin were immediately impressed by Zhu Zuqing's outfit. Zuqing, the women of your Nether Spirit Cat family are really top-notch. Li Suyin sighed in her heart, are all the women of the Nether Spirit Cat family so hot? Teacher. Zhu Zuqing blushed when Li Suyin said this, but she was very happy in her heart. After all, being praised by other beauties is also a kind of enjoyment. Don't be weird, take Zuqing to Jingxian Villa and see how the dean arranges her. Zhu Zuqing was brought back by Liang Chen. The two knew that the girl had already fallen in love with the little guy, but they admired the little guy's vision. 50 Chapter 50 Party 50. Liang Chen chatted with Shui Lingfeng in Zizhou courtyard for a while and then returned to Jingxian Villa. Grandma, I learned how to cook in the mountains these days. I plan to cook for everyone later. You must come. Oh. You can cook? Grandma, I have to try it. Shui Lingfeng saw that the little guy could even cook after going out, and she immediately became interested. Grandma, it's not difficult to cook a few dishes. It's easy to learn. As a foodie, Liang Chen is good at cooking. Besides, he still has the memory of his previous life. The cooking methods of many dishes on Blue Star are in his mind. Let's go, Grandma will accompany you and help you later. Shui Lingfeng became interested and took Liang Chen to Jingxian Villa. The little guy is back, and everyone has to celebrate. When Liang Chen returned to the gate of Jingxian Villa, he saw Shui Binger and her group of girls introducing themselves to Zhu Zuqing. Solin, Mu Qingxiu and others were drinking tea and chatting in the pavilion. Seeing Liang Chen coming, several girls immediately surrounded him. Hello, everyone. Liang Chen greeted everyone. Little brother Chen is back. Did you have a smooth journey? Shui Binger came over and asked with concern. She could do nothing about the fact that the little guy had kidnapped a girl. Besides, her mother said that there was a woman who looked like a god who also liked this little guy. Very smooth. I was very careful outside. Liang Chen smiled. He went out to enjoy life, not to fight. Zuqing, congratulations on your upcoming enrollment. Seeing Zhu Zuqing wearing a water blue school uniform, Liang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. This girl adapted quickly. Thank you, brother Chen. Zhu Zuqing didn't expect that the teachers and students of Tianshui College would be so nice to her. They arranged her with Suo and others. Although she couldn't live in Jingxian Villa with Liang Chen and Shui Binger, it was enough for her. Shui Yuer came to Liang Chen and said in a quirky way, Brother Xiao Chen, you have been out for more than a month and you actually brought back a busted girl. You are amazing. We said before that Brother Xiao Chen would definitely bring back a girl. Now we have said you got it. Suo, Yu Hero and others were making a noise nearby, making Zhu Zuqing blush. Yuer, be reserved. Shui Lingfeng glared at the little girl, came to Zhu Zuqing, and looked left and right. Your name is Zhu Zuqing, right? Really good, you can practice here with confidence. Shui Lingfeng knew everything about Zhu Zuqing from Liang Chen. Zuqing, this is the grandmother of the dean, and also the grandmother of Sister Binger and Sister Yuer. Liang Chen introduced Shui Lingfeng's identity to Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing pays respect to the senior. Zhu Zuqing bowed respectfully to Shui Lingfeng, which was equivalent to meeting Liang Chen's grandmother, so she couldn't lose her manners. Xiao Chen, you have a good aesthetic taste. Look at this girl's figure, she looks good at giving birth. Solin and Anqi walked to Yangchen with a smile on their faces, and their faces showed ant-like smiles. Teacher Solin, Teacher Anqi, you are not right. Yangchen was also speechless about these unserious teachers. Nothing had happened between him and the kitten. Sister, it seems that we have to eat more papaya. Shui Yuer looked at Zhu Zoking's hot body, then looked at her own body, and then sighed. Yuer, be serious. Shui Binger supported her forehead. Her sister really liked to be weird, but what her sister said made sense. Haha. Yuer, cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. Brother Ziokin's aesthetics are still very advanced. Swu deliberately raised her head and chest to show her proud figure, and then pulled Zhu Zoking to compare. Zoking, let them envy. Zhu Zoking's face flushed immediately after being teased by Swu. Sister Swu, you are joking. Swu, what are you so proud of? Now that Sister Zoking is here, you will never be able to be the king of the ball again. That's right, Swu, this is called there is always someone stronger among the strong, and there is always someone higher than the other. Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui and others joked beside them, not caring about their image. Then I am better than you too. Swu retorted bluntly, and even deliberately raised her chest and head to them. Seeing the girl's lack of image, Yangchen was speechless, thinking, ladies, there is still a man here. How can you say anything? Sisters, these pills are for you. Yangchen took out a bunch of Yuhua pills and gave them to the girls as gifts. Thank you, brother Xiaochen. Shui Binger, Shui Wu and others put away the Yuhua pills. Anyway, they had taken the soul power pills before and believed in the medical skills of this little guy. Brother Chen, you gave us all, don't you keep some for yourself. Zhu Zoking remembered that this guy had refined more than 100 pills in total, and he took them all out. I have medicinal materials and can refine them at any time. Yangchen took some more pills and came to the pavilion to give them to Solin, Mu Qingxiu and others. Teachers, this is the Yuhua pill I refined, which is a little more advanced than the soul power pill. Oh, Xiao Chen has refined a new pill again. Solin, Mu Qingxiu and others took the Yuhua pill and were very curious. We just took it and the effect is very good. Xiao Chen also said that it has the effect of beauty and skin care. You can try it. Lan Ziadi introduced the effects of the elixir to everyone, especially the effect of beauty, which made several teachers' eyes light up. Xiao Chen, if you use this elixir to make money, you will definitely become the richest person in Douluo continent. Solin felt that the beauty effect alone could drive the women of the continent crazy. Then I will refine more in the future and auction it. After Solin's reminder, Yangchen felt that this elixir would definitely make a lot of money, and no woman didn't like beauty. Let's talk about it later. Ziokin's alchemy skills and martial arts skills must not be exposed randomly, otherwise it will attract the attention of big forces. Shui Lingfeng and Lan Ziadi certainly knew the commercial value of Yuhua pill. Now she didn't dare to take risks, for fear that the strong people of those big forces would pay attention to Yangchen, especially the people of Wuhan Hall. After everyone chatted in the yard for a while, Lan Ziadi and her sister went directly to the cafeteria to get a lot of ingredients, preparing to have a meal at Jingxian Villa. Auntie Lan, I'll help too. Walking into the kitchen, Yangchen started working, ready to show off his skills for everyone to taste. Okay, then we'll see how you perform, Xiao Chen. Lan Ziadi and the others were surprised to see the little guy take the initiative to cook. Zhu Zoking, who was chatting with Shui Binger and the others in the distance, saw Yangchen start cooking and ran over to help. Shui Binger and her sisters, Swu and the others also gathered around, and were very surprised to see Yangchen's skilled appearance. Brother Xiao Chen, you went out for a trip and actually learned to cook. If you want to become a strong man, you must learn to eat. Yangchen remembered that there was a strong man who ate animal milk, and that was eating all over the heavens and the world. I think you are talking nonsense. Sisters, come and help. Shui Binger and her sisters called Swu, Yu Hero and the others to help, and let Lan Ziadi and the others go to rest. Brother Chen, what are you going to cook today? Boiled fish, spicy lobster, white-cut chicken, twice-cooked pork. Atheniel help out. Zhu Zoking had lived with Yangchen in the mountains for a month before, and had learned some cooking skills. Sisters, remember to clean the lobsters. Yangchen was cutting fish fillets when he saw Shui Binger and the others brushing the crayfish outside. Yangchen specifically told Shui Binger and the others. Don't worry. Brother Xiao Chen, we're eating it ourselves, so we'll definitely clean it. Swu and the others were busy brushing the crayfish. Although they had never done this kind of work, they could learn it once they learned it. Look at Ziokin's skillful knife skills, he's quite professional. This little guy has learned medical skills, and now he can be a chef. He's really a versatile person. Lan Ziadi, Mu Qingxiu and others sat in the pavilion in the distance, watching the little guys busy in the kitchen, looking forward to what they could do. 3 hours later, With the help of Zhu Zuqing, Shui Bing'er, and others, Ye Yangchen made 10 dishes. The dishes were delicious and tasty, and people would be salivating at the sight of them. You little brat, it's good. Your cooking skills are comparable to those of the hotel chefs. Lan Ziadi, Solin, and others tasted it and felt it was very delicious, and praised Ye Yangchen one after another. Thank you for the compliment, it should be edible. Ye Yangchen said modestly. Dean, we also have a contribution, okay? Swu and others said beside them, looking for praise. Tisk. Xiao Chen is the only one in charge of the cooking, and you just help wash the vegetables. Solin ruthlessly exposed the thoughts of the girls. Let's eat. This is the result of Xiaoqin's busy work for an afternoon. Shui Lingfeng invited everyone to eat and celebrate the little guy's return. Sisters, let's dance to celebrate. After eating and drinking, it was already night. Shui Bing'er, Swu, and others danced gracefully, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. Sister Zuqing, come and join us. Just when Zhu Zuqing was dazzled, Swu came over and pulled her to dance. Ah! Sister Swu, I don't know how to do it. It's okay, I'll teach you. Soon Zhu Zuqing was led by Swu and danced to the beat. Girls, twist your body. Lan Ziadi and Qi and others sat at the table, drinking fine wine while instructing the girls on their dancing. Ye Yangchen sat in the distance, watching the beautiful dance of these beauties, feeling very pleasing to the eye, worthy of being a sugar water group. Xiao Chen, beautiful, right? How about you try dancing? It's fun. Solin came to Ye Yangchen with a wine glass and suggested that he try it. Teacher Solin, I don't need it. Ye Yangchen wiped his forehead and felt that this woman was doing it on purpose. Xiao Chen, you don't understand this. Dancing can make people happy physically and mentally. Teacher Solin, I think watching beautiful women dancing can make people happy physically and mentally. Yo! You are quite good at appreciating. Teacher Solin, the senior sister who participated in the last Soul Master competition, said that they would also dance at the opening of the competition. Yes. But it's not in vain. The organizer gave us 10,000 gold soul coins to invite us to dance. Is that so? That's not bad. The next appearance fee will be increased to 100,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Chen, 100,000 appearance fee? This price is not low. Teacher Solin, didn't Sister Bing'er and the others dance with swords? In the future, you can do sword dance. As for the costumes and movements, I will design them. You can definitely earn 100,000 yuan in appearance fees. Yes. These girls have learned swordsmanship from you, so let them try it. Solin was immediately interested when she heard Ye Yangchen's proposal. Ye Yangchen decided to teach Gongsun Li's sword dance to these girls. The scene must be very hot. 51.